The story opens with a cascade of system notifications appearing across the world, warning citizens about a series of bizarre and unexplained phenomena. Reports describe a colossal abalone discovered by fishermen along the coast, so massive that even 10 people could not encircle it, believed to be the result of nuclear wastewater mutation. Elsewhere, an ancient tree in a tourist region begins to grow uncontrollably, its roots stretching for kilometers as cracks split the earth, possibly caused by an abnormal pulse beneath the ground. Strange vines fall from the sky, as if scenes from fairy tales are becoming reality, while subway tracks collapse in multiple locations, leaving behind casualties. Despite the alarming nature of these events, most people dismiss them as exaggerated headlines, no more believable than past false alarms about zombie outbreaks. Students gathered outside a school pay little attention, finding local gossip far more entertaining. Their focus quickly shifts when Chu Qingli, the school's most admired beauty, approaches. Whispers spread instantly, with everyone assuming she has come to break up with her boyfriend, Fang Yi. To them, their relationship has always seemed like an act of charity. Chu Qingli has already secured admission to Qingchong University, while Fang Yi has failed to enter any respectable institution. Their futures appear worlds apart. Chu Qingli calls Fang Yi over. When he turns to face her, she speaks coldly, explaining that she has reconsidered their relationship and finds it unrealistic. She claims that youthful love inevitably fades when reality sets in, and that a future together requires compatibility as well as courage. Concluding that they are not suited for each other, she ends things with quiet disdain, convinced that nothing Fang Yi could say would change her mind. Fang Yi remains silent, and the onlookers assume he is too shocked to respond. They expect him to beg for another chance, believing he could never let go of someone like her. In their eyes, he is nothing more than a toad dreaming of a swan. However, to everyone's surprise, Fang Yi calmly agrees to the breakup. His indifference leaves Chu Qingli and the crowd stunned. Without hesitation, he turns and walks away. Panicked by his reaction, Chu Qingli calls out to him. Fang Yi stops and turns back, his gaze sharp and piercing as he asks what she wants. Irritated, she insists that no matter what he is thinking or planning, she will not return to him and wants that made absolutely clear. Fang Yi looks at her steadily and tells her not to flatter herself, casually referring to her as the so-called school beauty. His words catch her off guard, leaving her blushing in shock, while the crowd is equally stunned by his unexpected confidence. What no one realizes is that Fang Yi knows something they do not. In his eyes, the current world, its rules, its values of wealth and education, is about to collapse. He has returned from a future ravaged by disaster, reborn 1 year before everything changes. To him, Chu Qingli is no longer someone important, but merely a distant figure from a past life. Leaving the school behind, Fang Yi focuses on what truly matters. The world is on the brink of transformation. The night before, he witnessed strange cracks that revealed glimpses of the future, followed by a system notification announcing the recovery of Aura. Full activation would occur in 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes, after which the world would undergo an unprecedented change. The system explained that society's rules would be rewritten and an era of cultivators would begin, where strength alone determines status. As Fang Yi tried to comprehend this, a mysterious system appeared before him. It claimed to originate from the depths of the universe, powered by advanced algorithms intertwined with cosmic secrets. Its purpose was to generate cultivation techniques based on spiritual materials he touched. At that moment, his available techniques were zero. When he reached out, his hand passed through the system interface, and suddenly a terrifying vision unfolded. A monstrous creature appeared, roaring as it devoured a corpse. The system revealed that this was the fate awaiting him as an ordinary person, and the destiny of billions on the planet. Fear gripped Fang Yi, but along with it came clarity. Memories of his past life flooded back. He had been insignificant, barely surviving as chaos consumed the world. He witnessed the fall of his nation, the suffering of countless people, and ultimately his own death at the hands of mutated beasts. He died with despair, anger, and an unfulfilled desire for revenge. Now, given a second chance, his hesitation fades. He realizes he has been brought back for a reason. Determination fills his eyes as he resolves to change his fate. Extending his hand once more, he accepts the system. It links with him successfully, unlocking a new path. Everything in existence can now serve as material for cultivation. His mission becomes clear: gather techniques, grow stronger, and prepare for the coming catastrophe. Meanwhile, society begins to react. Official announcements acknowledge an unprecedented crisis, urging humanity to adapt rather than rely on past knowledge. Most people are confused and uncertain, but Fang Yi understands exactly what is happening. When he checks his phone, he notices that the government neither confirms nor denies the anomalies, instead subtly advising citizens to prepare. He recognizes this as a deliberate strategy to maintain order while issuing a quiet warning. Recalling the collapse of other nations in his previous life, Fang Yi feels a sense of sadness. His country's calm and controlled response may be slow, but it prevents panic and preserves stability. It is a stark contrast to the chaos and violence he once witnessed elsewhere. Remembering the system's ability, Fang Yi realizes that every anomaly is an opportunity. His attention is drawn to a trending topic. Cheng University has recorded the highest UV index of the century, prompting heat warnings for incoming students. Most people dismiss it as exaggerated publicity, but Fang Yi knows better. When he looks at the sky, it is covered in clouds, and his own UV reading shows 0. The contradiction confuses him, especially since the university is only a short distance away. Yet images online show a blazing sun hanging over the campus, and students are warned to avoid the North Gate due to extreme radiation levels. As others doubt the news, Fang Yi recognizes it for what it truly is, the beginning of the world's transformation, and the first of many anomalies he must seize if he hopes to survive what is coming. Fang Yi could not help but smile. He understood that when anomalies first appeared, most people dismissed them as nothing more than publicity stunts. Only he knew the truth. A faint excitement flickered in his eyes as he realized that his first real opportunity had finally arrived. Without wasting time, he changed his clothes and headed straight for Cheng University. Along the way, he noticed that everyone was carrying umbrellas, shielding themselves from an unbearable heat that had already caused the leaves on nearby trees to wither and fall. When he arrived, he made his way directly to the North Gate, the least crowded entrance. He was certain that something was wrong there. As he approached, shimmering ashes began to fall from the sky. Students panicked and fled, afraid of being burned alive. But Fang Yi remained still, his attention fixed on the strange substance. Slowly, he sat down and reached out to touch it. The moment his finger made contact, a blinding glow erupted. The system immediately responded, reporting a powerful fluctuation in the Yang attribute and unlocking its data template. The energy surged into Fang Yi's body. Pain struck him instantly, overwhelming and merciless. A radiant light burst from his body, forcing nearby students to cover their eyes to avoid being blinded. They had no idea what was happening and assumed they were witnessing some kind of hallucination. The heat intensified, burning away Fang Yi's clothes as he clenched his teeth, struggling to endure it. He grabbed his head, his mind on the verge of collapse, unsure whether the system had completed its process. It felt as though his entire body was being torn apart, as if death itself were closing in. Then at last, the system finished compiling. The agony subsided and Fang Yi successfully obtained a Yang attribute technique, the golden sun breathing technique. Sometime later, the university buzzed with activity as new students arrived to register. Among them was Chu Qingli. As she stepped into the registration area, several young men immediately approached, offering to carry her luggage and gain her favor. One after another, they tried to impress her, but she rejected them all with cold indifference, insisting she needed no help. Her gaze drifted to a nearby couple, and she sneered slightly. At that moment, however, a brilliant golden light flashed across the sky, catching everyone off guard. A voice over the loudspeaker urgently warned students to stay away from the North Gate. Chu Qingli's expression turned serious. Ignoring the warnings, she decided to go and see what was happening. At the North Gate, an enormous burst of golden energy illuminated the entire area. From within the smoke, a dark figure emerged, radiating an overwhelming presence. He inhaled deeply, and his eyes shone with a piercing golden light. A system screen appeared before him, informing him that he had successfully created a new technique and earned 50 points. Fang Yi glanced at the notification, briefly wondering about the purpose of these points. He decided it was not important for now. There would be time to understand it later. As night fell, a strange moon hung in the sky. Fang Yi began practicing his newly acquired breathing technique, refining his control over the energy within him. By the next day, a brilliant sun rose, and a new wave of energy spread across the university. Students began to notice unusual changes. At times, the sky would suddenly darken and cool before returning to normal. Drawn by curiosity, many gathered near the North Gate. A large crowd formed, despite repeated warnings to stay away. The university's dean arrived, furious that no one had obeyed the instructions. As the crowd parted, a hooded figure stepped forward, their presence commanding attention. In a calm but firm voice, the figure instructed the dean to completely seal off the North Gate. At that moment, Fang Yi received a system notification informing him that he had successfully purified a polluted area. This revelation made him pause. It meant the authorities were already aware of these anomalies. He began to wonder if there were others like him, individuals who had also begun to awaken. Soon, uniformed personnel appeared, forcing the students to evacuate. Whispers spread through the crowd, with many wondering if the army had arrived. From atop a nearby rooftop, Fang Yi observed everything silently. His eyes glowed faintly red as he concluded that the situation had drawn too much attention. Without hesitation, he leaped down and disappeared from sight. Below, the hooded figure carefully examined the damaged ground, which was cracked and scarred by the intense energy. Kneeling down, the figure touched the surface, sensing the lingering aura. After picking up a fragment and studying it closely, the figure came to a startling conclusion. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Chu Qingli overheard the same conclusion. Shock filled her eyes. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a figure jumping away in the distance. For a brief second, she wondered if it could be Fang Yi, but she quickly dismissed the thought. With his academic results, it would have been impossible for him to even enter this university. Far away, back at his home, Fang Yi lay on his bed as night settled in. Even after taking a cold shower, his body still radiated heat. The lingering energy made it difficult for him to relax, and he doubted he would be able to sleep. At the same time, a sense of unease crept into his mind. What had happened at the university might have drawn unwanted attention to him. He picked up his phone and noticed a trending article about something called a cultivation association. In the past, people had treated it as nothing more than an internet joke, but now, after everything he had seen, Fang Yi was certain it was real. The hooded individuals at the university were likely connected to it. Curious, he opened the article and read through it carefully. It described various cultivation levels ranging from ghost acts to total transcendence. In the comments section, most people mocked it as nonsense, but Fang Yi could not ignore the possibility that it was genuine. He realized that in his previous life, as an ordinary person, he had never known any of this. Sitting quietly on his bed, Fang Yi reflected on everything he had learned. Then, without hesitation, he decided to continue his training. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind and began cultivating once more, preparing himself for the world that was rapidly changing around him. In that moment, Fang Yi begins to sweat as a powerful golden energy circulates through his body. The force grows stronger, surrounding him in a radiant glow until he slowly lifts off the ground, floating within his room. A brilliant light envelops him as he takes his first true step into cultivation, strengthening his body so it can withstand the power of heaven and earth. Gradually, he gains control over the energy and shapes it with his will, condensing it into the form of a divine axe. His eyes shine intensely, and a satisfied smile appears on his face as he feels the surge of strength within him. The system notifies him that he has reached the Doshui level and rewards him with 50 additional points. Remembering the points, Fang Yi studies the system interface more carefully. It reveals that a new path has been unlocked, explaining that these points can be used to infuse compiled data into objects. Intrigued, he considers the implications. His gaze shifts to a simple mug resting on the table. Extending his hand, golden energy gathers around his palm as the system prompts him, asking if he wishes to spend 1 point to imbue the mug with the Yang attribute. He quickly understands. This is no different from enchanting an item, granting it special properties. If applied to a weapon, it could become a personalized tool for combat. Realizing how crucial such an advantage would be in the future, Fang Yi decides to experiment. He retrieves a small sword from his shelf and prepares to test the process, thinking that if it succeeds, he will later acquire a proper weapon to face the coming monsters. Before he can proceed, a strange noise echoes from outside his apartment in the dead of night. Unbeknownst to him, a dark creature lurks outside the building. With glowing red eyes and massive claws, it stares at his apartment, baring sharp teeth in the shadows. Its form resembles a grotesque, demonic rabbit as it prepares to strike. Inside, Fang Yi remains unaware of the imminent danger. Lying on his bed, he feels restless, his body still unsettled from the effects of his new technique. His heightened senses pick up a faint scratching sound, like that of a rat. At first, he assumes it might be coming from the pipes or a neighbor's pet. However, as he focuses his hearing, he realizes something is wrong. The sound is too deliberate, too close. Alert, he rises and walks toward the door. The moment he opens it, he comes face to face with the creature. In the dim hallway, the monstrous rabbit glares at him with blood-red eyes, ready to attack. Fang Yi is momentarily startled, but recognition quickly follows. Memories from his previous life flash through his mind, filling him with both fear and clarity. At the same time, high above the city, a drone patrols the night sky, indicating that others are already aware of the threat. On a distant rooftop, a young woman with a lollipop in her mouth complains that her team has yet to capture the rabbit that consumed a rare fruit. Calm and confident, she orders continuous updates before leaping from the building to begin her pursuit. She moves through the city with incredible speed, weaving between towering structures as she senses the creature's energy. Drawing closer, her eyes glow as she locks onto her target, preparing for battle. Back in the apartment, the creature lunges at Fang Yi, slashing with its claws. This time he reacts instantly, dodging with unnatural speed. He realizes that his body has fundamentally changed, allowing him to perceive the creature's movements as if they were slowed down. Golden energy gathers in his hand as he recalls the lessons from his past life. The creature has not fully evolved yet, but the darkness of night strengthens it. If he does not stop it now, everyone in the building will be in danger. He grabs the creature mid-attack, his hand blazing with yang energy. Displaying surprising ferocity, he bites into the beast without fear, holding it firmly as his golden eyes glow with cold determination. Spinning it through the air, he quickly identifies its weakness, its tail. Seizing the opportunity, he grips the tail with all his strength and hurls the creature against a window, shattering the glass on impact. Raising his fist, now glowing with intense golden light, Fang Yi unleashes a powerful strike. A beam of radiant energy shoots forward, engulfing the creature in midair. The monster struggles, clawing at the energy as if trying to absorb it. Fang Yi immediately understands what it is attempting. The creature is trying to steal his yang power. However, the energy of the sun is far too overwhelming. Instead of gaining strength, the beast begins to destroy itself. Moments later, a brilliant golden explosion erupts, consuming the creature completely. In a nearby building, a couple awakens from the noise. The man assumes it was thunder and looks outside, only to find nothing unusual. Back in the apartment, Fang Yi lands on the floor, surrounded by fading traces of golden light. He reflects on the battle, realizing the creature had been like a starving ghost, desperately trying to devour his power. As the remains of the monster settle, one of its eyes drops to the ground, releasing a wisp of dark smoke. With a cold expression, Fang Yi steps forward and crushes it beneath his foot, eliminating the last trace of the beast. He understands now that such creatures are drawn to opposing energies like his yang attribute. If he had remained an ordinary person, everyone in the building would have been slaughtered. This realization strengthens his resolve. He knows he must grow stronger and master more techniques to survive what lies ahead. Meanwhile, the mysterious hunter arrives at the scene, moving gracefully through the night. As she surveys the aftermath, her eyes widen in shock. The target she had been pursuing has already been destroyed. Kneeling down, she examines the remains and attempts to recover the night attribute energy. However, the moment she touches it, a lingering golden force burns her hand, forcing her to pull back. She immediately recognizes the energy. It is the same as the one from the university incident. This is no coincidence. Activating her communicator, she reports her findings. She informs her superiors that the target was eliminated by a powerful new forerunner possessing a unique ability. The voice on the other end confirms that they have no records of such a person and insists that the association must recruit him. The silver-haired girl agrees. Carefully, she stores a small remnant of the energy in a special container. Her orders are updated. She is to abandon her other missions and focus entirely on locating this individual. Calmly, she unwraps her lollipop and places it in her mouth, acknowledging the command. However, before beginning her search, she casually remarks that she needs to get some milk tea first. As her superiors speculate about the identity of this mysterious powerhouse, she quietly agrees that meeting him will be essential. The next morning, Fang Yi awakens with the rising sun. Stretching his body, he prepares for another round of training. He understands that early mornings are ideal for cultivating yang energy. Standing calmly, he begins his breathing technique, drawing in the golden energy carried by the sunlight. As it flows into him, his eyes glow once more, brighter than before. At that moment, he steps into a new realm. The Ghost Axe realm is achieved, and with it the true power of his technique begins to unfold. A sudden surge of energy erupts within Fang Yi, catching him off guard. He immediately senses that he has grown stronger once again. Power courses through his body, and he steadies himself, focusing to bring it under control. Slowly he clenches his fist, feeling the energy gather and condense in his hand. With a calm breath, he summons his weapon. The golden axe appears, but this time it feels noticeably lighter, as if it has become an extension of his own body. Tightening his grip, he raises it high above his head, preparing to test his newfound strength. As he releases the power within him, his aura surges outward, and he breaks through into the two-star Ghost Axe realm. Golden flames ignite within his eyes, reflecting the transformation taking place. His body feels tougher, more resilient, and far more powerful than before. He understands that his rapid growth was fueled by the excess energy from his previous breakthrough. However, he also realizes that such reckless advancement could be dangerous. From this point forward, he resolves to progress steadily, strengthening his foundation step by step. Yet, power like his does not go unnoticed. Knowing he needs privacy, Fang Yi leaves and searches for a secluded place. Meanwhile, inside the association's office, a man senses a disturbance in the flow of solar energy. He narrows his eyes, wondering if the same mysterious individual has acted again. Fang Yi eventually finds a quiet riverside location. Standing alone, he opens the system interface and confirms his intention to enhance his weapon. He recalls how a previous attempt with an ordinary object had failed, unable to withstand the energy. This time, however, the blade resonates with him, forming a stable connection. The system confirms that the encoding is successful. Excitement flashes across his face as he prepares to test the weapon. The moment he swings it, an overwhelming force erupts. A massive golden beam shoots skyward, tearing through the air. As he lands, flames dance along the blade, and he feels the immense power flowing through him. The sheer intensity nearly ignites the surroundings, and the thick smoke rising into the sky makes it clear that his actions will not go unnoticed. Realizing the risk, he quickly decides to leave. Not far away, a young woman rushes toward the source of the disturbance. Annoyed that she missed the initial event, she suddenly stops in shock. The river nearby is boiling, its surface churning from the residual heat. As she surveys the damage, she cannot help but imagine the reprimand she will receive. knowing that everything has gone wrong since this unknown individual appeared. Then, a distant golden flash catches her attention. Her expression shifts to disbelief as she senses the power behind it. This should not be possible. The individual's strength has risen from 1 star to 2 stars in such a short time, and he has even created a spirit weapon, something the association barely understands. With only a few known examples in existence, suspicion creeps into her mind. How could someone achieve this alone? Still, she pushes the thought aside and begins cleaning up the aftermath. Elsewhere, Fang Yi reflects on his progress. His weapon now carries the Yang attribute, but he knows this is only the beginning. Since the system allows him to encode anything, he plans to add even more attributes in the future. Just then his phone vibrates. A message from an unknown sender appears. He realizes he has neglected caution, allowing himself to be noticed. The message invites him to join a pioneer group. He learns that official members must at least reach the Ghost Axe realm. The sender mentions a newly formed pollution zone and invites him to participate in a group hunt. Curious, Fang Yi requests the details. Soon he receives information about a target known as the Lava Dragon of the Shadow River. The area is rich in lava and yang energy, making it highly compatible with his abilities. Without hesitation, he accepts. In the Binmu district, a group of pioneers gathers, waiting for one final member. Among them is a blonde girl named Xiaoya, a member of the Cultivation Association. She thanks everyone for coming and stresses the importance of teamwork, though she quietly feels disappointed by the group's overall strength. As someone who struggled to earn her position through connections and effort, she cannot afford failure. Soon, Fang Yi arrives. He makes a striking entrance, carrying his enhanced sword. The group greets him, and Xiaoya is momentarily startled by his presence. His aura is powerful, yet unlike others, it feels warm rather than oppressive. With everyone assembled, Xiaoya signals the start of the mission, and the group heads toward the cave. Fang Yi takes the lead, asking Xiaoya to handle the lighting. As they move deeper inside, one member warns him about unstable rocks, while others find it strange that the temperature has not risen yet. Fang Yi reflects on how quickly the group has accepted him. In this dangerous new world, such trust feels rare and genuine. As they proceed, the ground beneath their feet begins to change color, signaling danger ahead. Soon they arrive at a massive cavern where a river of boiling lava flows before them. Without hesitation, Fang Yi steps forward, ignoring Xiaoya's warning to be cautious. To everyone's shock, he thrusts his sword directly into the lava. An explosion erupts, throwing the group backward. At the same time, his system activates, analyzing the anomaly. It identifies a new energy source, the inner flame, an extremely hot and volatile power. Alongside it, a new technique is generated, the Scarlet Flame Sword technique, combining fire and lightning into a devastating force. Fang Yi grips his weapon tightly as it absorbs the energy. Flames spiral around him, forming a vortex of fire. Using his points, he permanently encodes the Scarlet Flame attribute into the blade, transforming it into a weapon of immense power. When the flames finally subside, his teammates who had been thrown back by the explosion watch in awe as he stands unharmed. Believing he simply experienced a minor cultivation fluctuation, they relax as the cave's energy stabilizes. Some begin cultivating immediately, excited by the improved conditions. Xiao remains alert, standing guard while encouraging the others to take advantage of the opportunity. However, the calm does not last long. She suddenly senses movement near the entrance. Warning the group, she prepares as 3 men enter the cave. They are strong, muscular, and led by a man with an eye patch and glowing red eyes. With arrogance, he declares the resource-rich area now belongs to them. Xiaoya's expression darkens. She recognizes that all 3 are at the 1-star Ghost Axe realm, stronger than her team. Despite the disadvantage, she attempts to reason with them, politely stating that her group arrived first and even offering to cooperate. Her words are met with ridicule. The leader mocks her weakness and orders them to leave or face the consequences. Xiaoya clenches her fists, fully aware of the brutal reality of this new world, where only strength determines survival. As a member of the association, she cannot allow such injustice to go unchallenged. Before the situation escalates further, Fang Yi steps forward, positioning himself between Xiaoya and the enemy. He ignites his blade with blazing energy. His voice is calm but cold as he questions whether they have nothing better to do than bully the weak. The leader is momentarily stunned. Without giving them time to react, Fang Yi swings his sword. A single strike unleashes a massive explosion of fire and energy, sending all 3 men flying. The sheer force shocks even his own teammates, pulling them out of their cultivation. Fang Yi recalls the chaos of his past life, where those who abused strength brought countless tragedies. He knows that against such people, only overwhelming power can enforce order. To make his warning clear, he drives his blazing sword into the ground before the fallen leader. Surrounded by a powerful golden aura, he coldly orders them to leave. Terrified, the leader calls him a monster and quickly retreats with his companions. As silence returns, Fang Yi's teammates rush toward him, filled with excitement and admiration. He simply smiles, brushing off their praise and suggesting it is time to leave. As the group departs, Xiaoya watches him carefully. She realizes that even that overwhelming display was not his full strength. Convinced that he is an extraordinary pioneer, she knows she must report this discovery to her organization without delay. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Inside the office, a young woman speaks on the phone with Xiaoya, her voice rising in shock as she repeats the report. Another high-attribute pioneer has appeared. Realizing she has spoken too openly, she quickly becomes flustered, especially with an imposing gray-haired man standing silently behind her. She awkwardly ends the call after confirming the details. Turning nervously, she asks if they have truly been fortunate enough to encounter two high-attribute pioneers in such a short time. The man's expression remains grim. He corrects her firmly, explaining that this has nothing to do with luck. Every high-attribute individual is destined to become a center of power in the new era, and that responsibility carries immense weight. His tone reveals not excitement, but pressure. Meanwhile, under a bright sky, Fang Yi returns to the city. Attempting to remain unnoticed, he disguises himself as a cosplayer. However, his natural aura and the authenticity of his weapon only draw more attention. As he walks, he checks his phone and discovers that news of the cave incident has already spread across the internet. He quietly criticizes his own carelessness, knowing the eruption of his inner flame had been far too conspicuous. Although he trusts that his teammates would not betray him, he realizes something more urgent. The massive yang energy he absorbed is pushing him toward another breakthrough. Without delay, he heads for a secluded area in the back mountains. 5 minutes later, deep within those mountains, a silver-haired woman named Su Qingying senses a sudden and overwhelming presence. A burst of light appears in the distance, shining like a miniature sun. She immediately recognizes the signs of someone breaking through into a higher realm. The sheer scale of the energy leaves her stunned. She has never seen such a powerful breakthrough before. Driven by both duty and curiosity, she rushes toward the source, determined not to lose track of this mysterious individual again. High on the mountain, Fang Yi is fully focused. Vast amounts of golden energy gather around him, swirling violently before condensing into a radiant sphere above his head. As he levitates in meditation, the energy behind him forms a complex star-shaped divine pattern. Sparks of power dance across his skin, and his eyes glow intensely as he struggles to control the overwhelming force. At last, the energy stabilizes, taking the shape of a massive divine axe formed from golden and pale blue light, crackling with raw power. Su Qingying arrives just in time to witness the scene. She freezes in place, unable to believe what she is seeing. The level of control displayed before her is beyond comprehension. She wonders how anyone could command such immense spiritual energy with such precision and calm. It feels as though she is watching a master who has trained for centuries. The sight triggers a painful memory. She recalls her own attempt to break through to the two-star Ghost Axe realm. The pressure from her own energy had overwhelmed her, forcing her to cough up blood and leaving her bedridden for an entire week. Despite her natural talent, she had failed miserably. Comparing that experience to what she now sees, she cannot understand how this man is enduring something far more powerful with such ease. As she moves closer, her amazement deepens. The purity of the energy, the flawless control, and the refined power all surpass anything she has ever encountered. To her, this person is no longer just a prodigy. He seems like a divine being descended to the mortal world. Her thoughts are interrupted as the massive divine axe begins to move. At the peak of his power, Fang Yi's eyes blaze with golden light, and cracks of energy spread across his face. Surrounded by a storm of radiance, he maintains perfect control over the force he has gathered. A system notification appears, confirming his successful breakthrough. With a decisive motion, the divine axe crashes down. A massive shockwave erupts, tearing across the mountain. Su Qingying braces herself against the blast as the energy carves a destructive path through the forest, before gradually fading. When she looks up again, the mysterious man is gone. Breathing heavily, frustration fills her. She cannot believe she missed him again, especially after arriving so quickly. A troubling realization dawns on her. He must have sensed her presence. Just as she is about to give up, her attention shifts to a nearby ancient tree, still glowing faintly with leftover golden energy. A sudden idea forms in her mind. Calling out respectfully into the forest, she addresses the unseen figure as senior and asks if he is still nearby. From the shadows, Fang Yi appears. His hooded figure exudes quiet confidence, and his glowing eyes rest calmly on her. He already knows she has been tracking him for days. Su Qingying steadies herself and introduces who she is. She explains that she is the captain of the Firefly Squad, part of the Spiritual Practitioners Association of Sha Nashnan, and one of the first pioneers. On behalf of the association, she formally invites him to join. She admits that she has been observing him for 2 days and hopes her actions have not offended him. Fang Yi remains silent, his expression unreadable. She continues, explaining that while the public is still unaware, all official structures of the association are already in place. Despite her composed words, she is inwardly tense, carefully choosing each sentence to avoid provoking him. Her speech is cut short when Fang Yi asks a simple question. Why should I join? Caught off guard, she hesitates. She quickly realizes that empty promises will not convince someone like him. Gathering herself, she speaks honestly. She explains that the association seeks to unite pioneers, provide guidance, and offer protection in a chaotic world. She acknowledges that such an organization might feel restrictive, but urges him to consider the greater threat. With the return of spiritual energy, humanity will face unknown enemies, and unity will be essential. Fang Yi listens quietly, then leans casually against a tree. His answer is direct. He refuses. He explains that he cannot yet trust her or the organization she represents. The rejection leaves Su Qingying stunned. Desperate, she produces her identification, revealing her past as a well-known athlete, hoping it will earn his trust. Fang Yi considers her words and recalls her achievements, recognizing her natural ability. However, a darker memory surfaces in his mind. He remembers the collapse of his nation in his previous life, when even organized efforts like the association ultimately failed to save humanity. Though he knows he must change that future, he also understands that joining now is not the right choice. Adopting a more neutral tone, he tells her he will consider her offer. Before she can respond, he leaps into the air and disappears. Moments later, he reappears behind her, giving a single condition. She must keep his identity secret. He senses that the association is cautious when dealing with powerful individuals outside their control, and he intends to use that to his advantage. Su Qingying proposes a compromise. She suggests submitting a report that blends truth with falsehood to protect his identity while satisfying her superiors. After a brief pause, Fang Yi agrees. In the next instant, he vanishes again. Su Qingying rushes after him, but it is futile. Exhausted, she walks down the mountain alone, muttering in frustration about her repeated failures and the burden of erasing the traces of his overwhelming energy. Her thoughts are interrupted by a voice in her earpiece. The tone is urgent. She is told to stop worrying about the elusive pioneer and focus on the mission at hand. Strange creatures have appeared again. She freezes. A chilling memory floods her mind, terrifying wolf-like beasts with blood-soaked jaws and glowing red eyes surrounding her. She remembers them clearly. Creatures born from polluted zones created by the return of spiritual energy. These monsters are cold, vicious, and relentless. They feed on the energy of these zones, growing stronger as they devour humans. Some even disguise themselves as natural disasters, tearing apart landscapes and creating new polluted regions. If left unchecked, they will continue to spread, consuming the human world until nothing remains. And now, they have returned. A violent storm descends upon the city without warning. The night is no longer illuminated by streetlights, but by relentless flashes of lightning tearing across the sky. Rain pours in sheets, and emergency alerts flood people's phones, warning of a severe thunderstorm and urging everyone to remain indoors. Another notice announces that Yuhong Mountain has been sealed due to extreme flooding risks. From behind their windows, citizens watch in awe and unease. Some remark that they have not seen such a storm in years, while others joke nervously that perhaps some powerful being is undergoing a lightning trial. Hidden within a narrow alley, Fang Yi observes the storm in silence. His eyes glow faintly as he senses the immense concentration of lightning energy in the air. He immediately recognizes that this is no ordinary weather. The energy is too focused, too violent, converging toward a single point. His gaze sharpens as he looks beyond the city skyline and locks onto a distant mountain peak. Lightning strikes it repeatedly, as if the heavens themselves are targeting it. Without hesitation, Fang Yi leaps into the rain, moving swiftly across rooftops as he heads straight for the source. When he reaches the base of Yuhuang Mountain, his system instantly confirms the presence of a pollution zone. Looking up, he sees that the once beautiful mountain has become a grim wasteland. Skeletal remains lie scattered among twisted trees, and the air feels heavy with danger. Another system warning appears, stating that the pollution level cannot be determined. Ignoring the risk, Fang Yi steps into the storm. As he pushes deeper into the forest, massive bolts of blue lightning crash down around him, lighting up the darkness with blinding flashes. Each strike brings him closer to the center. Finally, a colossal bolt slams into the summit, illuminating the entire mountain. He has found his destination. At the same time, inside the Spiritual Practitioners Association's command center, tension fills the room. A massive screen displays a swirling vortex of blue energy above the mountain peak. Officials report that the situation is escalating rapidly, forcing them to classify the area as a contamination zone. The association leader, his expression grave, explains that the danger has reached a critical level. He has already recalled Su Qingying from another mission and demands an update. She reports that climbing the mountain is currently impossible as the unstable thunder energy is on the verge of exploding. The area is officially designated as an A-level contamination zone, but based on its rapid escalation, it could soon reach S-level status. triggering the highest emergency response. A chilling realization spreads through the room. No one present has the ability to approach the peak safely. Even Su Qingying admits she would not survive such an attempt. With no viable solution, a security officer orders the mountain to be completely sealed, with constant patrols to prevent anyone from entering. The leader agrees firmly. Until the energy subsides, no one is to approach the area. Yet, unknown to them, Fang Yi is already at the heart of the storm. Lightning crashes around him relentlessly, but he stands firm, protected by the golden aura of his breathing technique. He knows, however, that merely enduring the storm is not enough. To obtain the purest thunder energy, he must reach the very center. Memories of the future drive him forward. He knows that the monsters they face now are only the beginning. Greater horrors will come, and his current strength will not be enough. His fire-based power alone cannot carry him through what lies ahead. He must grow stronger. Seeing the storm as a rare opportunity, Fang Yi decides to use the thunder itself to refine his body. His eyes blaze with determination as he draws his flaming sword and plunges it directly into a descending bolt of lightning. The impact is immediate. Violent energy surges through him, causing unbearable pain. His body trembles as electricity courses through every fiber of his being. He realizes that this power is not passive. It resists him as if it were a form of divine punishment, rejecting his intrusion. The storm rages harder, as though angered by his defiance. For a moment, Fang Yi questions how he could possibly tame such a force. Then he recalls the system's rule. To obtain power, he must make contact with its source. Golden energy erupts from his body as he activates the golden sun-breathing technique. With a roar, he pushes forward, using his blade to carve a path through the storm. The clash between golden yang energy and chaotic lightning creates massive explosions that shake the mountain. Blood spills from his mouth, but his resolve does not waver. This is a gamble where failure means death. Step by step, he advances. At last, he reaches the peak. Driving his sword into the ground, he stabilizes himself as the storm's full power converges on him. The pressure becomes overwhelming, making even breathing difficult. He realizes that the storm is no longer trying to repel him. It is trying to destroy him. As if responding to his presence, the sky gathers its energy into a single devastating attack. A massive beam of white-hot lightning descends, aimed directly at him. At that critical moment, his system activates. It detects a high-level thunder attribute and begins processing it. Far below, in the city, people watch in disbelief. Some capture the moment on their phones, unable to comprehend the scale of the lightning. Others whisper that it resembles a divine trial, with some even claiming to see a human figure within the storm. At the summit, everything explodes in blinding light. When the storm subsides, Fang Yi remains standing. The system confirms his success. He has obtained refined divine thunder power, granting him the ability to summon heavenly lightning and forge a body of immense strength. As a reward, he receives 5 riding points. Floating in the air, surrounded by crackling blue lightning and his golden aura, Fang Yi begins to understand his new power. Unlike his sun-based abilities, which lean toward defense and stability, thunder is both destructive and transformative. It can refine his body, strengthen his foundation, and serve as both weapon and shield. More than that, he senses its deeper nature. Thunder is not only destruction, but also purification and rebirth. The energy flows through him, strengthening his bones and muscles without pain. The system then offers him an upgrade, Punishment of Evil, which would grant increased critical power. He considers it carefully. Landing gently, Fang Yi begins to plan his next move. His first thought is to infuse the thunder attribute into his sword. However, he hesitates. Combining too many attributes might disrupt the balance of the weapon or even destroy it. Then, a new idea forms. Looking at his right hand, he decides to take a different approach. Instead of placing the power into an external object, he will make it part of himself. The system responds instantly, asking for confirmation. With a confident smirk, Fang Yi accepts. At once, the wild lightning surrounding him surges inward, gathering into his right hand as he claims complete control over the storm's power. By the next morning, the storm has passed. At the damaged peak of Yuhuang Mountain, the immediate danger has vanished. Below a cliff, Su Qingying stands alongside an army officer, Major Han Li, observing several covered bodies. She reports that the contamination zone's energy has mysteriously dropped from an extreme level to a mild state within just 3 hours, though faint traces of electricity still linger in the air. The crisis has ended, but the cause remains unknown to everyone, except Fang Yi. Major Han Li listens carefully to Su Qingying's report and quickly pieces together the truth. Someone had already been there before them. Not just anyone, but a seeker, an individual who actively hunts down dangerous anomalies instead of avoiding them. Su Qingying is visibly shocked. The idea that another seeker could have entered such a deadly zone and survived seems almost impossible. She kneels to examine the ground, searching for any trace of evidence, but finds nothing. The heavy rain has washed everything away. After a moment of thought, She estimates that the mysterious individual must have left the mountain safely around 8 o'clock the previous night. Major Han Li nods, agreeing with her conclusion. The anomaly began forming around 6 in the evening, and the army sealed the mountain at 7. That means the seeker entered before the lockdown and completed whatever they intended before 8, when the energy suddenly dropped. Standing at the very spot where the lightning had been most intense, the Major shares his own theory. He believes the seeker not only survived the storm, but possessed a thunder-related ability and used it to turn the disaster into an opportunity for growth. From his perspective, this unknown individual is the direct cause of the sudden change in the mountain's energy. His expression hardens as he voices his greatest concern. People like this are unpredictable. Without knowing their allegiance, they could become either invaluable allies or catastrophic threats. Su Qingying agrees, adding that if someone with such power turned hostile, the destruction they could cause would be unimaginable. They cannot afford to lose track of this person. Miles away, completely unaware of the attention now focused on him, Fang Yi suddenly sneezes loudly while sitting on his couch. Back on the mountain, Major Han Li makes a decisive call. He orders his troops to locate the mysterious seeker at all costs. As the command is issued, he assigns the individual a temporary codename, Tyrant. The investigation into the incident begins immediately. The army hopes that the Spiritual Practitioners Association will be able to recruit this tyrant before the situation escalates further. Until then, all details of the event will remain classified, hidden from the public under the guise of natural disaster reports. Amid the rain and lingering energy on the mountain peak, the association leader informs Major Han Li that a high-level pioneer is already attempting to make contact with the target. He then turns to Su Qingying and orders her to deliver a full report. Caught off guard, she feels a surge of panic but quickly regains her composure. Forced to act, she begins presenting a carefully crafted account, one that blends truth with omission. She links the current incident to the same pioneer responsible for clearing the pollution zone at the university. Internally, she is tense, worried that a single mistake might expose her private agreement with Fang Yi. She explains that she has been attempting to locate the individual but that he remains elusive. She mentions discovering the remains of a mutated rabbit, confirming his Yang Flame attribute through analysis. She concludes by promising to continue her efforts to approach him and uncover how he managed to resolve the university incident. As she speaks, she silently hopes her story holds together. Major Han Li listens intently, considering the implications of a pioneer possessing a Yang Flame attribute. In the end, he appears satisfied. He praises her efforts, calling her a capable young pioneer. Relieved, Su Qingying salutes sharply and responds that she is simply fulfilling her duty. With the discussion concluded, the Major explains that the official narrative will describe the incident as a natural disaster to prevent public panic. He also expresses concern about the spread of spiritual energy information online, fearing it could fall into the wrong hands. As the meeting disperses, Su Qingying quietly exhales, the tension finally easing from her shoulders. Back at his home, Fang Yi casually uses his golden sun breathing technique to dry his soaked white hoodie. Warm golden light surrounds the fabric, and within moments it is completely dry and spotless. After putting it on, he begins to examine the changes within his body. Despite integrating the powerful thunder attribute, everything feels stable. Looking down at his right hand, he watches as blue lightning crackles across his fingers. That hand has become the strongest part of his body, significantly enhanced by the new power. As he flexes it, small arcs of electricity gather and disperse at his command. What surprises him most is how calm the thunder energy feels now. Once wild and destructive, it has become completely obedient under his control. He compares this to the intense pain he experienced when first absorbing the Yang attribute, and begins to wonder if energies become more refined through integration. Remembering the system's note that this thunder power deals increased damage to dark and corrupted beings, Fang Yi feels eager to test it in battle. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden alert from his phone. Picking it up, he recalls setting up special notifications after recent events. In times like these, government warnings often signal more than just danger. For ordinary people, they are cautionary notices. For someone like him, they represent opportunity. The alert reports a massive explosion at a chemical plant within the city, claiming it caused pollution but resulted in no casualties. The official statement urges the public to remain calm. Fang Yi narrows his eyes. Something about it feels wrong. He turns to online forums, where eyewitness accounts paint a very different picture. People living nearby describe an overwhelming sense of dread, an unexplainable coldness in the air. One comment mentions a chilling evil aura, and others quickly agree. As Fang Yi reads, a familiar feeling settles in his mind. The words cold and evil aura are not unfamiliar to him at all. A chilling memory surges back into Fang Yi's mind without warning. He sees it clearly, a blood-soaked hand reaching out, and behind it, a grotesque monster tearing through everything in its path. In that distant past, he had hidden in terror as a massive, multi-eyed rat-like beast rampaged through the ruins, leaving only destruction behind. The memory fades, but the fear it carries does not. Back in the present, Fang Yi's expression hardens. He understands exactly what kind of creature he is dealing with. These beings were once ordinary plants or animals, but after gaining a twisted form of awareness through corrupted spiritual energy, they evolved into something far more dangerous. Their power became unstable, turning them into relentless hunters that thrived in darkness. And this one is far more dangerous than the mutated rabbit he had faced before. Clenching his fist, blue lightning crackles across his hand as he makes his decision. He will not wait for it to grow stronger. Tonight, he will hunt it down. Surrounded by arcs of electricity, he rises to his feet, ready to test the full extent of his newly enhanced power in real combat. Outside, the storm continues to rage. Rain drenches the empty streets as lightning flashes across the sky. In the distance, a blur of motion cuts through the darkness. Cloaked figures move swiftly across rooftops and roads, their movements precise and coordinated. They are the Destroyer Squad, and they are already on the hunt. One of their members reports to headquarters, stating that they are tracking anomaly file number 7, codenamed Candle Knight, but have temporarily lost the target. The creature possesses the ability to blend seamlessly into darkness, making it extremely difficult to track. Worse still, it emits a faint sizzling sound when nearby, and has already begun feeding on humans. The team regroups on a rooftop, scanning the storm-covered city below. Their leader, a scarred man with a hardened expression, knows the conditions favor the creature: the darkness, the rain, the chaos. It is the perfect hunting ground. Miles away, inside a command center, operators receive the updated report. The situation is escalated immediately. Candle Knight is classified as a high-priority threat, and an extermination request is issued with a strict 12-hour deadline. Orders are sent back to the field. Continue pursuit, but prioritize survival. The squad moves out again, leaping across buildings in relentless pursuit. As they approach the creature's last known location, another message comes through. The area is currently under observation by agents of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. A profile appears on their display. Su Qingying. Headquarters suggests requesting her assistance. The squad leader agrees without hesitation. Soon, Su Qingying and her team arrive, positioning themselves on a higher rooftop. She looks down at the Destroyer Squad with a casual expression, asking if they are the ones requesting help. Her tone irritates the squad leader, who responds sharply, reminding her that Candle Knight is a man-eating anomaly, not a trivial matter. Tension rises instantly. One of Su Qingying's teammates fires back, questioning his attitude. Unimpressed, Su Qingying turns as if to leave, stating that if they are so capable, they can handle it alone. Her team follows, muttering among themselves about her blunt personality. The situation quickly shifts when the squad leader panics and calls her back. Swallowing his pride, he apologizes and explains the severity of the threat. Without her tracking abilities, their chances of success are slim. If they fail, countless civilians will be at risk. After a brief pause, Su Qingying agrees. The two teams stand together on the rain-soaked rooftop, forming a temporary alliance. Focusing her energy, Su Qingying conjures a glowing blue orb in her hand. The sphere expands, revealing the creature's location. Deep within the ruins of a chemical plant, hidden in darkness and moisture, Candle Knight feeds. The moment its position is revealed, the joint operation begins. The creature senses them immediately. It vanishes just as an attack strikes its previous location. The Destroyer Squad quickly forms a coordinated formation, surrounding it from all directions. With their target trapped, they launch a synchronized assault. One member strikes first, slamming the creature into debris. But instead of weakening, Candle Knight mutates further. Its body erupts with grotesque growths, red sores and black spikes bursting from its back. Letting out a horrifying shriek, it releases a powerful wave of dark energy. Su Qingying shouts a warning, but it comes too late. A sonic blast explodes outward, throwing the squad members across the battlefield. The leader is sent crashing from the rooftop onto the street below. Though injured, he manages to stand, realizing just how close he came to death. The danger escalates. Candle Knight continues evolving. Massive bat-like wings tear from its back and its throat glows with a sickly green light. It unleashes a stream of corrosive substance, filling the air with toxic fumes. The attack melts the ground beneath it as it attempts to burrow underground and escape. One of Su Qingying's teammates reports that the creature's corrosive ability is too strong for them to counter directly. Their current strength is not enough to defeat it. Despite this, Su Qingying remains calm. She orders her team to maintain formation and avoid interfering with the Destroyer Squad's attacks. Their role is clear: support, observe, and adapt. Meanwhile, a Destroyer Squad member prepares to strike the escaping creature. From the darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes emerges. Candle Knight lunges forward, narrowly evading the attack. Enraged, the squad leader shouts for his team not to let it escape. The winged monster takes to the air, darting through the rain-soaked streets. Cloaked figures chase after it, their silhouettes flashing between buildings. From above, Su Qingying watches carefully, her eyes locked onto the battlefield below, waiting for the moment when the tide of the fight will finally turn. Suddenly, Su Qingying senses a sharp surge in spiritual energy coming from the creature's direction. Her expression tightens as she realizes something critical is about to happen. Without hesitation, she orders her team to stay outside while she follows the disturbance alone. The pursuit leads them into a vast, abandoned factory. Swallowed by darkness, Su Qingying activates her device, announcing that she will scan the surrounding spiritual energy. The leader of the destroyer squad notices the advanced watch on her wrist, and she explains that it is a new tool from the association. It measures energy levels with a safe threshold of 50 for most squads. Earlier, Candle Knight had registered at 48. Then, without warning, the device begins to flash violently. The reading spikes past 80. Su Qingying's voice sharpens as she warns that the energy levels are surging out of control. In that instant, a massive shadow shifts above them. A pair of glowing green eyes appears among the rafters. They have walked into a trap. Her heart sinks as she realizes the truth. There is more than one creature in this factory. A second, far more dangerous presence lurks in the darkness. Behind them, a monstrous shape slowly reveals itself, its enormous form barely visible through the shadows. The destroyer squad's leader immediately calls for retreat. Taking control, Su Qingying quickly proposes a plan. They will fall back toward the main entrance and force the hidden enemy to reveal itself. She fires a burst of energy to clear a path, shouting for everyone to move. But before they can escape, she suddenly cries out and collapses. An invisible poison fills the air. Disoriented, she finds herself alone in a suffocating green haze. She calls out to her team, but no one responds. She knows they are nearby, yet she cannot sense them. The poison has severed their connection. In that moment, everything becomes clear. This is the territory of a far more dangerous predator. A massive armored serpent emerges from the darkness, its enormous head looming over her, its green eyes glowing with cold intelligence. Unlike Candle Knight's crude darkness, this creature controls a deadly toxin. The black mist surrounding them is not merely energy, it is a paralyzing poison that drains spiritual power. They have been breathing it in since they arrived. The more they resist, the faster they weaken. Su Qingying feels her strength slipping away. Her energy is nearly gone, and with it, her ability to fight. As she collapses to the cold factory floor, despair fills her heart. The creature is not just powerful, it is intelligent, patiently toying with its prey. She closes her eyes, convinced this is the end. Then, suddenly, a beam of light cuts through the darkness. Her eyes snap open. The ceiling explodes inward. A blinding golden light floods the factory as a figure descends from above. Fang Yi lands amid the debris, his presence cutting through the poison-filled air. His hooded figure stands against the glowing opening, calm and unwavering. In an instant, he identifies the serpent as a dark attribute creature. The serpent attacks immediately. At the same time, Candle Knight bursts from the shadows, striking from behind. Fang Yi moves without hesitation. He dodges the serpent's strike and turns just as the rat-like monster lunges at him. In a shocking move, he allows it to bite into his shoulder. Blood splatters, but his expression remains calm. He has already understood their strategy. One creature lures the prey, the other delivers the killing blow. With a cold smile, he mocks the creature clinging to him, asking if it enjoys biting people. Then, in the next instant, he releases his power. Blue lightning erupts from his body. The energy surges violently through the creature, stunning it. At the same time, Fang Yi raises his free hand and unleashes a massive beam of golden solar energy, striking the charging serpent head-on. Breaking free, he turns fully toward the true threat. Golden flames erupt around him as he challenges the serpent directly. The massive beast lunges again, jaws wide, but Fang Yi moves with incredible speed, flipping through the air and striking with precision. His blade, glowing with both golden fire and crackling thunder, slashes across the serpent's head. The impact is immense, but instead of being destroyed, the creature's head splits open. Another head emerges from within. Fang Yi lands, momentarily surprised as the serpent sheds its outer layer, revealing a regenerated form beneath. Green energy pulses along its neck as it prepares to continue the fight. Yet something has changed. The thunder energy he infused into the strike begins to spread through the serpent's body. The creature roars in pain as the lightning disrupts its dark power, overwhelming it from within. Fang Yi watches calmly, a faint smirk forming on his lips. This had been his plan all along. Instead of relying solely on his fire, he used his sword as a conduit, channeling thunder energy directly into the serpent's body. Compared to Candle Knight, this creature is far more evolved, but that only makes it a better target. Suddenly, pain shoots through his shoulder. He looks down. From the wound where the rat creature bit him, strange purple scales begin to spread. He immediately understands. The bite carried the serpent's poison. It is a coordinated attack. One delivers the venom, the other finishes the prey. Despite the danger, Fang Yi remains composed. His golden sun-breathing technique activates, countering the toxin. The yang flame begins to dissolve the poison, while the thunder energy purifies what remains. Within moments, the threat is contained. He realizes that the combination of his abilities gives him a natural advantage. The pain itself acts as a warning, allowing him to detect and neutralize toxins before they become fatal. For others, this would have been a death sentence. As the serpent convulses under the overwhelming thunder energy, Fang Yi steps forward and finishes it. His flames consume the creature, reducing its massive body to ash. The trap is broken. The monsters that once hunted pioneers are gone. Standing before the fading flames, Fang Yi reflects quietly. His inner flame provided strength, but it was the amplified power of his thunder that ensured victory. His combat ability has reached a new level. Just as he prepares to leave, he pauses. His senses detect something. He is not alone. Turning sharply, he sees a figure emerging from the smoke, coughing weakly. It is Su Qinying. Covered in soot and visibly exhausted, she stands among the fallen members of the squads, who lie unconscious but alive. Fan Yi studies her calmly and recognizes her immediately. With a cool tone, he tells her there is no need to pretend anymore. Her act of playing dead, he adds, still needs work. The words catch her completely off guard. Embarrassed, Su Qinying quickly covers her face, realizing that the man standing before her is the very pioneer she has been tracking all along. Flustered, she tries to come up with an excuse, claiming she only woke up because of the smell in the air. Fang Yi, however, is not convinced. With calm precision, he points out the flaw in her explanation. Her teammates had completely exhausted their energy, yet she still retained a small reserve to protect herself. If she had truly been unconscious, she would not have been able to sense anything at all. His words expose her immediately. Caught off guard, she can only mutter an awkward thank you. Inside, she is shaken. Not only had he seen through her act effortlessly, but he had also correctly assessed her condition. She had indeed preserved a fraction of her energy as a safeguard. What she cannot comprehend is how he managed to defeat both Candle Knight and the giant serpent entirely on his own. Noticing her discomfort, Fang Yi softens his tone. He tells her there is no need to hide her face. All he asks is honesty, and that she keeps his identity a secret. Seeing that she and her team are safe, he casually remarks that it is getting late and that he will be leaving. Su Qinying tries to stop him, but he gives a vague reply, saying that explaining things now would only ruin the surprise. In the next instant, he leaps upward through the shattered ceiling and vanishes into the night. As he moves across the rooftops, Fang Yi reflects on the battle. He is relieved that Su Qinying did not attempt to absorb the dark energy from the monsters. Even recalling it now, he finds it repulsive. He briefly wonders why he himself could not absorb it, considering whether the energy had already dissipated or if his body instinctively rejected it. Deciding it is not urgent, he pushes the thought aside. Back in the ruined factory, Su Qinying stands beneath the moonlit opening, staring at the place where he disappeared. A quiet sigh escapes her. She had failed to see his face clearly, and more importantly, she knows he still does not trust her or the association. Her moment of reflection ends quickly. Regaining her composure, she returns to her role as a leader. Walking over to the unconscious captain of the destroyer squad, she gives him a few firm slaps, ordering him to wake up. The man groans and slowly regains consciousness, immediately panicking as he recalls the ambush. But his panic fades the moment he sees the scene before him. The massive, smoldering remains of the giant serpent lie nearby. Shock spreads through the squad as they try to understand what happened. The leader demands an explanation, questioning the sudden appearance of such overwhelming yang energy. Calmly, Su Qinying tells them that a powerful pioneer intervened and saved them. She carefully frames her report, suggesting that this individual is likely the same one from her previous mission, a high-level cultivator with a yang attribute. She subtly presents his arrival as a fortunate coincidence. The squad members are stunned. One of them voices what everyone is thinking. It is unbelievable that a single person could defeat both monsters. Su Qinying adds that she was unable to recruit him and that he had even managed to track her movements, making him even more mysterious. The focus soon shifts back to their task. The destroyer squad leader asks about Candle Knight's remains. As he begins using a green energy technique to collect the evidence, he explains that everything must be preserved for analysis. However, as he steps forward, he accidentally crushes a fragment on the ground. A sudden burst of blue lightning explodes from it. He recoils in pain, shocked by the unexpected discharge. The others stare in disbelief. The remains are still crackling with residual electrical energy. The discovery changes everything. Turning to Su Qinying, the squad leader questions her report. She had claimed the pioneer used a yang attribute, yet this unmistakable thunder energy suggests otherwise. Together they examine the remains more closely. The intensity of the lingering lightning confirms it is a high-tier power. A new theory forms. Perhaps there were two pioneers involved, one wielding yang flame to defeat the serpent, and another using thunder to destroy Candle Knight. Su Qinying knows the truth is far stranger. She recalls the image of Fang Yi standing alone, wielding both blazing golden fire and crackling blue lightning. The thought is almost impossible to accept, Possessing even one high-tier attribute is enough to mark someone as extraordinary. Having two is nearly unheard of. Yet the evidence lies before them. The serpent's charred remains bear the mark of Yang Flame, while Candlemite's body is saturated with thunder energy. The combined squads can only stare in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what kind of existence could wield both powers simultaneously. Soon, reinforcements from the association arrive. Su Qingying feels a quiet sense of relief knowing she had left some team members outside. If she had gone missing for too long, the response team would have assumed the worst. Her unconscious subordinates begin to wake, rushing to her side in relief when they see she is alive. The situation has shifted. What was meant to be a rescue operation has now become a full investigation. Specialists begin scanning the area, analyzing residual energy patterns and battle traces. They carefully piece together the sequence of events. Before long, one of them approaches Su Qingying and the destroyer squad leader with a conclusion. There is a 99% probability that a single individual defeated both creatures. The two leaders exchange a silent glance, both shocked and deeply concerned. Around them, murmurs spread as the others struggle to process the truth. Each of those monsters could have wiped them out, yet this unknown pioneer eliminated both with apparent ease. Recognizing the importance of this discovery, Su Qingying contacts her superior. She reports that the mysterious pioneer from the university incident and the individual now codenamed Tyrant are the same person. In his office, her superior listens quietly. After a moment of thought, he issues a new order. She is to suspend her mission immediately. The pioneer has saved lives, eliminated threats, and secured the area. These are not the actions of an enemy. He also reveals a disagreement between himself and Major Han Li. For now, to avoid provoking a powerful and unpredictable ally, all contact with the tyrant is to cease. Though she agrees, Su Qingying cannot resist adding one final observation. She recalls her earlier encounter with Fang Yi on the mountain, where she sensed an unusually strong aura. At the time, she suspected he might possess a spiritual weapon but dismissed it as unlikely. Now that possibility seems far more plausible. Her superior questions the idea, expressing doubt. A lone pioneer possessing such a rare item without support seems unrealistic. Moreover, no evidence of a separate spiritual weapon aura had been found. Su Qingying clarifies a crucial detail. The aura she sensed was not separate. It was Yang in nature, directly linked to him. Her words change everything. Her superior's expression shifts as he realizes the implication. If the weapon's energy comes directly from the user, then it is not an external artifact. It is something he creates himself. This leads to a staggering conclusion. If Fang Yi can forge spiritual weapons from his own power, then he has reached a level of cultivation known only in theory, a realm where one can shape and manifest power freely, a level so rare that it borders on myth. Su Qingying was completely stunned by the possibility before her. She knew that cultivators at that level were incredibly rare, with barely more than two existing in the entire world. Yet her superior's thoughts went even further, arriving at an even more terrifying conclusion. If this mysterious pioneer possessed a third separate attribute, it would completely disrupt the balance of power and shake the entire pioneer community to its core. He explained that according to all known research, different attributes naturally clashed within the human body, making it nearly impossible for them to coexist. Up to this point, no pioneer had ever been confirmed to possess three distinct spiritual attributes. Because of this, if the individual truly wielded a spiritual weapon, then the absence of a detectable third energy signature might actually be a relief rather than a concern. As the call ended, the superior was left with a single lingering worry. He could only hope that such a powerful pioneer would never stand against humanity. Back in his apartment, Fang Ye stood quietly beneath a stream of hot water, letting it wash away the dirt and exhaustion from his recent battle. As he dried himself, his thoughts drifted to the current state of the world. Less than a year remained before the official revival of spiritual energy, yet monsters and strange phenomena were already appearing with alarming frequency. With a faint glow of golden light, he used his Yang attribute to dry his clothes. Reflecting on how many pioneers like himself had already begun cultivating in secret, his mind returned to the aggressive man he had encountered near the lava river. Once the connection between the human body and the spiritual world was opened, people naturally became more sensitive to the changes around them. Even without official recognition, many self-trained pioneers had already reached the one-star Ghost Axe realm. The government's recent attempts to contact independent pioneers through agents like Su Qingying suggested that both sides were cautiously observing one another in a fragile state of cooperation. Standing alone in his room, Fang Ye considered figures like Major Han Li and Su Qingying. For now, the monsters were still under control, and no major conflicts had erupted between different pioneer groups. However, he understood that this fragile peace would not last. The government had already established an energy cultivation association, yet it remained hidden from the public. Fang Ye understood their reasoning clearly. While people were becoming increasingly aware of strange local events, The government was carefully balancing between protecting the population and issuing subtle warnings, all while avoiding widespread panic. Despite his recent victories, his outlook remained grim. The real issue, in his eyes, was the government's hesitation to officially usher in the cultivation era. With such a massive population, revealing the truth too soon could plunge society into chaos and mass death. Even trained pioneers would struggle to control the inevitable disorder, especially with both internal instability and external threats from monsters growing simultaneously. He admitted that the government's cautious approach was not wrong. Human fear and panic could be more destructive than any monster. Yet what truly troubled him was the speed at which these creatures were evolving, far beyond what he had expected. He reviewed the monsters he had just faced. They were products of dark attribute contamination, specifically tied to the shadow attribute, a branch of dark energy that his system identified as a natural enemy and something he currently could not absorb. These creatures were far more intelligent than ordinary beasts, capable of working together to trap and hunt pioneers, whom they viewed as a valuable food source. Even so, they were still weaker than the true dark-type monsters he remembered from his previous life, beings powerful enough to destroy entire nations. Still, the recent encounter had been dangerously close. He knew with certainty that if he had not intervened, Su Qingying and her entire squad would have been wiped out. A small spark of hope emerged as he considered the system's wording. The fact that the dark attribute was only temporarily unabsorbable suggested that, under the right conditions, he might one day wield its power himself. That possibility could prove decisive in the battles to come. He evaluated his current strength. He possessed the golden sun-breathing technique of the Yang attribute, the divine thunder-tempering technique of the Thunder attribute, and the crimson flame-blade technique. Combined with his cultivation at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, he knew that very few could rival him. And yet, despite all of this, he was certain it was still not enough. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his phone. To his surprise, the call was from his aunt. After asking about his well-being, she explained the real reason for contacting him. His cousin would soon be arriving in the city to study, and she was worried about her safety. She asked if the cousin could stay at his apartment for a few days instead of a hotel. Fang Ye hesitated, realizing that his memory of this cousin was vague at best. All he could recall was a quiet, academically focused girl who excelled in her studies. He could not even remember her appearance. Nevertheless, he agreed, mentioning that he had a spare room available. When he asked about her arrival time, his aunt simply replied that she would send the address and let the girl come on her own. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room illuminated only by the glow of a computer screen, a figure with long, slender fingers typed rapidly on a keyboard. Dressed in a hoodie with bear ears, she had just finished speaking with her mother, who had instructed her to arrive at her cousin's place by the following afternoon and to bring some local specialties. Politely ending the call, she turned her attention back to her screen. A chat window labeled Spiritual Energy Revival Martial Arts Vanguard Team was open. Under the username Fang Heizhu, she had just announced her arrival in the city and her intention to stay with her cousin. Moments later, she opened another window displaying a rumor alert. An internet-famous location, now ominously referred to as Death Town, had reportedly seen 3 more disappearances linked to something called the Pork Beast Challenge. A blood-stained image accompanied the report. Adjusting her glowing glasses, Fang Heizhu quickly identified the location as Yonghuo Town. Her interest immediately piqued. Her browsing was interrupted when her mother entered the room, asking if she had finished packing. Fang Heizhu replied that she had, though she expressed a preference for staying in a hotel rather than troubling her cousin. Her mother firmly insisted, emphasizing that it would be far safer and that she trusted the cousin completely. With gentle insistence, her mother ushered her toward the door, offering a final reminder to behave well and help out whenever possible. Fang Heizhu reassured her before stepping out. Once the door closed, she let out a quiet sigh, mentally preparing herself. To her, this visit was simply another obstacle to overcome. Adjusting her glasses with a determined expression, she resolved that no matter what her cousin was like, he could not possibly be more troublesome than a monster. The next day, beneath a clear blue sky, a young woman with long dark hair and glasses pulled her suitcase toward an apartment building. After checking her phone to confirm the location, she looked up and quietly murmured that this must be the place. As she stood outside, preparing to meet the cousin she barely remembered, Fang Ye happened to step out of the building carrying a bag. She called out to him, asking if he was her cousin. Slightly surprised, he paused and asked if she was Lim Yi. Though he confirmed her identity, he admitted to himself that he did not recognize her at all. An awkward silence lingered between them. Later, inside the apartment, they sat on the couch exchanging polite conversation. Fang Ye asked if she had come for a summer camp, and she confirmed it. He told her to let him know if she needed anything, and she thanked him. Afterward, he handed her the key to the room across from his before retreating to his own. Watching him leave, Lin Yi felt relieved. Her cousin seemed easygoing and unlikely to interfere with her affairs. However, Fang Ye was far from unaware. From the moment she sat down, he had sensed a faint yet unusual spiritual aura emanating from her. He questioned whether his perception was mistaken or if she simply lacked the skill to conceal her energy properly. Almost immediately, he suspected that she, too, was a pioneer. The aura was subtle but unmistakable. Her story about attending a summer camp now seemed more like a convenient cover. Meanwhile, inside her room, Lin Yi confirmed his suspicions through her actions. She sent a message to her group, the martial arts vanguard team, stating that her cousin appeared harmless and would not interfere. The conversation soon shifted to recent events, particularly discussions about a powerful pioneer spotted at the lava river. Lin Yi warned her teammates to remain cautious, reminding them that many powerful individuals were still operating in secrecy. After agreeing to wait for her signal, she logged off. Deciding it was too risky to cultivate openly, she chose to lie low for the time being, concerned that her cousin might uncover her secret. 3 days passed quickly. During that time, Fang Ye discovered that living with his cousin had made cultivation increasingly difficult. His meditation sessions were frequently interrupted, sometimes at the most inconvenient moments, such as when she casually walked out of the bathroom wrapped in nothing but a towel. He also worried that the radiant golden aura produced by his breathing technique was far too conspicuous to conceal. Yet, more than anything else, the most difficult thing for him to deal with was her overwhelming kindness. That evening, the atmosphere between the two cousins remained calm on the surface, yet filled with quiet tension beneath. Lin Yi proudly placed a carefully prepared dinner in front of Fang Ye, the dishes looking both appetizing and meticulously arranged. When the meal ended, Fang Ye tried to insist on washing the dishes, but she firmly refused, saying it was the least she could do. Her flawless politeness and almost obsessive cleanliness struck him as unusual. Still, he chose not to question it openly. Instead, he decided to play along. If he allowed her to continue being overly helpful, she might eventually lower her guard. To him, this was the best way to uncover what she was truly hiding. Their quiet dinner was suddenly interrupted when her phone, resting on the table, began to vibrate. Both of them instinctively glanced at the screen, and for a brief moment, surprise flickered across their faces. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ye calmly excused himself, saying he would return to his room so she could take the call in private. She gave a quiet acknowledgement as he left. Once alone, Lin Yi stared at the doorway for a moment, her expression thoughtful before turning her attention back to her phone. Sitting on her bed, she answered the call, her demeanor instantly becoming serious. She repeated the information she received, confirming that another great change of heaven and earth would occur the next day at exactly 3 in the afternoon. Without hesitation, she promised that she would be there. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Ye heard everything clearly. Through the thin barrier between rooms, he listened as she agreed to meet at the entrance of Yonghuo Town, a location he recognized as a once popular destination now infamous online. Situated about an hour's drive away, at that moment, his suspicions were fully confirmed. Standing silently in his room, his spiritual energy subtly flaring, he focused his senses and observed her presence through the wall. He was now certain that his cousin was also a pioneer. Confident in his superior strength, he knew she would not be able to detect his observation. He assessed her power with quiet admiration. Despite still being a middle school student, she had already reached the 2-star Ghost Axe realm and was on the verge of another breakthrough. Her natural talent was undeniable, and he began to wonder if it was this very talent that contributed to her somewhat peculiar personality. Everything now made sense. The so-called summer camp was nothing more than a cover. She had come to the city because she knew about the upcoming phenomenon and intended to place herself at its center. Fang Ye understood what that meant. Each great change of heaven and earth brought with it opportunities, rare chances to obtain powerful techniques and advance one's cultivation. Whatever power appeared this time, he would claim it for himself. Meanwhile, in her room, Lin Yi suddenly paused. A faint, unsettling sensation washed over her, as if someone had been watching. She scanned her surroundings cautiously, but saw nothing except the distant mountains bathed in moonlight. After a moment, she dismissed it as imagination and continued her preparations. The next day, Yonghuo Town was unusually lively, the mountains looming quietly in the background. At the entrance, Lin Yi met up with a friend from her pioneer group. The friend teased her playfully, asking if her cousin was handsome. Lin Yi simply replied that he was a good person, but otherwise quite ordinary, prompting a disappointed sigh. Soon after, another member arrived, a red-haired woman dressed in purple, who reminded the teasing friend that Lin Yi herself always claimed to be nothing special. With the group assembled, the red-haired woman took charge, announcing that it was time to begin. One of the male members asked about a certain absent teammate named Shi. The leader confirmed that he would not be joining them this time, adding that he was always mysterious and unpredictable. That left 6 of them for the mission. From a nearby cafe balcony, Fang Ye observed everything quietly, his sword resting beside him. He noted that the group appeared low-key, but their strength was far from insignificant. Even the weakest among them had reached the 2-star Ghost Axe realm, while one of the men had already stepped into the 3-star level. He also overheard that their team was usually stronger, with a powerful member currently missing. As he watched, his attention gradually shifted toward the mountains. His eyes narrowed, sensing that the true event was about to unfold there. High within the mountains, the great change of heaven and earth finally manifested. From the clouds descended a massive green vine, towering like a mythical beanstalk. Though such phenomena appeared randomly and were not directly destructive, they held immense significance for pioneers, offering clues about the evolving world. Deep in the mist-covered mountains, Lin Yi and her team arrived and witnessed the breathtaking sight. For a moment, they stood frozen in awe before the colossal vine. However, that awe quickly gave way to unease. One of the team members suddenly turned pale, her body trembling as she urged the others to stop. Fear gripped her tightly. She explained that seeing the vine in person filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. The red-haired leader asked if they had seen the rumors circulating in pioneer forums. The frightened girl nodded and revealed the source of her terror. She had known pioneers from another team who had encountered a similar vine before. They had been far stronger than her, yet none of them survived. According to the story, those pioneers had approached the vine only to meet a horrific fate. Their bodies were never recovered properly. Instead, their skeletons became twisted and embedded within a dark version of the vine itself. Overcome with fear, the girl clutched her head, convinced that they would suffer the same fate. For a brief moment, reality seemed to distort around them. The mountain path vanished, replaced by a horrifying vision of a pulsating flesh-like cavern filled with writhing tendrils. It was as if they were already inside the creature, witnessing their own deaths. Then, just as suddenly, the vision faded. Back on the mountain path, the girl remained shaken. She admitted that while she had initially been prepared to risk everything for power, the moment she saw the vine, her instincts screamed that it was something far beyond them. Tears welled in her eyes as she confessed she was not ready to die. Lin Yi and the team leader exchanged understanding glances. They, too, had felt the same oppressive presence. Lin Yi described it as a strange emptiness within the vine, as if all life had been drained away, leaving behind nothing but a hollow shell. Together, they reached a chilling conclusion. The vine was feeding on life itself. Just as panic threatened to take over, Lin Yi stepped forward and grabbed her teammate's hand, her expression firm and resolute. She reminded them that this was the path of a martial pioneer, a path that demanded courage in the face of danger. Hidden on a distant cliff, Fang Ye observed everything. He could clearly sense the suffocating death energy radiating from the vine. Among all the creatures he had encountered, aside from pure dark attributes, this was the most unsettling. He analyzed it carefully. Though it resembled a plant, a symbol of life, it felt completely devoid of vitality. It was not truly alive, but something dead that imitated life, stained with the blood and remains of its victims. Back with the group, Lin Yi quickly took command. Standing on a cliff, she proposed a cautious plan. They would not approach recklessly. Instead, they would observe and sense the creature's energy from a safe distance. She climbed into a tree and began meditating, surrounding herself with a protective layer of blue spiritual energy. From afar, Fang Ye watched with approval. Their chosen position was ideal, balancing safety and effectiveness. He silently acknowledged his cousin's intelligence in determining the correct distance. As Lin Yi focused, the spiritual energy around her began to surge. Fang Ye's eyes widened slightly as he realized she was on the verge of breaking through. In a flash of blue light, she successfully advanced into the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Her teammates stared in astonishment, amazed by her rapid growth. However, the powerful surge of energy did not go unnoticed. Deep within the forest, the massive vine responded. Its roots stirred, twisting violently as a sinister green light spread through them. The ground began to tremble. The pioneers felt the shift instantly. Panic spread through the group as the vine awakened and surged toward them, its tendrils erupting from the earth. The leader was shocked. She had not expected the creature to detect them from such a distance. The attack came swiftly and without mercy. Sharp green tendrils burst from the ground, instantly ensnaring 2 of the male pioneers. The rest scattered in terror as desperate cries rang out, urging everyone to flee before it was too late. In that moment of chaos, the leader finally understood what had triggered the disaster. The team leader quickly realized the cause of the disaster. Lim Yi's breakthrough had created a massive surge of energy, drawing the monster's attention straight to them. As she shouted a warning, dark green tendrils surged forward and wrapped themselves around Lin Yi's protective barrier. The shield still surrounded her fragile body as she remained weakened from the breakthrough. The leader understood the danger immediately. If the vine fully ensnared them, its deathly aura would consume their life force in an instant. Under the crushing pressure, cracks began to spread across Lim Yi's energy shield. Panic erupted within the group. The red-haired leader grabbed one of her terrified teammates, trying to pull her away from the danger. The girl screamed that they could not abandon Lin Yi, but the leader, her voice strained with desperation, demanded to know what she was supposed to do. She shouted angrily, asking if she should sacrifice her own spiritual energy just to protect Lin Yi, essentially giving her life so someone else could advance. At the same time, one of the male pioneers argued coldly that they should leave immediately. He insisted that life and death were determined by fate, and if they stayed any longer, they would all die together. To him, they were merely strangers brought together by chance, and the leader was letting her emotions cloud her judgment. His words only fueled her anger. She shoved him aside, declaring that she would never abandon her teammate, even if it meant standing against the rest of them. From his position atop a distant cliff, Fang Ye watched everything unfold. He knew that Lin Yi, still immersed in her unstable state after the breakthrough, likely had no idea how close she was to death. The vine's power was overwhelming, and even he was not entirely certain he could save her. But there was no time left to hesitate. The tendrils were already tightening, crushing her barrier. His fist clenched as golden energy erupted around him. He had given his word to his aunt that he would look after her daughter, and a promise, once made, had to be honored. Below, the red-haired leader made her move. She dashed forward, weaving through the snapping tendrils, and launched a powerful kick that shattered one of the vines. For a brief moment, it seemed she had succeeded. Then dozens more tendrils burst from the ground, wrapping around her body and trapping her completely. At that exact moment, Lin Yi's protective shield shattered. The monster lunged. Before it could claim its prey, a blazing streak of golden light tore through the air. Fang Ye descended from above, his sword releasing two arcs of radiant energy that cut through the vines with explosive force. A massive phoenix-shaped blaze followed, crashing down upon the writhing mass and clearing the area in a fiery burst. He landed gracefully, a pillar of golden flame rising beneath his feet. In a single instant, he had saved both Lin Yi and the red-haired leader. Suspended in a brilliant aura of golden light, his mere presence overwhelmed the monstrous vine. The surviving pioneers watched in stunned silence as the creature, which moments ago had been on the verge of slaughtering them all, suddenly recoiled. The tendrils hissed and shriveled under the intense yang energy, retreating rapidly as if fleeing from a natural enemy. As Fang Ye descended slowly, bathed in radiant light, the others could only shield their eyes, barely able to comprehend what they were witnessing. The male pioneer who had argued to retreat stood frozen in disbelief. He questioned whether this man was even human, or perhaps another pioneer far beyond their understanding. The red-haired leader, equally stunned, recognized the power immediately. This was the purest form of the yang attribute, something only achievable through high-tier cultivation. It was precisely this kind of power that could suppress a life-draining monster of such terrifying strength. The male pioneer felt his confidence crumble. He had once believed himself to be exceptionally talented, reaching the 3-star Ghost Axe realm in record time, a feat few could match. Even Lin Yi's talent had only seemed comparable to his own, but the man before him existed on an entirely different level. Looking at his own hands, then back at the radiant figure, he felt insignificant. If people like this existed, then what were they? Fang Ye had not merely surpassed them. As he stood within the golden light, his system activated. It detected the vine's extreme wood attribute and began processing it. Within moments, a new technique was formed. Endless vitality. The ability allowed him to absorb surrounding life force and rapidly heal his injuries. As the energy flowed into him, a surge of green vitality enveloped his body. He was astonished by the power. As long as life existed around him, he now possessed a near-limitless source of recovery. The system continued its work, extracting the vine's core attribute. Desolation. The description appeared before him, detailing its terrifying nature. It granted the power to release a desolate aura capable of draining and destroying all surrounding life. Standing within the swirling green energy, Fang Ye absorbed everything completely. When he opened his eyes, they shone with a faint green glow, mirroring the essence of the vine itself. The clearing around him had become lifeless. Only then did he fully understand why such a creature could only exist in remote, dangerous regions. If it had grown elsewhere, it would have drained all life for miles around. He reflected briefly on the ruthless nature of the desolation attribute, a force that consumed others to sustain itself. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice. The red-haired leader approached him, her clothes torn and her body bruised, yet her expression filled with gratitude. She thanked him sincerely, admitting that without his intervention, none of them would have survived. She then asked how they could possibly repay him. Fang Ye simply waved his hand dismissively. There was no need, he said calmly. Their paths would cross again someday. Fang Ye said nothing more. He simply turned and walked away. In his heart, he did not see himself as a hero. He understood clearly that this opportunity had only appeared because of the information gathered by that small team. If anything, he felt that he was the one who had benefited the most. As for the conflict he had witnessed among them, it did not concern him. In a dangerous era, disorganized groups like theirs would not survive for long. With a final step, he leaped into the air and disappeared, leaving the stunned squad behind. In the silent clearing, the adventurous girl and the shaggy-haired man watched his figure vanish into the distance. Still shaken, the girl asked what they should do next. The man replied bitterly, blaming her hesitation earlier and asking if she now regretted not acting sooner. With the immediate danger gone and Lin Yi having successfully broken through to the third tier, the red-haired leader made a firm decision. Their best chance of survival was to stay together. Sometime later, Lin Yi's eyes slowly opened, glowing with a brilliant blue light as she emerged from her meditative state. Her teammates rushed to her side, relief clear on their faces. The same male pioneer who had suggested abandoning her now spoke cautiously, saying that their fate depended on their leader's judgment. Another member, however, shifted the focus, reminding them of the mysterious stranger who had saved their lives. Confused, Lin Yi looked around and asked what had happened. She noticed two of her teammates lying unconscious on the ground. As she stood, she felt a lingering, scorching warmth emanating from a nearby tree. Even from a distance, the residual yang energy burned intensely. The shaggy-haired man stepped forward and began to explain everything that had occurred while she was unconscious. Later that day, standing outside her cousin's apartment, Lin Yi was still trying to process everything she had heard. She could hardly believe that such a powerful individual truly existed. Her teammates' descriptions echoed in her mind. They had called him a monster. They spoke of how the vines, which they could not even scratch, had been effortlessly driven back, and how the towering vine itself had retreated into the sky, not daring to approach again. Even now, long after he had left, the creature remained subdued, as if his presence still lingered. She opened the apartment door and was surprised to find Fang Ye there waiting. He looked at her with concern, noticing her pale complexion. Lin Yi quickly composed herself, forcing a smile and brushing off his concern, claiming she was simply tired from studying. Fang Ye accepted her explanation without question. He told her she had worked hard and should get some rest, offering to order dinner. She agreed and went straight to her room. Once inside, she collapsed onto her bed, completely drained. Breakthroughs demanded immense mental focus, and the exhaustion she felt now was greater than if she had gone without sleep for weeks. As she lay there scrolling through her phone, a quiet sense of relief settled over her. She was no longer ordinary. She would not be defeated by something as trivial as exhaustion. At the same time, she understood the truth. This life, filled with constant danger and life-or-death struggles, was now her reality. She thought briefly of her cousin's seemingly calm and ordinary life. That kind of peaceful existence was no longer something she could return to. Her thoughts were interrupted by a new message in her Pioneer group chat. It came from a user named Jiaolan, the mysterious and powerful member who rarely ever spoke. The message was short and direct. If there are any more traces of that man, inform me. It was the first time Jiaolan had ever spoken in the group, immediately drawing Lin Yi's attention. She replied, agreeing to share any information before asking her own question. Could the man who saved them be the same person involved in the Dark River or Lava Dragon incident? And if so, why would he help them? The group chat erupted with discussion. Someone shared a detailed account of a high-tier Yang attribute master, describing a devastating sun-like slash that had forced witnesses out of a cave with blinding heat. The post concluded with absolute certainty that no pioneer in the country could match his strength, and warned others to avoid him at all costs. Meanwhile, Fang Ye had already left the apartment. Riding his bicycle into the night, he moved freely, confident that his cousin would no longer suspect his movements after the day's events. He had a new objective. It was time to find a suitable carrier for the desolation attribute. As he rode, he carefully considered the nature of his new power. Though incredibly strong, it was fundamentally destructive, rooted in decay and annihilation. If he integrated it directly into his own body, it might cause severe backlash. Worse, it could conflict with his thunder attribute, which embodied purity and balance. The solution was clear. He needed an external vessel, a plant. Much like the vine itself, he reasoned that the original vine monster must have evolved from an ordinary plant that absorbs spiritual energy, developing the desolation attribute as a means of gathering more power. With this thought, a plan took shape in his mind. Following a quiet road under the moonlight, he arrived at a forest park and left his bicycle behind. Entering the woods, he walked through a field of softly glowing flowers beneath the full moon. Closing his eyes, he extended his spiritual energy outward. A green aura spread from his body, flowing through the forest and brushing against every plant. In response, countless faint signals returned to him, the plants reacting to his presence. He needed something more. Suddenly, he stopped, his attention fixed on a single point within the tall grass. There, a small white flower with a glowing center swayed gently, as if calling out to him. He approached slowly and reached out his hand. The moment his finger touched it, the flower's petals closed around it, absorbing his spiritual energy. Then, as if satisfied, it bloomed again, radiating a sense of joy. This was the one. Among all the plants in the forest, this flower showed the strongest affinity with his energy. It reacted eagerly, almost like a living creature seeking nourishment. Kneeling beside it, he spoke softly, declaring it the chosen one. Without hesitation, he released a vortex of green energy, focusing it entirely on the flower. A system prompt appeared before him, asking for confirmation to implant the desolation attribute. His eyes glowed green as he accepted. A brilliant light erupted. The small flower began to transform, its simple form expanding into something far more complex. Its petals spread into a lotus-like shape, its leaves thickened, and a powerful green aura radiated from its body. The transformation was complete. Almost immediately, the flower released a massive wave of desolation energy. Its roots dug deep into the ground as it began draining the surrounding life force. The effect was devastating. The vibrant forest withered in seconds. Trees died, the grass turned to dust, and life vanished from the land. Fang Ye watched in silence, astonished by the sheer destructive power. In mere moments, the entire area had been consumed, and the energy continued to spread outward. As the flower's glow began to dim and its form shrank, Fang Ye understood that he could not remain any longer. If this disturbance continued, it would inevitably draw the attention of the Spiritual Energy Association. Fang Ye bent down and pulled the glowing flower from the soil, roots and all. He already understood the risk of what he had done. This park, so close to the city center, was undoubtedly under constant surveillance by the authorities. With the ongoing revival of spiritual energy, even ordinary plants had the potential to mutate into dangerous entities, and the authorities were on high alert because of it. He had noticed the warning signs the moment he arrived. The increased number of surveillance cameras, the unnatural emptiness of the park, and the absence of visitors all pointed to tight monitoring. Yet even as he walked away with the flower in hand, something unexpected caught his attention. The plant was still alive, not only alive but thriving. Even without its roots connected to the earth, it continued to absorb spiritual energy directly from the air. Its glow remained steady, its vitality completely intact. Fang Ye studied it closely, a faint smile forming. It felt almost unreal. Just moments ago, it had been nothing more than an ordinary wildflower. Now, after receiving the desolation attribute, it had undergone a transformation that defied logic. A realization settled in his mind. By implanting the attribute, he had not merely strengthened the plant, he had unlocked its evolutionary potential, pushing it onto a path far beyond its natural limits. Just as he prepared to leave the park, a sharp alarm shattered the silence. A red warning light flashed through the forest, accompanied by a cold mechanical voice announcing that abnormal values had exceeded safe limits. Fang Ye's expression darkened slightly. Despite his efforts to act quickly, the monitoring system had still detected the disturbance. Without hesitation, he secured the flower and left immediately. Far away, inside a high-tech control room belonging to the Spiritual Energy Revival Plant Research Department, alarms blared continuously. Technicians scrambled, shouting over one another as they watched the readings spike uncontrollably. Orders were issued at once. All personnel were instructed to equip protective gear, enter the park, and seal off the area completely. Within minutes, a research team in full protective suits entered the now lifeless section of the forest. One of them checked his wrist device and froze. The reading had reached 30. His voice trembled as he spoke, noting that this level was terrifyingly high. For comparison, a previous incident at Chingchun University had only reached values between 8 and 10, while even the infamous Dark River lava dragon had peaked at 25. Another researcher added that the park's normal spiritual energy had never exceeded 10. The team surveyed their surroundings in disbelief. The air remained normal, the temperature unchanged, and the sunlight undisturbed. Yet every plant in the area had been drained of life in an instant. Determined to find the cause, the team leader ordered them to move closer to the center of the anomaly. Just as one of them stepped forward, a senior researcher with glasses sharply ordered him to stop. His tone carried unmistakable authority. No one was to touch anything. He identified the lingering energy immediately. It was the desolation attribute. He then asked if they were familiar with the vine that had recently descended from the sky. The younger researchers fell silent, their expressions turning pale. One of them finally realized what he meant. That vine had already been classified as an A-level mutation. The senior researcher confirmed it. He explained that the vine's deadly power came from its desolation attribute, a parasitic force capable of draining the life from everything around it. Anyone who came into contact with it would have their life force consumed. The researcher who had nearly stepped forward staggered back, clutching his chest, drenched in cold sweat as he realized how close he had come to death. The senior continued, explaining that any area influenced by such a plant became a dead zone. Entering it meant certain death. He recalled another case from a distant region, where an ancient mutated tree had turned an entire area into a forbidden zone, annihilating any life that approached it. Looking over the lifeless forest, his expression grew grave. The mutation of plants in this new era was becoming increasingly dangerous. The desolation attribute was considered the strongest a plant could awaken, and now, alongside the ancient tree and the celestial vine, a third instance had appeared. His explanation was cut short by the sudden arrival of military personnel. Leading them was Han Li, his presence commanding immediate attention. He had already been briefed on the situation. Without wasting time, he ordered all researchers to switch to advanced protective suits and follow him into the contaminated zone. Alongside him stood Su Qingying, her expression serious as she prepared to investigate. The team advanced into the dead zone, scanning their surroundings carefully. What they discovered only deepened the mystery. There was no clear source of the desolation energy. Even more strangely, the energy itself was fading, its level already dropping from 30 to 25 within minutes. This contradicted everything they knew. The vine, the only known source of such power, was capable of movement, yet there was no sign of it here. As they traced the residual energy, two researchers with enhanced perception abilities followed its flow back toward a single point. When they reached it, they froze. The truth became clear. The source had been removed. Someone had entered the dead zone, extracted the origin of the desolation energy, and left with it. A researcher could hardly believe it, questioning how such a thing was even possible. But Han Li understood immediately. Anyone capable of doing this was no ordinary pioneer. Su Qingying, however, had already reached a conclusion. She activated her data pad and presented her findings. Through analysis, she had identified a pattern linking this incident to another recent mutation event. On the screen appeared a single name, Fang Ye. Han Li confirmed it without hesitation. He informed her that he would send over all relevant information, stating that Fang Ye was highly likely the same pioneer she had previously encountered. With that, he stepped aside, leaving the matter to her and her organization. Standing alone in the lifeless forest, Su Qingying looked at the data, her expression growing increasingly serious. 2 hours later, back in his apartment, Fang Ye carefully placed the glowing flower into a small pot. A faint smile crossed his face. It was his first time raising a plant. He gave it a name, the obedient little white flower. He told it quietly that, with the desolation attribute, it would grow on its own and eventually become a powerful ally. Its ability to drain life force would be invaluable in battle, and its harmless appearance made it the perfect hidden weapon. As he gently brushed one of its petals, he reflected on a simple truth. In this new world, raw strength alone was not enough. Victory belonged to those who held the most hidden cards. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of his phone vibrating. The caller ID read, Old Wang. Fang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized the name. It was Wang Liang, his childhood friend, someone he had not seen in 3 years since the day he abruptly left to join the army. He answered the call. On the other end, Wang Liang greeted him warmly, asking if he was back in town and inviting him out for a drink at their old hangout. Fang Ye was surprised by the sudden invitation, but Wang Liang laughed it off, hinting that he had a big secret to share. What Fang Ye did not know was that this reunion was anything but coincidental. In a dimly lit room after the call ended, Wang Liang stood before a stern, heavily scarred woman in a high-ranking military uniform. Su Qingying was also present. Wang Liang confirmed that he had followed their instructions. Then, hesitating slightly, he made a request. If Fang Ye turned out not to be the person they were searching for, he asked that his friend's safety be guaranteed. The red-haired officer tapped her finger impatiently, her expression cold. She dismissed his concern without hesitation, ordering him to complete the mission and avoid unnecessary sentiment. If Fang Ye was not their target, she said, then his fate would simply be the price of Wang Liang's mistake. Later that night, in a quiet bar, Fang Ye and Wang Liang sat across from each other, raising their glasses in a casual toast. They drank and talked, catching up after 3 long years. Fang Ye observed that his friend had changed. There was a new maturity in him, shaped by his time in the military. Wang Liang spoke about his experiences, then asked about Fang Ye's life. Fang Ye answered simply, saying he had gone to college and was doing well. As he took another sip of his drink, his thoughts drifted back to memories of his past life, shadows of experiences that still lingered deep within him. In that chaotic past life, Fang Ye had never been given the chance to see Wang Liang again. All he remembered was that his old friend, as a soldier, had likely fallen in some forgotten battle, his fate buried in the endless turmoil of that era. Now, standing here in this new life, a single thought lingered in his mind. Perhaps this time he could change his friend's fate. Wang Liang suddenly shifted the topic, his expression turning serious. He asked Fang Ye if he had noticed anything strange lately, things like monsters or events straight out of movies. Fang Ye immediately became alert. He understood that it was not unusual for someone in the military to be aware of the spiritual energy revival, but such a direct question felt deliberate. It sounded less like curiosity and more like a test. Keeping his composure, he feigned confusion and asked what Wang Liang meant. With a sigh, Wang Liang leaned forward and spoke in a low, steady voice. He told Fang Ye that he was not trying to comfort him, but to warn him. In the near future, everything people valued, education, wealth, and social status, would lose its meaning. The entire structure of the world was about to collapse and be rebuilt. Fang Ye listened quietly, his expression unreadable as he stared into his glass. Inside, however, his thoughts were sharp. Ordinary soldiers were bound by strict secrecy. They could not reveal anything about the spiritual energy revival. This confirmed it. The military had already identified him as a person of interest, and Wang Liang had been sent to probe him. Seeing his silence, Wang Liang tried to reassure him. He told Fang Ye not to worry, that as long as he did not reveal anything, he would be safe. But Fang Ye understood what was really happening. Even while following orders, Wang Liang was trying to protect him. At the risk of breaking military rules, he was giving him a subtle warning about the danger ahead. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when Wang Liang's phone began to vibrate urgently. He answered immediately, his posture straightening as a furious voice ordered him to return at once and report to a designated location within 10 minutes. Without hesitation, Wang Liang acknowledged the command. He stood up quickly, apologizing to Fang Ye and explaining that he had an urgent mission. As he turned to leave, Fang Ye dropped the act. Calmly, he asked if the mission was related to the spiritual energy revival and told him to take him along. Wang Liang froze, turning back with shock written across his face. Fang Ye stood and grabbed him by the collar, his voice steady. He told him to take him to meet his superiors. There was no need to pretend anymore. He already knew the true purpose behind their meeting. He reassured his friend, saying that regardless of what the military suspected, he trusted that Wang Liang would never harm him. What interested him more was the military itself. If the Spiritual Energy Association was already handling monsters, then what role was the army playing in this new world? After a brief hesitation, Wang Liang agreed. Together, they made their way toward a heavily guarded military installation hidden within a mountain valley, marked as Military Number 19 Spiritual Forbidden Zone. As they approached, Fang Ye immediately sensed the difference. The spiritual energy in the area was incredibly dense, far beyond normal levels. It had already surpassed what would be considered a standard pollution zone. A squad of soldiers intercepted them at the entrance. After verifying Wang Liang's identity, they allowed Fang Ye to enter, escorting him through a brightly lit corridor. Inside, they were led into a vast, cavern-like training ground. The moment Fang Ye stepped in, he saw chaos. A large group of soldiers was locked in a desperate battle against a monstrous creature. Their bodies were surrounded by crackling blue energy as they fought to contain it. The beast itself was terrifying, a spiked black entity with a single glowing red eye, radiating violent energy. It retaliated with a devastating beam of red light, tearing through the formation and leaving cries of pain in its wake. Standing above the battlefield was a commanding figure. Ji Ruoyan observed everything from a raised platform, her gaze sharp and calculating. Fang Ye immediately recognized the creature's nature. Its power was not singular, but a fusion. The monster was a hybrid of dark and flame attributes, making it both aggressive and unpredictable. She added that it had already seriously injured several soldiers. Spotting Wang Liang, she called his name sharply. He snapped to attention at once. She demanded to know why he had brought an unauthorized civilian into a restricted zone. But before he could respond, she cut him off. The situation was too urgent. She ordered him back into formation immediately. Then her eyes turned to Fang Ye. She scanned him briefly, noting that his spiritual energy appeared only slightly active. For a fleeting moment, she considered whether he might be the powerful pioneer they were searching for, but quickly dismissed the idea. There was no time for speculation. She warned him coldly that he was in a restricted area and that his life was his own responsibility. Everything he saw here was classified. Fang Ye simply nodded. With that, Ji Ruoyan took command once more. She lifted a massive energy cannon and called out to two of her soldiers. They charged forward, their bodies wrapped in blue energy, engaging the monster directly. At the same time, she fired. A powerful blast of energy struck the creature head-on, erupting into a massive explosion. For a moment it seemed effective. Then the monster roared. Its shadowy form pulsed violently as a terrifying red glow spread across its body. Its jaws widened, its aura growing even more dangerous. Instead of weakening it, the attack had accelerated its mutation. The enraged creature lashed out. One soldier shouted a warning, and another managed to block the strike, but the sheer force sent him flying across the field. Ji Ruoyan immediately adjusted her orders. She commanded her team to maintain distance and avoid reckless engagement. They needed to finish the creature before it completed its evolution. Watching from the side, Fang Ye could not help but feel impressed. The soldiers fought with precision, discipline, and complete trust in one another. Each member played a vital role, and together they created a strength far greater than any individual could achieve alone. But that thought did not last long. His expression changed as he sensed something alarming. The monster's power was increasing at an exponential rate. Without hesitation, Fang Ye shouted for them to retreat, warning that they could not defeat it in its current state. But his voice was drowned out by the chaos. The creature unleashed a massive wave of dark purple energy, sending soldiers crashing to the ground. Even then, Ji Ruoyan refused to retreat. She ordered the alert level raised, and the mutation classification upgraded. Her voice rang out with authority as she commanded that no one was to fall back. But it was already too late. The transformation was complete. The creature had become a massive demonic beast, its body engulfed in black and crimson flames, its single eye burning with pure malice. One of the soldiers shouted in terror, The creature had fully merged with the dark attribute, then its gaze shifted. The glowing red eye locked onto Wang Liang. Frozen in place, he could do nothing but stare back. In that instant, both Ji Royan and Feng Ye realized the same horrifying truth. Wang Liang was about to die. As the monster completed its evolution, it surged forward in a violent burst of power. One of the soldiers was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing hard against the ground. Ji Royan reacted instantly, her voice cutting through the chaos. She announced that the C-level evil dog had fully evolved and was now reclassified as a B-level threat. Their entire battle plan had to change immediately. The injured soldier coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth as Feng Ye rushed forward to catch him. When asked if he was all right, the soldier explained through gritted teeth that he had been trying to channel spiritual energy into the monster's restraining collar. However, the creature's sudden evolution had caused the device to explode. Even as he coughed up thick dark fluid, the soldier forced a weak smile, telling Feng Ye not to worry about the officers of Restricted Area 19. Feng Ye's expression darkened. He said nothing, but anger burned quietly in his eyes. Realizing her heavy weapon was now useless, Ji Royan let the energy cannon fall to the ground. She stepped forward, standing before her remaining troops with unwavering resolve. Her final order was clear. No matter the cost, even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they could not allow this B-level mutation to escape the restricted zone. But just as they prepared to make their last stand, Feng Ye stepped forward and blocked her path. She demanded to know what he was doing, but he did not answer. Instead, his body erupted with brilliant blue light. Lightning crackled around him, wild and violent, announcing his intention without words. Facing the monstrous beast, Feng Ye let out a cold, mocking remark, questioning its strength. Then he moved. In an instant, he shot forward, his arm transformed into a streak of blazing lightning aimed directly at the creature's head. The impact was catastrophic. A massive explosion of divine thunder erupted, swallowing the monster in a storm of blue energy. The shockwave alone sent nearby soldiers flying across the battlefield. One of them, barely able to steady himself, stared in disbelief. This was the same B-level creature that even Ji Royan could not defeat alone. Nearby, Wang Liang stood frozen in shock. Turning to Ji Royan, he asked if his friend was truly who they suspected. Her answer was firm. There was no doubt. Feng Ye was the pioneer known as the Tyrant. Amid the fading lightning, Feng Ye stood calmly before the creature. Though its body still burned with dark flames, it had clearly been wounded. He observed it briefly and concluded that the battle was not yet finished. He told Ji Royan and Wang Liang to step back. For their own safety, Ji Royan watched him in silence. Her squad required precise coordination and formation just to survive against a B-level threat. Yet this man was preparing to face it alone. She could not help but question what kind of power he truly possessed. What she saw was beyond anything she had encountered. His thunder attribute was not just strong, it was extreme. Even within the entire country, he already stood at the top, and if this was his current level, she could not imagine what he would become once the spiritual energy revival fully unfolded. As Feng Ye raised his hand, the air itself began to change. Ji Royan looked up, her expression shifting to shock. Above him, a storm of thunder energy was forming. With a single step forward, Feng Ye unleashed it. A colossal pillar of lightning descended, engulfing the monster completely. The ground trembled as the destructive force obliterated everything within its reach. The display of power fully justified his title, Tyrant. As the light faded, Feng Ye stood still, faint arcs of electricity dancing across his body. His expression remained calm, as if the overwhelming destruction he had just unleashed meant nothing to him. One of them whispered that the sight alone made his entire body tremble. Compared to the corrosive darkness of the monster, Feng Ye's thunder was pure destruction on an entirely different level. When the dust finally settled, Feng Ye casually raised a hand and gave Wang Liang a thumbs up. The threat was gone. Wang Liang rushed forward in relief, shouting that Feng Ye had nearly scared him to death. Laughing, he punched his shoulder lightly, unable to hide his amazement at how powerful his old friend had become. Then, his tone shifted. He apologized, admitting that he had suspected Feng Ye was a pioneer, but had no choice except to follow orders. Feng Ye waved it off casually, telling him not to act so formal after 3 years apart. He understood. Their reunion was interrupted as Ji Royan approached. She extended her hand respectfully, thanking Feng Ye for saving the entire base. Feng Ye accepted the gesture with a small smile, replying that it was nothing and that he had acted mainly to protect his friend. She then formally introduced herself as the Warden of Forbidden Area 019 and explained that she needed to file a report. She asked him to leave his contact information. Feng Ye agreed without hesitation. From the side, Wang Liang watched in quiet disbelief. Seeing his strict commanding officer treat his childhood friend with such respect felt almost unreal. Once the formalities were complete, Ji Royan made a direct offer. She invited Feng Ye to join the army. However, she admitted honestly that her authority alone might not be enough to persuade him. In truth, She was still trying to comprehend his strength. What shocked her most was that he was at the same 3-star Ghost Axe realm as her, yet his power far exceeded its known limits. Feng Ye asked calmly if she truly believed she was not qualified to invite him. She did not deny it. The order to approach him had come from higher command. She was certain that someone more important would contact him personally in the future. Feng Ye let out a small laugh. He told her there was no need to be so formal. Placing a hand over his chest, he spoke sincerely. He respected them. Not everyone had the courage to risk their lives for others, and what he had witnessed today had genuinely moved him. For a moment, Ji Royan was silent. Then she simply thanked him. Feng Ye continued, making an offer of his own. If they ever needed help in the future, they could call on him. Just as they had always protected ordinary people, he would stand with them when necessary. But he added one condition. They were not to interfere with his cultivation or restrict his freedom. The proposal caught Ji Royan off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. With everything settled, Feng Ye glanced at the time and said he should leave. Ji Royan nodded. There was still work to be done. The mutated creature's remains had to be handled, and the aftermath needed to be secured. She assured him that someone would arrange his transport back. And just like that, the battle ended, leaving behind only silence, scorched earth, and the growing realization that a new kind of power had truly entered the world. Standing before the soldiers, Feng Ye finally grasped the military's true role in this new era. They were not merely fighting monsters. They were stationed in these dangerous, spiritually dense zones for two critical purposes. First, to use the rich energy for their own cultivation, and second, to serve as a living barrier between ordinary society and the growing threat of supernatural creatures. They were the shield that stood in the dark so others could live in the light. After Feng Ye departed, Ji Royan turned to Wang Liang and spoke with rare seriousness. She admitted that words like impressive were no longer enough to describe his friend. What they had witnessed today was only a fraction of his true strength. To rise to such a level so quickly meant he possessed extraordinary insight. In her eyes, Feng Ye was a rare combination of talent, courage, and fortune, the exact qualities needed to stand at the peak. Encouraged by her praise, Wang Liang eagerly suggested that if she felt unqualified to recruit Feng Ye, then he, as a childhood friend, could take on the task himself. Ji Royan responded by sharply tapping him on the head, ordering him to stop talking nonsense and help clean up the battlefield. Wang Liang could only comply. Later that night, atop his apartment building, Feng Ye sat cross-legged, immersed in meditation. A radiant golden aura surrounded him, illuminating the rooftop. He reflected on his encounter with the military. Although his identity had been partially exposed, he had only revealed his thunder attribute. His other abilities remained hidden. Judging by their respectful attitude, he concluded that this had worked in his favor. His thunder attribute was a natural counter to dark creatures, making him incredibly valuable in their eyes. They would seek to recruit him, not threaten him. This meant access to better resources, faster growth, and privileged information. The day had also clarified the roles of the nation's two major forces. The military, represented by Ji Royan, acted as silent guardians, holding the line in forbidden zones. Meanwhile, the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, through agents like Su Qingying, handled threats that slipped into populated areas, protecting civilians directly. It was a dual-layered system. One force contained the dangers, the other managed the consequences. Together they formed a delicate balance, allowing the government to slowly reveal the truth to the public, without causing mass panic. It was a careful strategy, buying time for humanity to adapt. As Feng Ye continued meditating, a glowing orb of golden energy pulsed within him. At first, he did not feel the need to advance further, but suddenly that changed. Power surged through his body. Golden light erupted outward as cracks of energy spread across his skin. The short time spent in the spiritually rich Forbidden Zone had filled him completely. He immediately recognized the signs. Another breakthrough was coming. At that very moment, on the streets below, Lin Yi walked home carrying groceries, casually wondering if her cousin had returned. She even thought about having him try her cooking. Then she looked up. A massive pillar of golden light shot into the sky from the direction of her apartment. Her body froze. Reflected in her eyes was the image of a blazing divine axe, a symbol of immense power. She instantly recognized it as the manifestation of a ghost axe realm breakthrough. But something was wrong. The scale of this phenomenon far exceeded anything she had ever seen. This was not a normal advancement. The power continued to rise. Above the city, golden energy began to distort the sky itself. A colossal divine hand formed within the clouds, radiating overwhelming pressure. Lin Yi's breath caught. She understood. This was not the ghost axe realm. The realization struck her with full force. A being of such terrifying strength was right next to her, hidden in plain sight. Miles away, alarms erupted inside a high-tech command center. Red warnings flashed across every screen as technicians scrambled to respond. The anomaly reading had reached 99. Its location was identified in the southeastern part of the city. Officials immediately issued orders deploying all available units to the site. Su Qingying stared at the data in disbelief, questioning how such an overwhelming presence had gone undetected. A surge of this magnitude had the potential to destroy an entire city. Within moments, a tense emergency meeting was underway. Military leaders debated the possibilities. Either a godlike pioneer had emerged, or a catastrophic event was about to unfold. One officer grimly suggested it could be both. Orders were issued to mobilize advanced equipment, everything short of large-scale weapons. Then, just as panic reached its peak, a subordinate rushed into the room. The alert had been cancelled. The anomaly was not a monster. It was a human, a pioneer undergoing a breakthrough. Back on the rooftop, the blinding golden light gradually faded. Fang Ye exhaled slowly. The breakthrough was complete. Fang Ye calmly assessed his condition after the breakthrough. He had successfully stepped into the one-star spirit creation realm. Aside from his body feeling lighter and far more agile, there was no immediate explosive increase in raw strength. The change was subtle, but he knew that this realm represented a completely different level of existence. His thoughts were interrupted when his phone vibrated with a new message. It was from Wang Liang. The message carried a warning. A new anomaly had appeared at Qingcheng University's playground. Internal military reports had confirmed it as a pollution zone, and more troubling still, it was not the first time. This exact anomaly had appeared before. Fang Ye replied that he was already aware of the previous heat-related incident. Wang Liang confirmed it was the same anomaly returning and jokingly warned him not to reveal the source of the information. Fang Ye responded in kind, teasing that he might report him instead, but the light tone did not last. Wang Ling's next message was serious. He told Fang Ye that he was genuinely concerned for his safety and urged him to be careful. Fang Ye lowered his phone, his expression turning thoughtful. The warning only reinforced what he had already concluded. This was precisely why he had been so cautious in dealing with both the military and the association. The more visible he became, the more trouble he would attract. That was why he had deliberately kept some of his strongest abilities hidden. His Yang Flame attribute, his Crimson Flame Blade technique. These were not powers he intended to reveal easily. They were his true trump cards. He typed a final reply reassuring Wang Ling not to worry. He would stay cautious, and he still had more than enough strength in reserve. Not long after, the apartment door opened. Lin Yi stepped inside, announcing her return. Spotting Fang Ye sitting on the couch, she asked if he had eaten yet and handed him a bag of takeout she had brought. Without looking up from his phone, Fang Ye casually told her to leave it on the table and that he would eat later. A faint trace of worry, mixed with frustration, crossed her face. In her eyes, her cousin was a decent person, but deeply flawed. He seemed lazy, content to spend his time at home doing nothing meaningful, not even bothering to attend college properly. To her, it was almost ironic. While she and other pioneers risked their lives chasing power and hiding their identities, he appeared to drift through life without direction. Saying nothing, she returned to her room and collapsed onto her bed, exhaustion washing over her. Her mind, however, was still restless. She knew that news of the spirit creation realm pioneer who had appeared in their district would spread rapidly. It was only a matter of time before the entire pioneer community began searching for that person. With that thought, she made a quiet decision. When the time came, she would protect her cousin. Even if he did not understand the dangers of this new world, she would stand in front of him. It was, in her mind, the least she could do. Fang Ye was not idly scrolling on his phone. His attention was fixed on the report Wang Liang had sent him, carefully analyzing every detail. The footage showed a massive blaze raging across Qingcheng University's playground. He immediately noticed the pattern. The first anomaly had manifested as extreme heat, and now it had escalated into an uncontrollable fire. This raised a critical question in his mind. Was this another variation of the Yang attribute? The flames in the video spread with unnatural speed, burning with a terrifying intensity that defied normal explanation. Witnesses in the comments expressed shock, some even questioning why military forces were being deployed for what appeared to be a simple fire. The report mentioned that all nearby vegetation, including trees and flower beds, had been completely incinerated, and the entire area had been sealed off. The video itself ended abruptly, but it was clear that this incident was far more dangerous than the previous anomaly. This was not just fire. It was something far more aggressive, more complete. Realizing that speculation alone would not be enough, Fang Ye decided he needed to see it for himself, and to enter a sealed military zone, there was only one person he could contact. The next day, outside Qingcheng University, a crowd of reporters had gathered at the blocked entrance. Soldiers stood in a firm line, preventing anyone from passing through. The reporters shouted questions relentlessly. They demanded answers about rumors of an inextinguishable fire and questioned why such a large-scale incident was being kept out of the public news. Amid the chaos, Fang Ye arrived alongside Ji Ruyen. The soldiers immediately stepped aside and opened the gates for them without hesitation. The reporters fell silent for a moment, confused. They had been completely barred from entry, yet these two walked in as if it were nothing. Inside, the destruction was undeniable. The playground had been reduced to smoldering ruins. Fang Ye looked over the scorched land and remarked on its sheer destructive power, wondering if this was the phenomenon known as skyfire. Ji Royan confirmed it. She explained that skyfire appeared without warning, could not be extinguished by conventional means, and would only fade after consuming everything in its path. The name, she said, was more than appropriate. After their initial inspection, Ji Royan informed him that she needed to meet the principal and asked him to wait. Fang Ye nodded. Left alone, he walked along the edge of the restricted zone, marked off with warning tape. Kneeling down, he touched the charred ground, analyzing it with a calm, focused mind. The soil was already cold. A faint disappointment crossed his mind. Without residual energy, there was nothing for him to extract. His earlier success with the desolation attribute could not be repeated here. This anomaly was different. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. He looked up to see Chu Qingli standing nearby with a friend. She asked in surprise what he was doing there. Her friend, wearing glasses, quickly recognized his name and asked if this was the ex-boyfriend she had mentioned, the one who had only made it into a vocational college. Chu Qingli confirmed it without hesitation. The friend smirked and patted her shoulder, then turned to Fang Ye with a condescending tone. She assumed he had come because he still could not let go of Chu Qingli and told him bluntly that the gap between them was now too large. Fang Ye simply looked at her, confused. The idea that he would still be hung up on his ex did not even make sense to him. Around them, other students began whispering. They speculated about his identity, assuming he was just another admirer of the campus beauty. Some even complained about how an outsider had been allowed inside at all. The girl with glasses stepped forward aggressively, warning Fang Ye to know his place. She claimed that countless men far superior to him were pursuing Chu Qingli, and that he did not even qualify to compete. She demanded he leave and threatened to report him if he did not explain how he had entered. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli watched silently, her expression complicated. She remembered him saying he would not regret their breakup, yet seeing him here made her question that. In her mind, she concluded that his earlier indifference must have been an act. Before the situation could escalate further, Ji Royan returned. She glanced at the scene and asked Fang Ye if the girl was his friend. He answered calmly, they were merely former classmates. Nothing more. Ji Royan accepted this without question. To her, the matter was already trivial. She put on a pair of sunglasses, her already commanding presence becoming even more intimidating. Both Chu Qingli and her friend fell silent, instinctively unsettled by her aura. Turning back to Fang Ye, Ji Royan explained that she had spoken with the principal and that the situation was more complex than expected. The principal would personally lead them to the origin point of the skyfire, and as a special military consultant, Fang Ye's presence was required. He agreed. At that moment, a group of officials arrived, clearing the area and reinforcing the lockdown. Chu Qingli recognized the man at the front and gasped. It was the university principal. The surrounding students were equally stunned. The principal was rarely seen, known for being extremely busy. His personal appearance alone signaled the seriousness of the situation. Chu Qingli's friend, however, completely misunderstood what was happening. She assumed the principal had arrived to deal with Fang Ye and Ji Royan as intruders. Chu Qingli, however, remained silent, unease growing within her. Then reality shattered her assumptions. The principal walked directly toward Fang Ye, not with anger, but with respect. He greeted him warmly, shaking his hand and addressing him as the consultant brought by Ji Royan. He expressed deep concern about the recent anomalies and relief that Fang Ye had come to handle the situation. Then, in a gesture that stunned everyone present, the principal gave a slight bow and formally entrusted him with responsibility for resolving the playground incident. From a distance, Chu Qingli could only stand frozen. Her mind struggled to process what she was seeing. In a single moment, everything she thought she knew about Fang Ye collapsed. The principal's security team quickly moved in, forming a tight human barrier as they ordered all unrelated students to step back. The crowd, including Chu Qingli, was pushed further away, their confusion growing louder with every passing second. No one could understand why their highly respected principal was bowing so deeply to a young man who looked no different from any other student. Amid the murmurs, speculation began to spread. Chu Qingli, standing lost within the crowd, listened as opinions shifted around her. What began as casual gossip turned into astonished realization. The students concluded that Fang Ye must possess an extraordinary identity to deserve such respect. Someone recalled how, just moments earlier, he had been dismissed as nothing more than Chu Qingli's suitor, or perhaps her ex-boyfriend. Another voice pointed out the dramatic reversal of status, suggesting that now, even if Chu Qingli tried to pursue him, she might not even gain his attention. The most cutting truth soon became impossible to ignore. Throughout the entire encounter, Fang Ye had not once glanced at Chu Qingli. He had completely ignored the campus bell, leaving her standing alone, isolated in the middle of a crowd that had already begun to see her differently. Soon after, in Qingcheng University's North District, the principal personally guided Fang Yi and Ji Ruoyan toward the site of the anomaly. As they walked, he explained everything that had happened. It began with the Golden Sun incident, which he had hoped marked the end of their troubles. However, only a few nights later, a fire had erupted on one of the playgrounds. The flames had burned with such terrifying intensity that even the fire department had been unable to extinguish them. Fortunately, the fire had broken out at night, when no students were present, allowing the area to be sealed off quickly. The principal's expression grew heavier as he continued. One fire might have been dismissed as an accident, but then 2 more playgrounds were engulfed in similar flames. He revealed that he had personally witnessed a crimson fire descending from the sky and hovering in midair, a phenomenon that clearly defied all natural explanation. While most of the fires had eventually been put out, one still remained, burning endlessly. As they approached the final location, Fang Yi immediately noticed the sharp, suffocating smell of something burning. When they arrived, they saw a basketball court where a single hoop was engulfed in an unending blaze. The flames roared like a living entity, refusing to die. The principal confirmed that this was the origin point, the one fire that no one had been able to extinguish. While observing the anomaly, Ji Ruoyan checked the device on her wrist. The reading displayed a value of 11. She explained that it was a basic spiritual anomaly detector, and that anything above 10 already qualified as a disaster-level threat for ordinary people, requiring a full lockdown. Suddenly, the device began to flash and emit sharp warning sounds. The number rapidly climbed, reaching 60 in an instant. Ji Ruoyan cried out in alarm, her voice filled with urgency. She warned that if the energy continued to rise, the consequences would extend beyond the university and threaten the entire city. She immediately suggested calling in an elite squad of pioneers to contain the situation. Before any further action could be taken, Fang Yi stepped forward without a word. Ignoring the warnings and the restricted signs, he leaped over the chain-link fence and walked straight into the raging fire. The flames swallowed him instantly. Ji Ruoyan and the principal stood frozen in shock. At that exact moment, the detector's reading spiked again, shooting up to 110. Ji Ruoyan's voice trembled as she declared that the anomaly had escalated to S level. The principal, now visibly panicked, asked what they could possibly do with Fang Yi trapped inside. Ji Ruoyan could only stare into the inferno, questioning his recklessness. Even the strongest soldiers from the Forbidden Zones would never dare to face such a phenomenon alone. Inside the fire, however, Fang Yi stood completely unharmed. His figure remained calm and steady, surrounded by violent flames that seemed unable to touch him. He understood that his Yang attribute, the same force that had protected him from divine thunder, was now shielding him from the sky fire as well. Yet this protection presented a problem. Because the flames could not harm him, he also could not directly interact with the source of the fire. Without touching it, he could not activate his system to create a new technique. Realizing this, Fang Yi focused his gaze on the burning basketball hoop. The flames twisted around it like a massive fiery dragon, its core pulsing with immense power. He knew that to claim this power, he would have to reach its heart. As the fiery dragon surged toward him, Fang Yi deliberately deactivated his golden sun protective aura. In that instant, the sky fire rushed in violently, engulfing his body in unbearable heat. Pain surged through him as the flames burned his flesh, but he clenched his teeth and forced himself forward. Extending his hand, he reached directly into the core of the anomaly. The gamble paid off. The moment his hand touched the source flame, his system activated. It confirmed the detection of an intense skyfire attribute, far stronger than anything he had encountered before. Despite the agony, a determined smile appeared on his face. The sheer will contained within the skyfire surpassed even the desolation attribute he had previously obtained. With unwavering resolve, he decided to absorb it, no matter the cost. The system began its calculations, rapidly compiling the data. Moments later, it completed the process and presented the result. Fang Yi had successfully obtained a new technique, the Nine-Dragon Skyfire Sealing Art, a powerful ability designed to suppress evil and seal demonic forces. As he mastered the technique, the once uncontrollable flames began to obey him. They coiled around his arm like a tamed dragon, no longer wild but entirely under his command. The system confirmed that the technique was fully unlocked and ready for use. Focusing his will, Fang Yi initiated the final step. He began extracting the essence of the skyfire itself, drawing it into his body. His eyes ignited with a burning red glow, and fiery markings spread across his face, marking the transformation taking place within him. With his hands forming a seal, he called out the name of his new technique. At once, massive crimson chains burst forth from his back, lashing into the surrounding flames. Outside the barrier, Ji Ruoyan immediately recognized the energy. It was a sealing aura, something she had only ever seen once before when a high-level military pioneer sealed a forbidden zone. Though Fang Yi's method was different, the power behind it was unmistakably the same. With a single command, Fang Yi ordered the chains to contract. They tightened with overwhelming force, pulling all the raging skyfire inward and compressing it into a single condensed sphere of blazing energy. Suspended in midair, Fang Yi held the sealed orb as the flames finally calmed. The process was complete. Slowly, the glowing sphere descended back toward the basketball hoop, its destructive power now fully contained. Fang Yi landed lightly on the ground and explained the situation. He told the principal that the skyfire had only been temporarily sealed and warned that the area must remain closed. No one was to approach or attempt repairs, as disturbing the seal could allow the fire to spread again. The principal immediately agreed, assuring him that the playground would remain restricted. He added that the university had several other playgrounds, so closing one would not be an issue. Ji Ruoyan, however, remained silent. She watched Fang Yi closely, her gaze sharp and unreadable. The principal, still impressed, laughed lightly and praised Fang Yi, offering his assistance whenever needed. Ji Ruoyan interrupted, stating that she needed to speak with Fang Yi privately. Understanding the situation, the principal excused himself and left them alone. Once they were by themselves, Ji Ruoyan turned toward Fang Yi, her expression serious. She stated bluntly that he had been hiding his true strength. Fang Yi tried to brush it off casually, commenting only on how powerful the skyfire had been, but she immediately saw through his attempt. With a firm tone, she told him to stop pretending. She was not referring to the fire, but to his own overwhelming talent and strength. After a brief pause, she eased her stance slightly, acknowledging that it was natural for pioneers to keep secrets, especially someone as powerful as him. Fang Yi remained calm, offering no reaction. Then her tone changed again, becoming more sincere. She admitted that she had no right to ask anything of him, but still hoped that he would listen carefully to what she was about to say. Ji Ruoyan spoke with quiet intensity, painting a grim vision of the future. She described a world on the brink of chaos, a time of sweeping change where the Zio nation would desperately rely on individuals of exceptional power. She made Fang Yi understand the weight of his own potential, explaining that once spiritual energy fully revived, someone like him would hold the same strategic importance as a modern nuclear weapon. Because of this, she warned, every major force would come searching for him. From the military's forbidden zones to the spiritual energy associations, all would compete to recruit him. High-ranking officials would personally approach him, offering unimaginable benefits just to secure his allegiance. She admitted she had her own motives for telling him this. If Fang Yi chose to join her unit, it would not only strengthen their ranks but also give them a powerful ally. That was why she urged him to start thinking ahead, to prepare himself before these offers inevitably arrived. Fang Yi listened in silence, then asked a question that revealed his sharp awareness. He wondered why both she and Wan Liang seemed reluctant to recruit him into their own forbidden zone, as if they believed they were unworthy. Ji Ruoyan gave a faint, knowing smile and explained that it was because of another legendary military region. This force was so overwhelmingly powerful that she believed Fang Yi would naturally be drawn to them instead. A slight smirk appeared on Fang Yi's face as he confirmed whether she was referring to a top-level unit. She nodded, though she admitted she had rarely seen them herself. Recently, they had been extremely active, so much so that even officers from other military regions felt the pressure of their operations. Sensing the weight of the conversation, she changed the subject and suggested they head to the university cafeteria, as the principal had invited them to eat. As they walked, Fang Yi's thoughts began to race. He quietly reached his own conclusion. Even the strongest forces in the nation were facing serious trouble. Ji Ruoyan's words implied that terrifying anomalies had already begun to appear, threats far beyond the capabilities of ordinary pioneers. The people confronting these dangers must include experts in the spirit creation realm like himself, and perhaps even stronger individuals. A sense of urgency settled deep within him. The full revival of spiritual energy was approaching faster than he had expected, and he knew his current strength was still not enough. His thoughts soon shifted back to the skyfire he had just acquired. He analyzed its nature carefully. It was wild, unstable, and utterly destructive, a flame that consumed everything without leaving a trace. Such power, he realized, would be especially effective against enemies that could regenerate or multiply endlessly. Then an idea struck him. The violent nature of skyfire perfectly complemented his crimson flameblade technique. If he could fuse the two, his combat ability would increase dramatically. To test this theory, Fang Yi headed toward the back mountain, a secluded place he often used for training. However, upon arrival, he found the path blocked by a large warning sign declaring the area dangerous and strictly off-limits. He paused, slightly puzzled. There had never been monsters here before, and it seemed unlikely that the military had discovered his training ground so quickly. After a moment of thought, he reached a conclusion. The only group who knew his habits well enough to do something like this was the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. A faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed they had deliberately sealed off the mountain and gifted it to him as a private training ground, hoping to earn his favor. Without hesitation, he decided to accept their goodwill. Just as he stepped forward, his expression sharpened. His senses picked up an unfamiliar presence. Someone or something had managed to enter the mountain despite the restrictions. Fang Yi immediately recognized the aura. It was similar to what he had encountered at the factory, though weaker. Hidden among the trees, a monkey-like creature with glowing red eyes observed him silently. The beast did not attack right away. Instead, it hesitated, cautiously gauging his strength. Its intelligence was evident. Fang Yi, already holding his sword, saw this as the perfect opportunity to test his new power. At that moment, a system interface appeared before him, asking whether he wished to imbue his Tang sword with the newly acquired Skyfire attribute. The system described Skyfire as a powerful light-based force, ideal for destroying evil. With a determined look, Fang Yi accepted. Instantly, his sword erupted in blazing flames that roared upward like a pillar of fire. He could feel the immense power coursing through it, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Without hesitation, he launched his attack. A massive firestorm surged forward, engulfing the creature completely. The monster's eyes widened in terror as it was swallowed by the flames, its screams echoing through the forest. Standing calmly within the inferno he had created, Fang Yi evaluated the results. The power of his attack had increased dramatically, at least 2 or 3 times stronger than before. More importantly, the flames posed no threat to him at all. Curious, he reached out and touched the burning blade. Despite being engulfed in fire, it felt completely cool to him. At that moment, his senses alerted him again. The creature had survived. It was attempting to escape. Fang Yi's gaze sharpened. Instead of finishing it immediately, he chose to pursue it. He wanted to see exactly what this strange creature was capable of. Meanwhile, deeper within the forest, a young woman with curly red hair was live-streaming with her phone mounted on a selfie stick. She spoke confidently to her audience, insisting that she was not lying about her adventures. According to her, she had always been incredibly lucky, and extraordinary events simply seemed to find her. Her viewers responded with skepticism, teasing her and daring her to prove her claims by visiting Ching University to film the mysterious skyfire that had become a trending topic. Before she could respond, her expression suddenly froze in shock. Out of nowhere, the monkey-like monster burst from the trees and attacked her violently. The impact sent her phone flying from her hand, the screen cracking as it hit the ground. Despite the damage, the live stream continued. Through the fractured display, viewers could see the creature pinning her to the ground. However, they assumed it was nothing more than staged content with special effects. In reality, the danger was very real. The woman struggled in terror as the monster restrained her, its heavy paw covering her mouth. It opened its jaws, revealing rows of sharp fangs as it prepared to deliver a fatal bite. At that critical moment, a blazing burst of energy shaped like a dragon's head crashed into the creature, sending it flying backward. The woman stared in shock, her life saved in an instant. Her viewers, however, were amazed for a completely different reason. They believed they had just witnessed incredibly realistic fire dragon effects. The sudden excitement caused her live stream to surge in popularity, with viewers quickly climbing past 13,000. Still shaken, the woman scrambled to retrieve her phone. Turning toward the source of the attack, she aimed the camera forward and shouted to her audience that she had captured something unbelievable. Through the lens, a figure could be seen standing within raging flames, completely unharmed. It was Fang Yi. To her terrified and astonished mind, there was only one explanation. She believed she had just been saved by an immortal. The footage spread across the internet at an astonishing speed. Within hours, it became the top trending topic, amassing millions of views. Headlines described the mysterious figure as the King of Flames, a man of skyfire, and even an immortal who had descended to save the world. Elsewhere, Chu Qingli's friend excitedly called her over to watch the viral video. She spoke with enthusiasm, claiming that this proved the existence of real cultivators and that the skyfire incident at the university was no illusion. Chu Qingli dismissed her claims at first, insisting it was nothing more than staged effects. However, as she looked closer at the screen, her expression suddenly froze. She recognized the figure. Her friend continued speaking excitedly, praising the man's appearance, completely unaware of Chu Qingli's reaction. Inside, Chu Qingli's thoughts fell into turmoil. She tried to convince herself that it was just a coincidence, that the man only resembled Fang Yi. If it were truly him, she reasoned, he would have been burned to ashes by such flames. But doubt crept in, followed by fear. If it really was Fang Yi, then he now possessed terrifying power. A thought she could not ignore began to form. What if he chose to take revenge on her for their past? Even so, she clenched her resolve. No matter what happened, she refused to bow her head to him. In another place, the red-haired leader of Lin Yi's pioneer squad showed the same video to Yi Yi. She asked if the man seemed familiar, suggesting he might be the one who had previously saved them from the monstrous vine. Yi Yi nodded, agreeing with the resemblance. Then she revealed something even more surprising. She had recently learned that a master who had broken through to the spirit creation realm was living in her neighborhood. As the realization settled in, a startling possibility emerged in her mind. Her quiet cousin, and the powerful man in the video, might actually be the same person. In another place, Zhang Shaya and a male pioneer who had survived the lava cave incident watched the same viral video. The man studied the footage carefully, quickly recognizing Fang Yi's familiar fighting stance. He pointed out how much stronger Fang Yi had become, while Jiang Zhao added that the way he handled his blade was exactly the same as before. The realization struck them both at once. Back then, they had unknowingly fought alongside someone far beyond their level. They had not just been fortunate, they had been incredibly lucky to survive at all. As the video continued to spread, news of Fang Yi's overwhelming power reached the highest levels of the nation's two major organizations. Tension filled the air. The city's situation was deteriorating, and the current generation of pioneers was struggling to keep up with the increasing number of anomalies. Within a high-level meeting room, Su Qingying addressed a group of officials. Her tone was calm but firm as she informed them that the military had already begun deep communication with Fang Yi. She expressed confidence that he would eventually agree to cooperate, believing that his involvement could change the balance of their current crisis. At the same time, in a military command center, Ji Ruoyan and Major Han Li sat among a group of officers, reviewing the same intelligence. The room buzzed with disbelief. They spoke of Fang Yi's growth with a mixture of awe and unease, calling him a monster for reaching the spirit creation realm at such an astonishing speed. Some speculated about how many high-tier attributes he possessed, with one officer concluding that it had to be 3 or more. They all reached the same conclusion. Attempting to intimidate him in the past had been a grave mistake. Their only viable path now was to recruit him. Major Han Li turned to Ji Ruoyan and asked whether the High Command planned to approach Fang Yi personally. She confirmed that they did, but added that the leadership was still hesitant. Until now, every top-tier talent had come from within their own ranks, and lowering themselves to recruit an outsider was not something they were accustomed to. Taking control of the discussion, Major Han Li outlined a new strategy. He ordered his subordinates to investigate Fang Yi's needs, whether in terms of weapons, equipment, or resources, and to provide them proactively as a gesture of goodwill. He also instructed them to share information about suitable training grounds, ensuring that Fang Yi would feel supported rather than pressured. Then he issued one final crucial command. The viral livestream and all the rumors surrounding it had to be strictly controlled. The spread of such information could destabilize the entire spiritual energy circle within the Shan nation. Across both organizations, attention became fully focused on Fang Yi. Su Qingying reflected on the immense pressure now resting on his shoulders, her expression filled with concern. Ji Ruoyan, on the other hand, wore a faint, confident smile, as if she were certain he would rise to whatever challenges lay ahead. Both women, leaders in their own right, waited to see what choice he would make next. Elsewhere, in a quiet hospital room, the steady beeping of a heart monitor echoed softly. A mysterious woman with long purple hair sat beside a patient lying motionless on the bed. She addressed the figure as her teacher, her voice gentle and filled with hope. She spoke of the changing world outside, saying that the Shanyanyo had found a new light. With someone as powerful as Fang Yi appearing, she believed that the chances of her teacher waking up had increased, even if only slightly. One day later, back at his apartment, Fang Yi sat calmly at the table, eating breakfast while reflecting on everything that had happened. The battle in the back mountain had spread across the internet overnight, all because a daring live streamer had risked sneaking into a restricted area for views. Now, however, the situation had changed. The video had completely vanished from the internet, and the streamer's account had been banned. Fang Yi quickly understood what had happened. Either the military or the spiritual association had intervened to erase the evidence. As he continued eating, a sudden thought interrupted him. Something was wrong. His cousin, Lim Yi, had not returned home the previous night, nor had she sent him any messages. This was unusual, even for someone on a mission. A faint sense of unease began to grow. He immediately tried calling her, but the call failed, returning only an out-of-service message. This time his expression changed. The unease turned into certainty. Something had gone wrong. Without hesitation, Fang Yi decided he had to find her. Meanwhile, deep within a dark and mist-covered forest, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader of her pioneer squad were trapped. The environment around them was unnatural, a swirling gray space that distorted their sense of time and direction. The leader, exhausted and injured, asked how long they had been stuck there. Yi estimated it had been around 10 hours, though even she was no longer certain. The leader apologized repeatedly, blaming herself for dragging Yi into the situation. She admitted that she had believed they were only investigating a minor anomaly, not walking into a deadly trap. Yi shook her head, refusing to accept the apology. She insisted that her own weakness was the real problem and urged her leader to conserve energy and stay alert. Even as she spoke, her thoughts drifted to the overwhelming power she had witnessed before, wishing she possessed even a fraction of it now. Their conversation was abruptly cut short. From within the fog, a massive shadowy creature appeared, its form jagged and unnatural, its glowing red eyes fixed on them. Without warning, it lunged forward, its claws aimed directly at the red-haired leader. Yi reacted instantly. She pushed her companion out of harm's way and unleashed a burst of bright blue energy from her hand. The energy condensed into a sharp blade of light, slicing cleanly through the creature's head. But the danger was far from over. More figures began to emerge from the fog, twisted, zombie-like shapes that moved with unnatural stiffness. Yi Yi quickly realized the horrifying truth. These were not ordinary monsters, but the reanimated remains of those who had died in this place. As one of the creatures dissolved into black mist after being destroyed, Yi Yi explained that there was a main entity controlling everything. It was turning its victims into puppets. The red-haired leader added that their attacks were ineffective against the mist itself, and their energy was being drained with every move. They were trapped in an illusion, a domain where the real enemy remained hidden while they were slowly worn down. The situation grew even more terrifying when the sky above them split open, revealing a massive blood-red eye staring down at them. The grotesque eye pulsed and writhed, then began to divide into smaller floating eyeballs that surrounded them from all sides. Driven by fear and desperation, the red-haired leader lashed out wildly, cutting down several of the floating eyes. Yi Yi, however, sensed something different. The creature's energy had changed. It was no longer playing with them. It was preparing to end the fight. A concentrated beam of red energy shot down from the main eye. Yi Yi raised a crystal barrier just in time, but the force shattered it instantly. In the next moment, she found herself alone. Darkness closed in from every direction, filled with dozens of glowing red eyes. The world around her collapsed into silence as shadowy tendrils wrapped around her body, pulling her deeper into the abyss. She could no longer hear her leader's voice. A wave of regret washed over her. She admitted to herself that she had been overconfident. They had underestimated the danger, and now they were paying the price. As her strength faded, her thoughts drifted to a future she would never see, a world transformed by the full revival of spiritual energy. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she accepted her fate, her hand reaching out weakly before disappearing into the darkness. Then, in an instant, everything changed. A brilliant explosion of blue light tore through the shadows, shattering the entire domain. A figure burst forward, surrounded by crackling energy. It was Fang Yi. He arrived just in time. Yi Yi stared in disbelief, her tears still fresh as she recognized him. She whispered his name, realizing that the one who had saved her was none other than her own cousin. With a single surge of divine thunder, Fang Yi destroyed the illusion completely. The dark domain collapsed, revealing the real forest beneath. He landed calmly, electricity still dancing across his hand, having saved both Yi Yi and her unconscious leader. But the battle was not over. From the shadows behind him, the true form of the anomaly emerged. A grotesque mass of flesh covered in countless writhing eyes. Yi Yi, snapping out of her shock, shouted a warning. Fang Yi did not even turn in panic. Instead, a confident smile appeared on his face as golden red flames ignited in his hand. He saw this as the perfect chance to test his new power. In a single motion, he unleashed his Crimson Flame Blade technique, now enhanced by the unstoppable force of Skyfire. The attack engulfed the creature entirely, burning it with a divine fire that allowed no escape. The monster let out a final, agonized scream before being completely consumed. When the flames settled, the red-haired leader slowly regained consciousness. She found herself sitting safely beside Yi Yi, surrounded by a protective ring of fire. Disoriented, she asked if they had died and been dragged into hell along with the monster. Yi Yi gently reassured her, telling her to look carefully. They were still alive. Moments later, Fang Yi approached them, the flames fading as he walked. With a calm smile, he told them the situation had been handled. Then, glancing at the time, he casually remarked that they must not have eaten breakfast yet. The red-haired leader stared at him, her expression shifting from confusion to sudden realization. She jumped to her feet, pointing at him in shock and excitement. She recognized him immediately as the man who had saved them before in Yanghuo Town from the monstrous death vine. Fang Yi paused slightly, a hint of surprise crossing his face as he realized he had been recognized so easily. Lin Yi Yi stood frozen, completely overwhelmed by what she had just learned. She turned to her leader in disbelief, and asked if she truly meant that the powerful fire attribute master who had once saved them from the desolation vine was actually her cousin. The red-haired leader looked just as shocked. She turned back to Yi Yi, struggling to process the connection, and questioned how such a terrifyingly strong expert could possibly be related to her. After all, Yi Yi had always described her cousin as nothing more than an ordinary, even somewhat lazy person. Fang Yi could only scratch the back of his head, offering an awkward smile in response. Still unable to contain her excitement, the leader grabbed Yi Yi by the shoulders. She reminded her almost breathlessly that this was the same person who had defeated the Desolation Vine with a single overwhelming strike. Yi Yi's thoughts spiraled as she tried to piece everything together. She now understood that her cousin was indeed the mysterious fire attribute master. But another question immediately followed. Just moments ago, she had seen him unleash an incredibly pure and powerful thunder attribute, effortlessly destroying the monster's dark domain. The realization hit her like a shockwave. If Fang Yi possessed both such overwhelming fire and thunder abilities, then he was not just talented, he was a once-in-a-generation genius with dual high-grade attributes. Then a third realization surfaced, even more staggering than the last. She remembered the massive spiritual disturbance that had once shaken her neighborhood, the unmistakable sign of someone breaking through into the legendary spirit creation realm. Slowly, her gaze returned to Fang Yi as the possibility formed in her mind. Was that also him? Seeing her confusion, Fang Yi finally stepped in and confirmed everything without hesitation. Yes, it had all been him. He did not dwell on the topic for long. Instead, he shifted the conversation to something more immediate. He asked about the dark attribute anomaly they had just faced, pointing out that such creatures were never to be taken lightly. His tone grew more serious as he questioned why only the two of them had come and where the rest of their team was. The red-haired leader explained that their squad was not always able to operate as a full unit. One member was sick and confined at home, while another had been assigned to a more dangerous mission elsewhere. Yi then admitted her mistake. She confessed that after her recent breakthrough, she had grown overconfident and believed she could handle the situation on her own. Fang Yi listened quietly, his expression thoughtful. He recalled the internal conflicts he had witnessed within their team before. The same leader who had once criticized her teammates was now defending them in front of an outsider. It showed a sense of loyalty he could respect. At the same time, he knew his cousin was perceptive enough to have noticed the instability within the group. Now that his identity had been revealed, and to people he trusted, Fang Yi made a decision. He looked at the two of them and calmly asked if they would like to form a team with him. For a moment, both women were too stunned to respond. Then the red-haired leader burst into excitement, clasping her hands together with visible joy. She eagerly accepted, thrilled at the chance to work alongside someone of Fang Yi's level, and joked that she was incredibly lucky to benefit from Yi Yi's connection. Yi Yi, however, felt something deeper. As the shock faded, a quiet realization settled in her heart. Someone as powerful as Fang Yi must have known about her secret life all along, and yet he had never exposed her, never interfered, only watched over her from the shadows. On a path as dangerous and lonely as cultivation, knowing that she had a strong and reliable family member silently protecting her filled her with an overwhelming sense of warmth. A single tear slipped down her cheek. She quickly wiped it away, replacing it with a bright, cheerful smile. Raising her hand, she flashed a playful peace sign at Fang Yi, thanking him sincerely and even promising to cook him 2 extra eggs for dinner. At that moment, her phone buzzed. She checked the notification and announced that Zhao Lan, the mysterious and powerful member of their pioneer group, had just posted a new mission. The alert described a high-risk collection task in a place known as the Extreme Dark Zone, a forbidden region saturated with dark attribute energy. The message ended with a clear warning, urging anyone interested to think carefully before signing up. Fang Yi asked if they knew anything about this place. Yi Yi explained that the Extreme Dark Zone was a restricted border area under strict control by the nation. The dark attribute energy there was so overwhelming that most pioneers avoided it entirely. Many of the strange anomalies appearing in their city were believed to be caused by energy leaking from that zone. Even the government had been unable to fully explore it, as previous attempts had ended in disaster. Hearing this, Fang Yi's interest was immediately piqued. He suggested they consider taking on the mission and asked Yi Yi to contact Zhao Lan for more details. Yi Yi hesitated, explaining that it was unlikely to work. Zhao Lan was known for being extremely reserved, rarely giving more than the bare minimum information. Fang Yi thought it over carefully. For someone like Zhao Lan to issue a mission tied to such a highly restricted area, she had to either be recklessly defying authority or hold a position of significant power within the military or the spiritual association. The latter seemed far more likely. Despite her doubts, Yi Yi sent a message using her online handle, expressing interest and requesting more details. To her surprise, Zhao Lan replied almost immediately, and with far more information than usual. The mission involved collecting a rare item known as the Shizai flower. The rewards were exceptionally high, but so were the risks. Every danger within the zone was tied to the dark attribute, and she strongly advised forming a team before attempting the mission. Moments later, another message followed. This one was even more direct. Zhao Lan warned that the mission might involve an S-level anomaly and carried an extremely high death rate. She urged them to reconsider. Then, almost subtly, she added that if they had a strong and reliable teammate, it was not too late to sign up. Elsewhere, Zhao Lan herself walked down a hospital corridor, flanked by guards. Glancing at her phone, she thought quietly that she had done all she could. The rest depended on whether that person was willing to accept her challenge. Back in the park, Fang Yi read the messages and immediately understood the hidden meaning. He explained to Yi Yi that this was not just a warning, but a direct invitation. Zhao Lan was clearly aware of his identity and was deliberately testing him, daring him to step forward. A faint smirk appeared on his face. He had no doubt that this mission had been designed with him in mind. Looking ahead, he imagined the dark and desolate landscape of the Extreme Dark Zone. Instead of hesitation, he felt curiosity. He decided that he would go. Yi Yi, using her online identity, officially accepted the mission, stating that her team now consisted of 3 members. At the hospital, Zhao Lan walked through a waiting area with 2 assistants. One of them expressed concern about the small size of the team that had signed up. Zhao Lan remained calm. She stated that if Fang Yi was truly the kind of pioneer the nation could rely on, then he would come. When asked what would happen if he did not, she simply replied that it would mean their fates were never meant to align. A faint smile touched her lips as she posed a deeper question. Did they really believe that sending powerful pioneers to collect the Shizai flower was meant to sacrifice them? She revealed the truth. The mission was not about sending people to their deaths, but about ensuring the survival of many more. The Shizai flower grew from a dark, corrupted pool nourished by the bodies and souls of fallen pioneers. Harvesting it was dangerous, but it was also the only way to strengthen the nation and save future lives. Her explanation revealed the true purpose behind the mission. It was meant to protect the new generation of pioneers, including Fang Yi and his team, while also restoring the strength of those who had already fallen. Inside a quiet hospital room, Zhao Lan stood beside her comatose teacher, an elderly man whose presence carried immense weight. Holding his hand, she spoke softly, reaffirming her resolve. He was the only pioneer in the entire nation to have reached the legendary Jinggang realm. The Shizai flower was the only thing capable of waking him. Once revived, his power would be invaluable. In a world shaped by spiritual revival, a Jinggang realm expert would hold influence comparable to a nuclear weapon, becoming a cornerstone of the nation's strength. To Zhao Lan, the cost was clear. Even if it meant sacrificing entire squads, the outcome would be worth it. One of her assistants hesitated, expressing concern for Zhao Lan herself. She reminded her that while the mission was important, her own health mattered too. Those words triggered a sudden reaction. Zhao Lan's expression darkened as she repeated them, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. She shouted that her life only mattered because it had been bought with the sacrifices of her fallen comrades. Clutching her head as pain surged through her, she struggled to steady herself. After a moment, she calmed down and apologized, dismissing their concern by saying it was not yet time for her medicine. A fleeting image of her former team appeared in her mind, filled with laughter and life. Her expression softened into quiet exhaustion as she looked away, murmuring that those days were already gone. And with that, her thoughts drifted back into the painful memories of her past. In a bleak and empty landscape, a desperate voice echoed through the darkness, shouting for the sword-wielding squad to retreat immediately. The scene revealed a younger Zhao Lan kneeling helplessly among the fallen bodies of her comrades. Blood stained the ground beneath them as the last remnants of battle faded into silence. Before her lay her dying captain. With fading strength, he entrusted her with their final mission, placing the responsibility of obtaining the Shizai flower into her hands. Zhao Lan trembled, her mind filled with thoughts of her teacher and her nation. The overwhelming despair made her realize a cruel truth. The extreme dark zone was not a place where mercy existed. It was a domain that devoured even the strongest without hesitation. Refusing to accept reality, she cried out, refusing to leave her captain behind. But in his final moments, he reached out and placed his hand over hers, transferring the last of his spiritual energy into her body. He told her that whatever strength remained in him now belonged to her, and he begged her to survive. The memory shattered as the scene returned to the present. Zhao Lan stood silently in the hospital, her gaze distant as she reflected on that tragic day. She revealed the bitter truth behind their sacrifice. Her team had given her everything, their power, their lives, their hope. But they had not known one critical detail. A Shizai flower becomes useless if it is stained with blood or damaged during harvest. Their mission had failed the moment the battle began. Even as they saved her life, their goal had already become impossible. After a long journey, Fang Yi and his newly formed team finally reached the outskirts of the extreme dark zone. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of life as if even nature feared to approach. The red-haired leader stretched her arms in frustration, complaining about the exhausting journey. She questioned why they had not simply flown there, given their abilities. Yi Yi explained patiently that even for pioneers, sustained flight required an immense reserve of spiritual energy. Without overwhelming power, it simply was not feasible. Fang Yi remained silent, his glowing red eyes fixed on the distance ahead. Soon, they arrived at a massive checkpoint marking the entrance to the Forbidden Zone. Layers of defenses stood before them, rows of tank traps, reinforced fencing, and beyond them, a shimmering blue energy barrier that sealed the area completely. Even from afar, Fang Yi could feel it. A suffocating, deeply unsettling aura seeped through the barriers. It was the oppressive presence of the dark attribute. Yi Yi and her leader visibly reacted to it, their expressions tightening. The red-haired leader admitted that the energy here was far more terrifying than any monster they had encountered before. Fang Yi calmly told them to steady themselves, then he pointed out something else. They were not alone. A large crowd of pioneers had already gathered at the checkpoint, each waiting for the mission to begin. They came from different backgrounds, carrying unique weapons and wearing distinct gear. but they all shared the same purpose. Yi Yi observed that these pioneers were not drawn solely by the promise of rewards. The dark attribute had become an unavoidable threat. Its creatures were ruthless and hostile, and with their increasing appearances in cities, ignoring the source was no longer an option. Many had come here to confront the danger directly. The red-haired leader nodded in agreement, impressed by Yi's reasoning. Fang Yi, watching quietly, showed a faint smile, recognizing the sharpness of his cousin's thinking. As they waited, Fang Yi explained his own reason for joining the mission. He had already faced dark attribute creatures twice before. The first had been a grotesque mutated beast, and the second, a cunning pair of monsters that nearly wiped out an entire squad from the Spiritual Energy Association. What concerned him most was not just their strength, but their intelligence. These creatures were somehow bypassing the military's defenses and infiltrating cities. This pattern had become too frequent to ignore. If nothing was done, the cities would eventually fall. That was why he had come, to face the source directly. At the checkpoint, a military officer observed as Su Qingying briefed the gathered pioneers. Her expression was serious, her voice steady as she prepared them for what lay ahead. Then, she saw him. Her composure broke instantly as she spotted Fang Yi approaching alongside Yi Yi and the red-haired leader. Shock overtook her, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Her subordinate Zhang Xiaoya also noticed and called out, but Su Qingying remained frozen, silently hoping she would go unnoticed. That hope vanished when Fang Yi looked directly at her and calmly called her name, addressing her as Captain Su. With no choice left, she approached with her cloaked squad. The red-haired leader, unable to resist teasing, immediately sized her up and jokingly asked Fang Yi if this was Yi Yi's future sister-in-law. The remark sent both Yi Yi and Su Qingying into panic. Su Qingying blushed deeply, waving her hands in frantic denial. Fang Yi calmly clarified that she was not, explaining that she was simply Captain Su from the Spiritual Energy Association who occasionally assisted him. Strangely, this explanation only made her more flustered. Before the awkward moment could continue, a loud, arrogant voice cut through the air. An older man clad in heavy red armor stepped forward with his team, openly mocking them. He criticized the younger generation for their lack of respect and warned them not to act so casually in a place like this. The red-haired leader immediately bristled with anger, but Yi Yi held her back. Fang Yi stepped forward as well, signaling for calm. Unwilling to back down, the red-haired leader shot back, telling the man to mind his own business and warning that fear would not spare anyone inside the zone. The man's expression darkened, but before the situation escalated further, the sound of an approaching vehicle drew everyone's attention. A large armored transport arrived, its doors opening slowly. From within, Zhao Lan stepped out. Her presence alone silenced the crowd. Whispers spread instantly as pioneers recognized her. She walked forward with quiet authority, her guards flanking her as if escorting someone of immense importance. Fang Yi watched her carefully and immediately understood. She was the one who had opened the gate. Standing before the massive energy barrier, Zhao Lan raised her hand. Energy gathered in her palm, forming a glowing blue symbol that pulsed with power. With a single motion, she thrust it forward. The barrier tore open. A dark path appeared beyond it, leading directly into the Forbidden Zone. The mission had begun. Before allowing them to enter, Zhao Lan issued one final warning. The shizai flowers had to be collected perfectly intact, without any contact with human blood, otherwise they would be worthless. With that, she gave the order to proceed. One by one, the pioneers stepped into the darkness. Some grumbled, questioning why Zhao Lan herself would not enter. Others silenced them, reminding them of the rewards and the compensation promised to their families. As Fang Yi's group prepared to enter, Su Qingying quietly assessed the surrounding teams for him. She identified the arrogant man as a one-star spirit creation realm cultivator, equal in rank to Fang Yi. She also noted that several others were concealing their strength, while the rest ranged between 1-star and 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Overall, the teams were evenly matched. Fang Yi found this surprising. The mission had drawn an unusually high number of elite participants, which only confirmed how dangerous it truly was. Outside, Zhao Lan received a final report. A total of dozens of pioneers had entered, including several at the spirit creation level. The threats inside ranged from B level to S level. She simply nodded, instructing her team to prepare the monitoring systems. Inside the zone, the environment changed instantly. The world became dark, silent, and filled with lifeless trees. Black tendrils of energy twisted through the air, surrounding the pioneers as they stepped forward. Fang Yi immediately warned everyone to stay close. The dense dark attribute would distort their senses, making it easy to become lost or separated. Moments later, the red-haired leader suddenly doubled over, overwhelmed by nausea. She apologized as she struggled to hold herself together. Su Qingying calmly stepped in, explaining that this was normal. The air was filled with the stench of decay, a mixture so foul that even seasoned pioneers struggled to endure it. She pointed to other groups nearby, many of whom were also collapsing from the same effect. She continued her explanation, stating that the dark attribute acted like a corrosive force against pioneers, weakening them over time. At the same time, it strengthened the creatures within the zone. She outlined the classification of threats. B-level monsters matched ordinary pioneers. A-level monsters required spirit creation realm cultivators to handle, and S-level monsters were catastrophic beings capable of challenging even those at the legendary Jinggang realm. However, there was a crucial detail. Within this zone, every creature was enhanced. A monster that would normally be a B-level threat could easily rise to A-level strength here. The red-haired leader expressed her shock at this revelation. Yi, concerned, asked whether Su Qianying and her team were unaffected. Su Qingying gave a small, confident smile. She explained that her team was accustomed to such environments and could endure the conditions. She also revealed that she had recently broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and was working toward evolving her water attribute into ice. As the heavy, suffocating atmosphere pressed in from all sides, the true danger of the extreme dark zone began to reveal itself. Lin Yi steadied herself and spoke to Su Qingying, her tone cautious but direct. She pointed out that since they were at a similar level, she could clearly feel how oppressive the environment had become. The suppression on her spiritual energy was far worse than anything she had experienced on previous missions. Su Qingying nodded, confirming her observation. Her expression grew serious as she added a grim warning. Even high-level experts, including 1-star spirit creation military elites, had perished in this place. If they wanted to survive, they would have to remain extremely cautious at all times. As they moved deeper into the barren, lifeless landscape, Su Qingying naturally took the lead. The mist thickened around them, swallowing everything in its path. Soon, even the group ahead of them vanished from sight. Realizing the danger, she urged everyone to pick up their pace slightly. At the same time, she gave a crucial instruction. They needed to conserve their strength. Talking should be kept to a minimum, and their spiritual energy had to remain focused. Otherwise, the dark mist would exploit even the smallest weakness. Walking silently behind her, Fang Yi began to assess his own condition. To his surprise, he did not feel the same level of discomfort as the others. The oppressive aura that weighed heavily on them seemed far less effective on him. He quickly reached a conclusion. His yang and thunder attributes were naturally resisting the influence of the dark attribute. Or perhaps his recent breakthrough had elevated his spiritual strength to a point where the suppression could no longer affect him as deeply. Elsewhere within the zone, the arrogant pioneer and his team were locked in battle. With a single powerful slash of his glowing green blade, their leader decapitated a monstrous creature with ease. He laughed loudly, mocking the danger of the zone, declaring it overrated. His teammates cheered, and he boasted that they would be the ones to claim the Shizai flower, proudly announcing that they would show the younger generation what true strength looked like. Back with Fang Yi's group, Lin Yi was still struggling. Small, involuntary sounds escaped her as the nausea continued to overwhelm her. Fang Yi noticed immediately. Despite her strength, he saw that she was still just a young girl facing something far beyond ordinary limits. Without saying much, he gently placed his hand on her back and sent a steady flow of spiritual energy into her body. The change was immediate. The nausea faded, the cold receded, and a warm, soothing sensation spread through her, like sunlight in the middle of winter. Lin Yi's eyes widened in amazement as she felt the transformation. She commented on the comforting warmth, assuming it came from a rare and powerful fire attribute. She began comparing it to her own wood attribute, which absorbed energy slowly, and to Su Qingying's water attribute, which was evolving into ice. Fang Yi calmly corrected her. It was not a fire attribute, it was the yang attribute. He then casually revealed something even more shocking. He admitted that he had been responsible for both the incident at the North Gate and the fire on the playground at Qingcheng University. The red-haired leader stared at him in disbelief, asking if he was saying he possessed 3 different high-grade attributes. Fang Yi explained that the 2 fire-related incidents were not the same, emphasizing the subtle but important differences between the Yang and Skyfire attributes. Privately, he thought about his 4th power, the Desolation attribute, but chose to keep it hidden. Having a secret advantage was always wise. Outwardly, he simply gave a vague confirmation, leaving his teammates stunned. Shivering slightly from the cold, the red-haired leader hesitated before stepping closer to him. She admitted that she had not yet reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and could not fully sense attributes, but she knew his yang energy could help. With an awkward smile, she asked if he could warm her as well. Fang Yi agreed without hesitation. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he sent a wave of warm energy into her body. She yelped in surprise as the comforting heat spread instantly, her breath visible as she exhaled in relief. Zhang Xiaoya and another member of Su Qingying's team watched in confusion, clearly intrigued by what they were seeing. Seeing their reaction, Fang Yi kindly extended the same offer to them. After a brief pause, Su Qingying admitted that the warmth was indeed helpful, and her 2 subordinates eagerly accepted. With a few simple gestures, Fang Yi shared his yang energy with all of them, filling the group with a sense of stability and comfort that pushed back against the oppressive darkness. For a brief moment, the tension eased. Then the ground shifted. A heavy, clawed sound echoed through the mist. Fang Yi's expression sharpened instantly as he sensed the approaching threat. He warned everyone to prepare just as a massive wolf-like creature burst from the darkness, its body surrounded by a sinister purple-black aura. Su Qingying reacted immediately. She leapt forward, forming a long blade of blue energy and intercepting the attack. The creature landed heavily behind the red-haired leader, forcing Fang Yi to shout a warning. The beast roared and charged again. Su Qingying identified it as an A-level monster and stepped forward to confront it. With a swift motion, she unleashed a powerful surge of ice energy that struck the creature directly. To everyone's surprise, the monster vanished upon impact. Su Qingying remained alert, an ice crystal forming in her hand as Lin Yi wondered aloud if the creature had been destroyed. Fang Yi, however, saw through the illusion. His gaze cut through the mist, revealing the truth. The creature had only been a distraction. The real danger was already upon them. A massive horde of shadowy figures, their red eyes glowing faintly, silently surrounded the group. Before anyone could react, the ground beneath their feet erupted. Dark tendrils and skeletal hands shot upward, grabbing and trapping them in place. The trap had already closed. Even as the horde advanced, Fang Yi remained calm. He told everyone to step back as he drew his sword. His eyes ignited with blazing light as he released a massive wave of fire. The explosion of flames tore through the horde instantly. Shadowy bodies dissolved into ash as piercing shrieks echoed through the mist. Within moments, the entire swarm was gone. Standing amidst the fading embers, Fang Yi casually spun his sword and stated that they were safe. For now, he explained that despite the illusion of numbers, there had only been 2 real monsters controlling the entire attack. Su Qingying was visibly shaken. She realized that the creatures in this zone had evolved far beyond normal limits. They could imitate human behavior and speech. Fang Yi added grimly that this was likely because they had consumed humans and learned from them. The group fell silent, absorbing the terrifying implication. Su Qingying then pointed out another harsh truth. In this zone, even the weakest monsters were enhanced to the level of A-class threats. Anyone below the spirit creation realm would not stand a chance in a direct confrontation. Elsewhere, Zhao Lan observed everything from afar. She watched Fang Yi's attack with quiet amazement. He had eliminated 2 A-level phantom beasts in a single strike, something even she would have needed multiple exchanges to accomplish. Back in the zone, Lin Yi quickly regained her composure. She emphasized that sticking together was now more important than ever. The monsters could disguise themselves and strike without warning. Separation meant death. She urged the red-haired leader to stand, but the leader remained shaken, not by the monsters but by Fang Yi's overwhelming power. She admitted that his aura felt even more suffocating than the enemy's, and that even a slight touch from his flames might have been enough to kill her. Before anyone could respond, a deep, distant rumble echoed through the desolate land. Lin Yi frowned, asking if the others could hear it. It sounded like waves crashing in the distance. The ground began to tremble violently beneath their feet. Far ahead, other pioneer teams could be seen fleeing in panic. One man shouted desperately at his companion to stop fighting and run, his voice filled with terror as he screamed that the approaching force was something far beyond them. Something far worse was coming. Fang Yi, Su Qingying, and Lin Yi stood side by side, their expressions turning grim as chaos unfolded before their eyes. Ahead of them, a massive vortex of pure dark energy swept across the land like a living catastrophe. It churned violently, filled with countless twisted forms and glowing red eyes, devouring everything in its path. The very air seemed to tremble as the phenomenon advanced, swallowing terrain, monsters, and pioneers alike. This was no ordinary threat. It was the legendary Dark Tide. Caught directly in its path, the arrogant pioneer and his team faced the oncoming disaster. Even as terrified cries echoed around him, he refused to back down. With a scoff, he dismissed the danger, declaring that just because others could not handle it did not mean he would fail. With a roar, he raised his sword and summoned a massive green energy barrier, its light flaring brightly against the encroaching darkness. He proclaimed that everything within the zone belonged to him, then charged straight into the heart of the storm. For a brief moment, his confidence held. Then it shattered. The instant he entered the dark tide, countless tendrils of shadow surged toward him, wrapping around his body like living chains. The pressure was overwhelming, suffocating far beyond anything he had ever faced. In that moment, he understood the truth. The creatures within the tide were not merely A-level or even S-level threats. They were something far more terrifying. Panic replaced arrogance. He tried to escape, but it was already too late. The darkness swallowed him whole. His scream, along with the cries of countless other pioneers, echoed briefly before being dragged into the depths of the tide, vanishing completely. From a distance, Fang Yi's group watched in stunned silence. The red-haired leader trembled slightly, her voice unsteady as she wondered aloud if anyone caught inside could have survived, and whether they themselves had any chance of escaping such a force. Lin Yi turned to Su Qingying asking her to explain what exactly they were facing. Su Qingying's face was pale as she answered. The dark tide, she explained, was the ultimate manifestation of the dark attribute. It was a moving catastrophe, a mass of pure corruption that devoured everything, even other monsters. Her voice grew heavier as she admitted something troubling. The mission had been carefully planned to avoid the day the tide would appear. Its sudden presence meant something had gone terribly wrong. That could only mean one thing. All the pioneers who had gone ahead were likely already gone. Lin Yi recalled reading about the dark tide before. Stories from pioneer forums describing it as a force capable of destroying entire cities. Fear gripped her as she urged Fang Yi to retreat while they still had the chance. But Fang Yi remained calm. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and formed a massive barrier around the group. Golden energy surged outward, interwoven with crackling blue lightning, creating a radiant shield that pushed back the encroaching darkness. He explained that this barrier, formed from his combined attributes, naturally countered the dark attribute. If necessary, they could reinforce it together and withstand the tide's impact. Su Qingying stared at him in shock. She immediately questioned his intentions, warning him that the dark tide was not something they could simply resist. Even a spirit creation realm expert had just been swallowed without resistance. Their combined strength would not be enough to stop it. Fang Yi, however, showed no hesitation. His sword ignited with blazing golden flames, while his other hand crackled with intense blue lightning. A confident smile appeared on his face as he spoke. He would not just defend against it, he would destroy it. Before anyone could stop him, Fang Yi leaped forward. His body transformed into a streak of light, fire and lightning intertwining as he shot directly toward the towering wall of darkness. Behind him, his teammates could only watch in disbelief. Su Qingying's voice trembled as she questioned whether he truly intended to destroy the dark tide itself. The answer came in silence. His blazing aura tore through the swirling chaos, carving a path into the heart of the tide. Darkness surged around him, but it could not consume him. At the center of the storm, Fang Yi came to a stop. Surrounded by endless shadows and monstrous forms, he floated calmly within a radiant golden aura. The violent dark energy raged around him, but not a single trace of it could breach his defense. Alone in the eye of the dark tide, he stood completely unharmed. Floating at the very heart of the dark tide, Fang Yi narrowed his eyes as he observed the storm more closely. Within the swirling chaos, he noticed faint flame-like wisps of red energy flickering between the shadows. A knowing smirk formed on his face as his suspicion was confirmed. Surrounded by a grotesque mass of countless monsters, their twisted, multi-eyed bodies writhing in the darkness, he began to understand the true nature of what he was facing. These were not ordinary A-level creatures being controlled by the tide. They were something far worse. Each one was a fused, evolved composite born from countless lesser monsters merging together. The dark tide itself was not just destruction, it was an incubator. It constantly refined and evolved its creations, raising them from B level to A level, and from A level to S level, without end. Realizing this, Fang Yi concluded that the phenomenon before him was no ordinary disaster. It was at least an SSS-level threat, something capable of effortlessly consuming even spirit creation realm pioneers. Before he could think further, one of the monstrous entities lunged toward him. Fang Yi's eyes ignited with golden flames as he swung his sword. With a single clean strike, his crimson flame blade technique erupted, instantly destroying the A-level composite beast. He felt the difference immediately. The power he now wielded, combined with his breakthrough and the enhancement of Skyfire, allowed him to eliminate what once would have been a difficult opponent with ease. His growth had reached a new level. As he scanned the battlefield, something caught his attention. The arrogant pioneer was still alive. The man's body was being consumed by dark energy, his form partially submerged within the tide. Yet he had not completely succumbed. His consciousness remained, and he struggled weakly against the corruption. Fang Yi recognized the situation at once. The man's spiritual energy had not yet been fully drained. As a spirit creation realm cultivator, he still had a slim chance of survival. Without hesitation, Fang Yi acted. Gathering the power of divine thunder, he unleashed a massive bolt of purifying lightning. The strike tore through the dark mass, blasting the man free from the tide. His body was thrown clear, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the storm. Unconscious, but alive. Standing over the aftermath with his sword still burning, Fang Yi concluded that the man could be saved, though only barely. But his moment of control did not last. The dark energy around him began to shift again. The monsters he had just destroyed started to reform, their shapes rebuilding from the surrounding darkness. Within seconds, a massive multi-eyed creature reappeared. Fully restored, Fang Yi's expression hardened. The tide could regenerate endlessly. He understood immediately. This infinite reproduction might be the defining trait of entities beyond S level. No matter how many he destroyed, they would simply return. Faced with an endless horde, Fang Yi decided to take a risk. With a calm, almost daring smile, he dropped his protective aura entirely. In an instant, the full force of the dark tide surged toward him, pressing against his body without restraint. At that exact moment, his system activated. It detected the presence of an extreme dark attribute and attempted to process it. Then it failed. The attribute was too complex, too unique. It could not be absorbed. Fang Yi was not surprised. Even after reaching the spirit creation realm, this power remained beyond his grasp. It confirmed what he already suspected. The dark attribute was fundamentally different from any other energy he had encountered. With no way to absorb it and no way to destroy it outright, he was left with only one option. As the regenerated monsters closed in once more, a brief thought crossed his mind. If he had brought the Desolation Flower, its life-draining ability would have been the perfect counter. Then, suddenly, his eyes widened. He had already found the answer. Outside the storm, the rest of the team stood within the golden barrier watching anxiously. The red-haired leader asked if Su Qingying had ever witnessed anything like this before, but Su Qingying could only shake her head. Then something changed. The violent tide grew eerily still, pressing silently against the barrier. The unnatural calm made the situation even more terrifying. Lim Yi's fear reached its peak. She admitted that even when facing the Desolation Vine, she had never felt this level of dread. Her thoughts were consumed with worry for her cousin. Su Qingying stepped forward, trying to steady her. She pointed out that Fang Yi's barrier was still active, though flickering slightly. Taking Yi's hands, she urged her to focus her energy and help reinforce the shield. She spoke with quiet determination. If someone as powerful as Fang Yi were to fall, then none of them would survive anyway. Her words, though blunt, carried a strange sense of reassurance. She reminded them that Fang Yi was not an ordinary pioneer. He wielded multiple powerful attributes, and his true strength was likely even greater than they realized. It was not their place to worry about saving him. Her calm confidence eased Yi's fear. She nodded and thanked her, feeling steadier than before. Su Qingyang gave a small smile, admitting that her teammates often called her too serious, and asked if she felt better now. Before Yi could respond, the darkness split apart. A massive column of blazing fire erupted from within the dark tide, forcing the oppressive energy backward. From the center of the inferno, Fang Yi rose. His body radiated with a mixture of golden and blue light, his presence overwhelming. With a single command, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the 9 Dragons Skyfire sealing art. 9 colossal fire dragons burst into existence, their blazing forms coiling through the sky. Their combined radiance overwhelmed the darkness, pushing back the tide itself. Outside, his teammates stared in absolute awe. The red-haired leader pointed excitedly, while Lim Yi could only watch in stunned silence. Even Su Qingying, usually composed, was left speechless by the sheer scale of his power. Elsewhere, Zhao Lan felt the surge of energy and staggered slightly. She immediately recognized the signature. It was Skyfire, and what Fang Yi was using was a sealing technique of incredible magnitude. Her eyes widened as she watched the impossible unfold. The 9 dragons converged, compressing the entire dark tide, a force capable of destroying cities, into a single unstable sphere of blazing energy. But Fang Yi was not done. Raising his hand, he summoned divine thunder once more. A vortex of crackling blue lightning formed around the fiery sphere, spiraling with immense force. With a powerful declaration, he unleashed his combined technique, the 9 Dragons' Edict. Fire and lightning collided violently, creating an explosion that shook the entire extreme dark zone. The chaotic energy raged for a moment before Fang Yi brought his hands together, commanding it to seal. The storm collapsed inward. The massive forces compressed into a small, radiant orb, perfectly contained and pulsing with immense power. Silence followed. The dark tide was gone. Outside, the unconscious, arrogant pioneer lay on the ground, barely alive. Fang Yi glanced at him briefly, noting that he had unintentionally saved him. For now, the danger had passed. Lin Yi ran forward, relief flooding her face as she saw her cousin safe. Su Qingying stepped closer as well, offering to have her team take care of the injured man. For the moment, the battlefield had grown still, but everyone present understood one thing clearly. They had just witnessed something far beyond ordinary power. Later, Su Qingying approached Fang Yi, studying his expression with quiet curiosity. She asked why he did not seem pleased even after accomplishing something as extraordinary as sealing a high-level dark attribute phenomenon. In her heart, however, she was deeply shaken. He had truly done what he claimed. He had destroyed the dark tide. To her, that alone made him an unimaginable figure. Fang Yi did not dwell on the praise. His tone remained calm as he explained that they could not relax yet. The seal he had created was only temporary. The dark attribute in the area was still extremely dense, and once the seal weakened, the danger would return. They had to move quickly and locate the Shizai flower before that happened. Su Qingying immediately understood. She nodded and confirmed that her team would escort the unconscious pioneer back to the association for treatment. Her subordinates lifted the man onto their shoulders, preparing to withdraw. The group soon reached the edge of a cliff and paused. From there, they looked out over the empty, lifeless landscape. Su Qingying's expression dimmed as she realized a painful truth. None of the pioneers who had gone ahead had survived. There were no traces left behind, no signs of struggle or escape. They had all been consumed. The red-haired leader lowered her gaze, quietly mourning how people who had been alive just moments ago had completely vanished from existence. Fang Yi, however, remained silent. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he had become cold. Yet instead of sorrow, what he felt was relief that he had not been forced to witness their deaths directly. As they approached a dark, ominous pool, Fang Yi suddenly stopped. His expression sharpened, and he took command. He told Lin Yi and the others to move forward with Su Qingying's team. This place, he explained, had now become the most dangerous point. It would be safer if he stayed behind to guard against whatever might emerge. Though reluctant, the group agreed and continued on. Left alone on a rocky ledge, Fang Yi stood in silence. Then a system interface appeared before him. It reported a powerful fluctuation of dark attribute energy nearby. In the next instant, the ground erupted. A vortex of purple-black energy surged upward, surrounding him completely. Massive pillars of dark energy rose into the sky, twisting violently as if responding to his presence. The system confirmed the detection and immediately began its highest-level computation. It announced that it was writing a new technique. Fang Yi was lifted into the air, his body suspended as the energy converged around him. Moments later, the process completed. His eyes snapped open, now glowing with a deep, menacing purple light. The system delivered its result. He had obtained a new power, the dark attribute technique known as the limitless dark world. This ability allowed him to create a sealed domain of dark mist, a space where all spiritual energy within would be heavily suppressed. Fang Yi quickly understood the significance. This was not just an ability, but a domain under his control. Within it, enemies would be weakened, their energy drained and their recovery slowed. Combined with his existing powers, it would make him even more formidable. In his mind, he envisioned himself standing above a sea of desperate enemies, their strength fading as his own remained absolute. With quiet confidence, he concluded that if a threat even greater than the dark tide were to appear, he would now have the means to destroy it. As the last traces of purple energy settled, Su Qingying's voice broke the silence. She stared at him in disbelief, asking if he could feel the dark mist reforming. The immense fluctuation she sensed left her shaken. Her thoughts raced. There had been no signs of a normal breakthrough, no change in heaven or earth, yet the energy surrounding him had clearly transformed. Then the truth struck her. He had not only sealed the dark tide, he had absorbed it. The idea itself felt impossible. From the earliest days of the spiritual revival, it had been widely known that the dark attribute was the most dangerous force of all, born from the negative emotions and evil of living beings. Because of this, absorbing it was strictly forbidden. She recalled past attempts. Researchers had once tried to purify the dark attribute, only to suffer catastrophic consequences. The energy had been classified as uniquely dangerous. Even weaker dark creatures could overwhelm early pioneers, while stronger ones posed catastrophic threats. She also remembered a tragic case. A 3-star Ghost Axe pioneer had once attempted to absorb the energy of a relatively minor dark creature. The backlash had destroyed him. His body decayed, his mind collapsed, and he was left broken, confined to a hospital. And yet, Fang Yi stood before her completely unharmed. The surrounding dark energy slowly receded, flowing back into his body as he exhaled softly. Then he spoke. His voice cut through the mist as he calmly addressed the empty space around him, stating that whoever had been watching them could come out now. From the fog, a figure emerged. It was Zhao Lan. She stepped forward and confirmed her observation. If she was not mistaken, he was the one who had sealed the dark tide alone. Su Qingying froze, her eyes widening as she called out Zhao Lan's name in disbelief. Zhao Lan descended slowly and stood before Fang Yi. Her gaze was sharp as she asked him directly what he had just done. More specifically, she questioned whether he had absorbed the dark attribute. Fang Yi answered without hesitation. He had. The admission sent another wave of shock through Su Qingying. In a sudden motion, Zhao Lan drew a pistol and aimed it straight at Fang Yi's head. The red-haired leader shouted in alarm, while Lin Yi stood frozen in fear. Su Qingying reacted instantly, stepping forward and placing herself between them. She raised her arm, blocking the weapon, and confronted Zhao Lan fiercely. She reminded her that Fang Yi was the military's top recruitment priority and questioned the meaning of such hostility. Fang Yi, however, remained calm. He placed a hand on Su Qingying's shoulder, gently stopping her, and addressed Zhao Lan directly. He pointed out the contradiction in her actions. Their mission was to obtain the Shizai flower, yet she seemed more concerned that they had survived than succeeded. Zhao Lan said nothing. Her expression remained unreadable. The red-haired leader could not hold back. She angrily accused Zhao Lan of abandoning them during the dark tide, only to now threaten the person who had saved their lives. Then, without warning, Zhao Lan lowered her weapon. A faint smirk appeared on her lips. She dismissed the entire confrontation as a test. Fang Yi, she declared, had passed. The sudden shift left everyone confused except for Fang Yi. He immediately understood and asked if her true intention had been to evaluate him. Zhao Lan confirmed it. She explained that his strength was too important to judge through reports alone. She needed to see his character with her own eyes. She then addressed the earlier accusations. She had not intervened because this was the reality of the new world. Pioneers lived under harsh rules where life and death could change in an instant. Survival depended on strength and judgment. Still, she added, they were fortunate. They had someone powerful and trustworthy protecting them. She pointed out something they had not noticed. Since the dark tide had been destroyed, no other monsters had dared approach. They feared Fang Yi's power. Fang Yi agreed quietly. Even the dark tide itself followed that same principle. It preyed on the weak and feared the strong. With the test concluded, Zhao Lan offered to guide them to the Shizai flower. She knew the terrain better than anyone. As they followed her, Su Qingying leaned closer to Fang Yi. She felt that something about Zhao Lan was not right. Then she revealed a crucial detail. Zhao Lan had once faced the dark tide before, and she had been the only survivor of her entire squad. Fang Yi listened and quickly understood. Her strict adherence to rules, her cold demeanor, and her willingness to test others in such a way, all stemmed from that trauma. The loss of her comrades had reshaped her completely, leaving behind a rigid, almost self-destructive mindset. Yet at the same time, something else drove her forward. A belief strong enough to keep her moving despite everything she had lost. Fang Yi allowed a faint smile to appear. He told his teammates that they should be more considerate toward her. The red-haired leader blinked in confusion and asked if Zhao Lan was injured. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes as he studied Zhao Lan more carefully. After a brief moment, he confirmed what he had already suspected. She was injured, and not lightly. He explained to the others that her spiritual barrier was severely damaged. Although her overall strength still hovered around the level of a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator, her protective aura had dropped by at least 2 levels. In practical terms, it meant she was far more vulnerable than she appeared. A closer look made the truth undeniable. The flow of her spiritual energy was unstable, cracking and thinning in places, as if it could collapse at any moment. Even her steps were no longer steady. She stumbled slightly as she walked, betraying the extent of her internal injuries. When Zhao Lan noticed their attention, she glanced back. For a brief moment her expression softened. She quietly thanked them for their concern, but dismissed it just as quickly, insisting that her condition was not an issue. Without waiting for further discussion, she continued forward, leading the group deeper into the zone. The environment grew even more desolate. The land around them was filled with withered trees, their branches twisted like skeletal fingers reaching into the mist. Scattered across the ground were the remains of fallen creatures, along with fragments of bones that no longer resembled anything human. Zhao Lan identified the area as the chaotic burial mounds. As they moved through the eerie terrain, Fang Yi's senses sharpened. Something felt wrong. His gaze shifted slightly, and he noticed a half-buried skeleton protruding from the ground. It was unmistakably the remains of a pioneer. The silence of the place carried a heavy, suffocating weight. After some time, Zhao Lan suddenly stopped. Her voice broke the stillness as she announced that they had arrived. Ahead of them, in a small clearing, a single flower stood alone. It glowed with a soft, ethereal purple light, its petals swaying gently despite the still air. The Shizai flower. Its beauty was almost unreal, standing in stark contrast to the death that surrounded it. Zhao Lan began to walk toward it. Fang Yi did not move. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on her. Something was wrong. The air felt tense, as if the silence itself were hiding something dangerous. Then, in an instant, the ground erupted. Shadowy figures burst forth, monstrous forms with glowing red eyes emerging from beneath the earth. They surrounded the flower in a tight circle, their presence unmistakably that of guardians protecting it. The sudden appearance of the monsters did not slow Zhao Lan. If anything, it made her expression change. Her eyes grew distant, her face shadowed by an unnatural calm. There was a strange, almost obsessive look in her gaze as she continued forward. She raised her hand slightly and whispered, as if lost in a dream, that she could finally see it again. Fang Yi's expression hardened instantly. He understood at once. She was not thinking clearly. Whatever memories or emotions were tied to the Shizai flower had pushed her into a trance-like state. In her current condition, stepping forward like this would only lead to her death. Golden red flames ignited in his palm, gathering into a concentrated sphere of blazing energy. His voice rang out sharply as he called for her to wake up. Then he threw the fireball straight toward her. The blazing sphere cut through the mist, heading directly for Zhao Lan, its purpose not to harm, but to break her from the dangerous illusion that had taken hold of her mind. Snapping out of her trance at the very last second, she recognizes the incoming strike as an extremely rare and powerful Yang attribute attack. Reacting with startling speed, she raises her arm and knocks the blast aside. The collision releases a violent shockwave that ripples through the air. When the force settles, she and Fang Yi stand facing each other in tense silence, golden energy crackling around his hand. Zhao Lan, now fully conscious, is visibly shaken. The sight of the strange flower has stirred painful memories within her. Ghostly images of her fallen companions flash through her mind, and a troubling doubt begins to surface as she wonders if all her careful preparations had still not been enough. Noticing that she has regained her awareness, Lin Yi and Su Qingying rush to her side. Lin Yi quickly asks if she is all right, while Su Qingying observes that Zhao Lan is being severely affected by the dark attribute lingering in the area. She calmly suggests that it would be safer for all of them to stay together. Fang Yi, however, ignores their concern entirely. With quiet confidence, he steps forward and declares that dealing with the Shizai flower is something he can handle alone. Without hesitation, he walks into the empty, mist-filled clearing, heading straight toward the glowing plant. Before he can reach it, the ground suddenly begins to tremble. The earth splits open, and a massive, grotesque, wolf-like creature erupts from below. Its glowing red eyes burn with hunger as it lunges forward. When it opens its mouth, it reveals a horrifying sight, a swirling storm of smaller screaming faces mixed with dark red energy, all writhing within as it lets out a monstrous roar. Fang Yi remains completely unfazed. Blue lightning gathers at his fingertips as he calmly utters a single command: Divine Thunder. In an instant, multiple massive bolts of lightning tear through the creature's body. The beast howls in agony, its form convulsing as electricity courses through it. Yet despite the damage, it does not collapse. Observing closely, Fang Yi realizes that this fox demon has devoured countless other creatures, mutating into something far more dangerous. He immediately identifies it as an S-class threat. With time running out due to the unstable seal on the dark tide, Fang Yi understands he cannot afford to prolong the fight. Instead of concern, a confident smirk appears on his face. Seeing the monster's durability, he decides to use it as a test for his newly acquired power. Dark, ominous purple energy begins to gather in his hand. With absolute control, he unleashes his technique, the limitless dark world. A violent storm of swirling purple energy bursts outward, instantly engulfing the creature. The energy condenses into a massive sphere, trapping both Fang Yi and the monster within its boundaries. Inside this domain, reality itself seems to shift. Countless shadowy tendrils lash out from all directions, binding the S-class beast tightly. The creature struggles desperately, but its massive body begins to shrink under the crushing pressure of the domain. A system notification appears, confirming the overwhelming effect of the technique. Under the influence of the limitless dark world, the S-class anomaly is forcibly suppressed, dropping 2 full threat levels down to a B-class. Standing before the now weakened monster, Fang Yi calmly notes that its foundation must have been fragile to be reduced so easily. With the creature no longer a significant threat, his sword ignites with blazing golden red flames. Declaring the battle finished, he delivers a single decisive slash, engulfing the monster in fire and erasing it completely. Outside the domain, Su Qingying and Lin Yi watch the massive sphere of dark energy with confusion. Su Qingying remarks that although it is clearly a dark attribute, it feels different from anything she has experienced before. Lin Yi agrees, noting the absence of the usual cold, oppressive sensation. Zhao Lan provides the answer. She explains that what they are witnessing is Fang Yi's personal domain, a space he created entirely on his own after mastering the dark attribute without guidance. The significance of this realization weighs heavily on her. She knows that forming such a domain is an extraordinarily rare achievement. Before this moment, the only person she had ever seen capable of creating a spatial domain with pure spiritual power was her own teacher. At most, she believes only a handful of people in the entire world possess such ability. A painful memory resurfaces in her mind, showing a catastrophic disaster that once engulfed an entire city. She recalls how her teacher had attempted to stop it using his domain, only to ultimately fail. Her thoughts are cut short as the purple sphere suddenly dissipates. Fang Yi stands alone in the clearing, completely unharmed. Zhao Lan and Su Qingying are stunned by how quickly the battle has ended. With a relaxed wave and a faint smile, Fang Yi assures them that the chaotic burial mounds should now be safe. With the danger gone, he walks toward the glowing Shizai flower. Carefully, he cups it in his hands and gently pulls it from the ground, making sure to preserve its roots. After briefly examining it, he concludes that it is sufficient to complete their mission. Zhao Lan watches him closely, her expression tense as they reach the most critical moment. Fang Yi returns and hands her the flower. She comments on its surprisingly small size, but he confirms that their objective has been fulfilled and urges everyone to leave immediately. He warns that the sealed dark tide remains unstable and could become dangerous again at any moment. He also reminds them that they still need to deal with the unconscious pioneer and his team. Hearing this, Zhao Lan's tension fades, replaced by genuine gratitude. Holding the glowing flower, she sincerely thanks Fang Yi, admitting that his overwhelming strength is the sole reason they succeeded. She then thanks the rest of the group and announces their departure. As the others begin to move, Zhao Lan pauses briefly and turns back. With a serious expression, she reveals the true importance of their mission. Elder Wu, the Xia Nation's only Jinghong realm pioneer, is on the verge of death, and the shizai flower is the only medicine capable of saving him. With quiet sincerity, she tells Fang Yi that he has just saved the life of the nation's greatest protector. Fang Yi listens carefully, his expression turning thoughtful as he silently repeats the name of the legendary realm to himself. When the group finally emerges from the dark portal of the extreme dark zone, they are greeted by a sky swirling with red clouds. The red-haired leader throws her fists into the air in relief, shouting that they have finally made it out alive. Lin Yi shares her relief, grateful to see daylight once again. A large crowd of waiting officials erupts into cheers as they witness the team's return. They celebrate the successful retrieval of the shizai flower, many admitting they had doubted it was even possible. As the group walks forward through the parted crowd, the red-haired leader is surprised by the sheer number of people present. Someone nearby wonders aloud who was responsible for obtaining the flower. At that moment, Lim Yi suddenly notices something ahead. Parked directly in their path is a massive armored military vehicle, surrounded by elite soldiers. The red-haired leader immediately recognizes the insignia of the Star God War Zone, the most powerful military force in the Xia Nation. Realizing Zhao Lan's true identity, she feels a wave of embarrassment for having previously spoken harshly to her. The Star God War Zone holds the highest rank among all military districts, having secured the most resource-rich forbidden zones since the spiritual energy revival began. As they approach, an official carefully transfers the shizai flower, now sealed inside a glowing blue container, to a high-ranking officer. The officer is revealed to be Major Han Li. He accepts the container with a satisfied expression. In a surprising display of respect, Major Han Li and his soldiers snap into formation and deliver a sharp salute to Fang Yi, catching him off guard. Turning to Zhao Lan, Han Li assures her that he will personally deliver the flower to the hospital without delay. She nods, stating she will follow shortly. With the mission's objective secured, the armored vehicle quickly departs. With the immediate crisis resolved, Zhao Lan faces Fang Yi once more. When he asks if she belongs to the Star God War Zone, she confirms it, and adds that news of his incredible strength has already spread throughout the entire district. With a confident tone, she tells him it is only a matter of time before he becomes widely known. Acknowledging his overwhelming power, she admits that he could single-handedly surpass even the elite units of her war zone, promising access to the finest cultivation resources available. She also assures him that rewards for both his team and Su Qingying's squad will be delivered soon. Fang Yi listens with a faint smile, clearly considering the offer. However, her expression soon turns serious as she begins to explain just how grave their situation truly is. She explains to Fang Yi that as the world undergoes rapid and unpredictable change, the nation's most pressing concern has become the growing threat of dark attribute anomalies. To emphasize her warning, she paints a grim picture of entire cities being swallowed by vast, ominous clouds of purple and black energy. The number of such anomalies, she says, is increasing at an alarming rate. According to her, these dark zones spread like a malignant tumor, slowly expanding their influence and carrying the potential to trigger catastrophic disasters at any moment. Because of this ever-present danger, strict measures have been enforced, forbidden zones have been established, and powerful organizations like the Spiritual Energy Association have been tasked with guarding them at all costs. She makes it clear, however, that she is not revealing this information to pressure him into joining her faction. Instead, she believes that someone of his strength and caliber has earned the right to understand the true state of the world. Recognizing her sincerity, Fang Yi gives a faint smile and assures her that he understands. He promises that if he encounters such anomalies in the future, he will not stand idly by. His words carry quiet confidence, and he tells her she can rest easy knowing that. Hearing this, the tension in Zhao Lan's expression finally fades. Her stern demeanor softens into a genuine smile of relief. She formally introduces herself and offers him a small dark token. When Fang Yi accepts it, he sees that it is a black tablet engraved with a dragon emblem and the words representing the Star God War Zone. Zhao Lan explains that this token grants him unrestricted access to forbidden zones for cultivation, and that the gates of the Star God War Zone will always remain open to him. She then makes one final request. She asks if he would be willing to meet Elder Wu. Fang Yi seeks confirmation, asking if she is referring to the Jinghong Realm Pioneer. She nods and reveals that Elder Wu is her teacher. Though she frames it as a personal wish rather than an obligation, she admits that she hopes he will come not only to meet her master but also because she wishes to be his friend. Fang Yi accepts both the token and her invitation, slipping it into his pocket. He agrees to accompany her, remarking that it is always good to have more allies. Then, as if to seal their newfound friendship, he raises his hand, blue lightning crackling along his fingers, and tells her he has something to offer in return. Zhao Lam looks at him in confusion, but before she can ask further, Fang Yi explains that he believes he can purge the remaining dark attribute poison from her body. Without waiting for hesitation, he releases a surge of controlled lightning that envelops her completely. The sudden burst of energy shocks her, but as it courses through her body, she realizes something unexpected. Instead of harm, the thunder attribute begins to heal. The cold, lingering pain within her is replaced by a warm numbness, and she can feel the corruption dissolving from within. Old wounds begin to mend, and the oppressive residue of dark energy is completely eradicated. The sensation is so profound that it feels as though she is being reborn. When the lightning fades, Fang Yi asks calmly how she feels. Still surrounded by faint sparks, Zhao Lan confirms that she feels completely restored, with no trace of the dark attribute remaining. Nearby, Su Qingying watches as paramedics tend to the unconscious pioneer, quietly wondering whether someone so severely injured can even be saved. When she turns back, she is surprised to see Fang Yi and Zhao Lan still present. What shocks her more is the transformation in Zhao Lan's aura, which now feels entirely stable as if her injuries had never existed. Zhao Lan explains that Fang Yi used his rare and pure thunder attribute to cleanse the poison from her body. Su Qingying is left in awe, realizing the true versatility of his power. It is not only capable of destruction, but also of saving lives. Pointing at him in amazement, she struggles to contain her excitement. Fang Yi, slightly puzzled, simply asks what she is staring at. In that moment, an idea sparks in her mind. She hurriedly calls over the paramedics and proposes a collaboration. If Fang Yi's spiritual power could be combined with their advanced medical technology, they might be able to save many more pioneers suffering from dark attribute corruption. To show her sincerity, she bows deeply and asks him to demonstrate his power once more. Fang Yi remains silent for a moment, considering her request, before agreeing. He releases a controlled burst of blue lightning from his hand, asking if that is sufficient. One of the paramedics, observing closely, confirms with excitement that the energy is effective. Such a high-level thunder attribute, he explains, is capable of directly countering dark attribute corruption. Zhao Lan adds that Fang Yi's earlier treatment worked by sending the energy directly into her body to eliminate the corruption at its source. Su Qingying suggests a simple method, proposing that all they would need is for Fang Yi and the patient to maintain physical contact. However, the paramedic quickly clarifies that the process is not so simple. Not every cultivator, even those in the spirit creation realm, can withstand such pure energy. He explains that while Zhao Lan's condition had been serious, it was still minor compared to the unconscious pioneer's state. To save him, it would require at least 10 times more spiritual energy. Even then, achieving a full recovery would be unlikely. Simply preserving his life would already be a remarkable success. Fang Yi agrees to proceed and asks how to transfer his energy. The paramedics guide him toward the ambulance and instruct him to place his hand into a specialized device designed to channel spiritual power. Without hesitation, he complies. From a distance, Lin Yi watches everything unfold. She reflects on how she never realized Zhao Lan was such a high-ranking member of the Star God War Zone. It amazes her that even such a legendary military force is eager to recruit her cousin. She recalls how Zhao Lan, known for her cold demeanor, personally extended friendship and entrusted him with her token. After some time, Fang Yi finishes the transfer and turns to check on Lin Yi and the red-haired leader. Lin Yi reassures him that they are fine, then explains that she and her companion have decided to train independently and take on missions by themselves. They do not want to rely on him forever and wish to grow stronger through their own efforts. Fang Yi nods in approval, simply reminding them to be careful. As he watches them leave, a faint proud smile appears on his face, realizing that his cousin has matured. Su Qingying and her team also prepare to depart. She waves goodbye, telling Fang Yi and Zhao Lan that they will meet again on a future mission. With that, Zhao Lan reminds Fang Yi that it is time to visit Elder Wu. As the ambulance drives away, Su Qingying vents her frustration, loudly complaining that the Star God War Zone has effectively taken such a valuable individual away from them. Her teammates attempt to calm her, but her dissatisfaction reflects a deeper issue. Within the Spiritual Energy Association, internal conflicts and lack of cooperation among elite squads have begun to surface. Soon after, Fang Yi and Zhao Lan arrive at a large modern hospital, the highest security medical facility under the Star God War Zone. Fang Yi asks if this is where Elder Wu is being treated. Inside a quiet hospital room, they stand before a bed surrounded by advanced medical equipment. Lying there is Elder Wu, unconscious and frail. Fang Yi studies him carefully, finding the sight unexpected. The legendary powerhouse of the Jing Hong realm appears as nothing more than a withered old man. His face and neck are covered in swollen red veins, and his breathing is maintained by a respirator, giving him an alarmingly fragile appearance. Zhao Lan explained that Elder Wu's condition had once been far worse. According to her, when they first brought him back, he looked more like a corpse than a living person. Even after using the precious shizai flower to stabilize him, he still had not regained consciousness. Hearing this, Fang Yi became deeply concerned. He could not imagine what kind of force could reduce someone as powerful as Elder Wu to such a terrible state. Zhao Lan then began recounting the battle that led to her teacher's coma. She explained that a massive dark attribute anomaly had appeared above the capital city, The disaster threatened to descend upon the city and consume everything in its path. To stop it, Elder Wu stepped forward alone and chose to seal the anomaly with his own power. In the flashback, members of Zhao Lan's squad continuously transferred their spiritual energy into Elder Wu to support him during the battle. The enemy they faced was far beyond an ordinary S-level threat. Hovering above the ruined city was a monstrous dragon-like entity made entirely of dark energy. The terrifying anomaly radiated enough destructive force to wipe out not only the capital, but every surrounding city as well. If it had fully descended, the entire nation would have fallen into chaos. In a desperate final stand, Elder Wu activated his personal domain and used it to seal the disaster. However, the dark attribute power proved even more overwhelming than expected. The corruption backfired violently onto his body, invading him from the inside. Zhao Lan explained that if Elder Wu had not already reached the Jinggang realm, he would have been reduced to ashes instantly. Back in the present, Fang Yi looked at the unconscious elder with newfound respect. He quietly acknowledged that anyone capable of stopping the destruction of an entire city truly deserved to be called a great pioneer. As he stared at the comatose hero, memories from his previous life resurfaced in his mind. Countless pioneers had sacrificed themselves so humanity could survive a little longer. In his original timeline, Elder Wu had likely already died by this point. A firm determination appeared in Fang Yi's eyes as he suddenly reached his hand toward the elder. Zhao Lan immediately panicked and demanded to know what he was doing. Fang Yi calmly reassured her and explained that although the Shizai flower was already purifying the corruption, some stubborn dark attribute energy still remained inside Elder Wu's body. He wanted to remove it completely. Placing his hand on the elder's chest, Fang Yi released a surge of powerful blue lightning into Elder Wu's body. He explained that the lightning would accelerate the purification process and help the elder wake up faster. Zhao Lan watched in disbelief. The energy Fang Yi was attempting to cleanse had originated from an S-level disaster. After hesitating for a moment, she finally allowed him to continue, hoping he might truly be the miracle they needed. The room soon filled with the sound of crackling spiritual power as Fang Yi continuously poured energy into the elder. Zhao Lan warned him that the dark attribute within Elder Wu was far more terrifying than the dark tide itself. Without the Shizai flower suppressing it, the elder would never have survived this long. Fang Yi nodded seriously. He could already feel the terrifying pressure hidden within the corruption. Even weakened by the flower's purifying effects, the dark energy still emitted an overwhelming and oppressive force. Suddenly, a violent wave of dark energy exploded outward from the bed, throwing both Fang Yi and Zhao Lan backward. Zhao Lan shouted for him to focus his mind because the corruption was beginning to affect his consciousness. At that moment, a brilliant golden aura erupted around Fang Yi as he activated his spiritual protection technique. His eyes glowed with golden light, but before he could react further, his consciousness was dragged into a strange illusion created by the dark attribute. He found himself standing alone in the middle of a ruined city beneath a sky dominated by a massive crimson eye. The terrifying eye stared down at him from above the destroyed streets and demanded to know who he was. Fang Yi immediately realized that touching the dark attribute remnant inside Elder Wu had pulled his spirit into the anomaly's lingering mental world. Completely unafraid, Fang Yi calmly replied that his identity was unimportant because he had only come to destroy it. Blue lightning gathered around his hand as he judged that the anomaly was not as powerful as it appeared. The giant eye responded instantly by launching massive red spikes toward him. Fang Yi was briefly caught off guard, but he quickly activated his golden sun-breathing technique. Golden light flashed in his eyes as he swiftly dodged the deadly rain of spikes falling from the sky. The anomaly then released terrifying strands of red and black lightning. Fang Yi immediately noticed that this strange energy was comparable to the divine thunder he once absorbed on Yuhuang Mountain. Soon after, the anomaly revealed its true form. The massive eye split apart into an enormous swarm of insect-like creatures, made entirely from dark attribute energy, all revolving around a central crimson core. Fang Yi realized that every single creature possessed strength comparable to the monsters from the dark tide. Worse still, there were tens of millions of them. The entire swarm descended upon him like a living vortex of destruction. Faced with the overwhelming threat, Fang Yi summoned his flaming sword. With fierce determination, he declared that the only option left was complete annihilation. He charged directly into the swarm and unleashed a gigantic fiery slash that carved a blazing path through the darkness. His attack successfully split the central eye in half. After observing the enemy carefully, Fang Yi identified it as an S-level collective anomaly. However, he guessed that its current strength had already been heavily weakened, either because this was merely an illusion or because the Shizai flower had already purified much of its power inside Elder Wu's body. The divided swarm crashed into the ruined city below and exploded violently upon impact. Fang Yi landed atop a rooftop and looked over the destruction in silence. Judging from its current state, he estimated the anomaly's remaining strength to be around A level. Even so, He could not help but admire Elder Wu for facing such a disaster alone. Realizing the threat was still extremely dangerous, Fang Yi gathered dark energy into his palm and activated his own dark attribute technique, the limitless dark world. A gigantic vortex of darkness erupted from his body and began devouring the insect swarm. The anomaly reacted in shock, seemingly realizing that Fang Yi was not an ordinary human. Fang Yi simply smirked and answered, "Guess so." With a commanding shout, he fully unleashed the vortex and absorbed the remaining anomaly completely. As the final traces of dark energy disappeared, a chilling voice echoed through the void. "We will be back soon." Floating within his own dark domain, Fang Yi frowned thoughtfully. He realized the voice was likely a fragment of the anomaly's remaining consciousness. More importantly, the warning had used the word "we." That meant there were probably more disasters like this waiting to appear in the future. As the illusionary world began collapsing around him, Fang Yi decided to leave before the mental space completely shattered. His consciousness returned to reality with a sudden jolt. Without hesitation, Fang Yi reached into Elder Wu's body and forcefully extracted the remaining dark attribute corruption. A mass of dark purple energy wrapped in blue lightning was pulled directly from the Elder's chest. To contain it, Fang Yi immediately activated the 9-Dragon Skyfire sealing art. Flaming red chains wrapped around the dark energy and trapped it inside a sealed sphere. Holding the orb in his hand, Fang Yi explained to the shocked Zhao Lan that this was the final remnant left behind by the city-destroying anomaly. Although the orb still contained tremendous power, its influence had already been greatly weakened by the Shizai flower and Elder Wu's seal. Fang Yi sincerely praised Elder Wu, saying that he truly deserved the title of the nation's #1 pioneer. Using his own body to suppress such terrifying dark power was something almost no one else could survive. Zhao Lan looked at her teacher and noticed that the red veins covering his face had disappeared. His breathing had also become calm and stable. Overcome with relief, she told Fang Yi that he had saved Elder Wu's life. However, Fang Yi humbly shook his head. He explained that without the Shizai flower weakening the corruption first, he would never have been able to remove the dark attribute so easily. Zhao Lan agreed, saying that the flower had preserved the Elder's life while Fang Yi's power had finally given him a chance to fully recover. With one final burst of energy, Fang Yi crushed the sealed orb in his hand and reduced the remaining corruption to dust. Afterward, he revealed something important to Zhao Lan. During the illusion, the anomaly had warned him that it would return someday. Fang Yi concluded that they needed to prepare themselves because they could not continue relying on an old man who had barely survived such a disaster. Zhao Lan admitted that she had already heard similar rumors before. She explained that both the military and the association constantly monitored changes in spiritual energy around the world. According to their data, there was a frightening possibility that the Shan'an might not even survive the first year after the full spiritual energy revival. Although most people dismissed the rumor as nonsense, Fang Yi remained silent for a moment. In his previous life, humanity had only managed to survive for 3 years after the revival before the entire world nearly collapsed. A dark shadow crossed his expression as he wondered if his rebirth had somehow altered the future itself. Finally, Fang Yi gently placed a hand on Zhao Lan's shoulder and told her not to overthink things. Elder Wu would likely wake up soon. Then, with a serious look in his eyes, he made her a solemn promise. If the disaster truly returned, he would stand beside them and fight. Deep inside, Fang Yi knew the final battle against the great disaster was inevitable, but this time he swore he would change everything. Later that night, Fang Yi returned to his apartment and sat cross-legged on his couch while meditating. Dark attribute energy swirled quietly around him as he reflected on his recent battles. After fighting 2 S-level anomalies in succession, he felt himself approaching a breakthrough into the 2-star spirit creation realm. However, he also understood that the full spiritual energy revival was approaching rapidly. Even with his newly obtained dark attribute powers, his current strength was still far from enough. Thinking back to the terrifying anomaly inside the illusion, Fang Yi realized that even in a weakened state, its true power had been monstrous. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when he noticed the small white flower he had left sitting on the table nearby. The obedient little plant glowed softly as if responding to his attention. Fang Yi smiled faintly and spoke to it, admitting that it had been his mistake not to bring it along during his previous mission. Picking up the flower pot gently, he told it that he regretted not giving it a chance to grow stronger. The little flower immediately seemed to brighten with happiness. Chuckling quietly to himself, Fang Yi decided to take it outside for a walk. Fang Yi headed toward the back mountain, the secluded area he used as his personal training ground. As he walked along the quiet path beneath the moonlight, he observed how quickly the damaged forest had begun recovering. He quietly praised the association's plant research department, realizing their methods must be extremely advanced. In this new era of spiritual energy revival, nature itself seemed to possess an incredible ability to heal. Eventually, Fang Yi found a suitable location deep within the woods. Kneeling down, he carefully removed the obedient little white flower from its pot and prepared to plant it in the rich soil. While doing so, he silently thanked Su Qingying and her team for helping secure such a useful training area for him. Holding the flower gently in his hand, Fang Yi spoke to it like a companion. He warned it not to become too greedy and reminded it to absorb only a small amount of energy at a time. Otherwise, not even every forest on the planet would be enough to satisfy its appetite. The moment the flower touched the ground, its roots instantly spread through the soil. In the next second, a massive vortex of green, life-draining energy erupted outward from the tiny plant. The terrifying power rapidly expanded through the surrounding forest, absorbing the life force of every nearby tree. Lush vegetation withered almost instantly, leaving behind a dead and empty wasteland. A short while later, Fang Yi stood calmly with his arms crossed, observing the devastated section of forest. Deciding the flower had absorbed enough energy for now, he bent down with a satisfied smile and gently pulled it back out of the ground, roots and all. The little flower glowed brightly with renewed vitality. Fang Yi chuckled softly and told his companion it was time to find another place to feed. As he carried the flower through the dark mountain ridge, he wondered where it might rank among evolved plant-type spirits. Judging by its terrifying desolation attribute alone, he concluded that the flower was already at least an A-level threat. As he continued walking, Fang Yi noticed something strange. The forest had become completely silent. Not a single animal sound could be heard anywhere nearby. He quickly realized that every living creature in the area had likely fled in terror from the flower's overwhelming aura. Suddenly, a ferocious howl shattered the silence of the night. Fang Yi's expression immediately hardened as he recognized the sound of a wolf. On a nearby cliff beneath a blood-red moon, a pack of monstrous wolves gathered together. Their glowing crimson eyes shone menacingly as their bodies twisted and expanded with spiritual power. Fang Yi quickly realized the wolf pack was currently undergoing a dangerous evolution. At the center of the pack stood a massive wolf king. Fang Yi observed the beast carefully and noticed its transformation was nearly complete. Moments later, the wolf king released a thunderous howl as its evolution finally finished. Its body erupted with a sinister green aura overflowing with spiritual energy. Holding the flower pot in his hands, Fang Yi was surprised by the creature's immense power. The Wolf King was on the verge of becoming an A-level anomaly. The evolved wolves quickly spread out and surrounded him from every direction, completely blocking off his escape routes. After observing their energy carefully, Fang Yi concluded that the Wolf King had evolved a poisonous secondary attribute from its original wood element. The mutation was likely caused by prolonged exposure to dark attribute contamination within the mountain. Despite the danger, Fang Yi remained perfectly calm. To him, an A-level threat was still manageable. He calmly removed the obedient little white flower from its pot and told it that it was time to solve the problem together. Kneeling down once more, he planted the flower directly into the earth. Although the wolf pack was only A-level, their large numbers made them extremely dangerous. If they descended the mountain, the surrounding area would suffer a massive disaster. As the Wolf King lunged toward him, Fang Yi calmly ordered the flower to begin. At once, brilliant green energy burst forth from the plant. Curious about the flower's true combat ability, Fang Yi decided to test just how destructive it could become on its own. A gigantic pillar of green, life-draining energy suddenly shot into the night sky. The beam was so enormous that it could be seen far below the mountain by another squad of pioneers stationed nearby. The squad immediately noticed the disturbance. One of the men observed that the Wolf King had completed its evolution and become incredibly powerful. When he asked about the contamination level, a cloaked teammate reported that it had already reached 90. The entire group was stunned. Their blonde-haired leader immediately grew tense. He estimated that the Wolf King's wood attribute had likely reached at least the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, possibly even approaching the Spirit Creation realm. Worse still, the rest of the wolf pack was also extremely powerful. He admitted that his squad did not have enough strength to deal with such a threat, especially since he himself had only recently advanced into the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Then the squad noticed the gigantic green beam erupting from the mountain along with traces of dark attribute energy. The leader's expression changed dramatically as he finally understood why the contamination level was rising so rapidly. He shouted that the Wolf King had evolved dual attributes, an extremely rare phenomenon among anomalies. At that moment, the contamination reading on his watch suddenly jumped from 90 to 100. Grinding his teeth, the leader realized they had to stop the evolution before the mountain region was completely lost. If the wolves became even stronger, the consequences would be catastrophic. He immediately decided to contact the Spiritual Energy Association for reinforcements. However, before anyone could act, the entire ground began shaking violently. One of the pioneers nervously asked if it was an earthquake, but the squad leader instantly denied it. The wolf evolution alone should not have caused tremors of this magnitude. A terrible realization struck him. Another anomaly had appeared. His watch suddenly emitted an alarm as the contamination reading skyrocketed to an impossible 1,000. The entire squad stared in horror as an enormous eruption of green desolation energy exploded from the mountaintop. One of the green-haired pioneers immediately recognized the terrifying power of desolation and wondered in disbelief why such an attribute would appear here. The squad panicked as the overwhelming life-draining energy surged toward them. One of the men shouted fearfully, wondering if this was the same giant vine anomaly that had once appeared in the sky. Another lamented that there had been no warning at all. The squad leader immediately ordered everyone to retreat and evacuate every nearby resident. Yet just as suddenly as the desolation wave appeared, it abruptly stopped. The pioneers stared in confusion as the massive vortex of green energy slowly withdrew back into the mountain. Unsure of what had happened, they questioned whether the danger had already passed. Some debated whether they should still report the incident, while others wondered if they should investigate the mountain directly. Meanwhile, at the mountaintop where Fang Yi had planted the flower, the entire battlefield had transformed. A massive network of thick green roots now covered the ground. From those roots bloomed countless glowing white flowers. Moments later, the flowers erupted with spiritual energy and merged together into a gigantic radiant blossom. Soon afterward, the energy transformed into a vast sea of floating white petals that spread across the entire area. The Wolf King howled furiously as the seemingly beautiful petals suddenly revealed their true nature. Sharp blades formed from the petals and sliced violently through the air. Standing calmly within the swirling storm of flowers, Fang Yi explained the horrifying ability of the spiritual flower. The sea of blossoms would endlessly regenerate and multiply, continuously absorbing and purifying their enemies until nothing remained. The smaller wolves quickly found themselves trapped by vines covered in white flowers. Their life force was drained away almost instantly. One after another, the beasts withered into skeletons before crumbling into dust. As the flower absorbed the vitality of the entire pack, its white petals slowly transformed into a deep crimson color. In a final desperate attack, the Wolf King gathered all its remaining energy and unleashed a massive green blast from its mouth. However, the giant red flower effortlessly formed a protective barrier and completely absorbed the attack. Hidden among the sea of crimson petals and twisting vines, Fang Yi calmly informed the beast that its resistance was meaningless. The flower's desolation attribute had already rooted itself deep within the mountain. The entire mountain now served as both the source and target of its endless cycle of absorption. The Wolf King, now far more intelligent after evolving, seemed to understand its hopeless situation. Even so, it refused to surrender. Realizing the central red flower was the core of the entire attack, the beast gathered its remaining strength and charged directly toward it. Fang Yi watched with a faint smile and mockingly asked his little flower what it planned to do now that its weakness had been exposed. In response, the central crimson flower suddenly expanded to an enormous size. The gigantic blossom lunged forward and swallowed the Wolf King whole within its massive petals. The beast released agonized howls as the desolation attribute rapidly drained away its life force. Green spiritual energy poured from the Wolf King's body as the enormous red flower devoured it completely. Watching carefully, Fang Yi's expression gradually became serious. He realized the flower was willingly allowing the Wolf King's dark attribute energy to flow into itself. Moments later, the Wolf King disappeared entirely within the pulsating crimson petals of the monstrous flower. Fang Yi stared at the massive crimson flower in amazement, genuinely shocked by the terrifying potential of the desolation attribute. He had never expected the spiritual flower to develop its own combat technique without any direct guidance from him after he implanted the attribute into it. As the enormous flower slowly shrank back down, Fang Yi began to fully understand how horrifying its new ability truly was. Once an enemy became trapped within the sea of flowers, escape was almost impossible. Even if the flowers themselves were destroyed, they would simply regenerate endlessly while continuing to absorb all life around them. Moments later, the giant flower opened slightly and spat out the Wolf King's completely bleached skeleton. Every trace of flesh, blood, and spiritual energy had been devoured. Fang Yi observed the remains quietly before concluding that the flowers could reduce virtually any opponent to bones through endless regeneration and desolation absorption. The massive red flower now stood at the center of a field filled with smaller crimson blossoms. Looking at the terrifying scene before him, Fang Yi decided to give the newly created ability a name: the Endless Spiritual Sea. A glowing system window immediately appeared in front of him, confirming that the spiritual flower had successfully developed a desolation attribute technique known as Endless Spiritual Sea. After the battle ended, the giant flower slowly closed its petals. Bright energy glowed from within its body, while Fang Yi stood nearby, slightly exhausted from the intense confrontation. As he watched quietly, a single crimson petal drifted gently through the air and brushed softly against his cheek. Suddenly, the flower erupted with another massive burst of spiritual power. Fang Yi's eyes widened in surprise as he realized that his little flower was about to evolve once again. Far away inside a high-tech monitoring room, alarms suddenly began blaring loudly. Analysts quickly reported the appearance of an A-level anomaly. According to their readings, two completely different spiritual powers had appeared in the same region. While the Wolf King had evolved and generated dark attribute contamination, A separate and incredibly powerful desolation attribute had appeared at nearly the same time. The Association Superior, who was currently alongside Su Qingying, immediately demanded the exact location of the disturbance. A technician pointed toward the map and explained that the affected mountain area had previously been under Su Qingying's team's supervision. The superior frowned in confusion and asked whether the destroyer squad had not already been dispatched to handle the Wolfpack situation. Before anyone could continue, communication from the pioneers on the mountain suddenly came through. The squad leader urgently reported that an overwhelming wave of desolation energy had appeared and completely annihilated the A-level Wolfpack. However, he also explained that the terrifying energy later retreated deeper into the mountain, where an enormous number of unusual flower anomalies had now appeared. The pioneers themselves stood helplessly outside the mountain area, staring at a glowing sea of red flowers spreading across the landscape. None of them dared approach any closer. The squad leader warned that if this mysterious anomaly were to erupt completely, it could become even more dangerous than the celestial vine incident from before. He requested immediate reinforcements, admitting that even all the pioneers gathered there together likely would not survive an unexpected outbreak. The Association Superior agreed at once and prepared to dispatch 2 elite squads to the location. However, Su Qingying suddenly interrupted the discussion. With a knowing look in her eyes, she calmly stated that she had a feeling the source of the desolation power was Fang Yi himself. She reminded everyone that Fang Yi lived in that very area and confidently declared that he would never allow innocent people to be harmed. As she spoke, an image flashed through her mind of Fang Yi floating above the city surrounded by blazing energy like a guardian deity. Meanwhile, high on the mountain, the entire area had transformed into a sea of crimson flowers. Standing before the gigantic spiritual flower, Fang Yi carefully observed its evolving body. Just as he suspected, after devouring the Wolf King, the flower had begun developing a second attribute. The massive blossom slowly opened again, revealing a brilliant golden light glowing from its center. Fang Yi looked genuinely surprised. The flower's newly evolved power was a fire attribute. He placed his hand against the giant flower and commented that its evolution method was absurdly simple. All it needed to do was devour powerful enemies to continue growing stronger. After completing its evolution, the enormous flower rapidly shrank back to its original portable size. However, its once white petals had now become a deep crimson color. Another system window appeared before Fang Yi. The notification confirmed that the spiritual flower had successfully evolved into an A-level anomaly known as the Desolate Fire Spirit Flower. It now possessed both desolation and fire attributes. The system further explained that the flower had an intense desire to consume spiritual energy and could be nurtured within the limitless dark world. Fang Yi frowned slightly after reading the final part. The mention of the limitless dark world immediately gave him a new idea. He realized he could place the flower directly inside his personal dark domain. Since the domain already contained enormous amounts of dark attribute anomalies and spiritual energy, it would serve as the perfect environment for the flower to continue evolving. In fact, Fang Yi suspected that if the flower absorbed enough dark energy within the domain, it might even evolve a third attribute. As he held the dark domain orb in his hand, the sky above suddenly began to change. Massive storm clouds gathered overhead, while spiritual energy surged wildly throughout the mountain. Fang Yi's eyes glowed with golden light as he realized another breakthrough was approaching. He was about to advance into the 2-star spirit creation realm. Fang Yi immediately sat down and began cultivating. Moments later, an enormous pillar of golden divine energy descended from the heavens and surrounded his body completely. As he meditated, he could feel his control over spiritual energy becoming smoother and more refined. The energy of the world itself seemed to merge naturally with his body, as though the two had become one. Elsewhere in the mountains, a muscular man with spiky hair suddenly sensed the overwhelming power of Fang Yi's breakthrough. Curious and excited, he rushed toward the source of the energy. When he finally saw the golden light descending from the heavens, his eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately recognized the legendary heavenly fireblade aura. Watching footage of Fang Yi's earlier battle while flames burned around his own body, the man grinned fiercely and declared that he would defeat this new fire attribute pioneer to prove he was the strongest. Back at the cultivation site, Fang Yi suddenly sensed another presence nearby. Without opening his eyes, he calmly asked who was hiding there. The mysterious figure responded instantly by launching a massive fireball directly toward him, while demanding to know if Fang Yi was truly a fire attribute pioneer. Fang Yi remained completely unfazed. Dark energy gathered around him and formed a swirling vortex that effortlessly absorbed the incoming fire attack. A faint smile appeared on his face as he realized the hidden observer had finally revealed himself. Fang Yi recalled that he had sensed this person's spiritual energy for quite some time already. The newcomer had not even bothered concealing his presence properly. Based on the aura alone, Fang Yi immediately identified him as a wild pioneer, an independent cultivator unaffiliated with any organization who enjoyed challenging powerful opponents. He had also recently broken through into the spirit creation realm. The muscular man finally stepped out fully, flames swirling violently around his body. Landing before Fang Yi, he remarked that Fang Yi was surprisingly interesting and admitted he could feel tremendous spiritual pressure coming from him. He then aggressively demanded to know how Fang Yi had hidden from his previous fire attack. Fang Yi remained silent and simply observed the newcomer calmly. The man grinned confidently before properly introducing himself. His name was Jiang Liu, and he arrogantly declared that Fang Yi would remember that name very soon. Without wasting another second, Jiang Liu charged forward with his entire body wrapped in roaring flames. In response, Fang Yi calmly raised 2 fingers toward the sky and quietly spoke 2 words. Divine thunder. A gigantic bolt of brilliant blue lightning instantly descended from the heavens. Jiang Liu's eyes widened in complete shock as the divine thunder struck him head-on before he could even react. The devastating lightning blast exploded across his body with terrifying force. Smoke poured from his mouth as he coughed painfully and staggered backward. Blue electricity crackled violently across his scorched body while he struggled to stand. Completely stunned, Jiang Liu could not understand what had just happened. Fang Yi was supposed to be a fire attribute pioneer, so why was he using thunder power? Still trembling from the electric shock, Jiang Liu could barely keep himself upright. Meanwhile, Fang Yi calmly walked forward and stood over him. Jiang Liu collapsed onto his hands and knees, unable to move at all. Without hesitation, Fang Yi grabbed him by the hair and brutally smashed his face into the rocky ground, shattering the stone beneath him. Blue lightning continued crackling around Fang Yi's body as he mockingly asked Jiang Liu to repeat his name because he had not heard it clearly the first time. Jiang Liu could only stare silently in disbelief with his face pressed against the broken earth. His mind filled with confusion and humiliation. He had only recently broken through into the 1-star spirit creation realm and had always considered himself an unmatched genius. He could not understand how he had been defeated so easily before even using his strongest technique. Memories flashed through his mind of countless people praising his rare fire attribute and acknowledging him as a future powerhouse. He had genuinely believed everyone would eventually bow before him. A faint scoff escaped Fang Yi's lips. He released another surge of electricity through Jiang Liu's body, causing the young pioneer to scream in agony. Jiang Liu's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. He still could not understand how Fang Yi possessed thunder abilities, when he was clearly supposed to be a fire user. Fang Yi looked down at him coldly, one eye glowing with blue energy. Disappointment appeared on his face as he admitted that he had expected far more from someone so arrogant. With a calm but mocking tone, he criticized the younger generation for their excessive confidence. Pinned helplessly beneath the crushing electrical force, Jiang Liu finally began to realize the true difference between them. Although Fang Yi had only broken through into the 2-star spirit creation realm, the spiritual pressure radiating from him felt vastly more terrifying than his own. The difference did not feel like 1 or 2 minor stages. It felt like a gap of 3 entire realms. At that moment, a final horrifying thought entered Jiang Liu's mind. He truly believed he was about to die there. Terrified and trembling on the ground, Jiang Liu desperately begged Fang Yi not to kill him. Fang Yi looked down at him coldly for a moment before finally releasing him. In a calm but icy tone, he warned Jiang Liu that a pioneer's power should never be used carelessly against others. If he had so much free time to challenge random people, then he should spend it clearing anomalies instead. After giving him one final dismissive glance, Fang Yi turned around and walked away. Jiang Liu remained kneeling on the shattered ground, staring blankly at Fang Yi's back as he disappeared into the darkness. His mind raced with confusion and disbelief. He could not understand the terrifying gap between them. Was Fang Yi truly an unparalleled genius, or was he himself simply too weak? Later that night, Jiang Liu returned to a luxurious apartment looking completely defeated. The moment he entered the room, 2 men waiting inside immediately noticed something was wrong. One of them casually welcomed him back and jokingly commented on his messy new hairstyle. However, the red-haired man beside him instantly began scolding him. He reminded Jiang Liu that he had already warned him not to pick fights recklessly. The red-haired man continued lecturing him, saying his aggressive personality would eventually get him killed, especially now that the spiritual energy revival had not fully begun yet. Acting arrogantly before the world truly changed would only bring disaster upon himself. To both men's surprise, Jiang Liu did not explode in anger as usual. Instead, he silently collapsed onto the sofa with the expression of someone whose soul had completely left his body. Confused by his behavior, one of the men asked what had happened. He could hardly believe this was the same Jiang Liu who normally lived for Babel. The red-haired man frowned and reminded Jiang Liu that he had gone out specifically to challenge the Heavenly Fireblade user. After remaining silent for several moments, Jiang Liu finally spoke in a defeated voice. It was over instantly. With tears suddenly streaming down his face, Jiang Liu broke down completely and admitted that he was the one who had been instantly defeated. Both of his friends froze in disbelief. Jiang Liu frantically muttered that he should have realized something was wrong earlier and backed down immediately. If he had done that, he could have avoided this humiliation entirely. The seated man could not understand it at all. Jiang Lu was already considered a rare genius who had reached the spirit creation realm within only a few months. Someone with his pure firepower should have been nearly unbeatable among pioneers of the same level. As Jiang Lu remembered the battle, his expression became even more horrified. His ultimate technique, Meteor Flame, had been completely shattered in a single instant by Fang Yi's terrifying thunder attack. His friends desperately tried to rationalize the defeat. One of them suggested that maybe Jiang Liu had simply challenged the wrong person. Someone with his fire attribute and spirit creation realm strength should not have lost so overwhelmingly. The red-haired man proposed another possibility. Perhaps the opponent was not even a pioneer at all, and their earlier assumptions about his abilities had been completely wrong. However, Jiang Liu furiously rejected both explanations. He shouted that there was no way he could have mistaken the location. The mountain territory clearly belonged to that man. Then his expression darkened as he recalled the terrifying pressure Fang Yi had released during the battle. His voice trembled as he described it as monstrous. The spiritual pressure alone had felt powerful enough to make his head explode. Both of his friends immediately fell silent after hearing that. Jiang Lu clenched his fists and declared that his instincts told him he had definitely found the right person. Fang Yi was not only a top-tier fire attribute pioneer, but also possessed an unbelievably powerful thunder attribute. Worse still, Fang Yi's thunder power was many times stronger than Jiang Lu's own flames. He believed Fang Yi had been hiding his true strength the entire time and estimated that he was likely already at least in the 3-star spirit creation realm. The room immediately fell silent again. The red-haired man quietly reflected on how impossible such a person should be. A wild pioneer with that level of strength would become a nightmare for every other cultivator. After a long pause, Jiang Lu suddenly lifted his head with a determined expression and asked whether he should try becoming Fang Yi's apprentice. His two friends stared at him in absolute speechlessness. Meanwhile, back at his apartment, Fang Yi sat quietly in meditation surrounded by a swirling golden aura. However, something suddenly felt wrong. The sensation of nearing a breakthrough into the 2-star spirit creation realm had unexpectedly disappeared. Fang Yi slowly opened his glowing golden eyes and immediately realized the issue was not with his body. Something external was interfering with the spiritual energy around him. The atmosphere itself had become unstable. Because of that instability, he could no longer gather spiritual energy properly to complete his breakthrough. This immediately confirmed his worst fears. Recalling the government's secret monitoring projects and the rumors surrounding an approaching catastrophe, Fang Yi began wondering whether something truly disastrous was about to happen. Walking toward the window, he looked out across the city and saw a gigantic electrical storm gathering overhead. The moment he saw it, he understood. The full spiritual energy revival had begun earlier than expected, and it was happening directly in his city. Fang Yi immediately tried contacting Zhaolan to learn what the military knew about the situation, but the call failed repeatedly. His expression darkened. If military communications had already gone silent, then the situation was likely far worse than expected. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Su Qingying. The moment Fang Yi answered, loud static filled the line. Through the interference, Su Qingying urgently told him that the situation had changed and asked for his help immediately. As Fang Yi questioned whether the communication problems were being caused by monsters appearing throughout the city, a dark figure suddenly slammed into his apartment window. The glass cracked violently. Through the static, Su Qingying confirmed that the situation was huge and revealed that she was currently inside the city herself. Before Fang Yi could respond, the monstrous bat-like creature wrapped in dark energy shattered the window completely and lunged straight toward him. Fang Yi did not even bother standing immediately. Looking at the charging creature with complete indifference, he calmly remarked that it was seriously overestimating its own strength. In the next instant, blue electrical energy gathered into his hand and formed a blade of pure lightning. Fang Yi leaped upward and hurled the blade directly through the creature's body. The bat anomaly exploded into pieces in a flash of blue light. The loud crash immediately drew Lim Yi out of her room. She rushed forward while shouting a warning about a strange bat monster that had appeared nearby. However, the moment she arrived, she froze in shock. The apartment window had been completely destroyed, and Fang Yi stood calmly amidst lingering blue lightning, as if nothing had happened. Lin Yi nervously asked what was going on. Looking out at the storm-filled city through the shattered window, Fang Yi explained that while monsters normally appeared randomly, it was deeply concerning that anomalies were now directly attacking homes within the city itself. Even worse, this was clearly not an isolated incident. Though he claimed the situation was still manageable for now, his eyes remained fixed on the enormous storm gathering overhead. Fang Yi quietly admitted that this could be the beginning of a major disaster. What troubled him most was the strange behavior of the anomalies. Normally, creatures around the 2-star Ghost Axe realm would remain hidden and avoid attention. They would never openly attack a powerful pioneer's home in the middle of the city. Realizing that a massive battle was approaching, Fang Yi immediately instructed Lin Yi to contact every pioneer she knew and gather them all at the apartment. She agreed without hesitation. Fang Yi then stepped onto the ledge beside the broken window and turned toward his cousin. Since her own breakthrough was approaching soon, he told her he was entrusting the safety of their home to her. He ordered her to guard the apartment while he handled the situation outside. Elsewhere in the city, Su Qingying and her squad stood atop a rooftop while violent storms interfered with their communications equipment. One of her teammates, Jiang Xiaoya, wondered whether their devices had simply malfunctioned. However, Su Qingying grimly replied that if a true disaster had begun, they would likely have to fight alone. The entire team stared upward at a massive vortex swirling through the clouds, while Su Qingying silently hoped it was nothing more than a false alarm. Acting as captain, she quickly began contacting patrol units and ordering all pioneers to remain on maximum alert. But before she could finish giving commands, her entire squad suddenly froze in horror. Above them, countless bat-like anomalies began pouring out of the giant vortex. A warning immediately rang out across the city. Anomaly invasion detected. At the same time, emergency broadcasts spread across every district warning civilians about the largest rainstorm in 50 years and ordering everyone to remain indoors. Across the city streets, panic and confusion spread rapidly as ordinary people stared fearfully at the dark crimson sky and wondered whether the end of the world had arrived. Meanwhile, Zhang Liu and his red-haired companion sped through the rain-covered streets on motorcycles. His friend shouted over the storm that the situation felt completely wrong and asked whether they should flee the city immediately. Zhang Liu remained silent with a grim expression. Suddenly, a dark bat-like monster wrapped in crimson energy dove toward them from the sky. Zhang Liu reacted instantly in anger and declared that the creature was seeking death. A powerful fireball formed in his hand before he blasted the anomaly directly. His companion wondered aloud why the creature would attack them at all, since anomalies usually avoided pioneers as powerful as Zhang Liu. Then both men froze in shock. The monster emerged from the flames completely unharmed. Zhang Liu's expression immediately changed from anger to panic. It was not that the creature had resisted the attack, it had regenerated instantly. For the first time, Zhang Liu truly understood how terrifying the monsters flooding the city had become. Without hesitation, he declared that they needed to return home immediately. The scene then shifted back several hours earlier to the Spiritual Energy Association headquarters. Inside a high-tech conference room, Su Qingying and her superior listened as officials discussed the growing threat level within the city. One official suggested that they urgently needed their strongest personnel to establish direct contact with Fang Yi. However, before the superior could respond, alarms suddenly interrupted the meeting. A giant warning appeared across the main screen. An A-level anomaly was predicted to arrive in the city center within 24 hours. While large numbers of bat-like anomalies had already begun gathering in the suburbs, the association's superior immediately questioned whether the prediction was accurate. Su Qingying's expression instantly turned serious as she declared they needed to deploy a team immediately and volunteered to go personally. Back in the present, the leader of the destroyer squad looked upward in horror as a gigantic version of the bat anomaly descended from the storm clouds above him. Frantically shouting into his communicator, he corrected the previous report. The anomaly was not A-level. It was S-level. The giant creature's shadows spread across the battlefield while its glowing crimson eyes watched the city below like a predator preparing to devour everything. The scene then shifted to a quiet military district filled with empty futuristic hallways. Outside, however, complete chaos had erupted. A massive swarm of glowing red bat anomalies attacked a military warship while the vessel fired enormous energy blasts in retaliation. At the center of the battle, Zhao Lan fought fiercely against the endless monsters. Purple spiritual whips spun around her body like violent storms, slicing countless creatures apart. Even so, the swarm never seemed to end. Zhao Lan paused briefly and stared at the overwhelming flood of dark attribute bats. Her unique abilities allowed her to shape and strengthen spiritual power far beyond normal pioneers, but even she could feel the pressure building. The monsters seemed determined to prevent the military forces from accomplishing something important. At that moment, a blond young man crackling with yellow lightning landed beside her and praised her combat ability. Then, his expression darkened as he explained their current situation. Only a handful of high-ranking officers remained behind to defend the entire military district. He asked for her orders. Zhao Lan immediately explained that all communications were being jammed. They had completely lost contact with the outside world, and she suspected every other military district was suffering the same problem. Looking toward the sky, now almost entirely blackened by the swarm, Zhao Lan finally made a difficult decision. She ordered 2 squads to remain behind and defend the restricted zone at all costs. Everyone else would follow her and attempt to break through the enemy blockade in order to reconnect with other military forces. With the orders given, Zhao Lan, the blonde lightning pioneer, and the remaining soldiers launched themselves directly into battle. As they charged toward the city, Zhao Lun suddenly realized the horrifying truth. Looking at the endless blood-red swarm covering the entire skyline, she finally understood the anomaly's real objective. The anomalies had never intended to attack only the military district. Their true target was the entire city. As heavy rain poured across the streets, terrified civilians rushed desperately for shelter. At a lonely bus stop, a live streamer named Malala stood waiting with another man. Unlike everyone else around her, she looked excited rather than afraid. She enthusiastically explained that the strange storm was the perfect opportunity for a viral live stream. With a confident smile, she declared that sometimes people needed to take risks to capture unforgettable footage. Her excitement vanished instantly. A shadowy bat-like monster suddenly lunged out of the darkness and devoured the man beside her before she could even react. Malala screamed in horror. At the same time, countless more creatures descended from the sky. The streets instantly erupted into chaos as swarms of the blood-red anomalies attacked civilians from every direction. People ran desperately while shouting that the monsters were drinking their blood. Malala fled in terror, but one of the creatures quickly caught up to her. The monster lunged forward, and she closed her eyes in despair, believing she was about to die. Then a brilliant blue blade of energy suddenly sliced through the rain and cut the creature apart instantly. A figure surrounded by crackling blue lightning landed gracefully behind her. It was Su Qingying. Standing alongside two cloaked members of her squad, Su Qingying offered a hand to the terrified girl and calmly assured her that her teammates would escort her home safely. As the two pioneers helped the trembling Malala away, one of them warned Su Qingying that the number of sea-level bat anomalies was increasing rapidly. Worse still, the creatures seemed to be evolving continuously. Su Qingying's expression immediately turned furious. If the anomalies truly evolved by feeding on humans, then they needed to evacuate civilians immediately before the situation spiraled completely out of control. She gave her final instructions to the team, ordering them to regroup at the current location later since it had become the area with the highest concentration of anomalies. Her teammates nodded before leading Malala away, leaving Su Qingying alone atop the rooftop facing the endless crimson swarm. Elsewhere above the city, Fang Yi landed atop another rooftop and came face to face with the gigantic multi-eyed version of the bat anomaly. Looking down at the endless swarm spreading throughout the city, Fang Yi was surprised to discover that the entire group had already evolved. Their overall power was now approaching the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Without hesitation, Fang Yi summoned a blazing sword of golden fire. With a single powerful slash, he released an enormous wave of flames that tore directly through the swarm and incinerated huge numbers of creatures instantly. However, as Fang Yi watched the aftermath, one of his eyes glowed red. He immediately realized something was wrong. This anomaly was fundamentally different from ordinary monsters. The bat swarm continuously regenerated and multiplied no matter how many were destroyed. Simple attacks could not truly eliminate them. Fang Yi quickly noticed that identical swarms had already appeared across every crowded district in the city. It was as though countless disaster zones had erupted simultaneously. Searching for association members one by one in this chaos would waste too much time. Staring at the dark fog engulfing the city, Fang Yi concluded that he had no choice but to suppress the swarms individually before they completely overwhelmed everyone. Raising his hand, Fang Yi activated his ultimate technique, the limitless dark world. A gigantic vortex of dark green energy erupted into the sky as Fang Yi declared that the anomalies would become nourishment for his spiritual flower. As the vortex began absorbing the creatures, Fang Yi briefly thought about the pioneers gathered at his apartment. Lim Yi, Su Qingying, Zhang Xiaoya, and the others all appeared in his mind. He knew he needed to move quickly. For now, he trusted that his cousin and the other pioneers could protect the apartment safely. But if the disaster continued escalating, then the nightmare he remembered from his previous life would finally become reality. And once that happened, survival itself would become nearly impossible. 10 minutes later, Su Qingying was still battling endlessly atop another rooftop. Her frustration grew as she realized the monsters simply would not stop coming. No matter how many creatures she destroyed, the swarm instantly replaced them. Her spiritual power was recovering far too slowly. At this rate, she would soon run out of energy entirely. For a brief moment, she thought about her two teammates escorting Malala and silently hoped they had reached safety. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from somewhere above. Su Qingying looked upward and froze. A massive spear made entirely of red anomalies had begun gathering in the sky. The countless creatures fused together into a single gigantic being. Realizing the danger had escalated again, she immediately leaped upward along the side of a building. If the anomalies continued evolving at this rate, they would soon reach the spirit creation realm completely. With pioneer forces spread thin rescuing civilians throughout the city, they lacked the manpower to handle a threat of this magnitude, especially now that the monsters had begun directly attacking buildings. Su Qingying unleashed multiple blasts of blue spiritual energy into the swarm, desperately attempting to break through the massive creatures. But there were simply too many. The monsters overwhelmed her completely and knocked her from the sky. As she fell through the rain, Su Qingying suddenly understood the terrifying truth. Looking at the enormous vortex of dark energy and lightning swirling overhead, she realized the swarm's real purpose. An anomaly king was being born. Across the city, destruction spread rapidly beneath the endless rainstorm. The massive swarms of shadowy bat creatures overwhelmed everything in their path. The situation had grown so catastrophic that even the military and the Spiritual Energy Association appeared powerless to stop the city's collapse. Pioneer squads fought desperately in every district. Reports flooded in describing teams being wiped out or sacrificing themselves to hold back the monsters. Meanwhile, Su Qingying continued fighting alone while her protective barrier barely held against the endless assault. At the same time, a new emergency alert officially classified the S-level anomaly as an anomaly king. Inside the Association Command Center, the atmosphere became grim. Officials received non-stop casualty reports while the regeneration speed and sheer numbers of the creatures overwhelmed every defensive line. Worse still, it was already too late to request reinforcements from other regions. A subordinate urgently reported that the city had become completely surrounded by a massive black fog barrier. No rescue was possible anymore. They had become an isolated city. Facing what could be the city's final hours, the association superior stood beside his remaining men and declared that as pioneers, they would stand and fall together with the city. He swore that the monsters would only pass over their corpses. Then, with grim determination, he issued a final command. If the city failed to contain the disaster, headquarters must immediately launch a destruction strike to prevent the dark attribute contamination from spreading beyond the region. Elsewhere, Su Qingying's battle reached its breaking point. Her protective barrier finally began cracking beneath the relentless attacks. She could feel her spiritual power nearly depleted. Gathering every last ounce of energy she had left, she unleashed one final massive blast toward the swirling anomaly vortex overhead. But the attack was effortlessly deflected. The evolved creature emerged more clearly from within the swarm and released a horrifying shriek. The moment Su Qingying sensed its aura, her expression changed to shock. The creature had already reached the level of a 3-star spirit creation realm. In the next instant, the monster attacked again and completely shattered her protective barrier. Defeated and exhausted, Su Qingying fell helplessly through the rain, while the gigantic creature descended toward her. Realizing death was approaching, she gathered her remaining strength for one final desperate attack. Then suddenly, a streak of blazing fire flashed past her. A massive explosion erupted in the sky and stopped the creature instantly. Through the fading flames, Su Qingying stared in shock. Fang Yi stood before her with his blazing sword still raised. One of his eyes glowed fiery orange while the other shone electric blue. Facing the enormous anomaly, Fang Yi calmly declared the power of divine thunder before charging forward. Fire and lightning merged together around his blade as he met the creature head-on. With one devastating slash, Fang Yi split the gigantic anomaly cleanly in half. The divided body exploded into countless fiery detonations that illuminated the dark storm-covered city. After the battle, Fang Yi and Su Qingying landed together on a rain-soaked road below. Fang Yi calmly apologized for taking so long to locate her, explaining that there had been too many nearly identical swarms throughout the city. Still weakened from battle, Su Qingying quickly warned him that the creatures could regenerate even after being destroyed. As she spoke, the scattered remains of the anomaly slowly began reforming overhead. Fang Yi simply glanced upward calmly and replied that he already knew. Facing the regenerating swarm, Fang Yi told her not to worry because he always finished what he started. A massive amount of purple dark attribute energy gathered into his hand as he activated the limitless dark world once more. A gigantic vortex erupted outward and began swallowing the reforming swarm completely. Watching the incredible display, Su Qingying suddenly felt hope return for the first time since the disaster began. She realized she had almost forgotten that the city still possessed a peerless pioneer like Fang Yi. The enormous purple vortex spread across the street and absorbed every remaining bat anomaly into its center. Then, with a simple command, Fang Yi compressed the entire swarm into a single stable orb of dark energy. Only after fully sealing the creatures did he finally turn toward Su Qingying and ask whether she was injured badly. Su Qingying thanked him sincerely for saving her life and explained that she still carried recovery medicine with her. However, Fang Yi's expression remained serious as he noticed the dark contamination spreading through her wounds. Without hesitation, he placed a hand on her shoulder. Blue lightning instantly surged across her body, causing Su Qingying to gasp in surprise. Fang Yi calmly explained that he had purified the dark attribute energy from her system and instructed her to properly bandage the wound afterward. Su Qingying looked at him in amazement. The pain from her injuries had already lessened significantly, and her wounds were healing far faster than even the association's most advanced medicine could achieve. Meanwhile, inside the association's command center, one of the operators suddenly shouted in excitement after noticing that the number of monster groups seemed to be decreasing. However, a superior officer immediately corrected him with a grim expression. He explained that every rescue pioneer team had already been attacked and had completely lost contact. The monsters outside the city were not decreasing at all. Instead, the swarms inside the city were gathering together for one reason only. The Anomaly King was about to appear. The man quietly thought about how much he wanted to see his parents again, but he already understood that such a wish was now impossible. Accepting reality, he decided that all he could do was carry out his final duty. At the same time, Fang Yi and Su Qingying stood beneath the massive green vortex hanging over the city. Staring at the terrifying phenomenon in the sky, Fang Yi asked her if the association had any confirmed information about what they were facing. Su Qingyang revealed that the creature forming inside the vortex was a Super S-class anomaly. Its goal was to devour the entire city, and its power level was comparable to the monster that once forced the Star God Warzone to seal an entire region. With a serious expression, she explained that disasters of this scale were known as cataclysms. The endless monster swarms surrounding the city were merely a warning sign of the true horror yet to come. She continued by explaining that a terrifying spirit was currently being born within the swarm itself. If the birth succeeded, the entire city would be wiped out. Su Qingying then shared the association's research regarding dark attribute anomalies. Normally, monsters of the same species devoured each other to evolve, but dark attribute anomalies were completely different. Once one of them fully evolved into an anomaly king, it gained the terrifying ability to force every other anomaly of the same type into absolute obedience. Looking at Fang Yi with worry in her eyes, she admitted that although his strength was extraordinary, he still had not reached the legendary Jinggang realm. She reminded him that even the nation's strongest pioneer had been left bedridden after sealing a similar disaster. Desperately, she pleaded with him to escape while he still could, break through the monster blockade, and inform the military to abandon the city entirely. Before she could continue, Fang Yi gently tapped her on the head and jokingly asked whether she had forgotten everything she learned in school. However, the smile on his face quickly disappeared as his expression turned firm. He calmly declared that this city was his home, and he was willing to pay any price necessary to protect it. Su Qingying was left speechless by his determination. Without saying another word, Fang Yi leaped onto a nearby rooftop and faced the gigantic green vortex, directly. Golden flames erupted around his body as he stared at the growing anomaly king within the storm. He grimly realized that the entire city was being used as a sacrifice for the king's birth. Activating his golden sun power, Fang Yi then turned toward Su Qingying and asked to borrow her wrist device. He explained that he needed it to detect anomalies and communicate with the association. She silently handed it over. Holding the device in one hand and his blazing sword in the other, Fang Yi declared that he would personally fly into the storm and destroy the anomaly king before it could fully emerge. High above the city, the monstrous creature continued to rise from the swirling vortex. Back in the association's command center, the tense silence was suddenly broken when an operator shouted that they had reconnected with a lost pioneer signal. The signal belonged to Captain Su. Everyone was shocked when they saw her tracker moving at unbelievable speed directly toward the center of the storm, the most dangerous location in the entire city. The operators immediately yelled at her to retreat, fully aware that charging into the storm alone was basically suicide. An official grabbed the communicator and desperately ordered her to stop immediately and wait for military reinforcements from headquarters. On the rooftop, Fang Yi held Su Qingying's wrist device as static crackled through the communicator. After finally figuring out how the device worked, he calmly asked whether anyone could hear him. The official on the other side was stunned. He immediately demanded to know Fang Yi's identity and ask where Su Qingying was. Fang Yi completely ignored the questions and instead took control of the conversation. He calmly informed the command center that everyone there needed to cooperate with him because he was about to destroy the Anomaly King at the center of the storm. As he flew toward the gigantic vortex, Fang Yi continued speaking through the communicator. He warned them that if they truly wanted to save the city, then they had no choice but to assist him. He ordered them to use every communication system, satellite, and piece of information available to support his mission. After several seconds of stunned silence, the leading official finally made a decision. He immediately ordered the entire command center to stop all current operations and establish full communication support for the unknown pioneer. Satellite radar teams were instructed to provide constant updates, and a dedicated operator was assigned as Fang Yi's direct contact. The operator quickly began reporting the battlefield situation. Satellite images showed countless anomalies surrounding the king like a massive dark typhoon. However, the northern route appeared slightly less crowded, while the southeast offered the safest approach through the swarms. While the information continued to pour in, Fang Yi pushed deeper into the storm. Suddenly, the operator shouted a warning. Two powerful anomalies had detected Fang Yi's presence. One was ranked A-class, while the other was an S-class anomaly. Both possessed strength equivalent to the two-star spirit creation realm. The operator desperately urged Fang Yi to retreat immediately. The official silently stared at the monitors, already realizing that retreat was no longer possible. At that exact moment, a violent shockwave slammed into the command center, throwing staff members into chaos as panic spread throughout the room. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Fang Yi casually swung his flaming sword and instantly sliced one of the giant bat-like anomalies clean in half. His fiery eyes glowed intensely as he calmly asked through the communicator, "And then?" Inside the command center, the operators froze in disbelief. The lead official stared at the monitors in shock after noticing that the anomaly's energy signal had completely vanished. He realized that the unknown pioneer had just killed an S-class dark attribute anomaly in a single strike. One of the subordinates excitedly declared that the mysterious fighter had to be the legendary pioneer known as the Tyrant. The entire command center erupted into cheers after realizing they might actually survive. Meanwhile, Fang Yi calmly analyzed the situation. After enhancing his sword with his flames, he discovered that his fire attribute could now suppress the dark attribute and greatly slow the anomaly's regeneration. However, when the creature he had just destroyed began reforming from dark energy, he immediately understood the problem. His current strength was still not enough to completely erase their regeneration ability. Fang Yi concluded that if he had reached the next realm earlier, one attack would have been enough to permanently destroy the creature. Realizing he needed another strategy, he gathered both fire and thunder energy into his body and decided that overwhelming speed was the only answer. He unleashed countless rapid slashes, repeatedly shredding the regenerating monster into pieces. Even so, the endless number of creatures surrounding him continued to become a major problem. Suddenly, a strange green orb of swirling energy appeared in the sky. The nearby dark creatures immediately stopped attacking and began flying toward it. On the ground below, a group of cloaked pioneers watched the scene in confusion. One of them wondered why the bat-like creatures had suddenly retreated. The association superior accompanying them immediately realized the truth. He grimly explained that there was only one reason the swarms would abandon the battle. The Anomaly King was calling them back. Its arrival was now extremely close. Across the city, the remaining military forces and pioneers watched helplessly as the monster swarms merged into a gigantic blood-red cloud hanging over the skyline. Everyone understood that their only chance of survival was to stop the swarms before they completely returned to the Anomaly King. Outside the sealed city, the battle against the monsters continued relentlessly. Standing atop a high structure, Zhao Lan unleashed a powerful blast of energy directly into the dark swarms below. Moments later, her blonde lightning user subordinate approached with a grim report. He asked how much longer it would take before they could finally enter the city. Zhao Lan answered that, according to their instruments, breaking through the blockade would require at least another 30 minutes. The subordinate's face immediately darkened. He knew that by then the Anomaly King would have completely hatched and the city would already be doomed. Zhao Lan stared at the enormous blood-red swarm surrounding the city and explained that they had no other choice. The number of anomalies was more than 10 times greater than their original estimates, equivalent to the threat level of 10 S-class anomalies combined. Even the military's most powerful weapons could not fully eliminate the endlessly regenerating monsters. She worried that if the city fell, nearby cities would eventually be consumed by the spreading dark attribute as well. Zhao Lan then asked whether there were still not enough forces available to break through the blockade. Her subordinate bitterly replied that they were hopelessly outnumbered. He angrily complained that some pioneers were still standing far away and refusing to help, failing to realize that the disaster would eventually reach them too. Suddenly, Zhao Lan's expression changed as she noticed something in the sky. Her subordinate quickly asked what she had seen. Both of them looked upward as the bat-like swarms inside the city suddenly began gathering together and flying toward the center of the vortex where the Anomaly King was being born. Then, in the middle of the storm, an enormous golden light suddenly erupted. The subordinate immediately recognized the energy signature and asked in disbelief whether the blazing flame belonged to Fang Yi. Turning toward Zhao Lan, he called her name in confusion. However, Zhao Lan simply smiled confidently and replied that it was nothing. Then she immediately raised her voice and ordered all forces to increase their firepower and advance without worrying about supplies. She boldly declared that the Star God War Zone would never abandon one of its cities. As the military forces launched a full assault, a lone fiery figure rose directly into the center of the storm like a beacon of hope against the endless darkness. Both Zhao Lan and the stunned Su Qingyin could only stare at the massive sea of flames Fang Yi had created. From the broken window of a ruined apartment building, Lin Yi instantly recognized her cousin's sword technique, while the red-haired leader beside her watched in complete amazement. High above the city, the remaining bat-like swarms charged toward Fang Yi in a desperate attempt to stop him. Completely unfazed by their overwhelming numbers, Fang Yi calmly noted that all of them had finally gathered together. With a determined smile, he declared that this was exactly what he wanted. He then swung his enormous blazing sword. A colossal fire explosion erupted across the sky, carving a massive path through the endless sea of dark creatures. As flames burned intensely within his eyes, Fang Yi suddenly felt a familiar sensation returning. It was the feeling of standing on the verge of another breakthrough, something he had lost earlier due to the lack of spiritual energy. Now, however, he had finally found the perfect conditions to advance again. Smiling confidently, Fang Yi decided to accelerate the process. Raising one hand into the sky, he summoned a massive vortex of purple energy and unleashed his limitless dark world. The terrifying power spread open like a gigantic dark eye across the heavens, while Fang Yi himself stood at its center like a blazing star. Extending his hand forward, he called forth his spiritual flower. A glowing red orb appeared in front of him as cracks rapidly spread across its surface. Moments later, the massive, desolate fire spirit flower burst out from within, releasing violent waves of dark energy. The enormous flower immediately attacked the surrounding swarms, draining their life force as Fang Yi commanded it to devour the anomalies and help him complete his breakthrough. The desolate fire spirit flower exploded with terrifying power. Countless dark tendrils shot outward toward the bat-like creatures, piercing through them effortlessly. As the tendrils consumed the monsters one after another, the flower continuously absorbed their dark energy and used it to fuel Fang Yi's breakthrough. After the bat swarms were completely wiped out, Fang Yi slowly descended into the center of the enormous red flower beneath him. Standing there calmly, he stared toward the gigantic green and red vortex still swirling high above the city, where the Anomaly King continued forming. His glowing red eyes narrowed slightly. Although the creature's massive shape was already visible inside the vortex, it strangely did not feel completely real. To Fang Yi, it looked more like a reflection on water, unstable and hidden behind layers of distortion. Then a confident smirk appeared on his face. He realized that even if the king was hiding itself, he could still sense its core. Deep within the storm, he could hear its heartbeat echoing through the sky like the pounding of giant war drums. Fang Yi immediately understood how dangerous the Anomaly King truly was. Its power was capable of awakening the darkest and most evil desires buried deep inside human hearts. That alone made it a threat capable of destroying civilization itself. As red light intensified in his eyes, Fang Yi realized something else. The king was deliberately holding back and concealing its true body. Most likely its evolution had not yet fully completed. Standing atop the giant flower, Fang Yi calmly asked whether it had located the king's exact position. The flower seemed to respond instantly. A signal was transmitted directly into the device attached to Fang Yi's wrist. Moments later, the device emitted a sharp red glow and projected a beam of light straight into the sky, revealing the exact location of the Anomaly King's core hidden inside the swirling vortex. The moment the target was exposed, golden energy erupted from Fang Yi's eyes. He immediately activated his golden sun-breathing technique at full power. A terrifying explosion of pure golden energy burst outward from his body like a rising sun ascending toward the heavens. The blazing light tore through the darkness as Fang Yi prepared to completely eradicate the Anomaly King once and for all. Far below, inside the ruined city streets, Zhang Liu and his companions stared upward in complete disbelief. They could hardly comprehend what kind of power was capable of creating such overwhelming light. At first, they assumed it was simply a fire attribute ability. However, one of them quickly realized something was wrong. Ordinary fire attributes could never possess this level of power, nor could they suppress dark attributes so completely. After a moment of realization, they reached the only possible conclusion. Fang Yi possessed a high-tier Yang attribute, the natural enemy of all dark power. Meanwhile, inside the association's command center, the suffocating tension was finally broken by sudden cries of excitement. An operator reported that the number of monsters throughout the city was rapidly decreasing. Even the containment field surrounding the area had begun shrinking. The officials stared at the monitors in disbelief, unable to understand how the hopeless situation had suddenly turned around so quickly. Outside the isolated city, a military convoy was suddenly forced to stop moving. One of the subordinates quickly informed Xiaolan that every swarm blocking their path had abruptly started retreating toward the city, as if responding to a new command. From the distance, Xiaolan silently watched the massive golden light illuminating the sky above the city. She immediately realized that Fang Yi must have found the Anomaly King's core and launched an attack against it. Her blonde subordinate joined her and confirmed that the overwhelming energy belonged to the tyrant. He also recognized it as the purest form of Yang attribute power. Even so, Xiaolan's expression remained uneasy. She admitted that she was still worried about Fang Yi facing such a terrifying enemy completely alone. The subordinate immediately insisted that they had to enter the city at once and support him. However, Xiaolan suddenly stopped him and shouted for him to look toward the sky. Her face instantly filled with shock. Inside the gigantic vortex, a horrifying green-spiked sphere had appeared. It resembled a massive living virus pulsating with dark energy. Xiaolan immediately realized the horrifying truth. The Anomaly King was beginning to hatch ahead of schedule. Throughout the city, countless pioneers also witnessed the terrifying scene unfolding overhead. One man stared furiously at the pulsating green mass and declared it to be the source of all evil. Filled with grief and rage over their fallen comrades, the surviving pioneers swore to destroy every last monster no matter the cost. Elsewhere, inside a heavily damaged building, Lin Yi, the red-haired leader, and another pioneer watched the disaster unfolding through the broken walls. Lin Yi refused to sit still and wait for death. She declared that they had to do something to help her cousin. After all, everyone already understood that the birth of the Anomaly King required the entire city to be sacrificed. At another location, Su Qingying desperately used her abilities to heal wounded pioneers, revealing that battles were still taking place all across the city. Meanwhile, Lin Yi suddenly remembered the enormous flower Fang Yi had summoned earlier, the same flower that had devoured the bat swarms. As she thought about it more carefully, she realized the flower's power was incredibly similar to the desolation attribute used by the ghost vine they had encountered before. Then it finally hit her. Fang Yi also possessed the desolation attribute. After reaching this conclusion, Lin Yi proposed a bold plan to everyone around her. She explained that they should channel all of their remaining spiritual power into the network of vines created by Fang Yi's spiritual flower. By feeding it enough energy, they could strengthen it for the final battle against the Anomaly King. Without hesitation, the pioneers immediately agreed. One after another, they raised their hands and released streams of spiritual energy toward the giant flower in the sky. On the streets below, the Association Superior noticed countless streams of blue light rising upward. At first, he assumed the pioneers were trying to directly attack the Anomaly King. However, he quickly realized such attacks would never reach the target from that distance. Then he finally understood. They were sending their power into Fang Yi's summoned flower. Inspired by their courage, the Superior declared that he would contribute as well. Blue spiritual energy exploded from his body and shot toward the sky. Across the entire city, the remaining pioneers followed his example. Their spiritual power merged together into a massive wave of energy that surged toward Fang Yi's fallow hope. While healing another injured pioneer, Su Qingying suddenly sensed the enormous shift in spiritual energy. When she looked upward, she saw Fang Yi's spiritual flower glowing brilliantly with the combined strength of every surviving pioneer in the city. Realizing this was humanity's final stand, she gathered the last of her own remaining power and added it to the flow of energy. The flower instantly became even stronger. Moments later, the Anomaly King released a painful scream as the empowered attack struck directly into its core. At the same time, Fang Yi appeared before it and delivered a swift, decisive slash that tore through its body. After the violent clash, Fang Yi floated silently in the air while wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the communicator at his side crackled to life. An urgent voice warned him that every remaining bat swarm outside the city was now charging directly toward his location. The numbers were terrifying. Tens of thousands of B-class, A-class, and even S-class anomalies were rushing toward him in an endless tide of red and black darkness. Fang Yi remained completely calm. Looking up at the giant green cocoon pulsing above him, he coldly declared that no matter how many servants the Anomaly King sent, he would destroy every single one of them. Then he mocked the creature directly, asking whether it was trying to hatch early because it was afraid of him. The taunt worked instantly. A monstrous green claw suddenly tore through the cocoon from within as the Anomaly King finally began emerging into the world. Fang Yi watched carefully as his true enemy revealed itself. Golden flames covered his hand while his expression turned completely serious. The fully formed Anomaly King soon appeared, a horrifying beast wrapped in dark green shadows with a single terrifying green eye staring down at the city. It released a deafening scream that shook the heavens themselves. The final battle had begun. Dark green energy spiraled around the Anomaly King like a giant vortex, while a glowing green orb pulsed at the center of its body. The sheer pressure released by the creature instantly shook the entire city. Buildings cracked apart, the streets split open, and violent earthquakes spread through the ruins as terrified pioneers fled in panic. Many of them cried out in despair after realizing that the Anomaly King possessed enough power to destroy the city simply by existing. Outside the city, Xiaolan and her subordinate watched with grim expressions, knowing that all hope now rested on Fang Yi alone. Deep inside the ruined streets, Su Qingying also stared toward the sky with a mixture of fear and hope as she silently prayed for his victory. Inside the apartment building, Lin Yi clenched her fists tightly, sharing the exact same desperate wish. High above the city, surrounded by blazing golden light, Fang Yi confronted the monster directly. He calmly addressed the Anomaly King, identifying it as the ruler of the dark anomalies and the true cause behind the city's suffering. As fiery energy burned around his spiritual flower, Fang Yi explained that he had grown up in the city and loved the life he had built there. That was why he would fight. In response, the Anomaly King released an enraged scream that shook the sky. Fang Yi's burning red eyes sharpened with determination. For the sake of his home, he declared that the creature had to die. In the next instant, their immense powers collided. Red, green, and golden energy exploded across the heavens in a massive blast that illuminated the entire city. The fate of everyone below now depended on the outcome of this battle. The collision created an enormous flash of light that completely swallowed the sky. When the brightness finally faded, Fang Yi found himself floating inside a strange, dark void. Before him hovered the gigantic green eye of the Anomaly King. The creature stared directly into his soul while its voice echoed inside his mind. It mocked him for daring to challenge it while only possessing the strength of the one-star spirit creation realm. Before Fang Yi could even react, the Anomaly King slowly opened its massive shadowy mouth. A terrifying vortex instantly formed inside it. Fang Yi immediately sensed the danger, but before he could react, an overwhelming force dragged him toward the Anomaly King's massive mouth. No matter how hard he resisted, he could not stop himself from being swallowed whole. As he was pulled inside, Fang Yi quickly realized that this creature was completely different from every anomaly he had faced before. Even after taking the full force of his strongest attack, the Anomaly King still possessed enough strength to devour him alive. Moments later, Fang Yi crashed into the monster's disgusting interior. The inside of the creature looked like a horrifying cave made of pink flesh, covered in thick layers of slimy purple digestive fluid. The air itself carried a suffocating amount of dark attribute energy. Fang Yi immediately understood how dangerous the environment was. The corrosive liquid was powerful enough to melt ordinary pioneers instantly, while the concentrated dark energy continuously ate away at both body and spirit. Even so, Fang Yi found something strange about the situation. The Anomaly King was clearly intelligent and highly evolved, yet it had made the mistake of swallowing him alive instead of killing him outright. A determined smile slowly appeared on his face. To Fang Yi, a creature's interior was always its weakest point. If his attack still worked from the inside, then the Anomaly King had just made a fatal mistake. To test his theory, Fang Yi gathered flames into his fist and slammed it directly into the fleshy ground beneath him. Instantly, the inner walls of the monster began sizzling and burning under the impact. After observing the damage carefully, Fang Yi confirmed that although the corrosive fluids weakened his power somewhat, his attacks were still more than capable of harming the creature. That was all he needed to know. With renewed confidence, Fang Yi decided to destroy the monster from within. He immediately summoned his desolate fire spirit flower to assist him. However, the moment the glowing red flower appeared, Fang Yi suddenly realized something surprising. The Anomaly King had not only swallowed him, it had also dragged his spiritual flower inside its body. In many ways, this was actually beneficial. The flower had already absorbed enormous amounts of dark energy from the bat swarms and had been further empowered by the combined spiritual power of the city's pioneers. It was currently stronger than ever before, but as Fang Yi held the bright red flower in his hand, he noticed something unusual. The flower seemed hesitant. Confused, Fang Yi asked whether it disliked the Anomaly King's dark attribute. To his surprise, the Desolation attribute flower, which normally fed on dark energy without issue, actually seemed repelled by the Anomaly King's unique power. This completely ruined Fang Yi's original strategy. He had planned to use the flower's life-draining ability to consume the Anomaly King from the inside. Now, however, he realized he needed another plan. Without hesitation, Fang Yi gripped the flower tightly in one hand and slammed his flaming fist into the monster's inner flesh once again. Meanwhile, outside the creature, the Anomaly King's enormous body dissolved into swirling dark energy before immediately reforming again in the sky. As it regenerated, it began calling back every remaining bat-like swarm scattered throughout the city. On the ground below, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader watched the terrifying scene with growing fear and confusion. The red-haired leader asked what exactly was happening, but Lin Yi could only shake her head helplessly. Her biggest concern was Fang Yi's safety. Elsewhere, Su Qingying continued leading terrified civilians through the ruined streets. She repeatedly instructed everyone to evacuate calmly and promised that the pioneers would continue protecting them no matter what happened. When someone desperately asked where Fang Yi was, Su Qingying's face immediately filled with panic. She revealed that Fang Yi was still inside the Anomaly King's body, fighting it from within. At the same time, Zhao Lan finally arrived with military reinforcements. One of the officers quickly reported that both the swarms and the Anomaly King had begun attacking the city randomly. He ordered the evacuation process to speed up immediately in order to reduce casualties. Standing atop a military vehicle, Zhao Lan calmly issued commands to her troops, but even she could not hide the fear in her eyes while staring at the horrifying creature dominating the sky. The Anomaly King then began absorbing all the surrounding swarms directly into its body, using them to rapidly recover its strength. Inside the monster's stomach, Fang Yi quickly noticed what was happening and realized the terrifying truth. The Anomaly King was far from defeated. As the creature intensified its digestion process, powerful corrosive energy flooded over Fang Yi from every direction. He could feel his spiritual power slowly dissolving while his body was gradually breaking apart under the pressure. The dark energy surrounding him began fading away. Fang Yi slowly closed his eyes. Then, when he opened them again, everything had changed. He was no longer inside the Anomaly King. Instead, he found himself standing alone in the middle of a completely ruined city. Broken skyscrapers surrounded him beneath a dark and threatening sky. Fang Yi immediately realized that something was wrong. A grim expression crossed his face as he carefully examined his surroundings. Suddenly, a gigantic shadowy beast with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness behind him. Without hesitation, the monster lunged forward and slammed a massive punch toward him. Fang Ye instinctively focused his senses and immediately discovered something alarming. His spiritual power was gone. The beast attacked again, bringing its giant fist crashing down once more. Fang Ye quickly leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the blow as the impact shattered the ground beneath him. Landing on a pile of rubble, Fang Ye immediately noticed something important. Even without spiritual power, his physical body still felt incredibly strong from years of training. At that moment, he finally understood the situation. The Anomaly King had trapped him inside an illusion, trying to force him back into the powerless life he lived before becoming a pioneer. The giant beast attempted to crush him beneath another massive stomp, but Fang Ye reached another important conclusion. The Anomaly King was not truly powerful enough to erase his abilities completely. Its power was not actually greater than his own. His strength still existed. The illusion was merely blocking his mind from reaching it. Now Fang Ye understood what he needed to do. Every illusion contained a flaw, and that flaw would eventually reveal the weakness of the one who created it. However, before he could act further, the shadowy beast suddenly moved with incredible speed and grabbed him in its enormous hand. The monster lifted Fang Ye close to its snarling face, while its voice echoed through the illusion. It mocked him by declaring that once someone entered this place, escape was impossible. At first glance, Fang Ye's situation looked hopeless, but then a confident smirk slowly appeared on his lips. He had finally found the key to breaking the illusion. The Anomaly King's fake form slowly merged with the monstrous beast itself, revealing a twisted smile. The creature opened its gigantic jaws and coldly declared that everything was over. According to the Anomaly King, the destruction of humanity was unavoidable, and humans existed only as food for its evolution. Then, in order to completely break Fang Ye's spirit, the illusion showed him horrifying visions of his defeated companions. Jiaolan, Su Qingying, and countless others appeared lifeless before him. The Anomaly King proudly claimed this was humanity's inevitable fate. For a few moments, Fang Ye remained silent as though he had accepted defeat. Then he slowly looked upward with a small smile on his face. Calmly, he asked the creature whether that was truly what it believed. In the next instant, Fang Ye released his true power. A massive explosion of brilliant golden energy erupted from his body and instantly flooded the entire illusion. The Anomaly King froze in shock. Fang Ye coldly declared that the creature was nothing more than a puppet. He explained that the Anomaly King fundamentally misunderstood the reason for his existence. Around Fang Ye, countless golden silhouettes of people suddenly appeared. They represented the lives, memories, and bonds he wanted to protect. Fang Ye revealed that he had been reborn for one purpose alone, to protect his home and everyone precious to him. The overwhelming golden light completely swallowed the shadowy beast, triggering a massive explosion that shattered the illusion from within. A wave of pure fire swept across the mental world, reflected within a single blazing eye. Moments later, Fang Ye finally returned to reality. Back in the storm-filled sky, his appearance had completely changed. His hair now blazed like living fire, while blue lightning crackled violently across his body. Calling upon his system, Fang Ye prepared for the final battle. Golden energy erupted around him and formed into a gigantic hand-shaped aura in the sky. At that moment, a system window appeared before him. It confirmed that he had successfully met all the conditions required for a breakthrough, and asked whether he wished to advance into the two-star spirit creation realm. With overwhelming power surging through his body, Fang Ye accepted immediately. His breakthrough began instantly. Golden energy exploded outward as Fang Ye declared himself the king of anomalies before charging directly toward the Anomaly King in a blinding burst of power. At that moment, Fang Ye realized something important. Thanks to the Anomaly King, he had finally reached an entirely new understanding of his power. Channeling his immense power, Fang Yi unleashes a devastating slash that shakes the battlefield. In his transformed state, his hair burns like golden flames while blue lightning crackles around his body. With absolute confidence, he declares that his rebirth exists to change the fate of the world, and that he is the chosen avenger destined to destroy evil. Back in the real world, the Anomaly King laughs mockingly at Fang Yi, ridiculing him for being nothing more than a two-star cultivator. Fang Yi remains completely calm. Without hesitation, he launches himself forward and prepares for the creature's next strike. The massive shadowy monster attacks with overwhelming force, but Fang Yi swiftly dodges the blow with incredible agility. Towering above him and covering the sky with darkness, the Anomaly King warns him that escape is impossible and that he will soon become its prey. However, the monster suddenly becomes confused. Something inside its body begins to feel wrong. Fang Yi smirks confidently, knowing his plan has succeeded. In the next instant, violent blue thunder energy erupts from within the Anomaly King itself. The monster twists in agony, screaming furiously at the stinking human who caused it pain. It cannot understand what strange energy is destroying it from the inside. With his power reaching its peak, Fang Yi prepares his final attack. Declaring that he will seal the monster forever, he activates his ultimate technique, the Nine-Dragon Skyfire, to purge all evil. From the blazing flames surrounding him, 9 gigantic fire dragons emerge and charge directly toward the Anomaly King's core. The creature screams in terror as it realizes this power far exceeds what a normal 1-star cultivator should possess. Moments later, the battlefield is consumed by a blinding explosion of light. On the ground, the pioneers watch in complete awe as Fang Yi destroys the Anomaly King. The creature lets out one final scream before its very essence is burned away by Fang Yi's overwhelming power. The dark energy filling the sky finally disappears, revealing a peaceful blue sky once again. High above the battlefield, the last vortex of dark attribute energy is absorbed completely. Fang Yi returns to his normal appearance, though he still grips his blazing sword tightly. With glowing red eyes and a calm, serious expression, he creates his limitless dark world, a massive vortex that absorbs all the leftover chaotic energy from the battle. Across the ruined streets, surviving pioneers and soldiers stare upward in disbelief. Some wonder if the nightmare is truly over, while others confirm that the battle has finally ended. Standing atop a military vehicle, Zhou Lan is greeted with thunderous cheers from the survivors. Everyone celebrates the fact that the city has been saved and that they are still alive. As dawn rises over the ruined city, Zhou Lan's blonde subordinate asks if she plans to search for Fang Yi. Looking toward the sunrise with a gentle smile, Zhou Lan explains that they now have their own responsibilities. Their duty is to restore the city and help people return to normal life. Throughout the city, survivors cry, embrace one another, and celebrate under the morning light. Far away, the staff of the Spiritual Energy Association also celebrate with relief. They feel as though they have awakened from a terrible dream. Standing near a window, they reflect on how Fang Yi's appearance saved the entire city from destruction and spared them from everlasting shame. Elsewhere, Su Qingying and the Association Superior observe injured pioneers being carried away by paramedics. Su Qingying anxiously asks whether the pioneers survived. The Superior reassures her that the medical centers remain intact and that the wounded can still be treated. Su Qingying realizes that without Fang Yi, none of them would have survived long enough to receive help. She wonders about his true identity and the incredible power he possesses, always accomplishing things others consider impossible. The Superior agrees, stating that the battle proved Fang Yi has officially reached the 2-star spirit creation realm. He believes headquarters will soon take action, and that powerful groups will attempt to contact Fang Yi first. Su Qingying reflects on how much Fang Yi has grown. There was once a time when she believed she could compete with him, but now he has completely surpassed her. In her eyes, he has become one of the greatest geniuses in the entire Shananyan. The Superior recalls the golden flames and 9 fire dragons that sealed the Anomaly King, a sight witnessed by the entire city. Knowing the event will spark countless discussions, he decides they must act quickly. When Su Qingying asks what he means, he proposes a new title for Fang Yi, the Sealer. He believes no title could better represent the hero who sealed away the disaster threatening the city. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader rush through the ruined streets while Yi desperately calls out for her cousin. Panic fills her voice as she wonders where Fang Yi could be, while the red-haired leader tries to calm her down. Suddenly, Yi notices someone standing in the distance. Tears fill her eyes with relief as she joyfully calls out Fang Yi's name. Standing calmly among the rubble with his sword in hand, Fang Yi asks why they came looking for him. Yi runs toward him immediately and anxiously asks whether he is hurt after the battle. She explains that she knew he would need support, but Fang Yi remains silent for a moment, clearly exhausted from the fight. Finally, he quietly tells her he is fine and praises her efforts. Leaning on both Yi and the red-haired leader for support, Fang Yi secretly admits to himself that the battle consumed all the power from his recent breakthrough. He even feels slightly embarrassed that everyone is worrying about him so much. Lin Yi suddenly realizes something shocking. She asks in disbelief whether Fang Yi truly advanced into the 2-star spirit creation realm. Both she and the red-haired leader are stunned by his terrifying rate of growth and unbelievable talent. As news of the battle spreads across the nation, online forums explode with discussions about the mysterious savior now known as the Sealer. People question whether he is even human after defeating the Anomaly King with a single overwhelming attack when both the military and the association failed. Some believe he belongs to a hidden organization, while others think he may be a secret weapon created by the Shananyan itself. Elsewhere, Zhang Lu's red-haired friend excitedly points at a computer screen, convinced the man in the footage is the same person who defeated Zhang Lu earlier. Watching the video, Zhang Lu becomes thrilled rather than angry. He proudly declares that losing to someone so powerful is an honor. Jumping from his chair, he announces his plan to find the Sealer and ask to become his disciple. His friend quickly warns him that countless people are probably searching for the Sealer already. Far away in the Great Sha capital, shadowy figures gather inside a dark secret chamber around a glowing table. One man casually smokes while expressing disappointment that the military and the spiritual association did not destroy each other during the disaster. Another suggests sending assassins to eliminate the new powerful figure, but a mysterious woman with long, sharp fingernails dismisses the idea immediately. She says such a simple plan is unworthy of the so-called chosen savior. Holding a photograph of Fang Yi, she mockingly repeats his new title, the Sealer. With a sharp motion, she pierces the image through the neck using one of her nails, tearing the photo apart. Purple flames suddenly ignite around the picture as she calmly declares that there is no need to rush. Anyone who stands against them will eventually be destroyed. As the flames twist into the shape of terrifying purple eyes, the deadly threat becomes unmistakably clear. Later, while Fang Yi and Lin Yi rest inside their apartment after the exhausting battle, they are startled by a knock at the door. Fang Yi opens it and finds Su Qingying alongside the association superior, both carrying large gift boxes. The superior sincerely thanks Fang Yi on behalf of the Spiritual Energy Association. He openly admits that the association made severe mistakes during the S-class anomaly invasion, and that Fang Yi alone prevented catastrophic consequences. Su Qingying excitedly thinks of Fang Yi as a legendary big shot, while Fang Yi calmly invites them inside and serves everyone water. As they sit together at the table, the superior silently realizes the association should provide Fang Yi with a far better home. Eventually, the superior reveals the true reason for the visit. The association plans to publicly establish and promote the title of the Sealer. Curious, Fang Yi asks for an explanation. The superior projects a map displaying famous pioneers from major cities across the nation. He explains that every important city possesses symbolic figures representing its strength, especially after the terrifying S-class anomaly disaster. The association wants to use the legend of the Sealer to transform Tai City into a major strategic center. Su Qingying explains that anomalies will only become more common in the future and that the city cannot survive another disaster without a powerful leader protecting it. When Fang Yi questions the idea of an abandoned city, Su Qingying bluntly tells him that everyone would have died without his intervention. Fang Yi finally realizes how little attention he has paid to the city's development while focusing solely on his own cultivation. Looking out across the recovering city, he understands that although Tai was once important, it still cannot compare to the nation's greatest cities such as Dushan, Tian, and Kang. He realizes that this disaster could also become an opportunity for Tai City to rise in importance. The superior confirms this, explaining that cities are now ranked according to the strength and number of their pioneers, with stronger cities receiving more resources and influence. Finally, the superior proposes that the association protect Fang Yi's real identity while creating a mysterious public image for the Sealer. Rather than revealing everything, they will allow rumors and legends to grow naturally. Fang Yi agrees. Understanding that mystery can sometimes be more powerful than complete exposure, Lin Yi also agrees, pointing out that human imagination can become more terrifying than reality itself. Fang Yi calmly accepts the proposal, recognizing that it protects both himself and the people he cares about. Extending his hand, he officially agrees to cooperate with the association. The superior and Su Qingying are surprised by how straightforward he is. As Fang Yi and the superior shake hands, their partnership is officially formed. From that moment onward, Fang Yi is formally recognized by his new title, the Sealer. Over the following days, Tai City begins recovering rapidly through the combined efforts of the military and the Spiritual Energy Association. Reconstruction progresses smoothly while the wounded receive treatment. Across the world, the Great Disaster accelerates the formation of a completely new order. Meanwhile, at the modern headquarters of the Spiritual Association in Dushan City, news of Fang Yi's achievements quickly reaches the highest officials. Powerful figures discuss whether the Sealer is truly the same pioneer responsible for resolving the S-class anomaly disaster in Tai City. During their discussion, one official points out that Fang Yi has become the most outstanding among the new generation of pioneers. Another adds that his high-grade Yang attribute makes him a chosen enemy of all dark attribute anomalies, marking him as one of humanity's greatest hopes for the future. Inside the headquarters of the Spiritual Association in Dushan City, several officials continue analyzing information about the mysterious Sealer. One official points toward a monitor displaying footage of Fang Yi and reveals a shocking discovery. According to the collected battle data, Fang Yi possesses more than just a single high-grade attribute. He reminds the others about the viral video of the Skyfire Slash, which clearly demonstrated an extremely powerful fire attribute. He also mentions the military's secret codename for Fang Yi, the Tyrant, a title earned because of his terrifying thunder attribute. The room falls silent in shock. The officials are stunned that one person could possess multiple powerful attributes at such a young age. However, the man with glasses calmly insists that Fang Yi may be even more extraordinary than they currently understand. Their discussion is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a woman with wavy blue hair and glasses. Entering the room confidently, she asks if they are discussing the Sealer. Without hesitation, she demands access to all the information they have gathered about him. The officials immediately recognize her status and quickly display Fang Yi's complete file on the main screen. As she studies the data carefully, she reflects on the future. With more pioneers appearing throughout the nation, and someone like Fang Yi standing at the center of attention, it is inevitable that challengers will emerge to test his authority. A determined gleam flashes across her glasses as she quietly admits that even she wants to witness the sealer's strength personally. In her mind, she is certain that their paths will cross very soon. The story then shifts to a modern library in Kong City, where silence fills the room as students quietly study. Sitting alone at a desk, Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend Chu Qingli works on her laptop with a cold expression. A nervous young man approaches her and awkwardly tries to ask for her contact information. Before he can finish speaking, Chu Qingli sharply cuts him off, reminding him that this is a library and accusing him of disturbing everyone around them. Embarrassed and defeated, the young man walks away while Chu Qingli returns to her work without a second glance. Internally, she dismisses him as boring and insignificant. She believes ordinary people like him are completely unaware of how much the world has changed. Her thoughts drift toward her own recent transformation. After an important exam, she unexpectedly awakened spiritual power and became a one-star Ghost Realm pioneer. She knows how incredibly rare such an awakening is, and proudly considers herself one of the chosen few. Smiling confidently, she believes this new power is the reason she survived the recent disaster in Tai Tai City. Chu Qingli scoffs at the idea of normal people fighting against anomalies. Her thoughts soon turn toward Fang Yi. Remembering how he once told another girl that they were merely classmates, she grimaces with annoyance. In her eyes, the old Fang Yi would have died instantly during the anomaly invasion. She cannot understand why she once compared him to someone as extraordinary as the sealer. Looking at an online article about the sealer on her laptop, Chu Qingli becomes even more convinced that he is infinitely superior to her ex-boyfriend. She confidently decides that only a powerful and handsome pioneer like the sealer deserves to stand beside her. Meanwhile, Fang Yi is focused on something far more peaceful. Dressed in stylish new clothes alongside his cousin Lim Yi, he looks through a real estate brochure while announcing that they will take a break from training to search for a new home. Lin Yi playfully asks whether they are seriously skipping training for the day, but Fang Yi explains that balance is important and that proper rest is necessary. He mentions that the association's suggestion to improve their living conditions was actually reasonable. Yi quickly realizes the idea came from Su Qingying, who had insisted they needed a better place to live and even offered to help them search for houses. She becomes excited after learning Su Qingying casually offered them 2 luxurious high-end homes. As Fang Yi and Lin Yi continue enjoying their day off, while searching for property, a strange foul-smelling green vapor suddenly drifts through the air around them. Lin Yi wrinkles her nose and asks whether Fang Yi can smell the horrible odor. Fang Yi agrees immediately, comparing it to the stench of a sewer. His relaxed expression suddenly hardens. Instantly realizing the smell is intentional, he understands that someone is following them. Both he and Lin Yi quickly turn around. Out of the green haze, 3 dangerous-looking men slowly emerge. Their leader is a massive bald man carrying a heavy metal pipe over his shoulder. With a mocking grin, he identifies Fang Yi as the famous sealer and laughs at the fact that Fang Yi only noticed them after already walking into their trap. The bald leader dismisses Fang Yi as nothing more than an overhyped pretty boy with no real strength. Beside him, another thug releases even more of the strange green gas into the air. A third insults Tai Tai City itself, claiming the city must be full of trash if someone as young as Fang Yi became their captain. The men aggressively demand that Fang Yi hand over all the benefits and rewards he received from the city. Before they can advance further, Lin Yi leaps into action and fires a powerful blast of blue spiritual energy toward them. The attacker wielding a giant axe easily jumps over her attack and channels spiritual power into his massive weapon. Swinging the glowing axe downward with enormous force, he attacks Lin Yi directly. She immediately creates a protective barrier, grunting as she absorbs the impact. At the same time, the bald leader swings his metal pipe toward Fang Yi. Lin Yi quickly warns her cousin that these men also possess spiritual power and are not ordinary criminals. However, Fang Yi casually catches the incoming weapon with his bare hand. The bald man freezes in complete disbelief. His powerful strike has been stopped effortlessly. Fang Yi stares at him with absolute contempt before flames suddenly erupt across his hand. Calmly mocking the attackers, Fang Yi asks what kind of stinking fish and rotten shrimp would dare attempt to rob him in the middle of the street. Without hesitation, he punches the bald leader directly in the face with a flaming fist. The man is launched backwards instantly, screaming in disbelief after being defeated so easily. Nearby, the thug carrying the gas tank stares in shock. He cannot understand why Fang Yi remains unaffected by the green vapor. According to him, the universal permeating potion should have completely paralyzed Fang Yi by now. Fang Yi simply stares back calmly while flames continue flickering across his hand. The green gas is revealed to be a special potion created from the sweat of a wood attribute pioneer. Its purpose is to weaken an enemy's spiritual barrier, although it produces an unbelievably disgusting smell that lingers for a long time. Enraged by his humiliation, the bald leader stands up again while shouting that he only lost because he was careless, declaring that all of them are within the spirit creation realm. He believes they still have the advantage. Purple spiritual energy erupts around his body as he charges forward once again. Fang Yi smirks as he quickly identifies their abilities as mutated earth and wood attributes. He coldly remarks that their dirty abilities perfectly match their crooked personalities. In his mind, he understands that while ordinary spiritual barriers might struggle against such tricks, they are completely useless against him. Meanwhile, the axe-wielding attacker leaps into the air again to strike Lin Yiyi. This time, however, she reacts instantly and delivers a brutal kick directly to his groin. The attacker screams in agony while collapsing from the devastating counterattack. As Lim Yiyi lands gracefully, Fang Yi quietly reflects on how irritating it is to have his peaceful daily life interrupted. Removing his sunglasses, his expression turns serious while his glowing red eyes radiate overwhelming pressure. Calmly telling his cousin to step aside, Fang Yi finally releases his true power. An enormous explosion of brilliant golden energy erupts from his body, instantly blasting the attackers backward. He stands at the center of a sun-like eruption of holy flames that engulfs the entire area. The attackers stare in complete terror. The golden flames expand rapidly and trap all three men within the burning light. Covered by the terrifying holy fire, the criminals scream in unbearable pain. They desperately wonder what kind of monstrous flame this is. While finally understanding the true strength of the sealer, begging for mercy, they cry out for the pain to stop. Just as Fang Yi prepares to finish them completely, Su Qingying suddenly rushes onto the scene. Shocked by the overwhelming power before her, she quickly shouts at Fang Yi not to kill them. Surprised, Fang Yi pauses. Looking at the defeated men sprawled across the street, Su Qingying explains with relief that the association has been monitoring these criminals for a long time. They are important targets connected to ongoing investigations. Fang Yi asks whether she intends to take them away for processing. Su Qingying confirms this immediately, explaining that the association has started officially registering all pioneers, especially dangerous troublemakers like these men. Standing over the defeated criminals, Fang Yi coldly tells them they are fortunate to still be alive. He warns that he hates being disturbed, and that if they ever bother him again, things will not end so peacefully next time. His cold attitude earns him an annoyed glare from Su Qingying. As paramedics load the badly injured men into ambulances, Su Qingying angrily scolds them. She bluntly states that if this incident happened only a few days earlier, the association would never have intervened, and they would have deserved death for their actions. She reminds them that the sealer spared their lives only because of the association's involvement, and warns them about the severe punishment awaiting them. Watching the ambulance leave with crossed arms, Su Qingying mutters in frustration about the idiots foolish enough to challenge the strongest pioneer in the city. Lin Yiyi timidly asks what punishment the criminals will receive. Su Qingying explains that because all three men already possess criminal records, they will likely spend the rest of their lives imprisoned. Even though they are spirit creation realm pioneers, they will lose their freedom and rights and instead be forced to serve as pioneers within prison facilities. Hearing this, Fang Yi thoughtfully comments that the system is not actually a bad idea. Su Qingying then turns toward Fang Yi with an exhausted expression. Calling him the association's sweet bun and the future of the Xia nation, she complains that despite all their efforts to promote him, clueless people continue challenging him non-stop. She wonders if the association has not publicized his strength loudly enough. She firmly explains that the association's responsibility is to recruit and support powerful pioneers like him while helping them continue growing stronger. In her eyes, they absolutely cannot allow fools like these criminals to ruin the valuable relationship they have built with Fang Yi. Finally changing the mood completely, Su Qingying suddenly smiles brightly and excitedly announces that she will personally take Fang Yi and Lin Yiyi to choose a brand new villa and even a new car. Standing before a massive modern building, Su Qingying declares that the recent attackers must be made into an example so that no one else dares challenge Fang Yi again. With confidence, she presents two luxurious housing choices prepared by the association. The first is a top-floor penthouse located in the center of the city, while the second is a secluded three-story villa deep in the mountains, perfect for private cultivation and training. Holding a golden model of the villa, Su Qingying explains that both properties are already fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. Lin Yiyi looks at the options with amazement and admits that both places are incredible. Without hesitation, Fang Yi calmly raises two fingers and announces that he will take both. His answer leaves both Lin Yiyi and Su Qingying completely speechless. Fang Yi casually asks whether that is allowed, adding with a playful smile that he trusts Captain Su's sincerity. Flustered, yet secretly delighted, Su Qingying quickly assures him that it is absolutely no problem. After finalizing the homes, the three of them head to a luxury car dealership. Su Qingying explains that the association has a partnership with the showroom, meaning Fang Yi and Lin Yiyi are free to choose any vehicle they want. As they walk through the dealership, several people quietly admire Lin Yi's fair skin and elegant appearance. Outside the showroom, a group of men watches Fang Yi closely. Even though his clothes appear simple, they can immediately tell that he stands out from everyone else. Some wonder if he is the son of an influential family. Inside the dealership, one of Chu Qingli's friends also notices Fang Yi. The others around her jokingly assume that he must be buying a car for his girlfriend. However, the girl suddenly freezes in shock after recognizing him. Memories flash through her mind as she realizes Fang Yi is Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend, the same young man personally greeted by the university principal. Her thoughts quickly return to their earlier argument, and anger rises inside her as she watches Fang Yi shopping with another beautiful girl. Quietly pulling out her phone, she secretly begins recording Fang Yi, Lin Yi, and Su Qingying while they inspect a luxury sports car. Moments later, her phone buzzes as she excitedly sends the photos to Chu Qingli. She quickly messages her friend, telling her that she just spotted Fang Yi at a VIP dealership buying expensive cars while accompanied by a beautiful girl. Chu Qingli replies with a cold and dismissive, "So what?" pretending that she does not care at all. However, sitting inside a lecture hall, Chu Qingli is clearly disturbed by the news. She begins wondering where Fang Yi got so much money. Looking down on him, she convinces herself that he must have simply survived the recent disaster through luck and is now being financially supported by someone rich. A cold smile appears on her face as she reassures herself that the gap between them is far too large to overcome. As she confidently walks through the lecture hall, she thinks that once she reaches the top of the pioneer world, matters like Fang Yi will become completely insignificant to her. In her eyes, he remains nothing more than a vulgar fool. Meanwhile, after selecting their new homes, Fang Yi and Lin Yi arrive at the mountain villa. The luxurious modern mansion immediately leaves Yi overwhelmed with excitement. She runs up the stairs while shouting in disbelief that they actually own a real villa now. Inside the elegant living room, she stares around in amazement, while Fang Yi follows behind carrying their bags. Smirking slightly, he jokingly tells her to wipe away her drool and reminds her that they also own the penthouse downtown. Unable to contain her excitement, Lin Yi announces that she is going upstairs to explore the villa immediately. She races up the grand staircase while Fang Yi watches her with a warm smile, amused by how childlike she is acting. As he quietly watches her disappear upstairs, his expression slowly becomes more serious. In his mind, he reflects on how she is finally acting like someone her own age again. His thoughts drift toward memories from his previous life, specifically a vision of a fallen pioneer. Before his rebirth, he never saw Lin Yi again after a certain point, leading him to believe she likely died as a trusted pioneer in the line of duty. A quiet determination fills his heart as he silently vows that this time, he will never allow her to die again. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Looking at the caller ID, he sees the name Zhao Lan. After answering the call, Zhao Lan immediately congratulates him on becoming Captain Fang. Teasing him lightly, she mentions hearing rumors that the association recently gifted him 2 houses. Lounging comfortably on the sofa, Fang Yi smirks and replies that he thinks this is an excellent habit the association should continue in the future. Zhao Lan tells him to stop flattering her, fully aware that a powerful pioneer like him does not truly care about material rewards. Even so, she admits that improving living conditions is currently one of the best ways to reward pioneers. She then reveals that once the first spirit fruits born from the spiritual energy revival are ready, she plans to send some directly to him. At the same time, Zhao Lan reflects internally on how much the world has changed. The gap between ordinary people and pioneers has become enormous, and the difference between regular pioneers and monsters like Fang Yi is even greater. In this new era, strength determines everything. Finally revealing the real reason for her call, Zhao Lan places her hand on a classified document and explains that she has a special internal mission she hopes Fang Yi will accept. Fang Yi instantly understands the seriousness of the matter and calmly asks her to continue. Zhao Lan asks whether he knows about the Tianbao building in Kang City. Fang Yi immediately recalls that it is the largest shopping mall in the entire city. Zhao Lan confirms this before explaining that the building recently suffered a major monster invasion that caused heavy casualties and widespread panic among citizens. Worse still, the situation has continued escalating. According to her, the Tianbao building has now become a literal ghost building. The scene shifts toward Kang City, where the enormous Tianbao building towers over the city skyline. Once considered the busiest and most famous landmark in the city, the building has now transformed into a place of terror. Dark red and purple energy swirl around the skyscraper as strange vibrations and horrifying incidents continue increasing. The danger eventually becomes so severe that the Kang City Spiritual Association completely seals off the entire area. Fang Yi later arrives in Kang City to participate in the mission. At the meeting point, he calmly waves toward the group waiting for him and introduces himself as the pioneer assigned to assist them. The temporary team consists of 4 additional members. Remembering Zhao Lan's warning not to reveal his true identity or actual strength yet, Fang Yi decides to maintain a low profile. Quietly observing his teammates, Fang Yi notices that the group is made up of very different personalities. Based on their uniforms, he guesses that 2 of them are military personnel. The remaining 2, a stern gray-haired man and a woman with short purple hair, introduce themselves as members of the Kang City Spiritual Association. They explain that Officer Zhao Lan already informed them about the mission and that all of them will cooperate together moving forward. Soon, the group boards an armored vehicle and drives through a violent rainstorm toward the sealed Tianbao building. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere is extremely tense. The brown-haired man drives while a nervous blonde woman sits in the passenger seat. Breaking the uncomfortable silence, she suggests that everyone cooperate once they enter the danger zone since none of them fully understand each other's abilities yet. In the back seat, the situation feels even more awkward. Fang Yi sits casually beside the stern gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman, both remaining silent with crossed arms. Resting his chin against his hand, Fang Yi quietly judges the team in his mind. He feels the group is disorganized and concludes that the overall quality of Kang City's association members seems rather low. The serious gray-haired man secretly glances at Fang Yi before leaning toward the purple-haired woman and whispering his doubts. He questions whether this thin young student could truly be the powerful expert Sister Lan promised to send. The man finds Fang Yi difficult to evaluate because he is not wearing an official detection device and his spiritual aura is completely concealed. However, the purple-haired woman stares at Fang Yi with visible shock. Rumors immediately flash through her mind about a legendary figure surrounded by flames who single-handedly stopped a catastrophe. She begins wondering whether this calm young student could actually be the sealer himself, the godlike pioneer who defeated the King of Anomalies. Even so, Fang Yi's young appearance makes the idea difficult for her to fully believe. As she continues observing him carefully, she gradually connects all the clues together. The rumors spoke of a mysterious pioneer possessing 3 rare high-level powers capable of sealing an anomaly king alone. Everything matches Fang Yi perfectly. At that moment, she becomes almost certain that the quiet young man beside her is the legendary sealer. Meanwhile, far away at the Star God Warzone office, Zhao Lan suddenly receives terrible news through an urgent phone call. The Tianbao building has completely fallen. The voice on the other end reports that contact with everyone inside the building has been lost. The anomaly energy level has surged to 12,000, and at least 53 deaths have already been confirmed. Zhao Lan's expression becomes extremely grim as she realizes the situation is escalating far faster than expected. Even so, she firmly states that the person she sent, Fang Yi, will survive. Ending the call decisively, she warns the other side that since the mission has already been transferred to them, no further interference is necessary. Back in Kang City, the Tianbao building stands surrounded by terrifying waves of swirling red and purple energy. The armored vehicle finally arrives, and the team steps outside into a horrifying rainstorm, where the falling rain resembles blood. Fang Yi immediately studies the surroundings with a serious expression. He quickly realizes that the situation is much worse than expected, and that the creatures inside are likely far stronger than anything the others have previously encountered. The group slowly looks up at the enormous skyscraper looming above them. Dark stains cover the outside walls of the building. Pointing toward them, Fang Yi draws everyone's attention to the horrifying sight. The entire side of the skyscraper is splattered with massive amounts of blood. The purple-haired woman explains that the Tianbao building has 40 floors and is the tallest structure in Kang City. Although many civilians were evacuated during the lockdown, the complicated narrow interior made a full evacuation extremely difficult. Fang Yi immediately realizes the terrible truth. Many civilians refused to cooperate before the building was sealed, meaning a large number of innocent people are still trapped somewhere inside the ghost building. Fang Yi immediately asks whether there is any way to contact the people trapped inside the Tianbao building. The brown-haired driver shakes his head and explains that communication became impossible the moment the anomaly fully formed. According to him, no information has come out of the building since the disaster began. He reveals that he personally assisted during the second day of the lockdown and still remembers the horrifying scene clearly. In his memory, the entire building looked like a dead zone, as though decades of decay had happened within moments. He recalls seeing mutilated body parts falling from the windows, many of them half-chewed by monsters. Even worse, the dark aura surrounding the building has continued growing heavier every single day. Hearing this explanation, Fang Yi turns toward the group with a cold and critical expression. He quickly realizes the truth behind the official reports. Since nobody has maintained contact with the inside of the building, the confirmed death count of 53 is merely an estimate based on the body parts recovered outside. Fang Yi immediately criticizes the Kang City Spiritual Association for being far too careless. The brown-haired driver begins sweating nervously and stammers that they had no other options available. Internally, Fang Yi understands the grim reality. The true number of victims is almost certainly much higher than the association admits. In his eyes, an anomaly is essentially a world-ending catastrophe for ordinary civilians. Trapped inside an enclosed environment without escape, Normal humans become nothing more than helpless sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Deciding there is no time to waste, Fang Yi orders the team to enter the building immediately. He explains that many anomalies evolve and become stronger by consuming humans. The longer they wait, the more dangerous the monsters inside will become. However, his authority is challenged immediately. The stern, gray-haired man suddenly grabs Fang Yi by the shoulder, stopping him before he can advance. Although the man acknowledges that the military ordered them to follow Fang Yi's leadership, he demands that Fang Yi first explain the mission plan before blindly rushing inside. Fang Yi slowly turns his head and stares at him coldly. He asks what kind of strategy can even be discussed when they know absolutely nothing about the conditions inside the building. According to him, the only option is to enter first and gather information directly. The gray-haired man remains unconvinced. He argues that everyone present has prior experience dealing with anomalies, and that Fang Yi, as commander, should at least understand his teammates' abilities first. He begins criticizing Fang Yi further, pointing out that Fang Yi has not officially joined the organization and lacks proper training. Before the argument can escalate further, the purple-haired woman suddenly steps between them with visible anger. She pushes past the men and sharply tells the gray-haired man to stop wasting time. She reminds him that Officer Zhao Lan personally recommended Fang Yi for this mission, meaning doubting Fang Yi is equivalent to doubting Zhao Lan herself. Fang Yi decides not to argue any longer. Turning away coldly, he walks directly toward the dark entrance of the Tianbao building and tells the others that if they are too afraid to enter, they can simply stay behind. The rest of the team quickly follows him. The moment they enter the building, they are greeted by a horrifying scene. The interior is completely destroyed and unnaturally silent. Crushed cars, shattered walls, and piles of trash fill the area. However, the blonde girl immediately notices something disturbing. Despite the destruction, there is absolutely no sound anywhere inside the building. Suddenly, a dark shadow drops from the ceiling above them. The gray-haired man senses movement and instinctively looks upward in confusion. Before he can react, a terrifying monster with glowing green eyes lunges down from the darkness while screaming violently. Fang Yi reacts instantly. In a burst of flames, his sword appears in his hand. Without hesitation, he swings the blazing weapon and releases a massive wave of fire toward the descending creature. The monster never even has a chance to fight back. Within a single flash of light and flaming sword energy, the creature is sliced into pieces instantly. Fang Yi lands calmly with his flaming sword resting at his side, while the destroyed monster collapses behind him. The gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman stare in complete shock. The battle ended before they could even properly react. The purple-haired woman focuses on the enormous flaming blade in Fang Yi's hand and wonders where such a terrifying weapon came from. Ignoring their amazement, Fang Yi crouches beside the remains of the creature and begins inspecting the corpse carefully. Picking up a piece of flesh, he analyzes its structure before concluding that the creature resembles a twisted fusion between a bird and a gecko. His expression darkens as he realizes the monster's mutation level is extremely advanced. Based on its condition, he concludes that the creature has already devoured a large number of humans. The purple-haired woman suddenly recognizes the anomaly and feels her heart sink. Looking closely at the corpse, she identifies it as an A+ grade anomaly. The entire team becomes terrified. A monster that would normally require an elite pioneer squad to defeat was killed instantly by Fang Yi with a single attack. As the smoke clears, the purple-haired woman realizes that Fang Yi's strength has already surpassed the level of an ordinary one-star spirit creation realm pioneer. Beside her, the gray-haired man quietly breaks into a nervous sweat after realizing Fang Yi could have killed him just as effortlessly earlier. The brown-haired man finally admits the truth. Embarrassed, he says he never imagined the legendary sealer would actually be someone so young. In his imagination, the sealer was supposed to be an older master who constantly carried a sword. Fang Yi calmly turns his back toward the group while flames continue burning across his weapon. He casually explains that after his breakthrough, he fused his spiritual power with his sword, creating a spirit weapon that he can summon and reshape at will. Even while saying this, Fang Yi humbly suggests that he is probably not the only person capable of such a technique. At this point, the team's earlier doubt has completely vanished. In its place remains only trust and fear. The purple-haired woman admits she feels much safer now that Fang Yi is with them as they continue deeper into the darkness. To illuminate the path ahead, Fang Yi creates a floating sphere of fire in his hand and carries it like a torch while leading the group through a narrow hallway. Eventually, they arrive at a staircase completely drenched in blood. Looking at the horrifying amount of blood coating the walls and floors, Fang Yi quickly realizes the official reports were nowhere near accurate. Based on the sheer volume alone, he estimates that at least 500 people have died inside the building, not merely 53. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eyes narrow sharply as his glowing red pupils detect something unusual nearby. The group eventually enters a supermarket section of the building. The brown-haired association member and the purple-haired woman nervously observe their surroundings. Blood and garbage cover the area completely, yet there are no bodies anywhere in sight. The purple-haired woman wonders aloud whether the monsters devoured the victims so completely that nothing remained. At that exact moment, a terrifying shadow creature with glowing green eyes prepares to attack from the darkness behind them. Fang Yi senses the danger immediately and shouts for everyone to watch their backs. The purple-haired woman turns around just in time to see the monster leaping toward them. She screams in terror. Fang Yi reacts instantly once again. Throwing his flaming sword with incredible speed, he sends the weapon flying directly past his teammates. The blade pierces the airborne creature and decapitates it instantly in an explosion of black blood and fire. The burning corpse crashes onto the ground while the brown-haired association member stammers in horror after realizing another monster had been hiding only a few feet away from them. Standing calmly amid the flames, Fang Yi asks his teammates whether they truly failed to sense anything strange nearby. The enormous difference between their awareness and his own becomes painfully obvious. As Fang Yi examines the burning remains, he begins analyzing the situation more carefully. He points out to the gray-haired man that although the two monsters they killed were strong, they were nowhere near powerful enough to eliminate an entire rescue team. A troubling thought suddenly strikes him. Fang Yi quietly suggests that the place they are currently standing in may not actually be the real Tianbao building at all. The team freezes in confusion. The gray-haired man and the blonde girl immediately ask him what he means. Fang Yi explains his reasoning calmly. Although the entire area is soaked in blood, something important is missing. There is no smell of rotting corpses anywhere nearby. Instead, the only scent filling the building comes from dark attribute energy and monster contamination. The purple-haired woman agrees with his observation. She admits that the place feels unnaturally empty, almost as though no living being has ever truly existed there. Fang Yi concludes that the entire building may simply be an artificial copy created by a powerful dark attribute anomaly. Extending his hand, Fang Yi releases a massive surge of purple energy. As dark power gathers around him, he states that if his theory is correct, this place has already been transformed into an empty shell. A gigantic sphere of black energy forms around him as he activates his limitless dark world technique. The team stares in shock after witnessing Fang Yi use dark attribute abilities himself. At that moment, a system notification appears before Fang Yi. The system confirms that it has detected a related dark attribute known as the Inner Dark World and asks whether he wishes to access further information. The system explains that the Inner Dark World is a special dimensional nest created by splitting dark attribute energy and replacing the original space entirely. According to the explanation, anyone wishing to enter the true Inner Dark World must first locate the door responsible for maintaining it. Fang Yi instantly understands the situation. Turning toward the group, he explains that in order to enter the real Tianbao building, they must locate this hidden door. The same principle also applied to the civilians who attempted escape earlier. Because the victims were influenced by the dark attribute, they suffered intense hallucinations. Fang Yi realizes they likely mistook ordinary windows for exits leading to safety. Controlling the swirling dark energy around him, Fang Yi grimly concludes that this is why the people attempting escape ended up throwing themselves from the building to their deaths. The purple-haired woman is horrified after realizing the victims were manipulated by illusions until the very end. She asks Fang Yi whether their next objective is now to search for the hidden door. However, before Fang Yi can respond properly, the situation suddenly becomes far worse. His system immediately issues an urgent warning. The hostile Inner Dark World has sensed his presence and fully manifested. Fang Yi's expression changes instantly as a massive explosion of purple energy crashes down upon the team from above. The overwhelming pressure instantly crushes the brown-haired association member and the blonde girl to the ground. Both scream in agony while clutching their heads as their spiritual defenses begin collapsing. Fang Yi's eyes blaze with terrifying power, one glowing red while the other shines gold. Without hesitation, he instantly creates a massive golden barrier around the team. A dome of radiant light expands outward and blocks the deadly dark energy completely. Inside the protective barrier, the blonde girl and the brown-haired man gasped desperately for air after the pressure finally disappears. Looking upward at Fang Yi in awe, they realize something terrifying. While they were nearly killed simply by the dark energy's presence, Fang Yi himself remains completely unharmed. At that moment, both of them silently understand the truth. Without the sealer protecting them, they would already be dead. Fang Yi suddenly narrows his eyes and focuses on a specific point in the empty air. Flames erupt violently across his sword as he announces that he has finally found it. Activating a technique called Fire Dragon, he pulls back his blazing blade and swings it toward the invisible target with overwhelming force, shouting that the true entrance is right there. The impact shatters the surrounding space like broken glass. The gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman stare in disbelief as the hallway itself begins cracking apart before their eyes. Fang Yi calmly steps forward onto the newly revealed ground with a dark and serious expression. The destroyed illusion reveals a terrifying gateway hidden behind reality itself. Dark green mist and swirling shadows pour from the massive entrance like living smoke. It is the true gateway into the Inner Dark World, Without hesitation, Fang Yi takes the lead. Holding his flaming sword like a torch, he orders the team to stay close behind him as they step deeper into the real Tianbao building. The environment immediately changes. Fang Yi maintains a glowing golden barrier around the team, while disgusting red fleshy veins pulse across the walls like living organs. The deeper they walk, the more oppressive the atmosphere becomes. Suddenly, the blonde girl covers her mouth in disgust and says she smells something horrible. Fang Yi looks forward grimly before quietly identifying the odor. It is the smell of corpses and blood from their own kind. Moments later, the group discovers the horrifying source. The floor ahead is completely covered with the bodies of missing pioneers from earlier rescue teams. The corpses are scattered everywhere, proving that those sent inside before them were trapped and slaughtered within this twisted dimension. Before the team can even process the scene, the ceiling above suddenly erupts with movement. A massive swarm of shadowy bat-like creatures descends from the darkness and surrounds the group completely. Looking upward, the team sees an enormous vortex of monsters circling above them like a living storm. Then, from within the swarm, a gigantic demon-like creature with glowing red eyes dives straight toward them. The gray-haired man and the brown-haired association member shout in shock after recognizing another A-plus grade anomaly appearing so quickly. Fang Yi reacts instantly. His flaming sword appears in his hand once more before he hurls it directly at the descending creature. The blazing blade pierces straight through the monster's chest in a violent explosion of fire. The anomaly screams in pain as Fang Yi rushes forward immediately to finish it. Driving his sword into the ground, Fang Yi grips the hilt tightly and unleashes an unbelievably fast series of slashes. Waves of holy fire explode outward in every direction, tearing through both the swarm and the giant monster simultaneously. Fang Yi lands gracefully as a massive eruption of flames engulfs the surrounding enemies. The blonde girl and the purple-haired woman shield their faces from the overwhelming heat while staring in shock. The dark creatures melt instantly the moment they touch Fang Yi's flames. At that moment, the team realizes something unbelievable. Since the mission began, they have barely needed to fight at all. Fang Yi calmly walks through the burning destruction with his sword glowing like molten lava. Eventually, he stops near the bodies of the fallen pioneers and slowly reaches his hand toward them. Using his flames carefully, Fang Yi cremates the corpses of the victims, giving them a proper burial instead of allowing them to remain abandoned in the darkness. The brown-haired association member and the blonde girl watch silently in awe, quietly admitting that Fang Yi truly deserves the title of the sealer. Once the cremation is complete, Fang Yi turns toward the team and finally gives clear instructions. Since they are already inside the building, he tells them they should contribute properly. He orders the group to search the lower floors for survivors while he personally handles the monsters on the upper levels. This time nobody questions him. Even the gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman now follow Fang Yi's commands without hesitation. Their earlier doubt has completely transformed into respect. Fang Yi then begins clearing the Tianbao building floor by floor. On the 10th floor, he battles a massive swarm of flying shadow creatures. Swinging his flaming sword continuously, he keeps the monsters at bay while analyzing them calmly. He quickly determines that the creatures have evolved to at least the 1-star spirit creation realm level. Even so, Fang Yi cuts through them effortlessly, noting that despite their evolution, their abilities remain predictable and weak. Leading the team farther upward, Fang Yi ascends toward the 15th floor while trails of fire follow behind his sword. The atmosphere becomes heavier and colder with every level. The blonde girl eventually complains that the dark energy is beginning to pierce through her protective barrier. Soon afterward, the group enters another hallway overflowing with corpses. However, the gray-haired man immediately notices something strange. Looking carefully at the bodies, he warns everyone that something is moving inside the corpses themselves. He quickly tells the team not to inhale the strange spores leaking from the dead bodies. At that exact moment, a drop of liquid splashes into a nearby puddle. Suddenly, a gigantic spike-covered shadow rises behind Fang Yi and the brown-haired association member. The creature reveals itself as a horrifying multi-eyed monster towering over the group. Roaring violently, it unleashes a barrage of deadly energy spikes toward them. Instead of showing fear, Fang Yi smiles. Finally, he remarks, "Things are becoming interesting." Spinning his sword rapidly, Fang Yi creates a blazing shield of fire that deflects every incoming attack. The monster charges directly toward him afterward, attempting close combat. However, Fang Yi immediately realizes what the creature is trying to do. It is deliberately stalling for time in order to continue evolving further. Without giving it the chance, Fang Yi throws his flaming sword forward with overwhelming force. The impact causes a massive explosion that completely destroys the creature. Reaching out his hand afterward, Fang Yi sighs in disappointment. He admits he overestimated the monster and expected at least a 3-star spirit creation realm opponent. Just then, the gray-haired man suddenly turns toward a nearby sound while remaining on full alert. Fang Yi calmly asks who is hiding there. A frightened young man slowly peeks out from behind a hidden door and nervously asks whether they are pioneers sent to rescue them. The team quickly discovers 5 survivors hiding inside what appears to be a luxury brand storage room. The survivors huddle together in darkness, clearly traumatized and terrified after days trapped inside the nightmare. Fang Yi immediately realizes they hid there in order to survive the attacks. Seeing their fear, Fang Yi softens his expression slightly and smiles reassuringly. He calmly tells them that everything is fine now and that they have come to rescue them. The brown-haired association member steps forward as well and introduces the group as members of the Kang City Spirit Association. He explains that the monsters outside have already been eliminated and encourages the survivors to come out safely. One of the young survivors stares at Fang Yi with complete disbelief. Trembling with shock, he asks whether Fang Yi truly killed all those terrifying monsters with a single slash. Meanwhile, outside the Tianbao building, the monitoring teams continue observing the situation closely. The skyscraper remains wrapped in ominous red energy, but the atmosphere outside has changed dramatically. For the first time since the disaster began, hope starts returning. The analysts track Fang Yi's spiritual energy as it rapidly moves upward through the building. They continuously detect the fire signature of his spirit weapon appearing floor after floor. Suddenly, one analyst shouts in shock, "The latest reading shows Fang Yi has already reached the 40th floor." The entire monitoring team freezes in disbelief. According to the official records, the sealer cleared the entire Tianbao building from the bottom floor to the top in only 9 minutes and 56 seconds. The analysts immediately realize that this achievement will shock the entire pioneer world of Kang City. However, their celebration is interrupted instantly when a red emergency alarm begins blaring throughout the command center. The monitors reveal terrifying new readings. The mission is not over yet. An S-class monster eruption has appeared at the highest level of the building. Back at the top floor, Fang Yi stands silently among the rubble while staring upward with a serious expression. He immediately understands that he has finally located the true core of the disaster. Towering before him is a gigantic skeletal monster covered in black feathers and glowing green energy. Fang Yi instantly identifies the creature. It is the Anomaly King ruling over the Tianbao building, the Bone Bird. Without hesitation, Fang Yi charges directly toward the massive creature and leaps into the air with sword in hand. As he closes the distance, he carefully analyzes the monster and realizes that the strange worms crawling across its body are not parasites at all, but actually part of the creature itself. Fang Yi unleashes a powerful golden slash toward the Bone Bird, but the Anomaly King blocks the attack using its enormous cage-like bone defenses. For the first time during the mission, Fang Yi looks mildly surprised after his attack is stopped. The Bone Bird glares down at him with glowing green eyes while releasing a terrifying roar. Far below, Fang Yi's teammates watch the battle in despair. They fear that even someone as powerful as the Sealer might not be capable of defeating an Anomaly King alone. Worse still, they realize they are far too weak to help him in any meaningful way. Fang Yi suddenly clicks his tongue in annoyance. He realizes he has already spent enough time testing the creature's abilities. Now he decides to stop holding back. Calling upon Divine Thunder, Fang Yi covers his sword in crackling blue lightning. The power of thunder explodes around him as he swings again. This time, the Bone Bird's defensive bones are sliced apart instantly. The Anomaly King roars in agony while Fang Yi, surrounded by blue lightning, calmly tells it to stop making so much noise. With terrifying force, Fang Yi unleashes a gigantic vertical slash of thunder energy that cuts directly through the monster's enormous body. Coldly staring at the wounded creature, Fang Yi remarks that although the Bone Bird transformed the building into a feeding ground, it is still far weaker than the previous Anomaly King he fought before. Moving with blinding speed, Fang Yi delivers a relentless barrage of precise slashes against the Bone Bird before landing gracefully once again. Below him, the gray-haired man and the blonde girl stare in complete disbelief. They realize Fang Yi is not merely fighting the Anomaly King, he is completely overwhelming it by himself. The purple-haired woman watches even more carefully and notices something terrifying. Every single slash Fang Yi delivers is perfectly calculated, dissecting the creature with surgical precision. As the battle continues, Fang Yi realizes he has not even needed to target the monster's skull directly. While effortlessly dodging its desperate attacks, he understands that the Bone Bird cannot properly resist him anymore because the difference in strength between them has become too large. In that moment, Fang Yi realizes he himself has already surpassed the level of this Anomaly King. The monstrous Bone Bird releases a desperate broken scream as it struggles to regenerate its body. Fang Yi stares at it with one glowing red eye and coldly asks whether it truly believes it can still heal itself. He questions whether the creature honestly thinks he has merely been playing around this entire time. Then, Fang Yi begins gathering an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Blue lightning erupts violently around his body, while the entire top floor trembles under the pressure. Once the power fully gathers, Fang Yi leaps high into the sky and releases the attack directly into the Tianbao building itself. A gigantic pillar of lightning crashes downward through the structure and illuminates the dark crimson sky above the city. The thunder energy transforms into a massive vortex that purifies the darkness surrounding the building completely. As the attack finally ends, the dark clouds split apart overhead. Warm golden sunlight from the setting sun shines through the broken sky, signaling that the nightmare has finally ended. Outside the Tianbao building, the association monitoring teams stare at their readings in stunned silence as the Anomaly King's energy signature disappears completely. At that moment, they finally understand the terrifying truth. Fang Yi exists on an entirely different level from ordinary pioneers. Some quietly wonder if this overwhelming difference is what separates normal pioneers from true top-tier geniuses. The incident is officially classified as an S-class disaster known as the King's Sacrifice Hell. However, the exact details of how Fang Yi resolved the catastrophe are sealed within top-secret files, because everyone understands one thing clearly. What Fang Yi accomplished is something nobody else could realistically replicate. As the dust settles, Fang Yi lands calmly on the rubble below. Turning toward the purple-haired woman and the gray-haired man, he informs them that the bone bird has been eliminated and that communication with the outside world can now be restored safely. The purple-haired woman immediately activates her communicator and formally introduces herself as Song Yuei. She reports that the Tianbao building incident has been successfully resolved. With visible admiration in her voice, she confirms that thanks to the sealer's intervention, the mission was completed smoothly. Meanwhile, Fang Yi quietly turns and walks toward the exit, leaving the others staring at him in awe while Song Yuei expresses hope that the Kang City Spirit Association will properly cooperate with and appreciate the man who saved them all. Suddenly, Song Yuei's expression changes as she listens to a message coming through her communicator. Shock quickly turns into anger when she hears that Kang City's newly appointed captain is heading directly toward their location. She immediately demands to know why he is only arriving now after the mission has already been completed. At the same time, a streak of light tears across the sky toward the Tianbao building at incredible speed. The voice on the communicator hurriedly explains that the new captain learned the sealer was present. Although several people attempted to stop him, he arrogantly ignored every warning and insisted on coming personally. Song Yuei becomes furious. She angrily reminds them that the mission was officially assigned to the military zone, and that Tai City's captain is under their protection. In her eyes, the new captain's arrival is obviously meant as a challenge against Fang Yi. As Fang Yi calmly walks down the damaged staircase toward the exit, Song Yuei warns her team that the sealer is the most important captain recommended by their entire zone. Anyone foolish enough to challenge him will suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, Fang Yi leaves the Tianbao building and prepares to depart now that the battle is over. However, he suddenly pauses. A figure descends from the sky like a meteor before crashing onto the street with tremendous force. The newcomer lands aggressively while holding a glowing energy weapon. Straightening up proudly, the man introduces himself as Yue Fengjiang, the newly appointed captain of Kang City. Without wasting time, he aggressively asks whether Fang Yi is truly the sealer from Tai City. Fang Yi remains calm and simply stares back coldly. Yue Fengjiang steps directly into Fang Yi's personal space while carefully analyzing him. Mistakenly believing Fang Yi possesses a wind attribute, he notices that Fang Yi is hiding his true spiritual aura and guesses that he has at least reached the spirit creation realm. Suddenly, Yue Fengjiang transforms his energy weapon into a giant claw and attacks without warning. Fang Yi immediately draws his flaming sword, and the two begin a violent high-speed duel. Yue Fengjiang leaps high into the air and swings downward with crushing force, forcing Fang Yi to dodge as the impact destroys part of the street below. Looking down arrogantly, Yue Fengjiang dismisses Fang Yi as nothing more than an inexperienced brat. In his mind, this battle is the perfect opportunity to establish his own reputation and further strengthen his family's influence within Kang City. Laughing loudly, Yue Fengjiang mockingly thanks Fang Yi for resolving the Tianbao crisis before accusing him of overstepping his authority. He arrogantly lectures Fang Yi about rules, seniority, and the hierarchy between captains. Fang Yi remains completely unimpressed. Calmly, he explains that he only participated because the military requested assistance and because there was no acting captain present when he arrived. Looking at Yue Fengjiang coldly, he asks what exactly the new captain wants from him. Yue Fengjiang smirks confidently and claims he has no bad intentions at all. Then he reveals the truth. Dark energy begins gathering around Yue Fengjiang's hands as purple and white spiritual power swirls violently around his body. With a threatening grin, he warns Fang Yi that if he refuses to hand over the weapon, he will never leave Kang City alive. Fang Yi simply smiles. To him, the demand is so ridiculous that it is almost amusing. Meanwhile, Yue Fengjiang stares at Fang Yi with an increasingly twisted and excited expression. Finally deciding he has wasted enough time talking, Fang Yi releases his true aura. The moment he unsheathes his sword, golden flames explode around him. Yue Fengjiang's expression changes instantly as he senses the terrifying surge in Fang Yi's power. The sudden increase in spiritual pressure shocks him deeply. With glowing eyes and raging flames surrounding him, Fang Yi mockingly replies to Ye Fengjiang's request to borrow his weapon. Fang Yi coldly says that instead, perhaps he should borrow Ye Fengjiang's entire family. The meaning behind the threat is crystal clear. He intends to beat him brutally. Without hesitation, Fang Yi begins the battle properly by unleashing a massive slash of golden fire. Yu Fengjiang barely dodges the attack with incredible speed. Instead of fear, excitement fills his face as he laughs and declares that the fight is finally becoming interesting. Nearby, Song Yui notices an alarm that the violent clash has disrupted their communication signals again. Realizing the danger, she urgently tells her teammates they must leave immediately to evacuate the survivors and inform the military and association leadership. Surrounded by blazing flames, Fang Yi calmly warns them to leave within 10 minutes. His tone strongly suggests that if they remain nearby, they may witness the death of a city captain. The brown-haired association member tries to say something, but Song Yui instantly covers his mouth and drags him away while shouting that she understands perfectly. As the group retreats, Song Yui angrily complains that Ye Fengjiang started causing problems immediately after becoming captain. Her teammates quietly agree that perhaps the arrogant newcomer deserves a harsh lesson from the sealer. Once the others are gone, Fang Yi raises his hand and unleashes a devastating bolt of thunder toward Ye Fengjiang. Although Ye Fengjiang manages to block the lightning using his weapon, the force behind the attack is overwhelming. Instead of retreating, Ye Fengjiang loudly challenges Fan Yi. He arrogantly demands that Fan Yi stop holding back and use 100% of his power if he truly wants to kill him. Fang Yi responds immediately. A brutal strike crashes into Yue Fengjiang and sends violent shockwaves tearing through the surrounding city. A gigantic explosion erupts behind the captain, destroying nearby buildings instantly. Forced backward by the impact, Yue Fengjiang struggles to regain his balance. For the first time since arriving, sweat begins running down his face. Looking at Fang Yi standing within the raging flames, Yue Fengjiang realizes something terrifying. Fang Yi's Yang attribute power is unbelievably explosive and oppressive. For the first time in the battle, genuine fear appears inside Yue Fengjiang's heart. Standing calmly amid the inferno with glowing red eyes, Fang Yi smirks at the captain's earlier demand about using full power. He coldly replies that if he truly used 100% of his strength, Yue Fengjiang probably would not survive, even 10 minutes. However, Yue Fengjiang suddenly bursts into manic laughter. Instead of acknowledging Fang Yi's personal strength, he convinces himself that all the terrifying power comes solely from Fang Yi's weapon. In his mind, the flaming sword must be some classified secret weapon developed by the Spirit Association. Fang Yi remains silent while staring at him with complete disappointment. Inside Yue Fengjiang's imagination, he pictures Fang Yi's sword stored inside a secure containment chamber like a priceless military prototype. His jealousy rapidly grows stronger. He cannot accept the idea that such a powerful weapon was entrusted to someone so young. Grabbing his chest excitedly, Yue Fengjiang decides that coming to Kang City was worthwhile after all, because he discovered a treasure worth stealing. Consumed by greed, he tears off his shirt as purple energy erupts across his body. Arrogantly, he mocks Fang Yi for being nothing more than a two-star cultivator. He demands the sword again and openly threatens to kill Fang Yi to take it by force. In his mind, Fang Yi still has not demonstrated enough power to truly impress him. Meanwhile, far away at the Tai Tai Spirit Association headquarters, the atmosphere becomes extremely tense. The association superior slams both hands onto the table in fury after learning that Kang City's new captain has started a battle against Fang Yi. Beside him, Su Qingying looks visibly worried while the superior sweats from stress after realizing how serious the political consequences could become. She reminds him that the sealer was personally invited by the Star God Warzone, meaning this conflict now involves extremely sensitive military authority. The situation becomes even worse when the superior receives another report from his assistant. Confused, he asks the assistant to repeat the absurd message again. The assistant explains that after contacting Kang City, the officials there arrogantly responded that if the battle is not stopped within 10 minutes, the consequences could become irreversible. Even worse, Kang City officials genuinely believe Fang Yi is the one in danger. Because Kang City ranks as the third strongest city, they are fully convinced their own captain cannot possibly lose. The Tai Tai officials are instantly outraged. The superior slams his fist onto the table once again and calls the Kang City leadership complete fools. He realizes they completely underestimate Fang Yi because they never personally experienced the horror of the King's Sacrifice Hell incident. The assistant adds that Yue Fengjiang recently advanced into the 3-star rank and comes from a massive influential family with endless resources and support. However, the superior merely scoffs. Looking out the window seriously, he explains that Fang Yi possesses multiple top-tier attributes and that his true combat ability far exceeds what his official rank suggests. In his eyes, Kang City's leaders do not understand the true meaning behind the title, Sealer. Grimly, he predicts that Yue Fengjiang will not merely lose this battle. He may actually die. Back on the battlefield, Fang Yi suddenly launches forward and delivers a devastating punch directly into Yue Fengjiang's face. Blood and shattered teeth explode into the air as Fang Yi completely breaks through the arrogant captain's defenses. The battle escalates into the skies above Kang City. As they clash repeatedly, Yue Fengjiang becomes increasingly horrified. His attacks seem completely ineffective against Fang Yi's endless flames. Even worse, every time his spiritual power touches Fang Yi's fire, it disappears as though sinking into an endless ocean. Fang Yi's relentless attacks overwhelm him continuously. Then, without warning, Fang Yi suddenly appears directly beside Yue Fengjiang's face. Coldly whispering that they have arrived, Fang Yi forces him to turn around. Yue Fengjiang's eyes widen in shock after realizing they are now directly above the Kang City Spirit Association headquarters. Fang Yi looms over him with terrifying pressure and calmly explains that out of respect for the city and the military, he is giving him one final opportunity to stop. Before Yue Fengjiang can answer, Fang Yi delivers a brutal kick that sends him crashing downward. But Fang Yi does not stop there. Raising his flaming sword, he unleashes a massive barrage of fire slashes toward the association building itself. Fang Yi openly declares that he suspects certain people may still be hiding inside, so he has decided to make his presence impossible to ignore. Caught inside the fiery bombardment, Yue Fengjiang screams in pain and disbelief. The resulting explosion lights up the entire city skyline. On the streets below, civilians stare upward in confusion as the temperature across the city suddenly begins rising dramatically. A man wearing glasses points toward the sky in panic while shouting that two people are fighting above the city. High overhead, Fang Yi hovers amid golden flames while Yue Fengjiang stands opposite him surrounded by violent dark purple energy. Watching the battle, one civilian suddenly recognizes Fang Yi's golden fire from the news reports surrounding the sealer. Filled with excitement and fear, he loudly tells everyone nearby that the rumors about spiritual energy revival are actually real. Fang Yi stares coldly at Yue Fengjiang from high above the city. Calmly checking the time, he tells the arrogant captain that only 5 minutes remain. He then throws Yue Fengjiang's own words back at him, mockingly asking whether he still wants to witness 100% of his power. Badly injured and consumed by rage, Yue Fengjiang can only growl in frustration. The next moment, Fang Yi descends from the sky like a blazing meteor. Swinging his flaming tang sword downward, he unleashes a gigantic slash of fire while mocking the captain for looking so pathetic even though Fang Yi is supposedly using only 30% of his strength. Yue Fengjiang's face instantly fills with disbelief. He cannot comprehend how this overwhelming force is not Fang Yi's full power. In his mind, it should be impossible for a mere 2-star cultivator to possess such terrifying strength. For the first time, genuine terror completely takes over him. The gigantic beam of fire crashes directly into Yue Fengjiang and blasts him violently across the sky. Meanwhile, far away inside the Spirit Association headquarters in Shen City, alarms begin sounding throughout the Situation Room. Operators hurriedly report a massive energy spike somewhere within the nation. The central map quickly zooms toward Kang City, where enormous energy readings are erupting around the Spirit Association headquarters. The superior with glasses immediately notices something strange. The energy signature does not belong to the dark attribute, meaning this is not another monster invasion. Confused and furious, he demands an explanation. Before anyone can answer, a subordinate rushes into the room with shocking news. The newly appointed Kang City captain, known as Godblade, is currently fighting the sealer from Tai Tai City. The report explains that after Fang Yi saved the city, Yue Fengjiang attempted to steal his spirit weapon. When Feng Yi refused, the captain attacked him with full killing intent. The superior explodes with rage. He immediately orders his staff to contact Kang City and force them to stop the battle at once. If they fail, he threatens to personally remove every high-ranking official in the Kang City Spirit Association. Declaring the incident a national-level crisis, he demands that headquarters send someone powerful to handle the situation immediately. At that exact moment, the conference room doors slowly open. A woman with flowing blue hair enters the room calmly. She volunteers to personally handle the crisis. She is one of the headquarters' elite forerunners, Gu Yuru, known by the codename Sea Mystic. Elsewhere in Kang City, ordinary civilians begin witnessing the terrifying battle overhead. A young girl standing near a window excitedly points toward the sky and tells her mother she sees a shooting star. The reflection of the battle shines brightly in her eyes. Her mother immediately realizes the danger. Horrified by the massive explosion lighting up the skyscrapers outside, she grabs her daughter and tells the family to run immediately. Inside their apartment, the frightened family hurriedly packs their belongings. The father decides that Kang City is no longer safe and declares they must escape to Shen City as soon as possible. As they prepare to abandon their home, the mother stares tearfully at the smoke and flames consuming the skyline while the father desperately reassures them that they will survive somehow. Moments earlier in the sky above the city, Yue Fengjiang screams in agony while trapped inside a sea of flames. Forcing himself through the fire, he bursts outward shirtless, burned, and heavily injured. Despite his condition, he continues threatening Fang Yi, screaming that his powerful Yu family will never forgive this humiliation. Fang Yi simply floats silently in the sky while ignoring the threats completely. Yue Fengjiang continues raging, shouting that the Kang City Spirit Association will never allow Fang Yi to leave alive after this. Inside the massive glass headquarters of the Kang City Spirit Association, the officials watch the battle in absolute panic. Seeing the overwhelming power of Fang Yi's attacks, they realize Yue Fengjiang cannot survive much longer. Terrified, they desperately shout for someone to save their captain. Several officials point angrily at Fang Yi and demand that the Tai captain stop his attacks immediately. Fang Yi looks down at them silently with cold annoyance. The officials continue shouting that Yu Fengjiang is Kang City's official captain and that attacking him directly is equivalent to challenging the entire Kang City Spirit Association itself. One official slams his fist against the glass wall and furiously declares that they refuse to tolerate such behavior. Fang Yi's glowing red eyes narrow coldly. He is completely unimpressed by the association's arrogance, especially when they are clearly facing a superior force. A massive storm of golden flames suddenly gathers around him. Mocking the officials openly, Fang Yi suggests that they likely ignored the situation earlier because they believed their own captain was stronger than him. Alternatively, perhaps they simply did not care enough to interfere. Deciding they deserve a lesson, Fang Yi suddenly unleashes a gigantic slash of holy fire directly toward the association building itself. The officials inside immediately panic. Holy flames crash through the glass windows and erupt throughout the office floors, forcing the terrified staff to flee for their lives. In that moment, Fang Yi proves clearly that their threats mean absolutely nothing to him. Turning his back on the burning building with visible disgust, Fang Yi calmly mocks Yue Fengjiang again. He asks whether the arrogant captain truly believed he could steal Fang Yi's sword with such pathetic skill. At this stage of the battle, Yue Fengjiang is completely exhausted. Floating high above the city, bloodied and barely breathing, he struggles desperately to remain standing while Fang Yi calmly prepares the final attack. Fang Yi challenges Yue Fengjiang to see whether he can survive one final strike. Then Fang Yi throws his flaming tang sword downward like a falling meteor. Instead of retreating, Yue Fengjiang suddenly smiles greedily and rushes directly toward the weapon. Mocking the uselessness of the local association, he screams that only he deserves such an incredible treasure. His face twists into madness as he declares the sword belongs solely to him. Watching him calmly with one glowing red eye, Fang Yi silently reflects on pioneers like Yue Fengjiang. In Fang Yi's eyes, people who use their powers to rob and murder for greed are no different from common criminals. He believes people like this are one of the main reasons humanity continues falling toward destruction. With cold determination, Fang Yi decides to end the matter permanently. The moment Yue Fengjiang grabs the sword, a gigantic explosion erupts. Standing calmly within the inferno, Fang Yi reveals the truth about his weapon. His tang sword is not an ordinary spirit weapon. It is a unique weapon personally created by Fang Yi himself, and it recognizes only one master. The resulting explosion is so violent that the officials inside the Kang City Spirit Association headquarters begin screaming and fleeing for their lives as sections of the building collapse around them. Watching the flames spread, the association leaders become increasingly horrified. According to the official information they received, Fang Yi should only be a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator, while Yu Fengjiang is already 1 full realm higher. None of them can understand how the battle became so one-sided. The leader of the Kang City Association, Wang Zhong, trembles in fear as he realizes their intelligence was completely wrong. Yue Fengjiang was considered the city's greatest genius, the only confirmed 3-star spirit creation realm pioneer in Kang City. With enormous resources from his powerful family and a reputation placing him among the nation's top 5 captains, he was expected to dominate almost anyone his age. Yet even with all that prestige and power, he stood no chance against Fang Yi. As the dust settles, Fang Yi lands softly atop the rubble with his burning sword resting in his hand. Standing silently amid the destruction, Fang Yi gives off an overwhelming presence. At that moment, it becomes painfully obvious to everyone watching that Fang Yi has already surpassed the ordinary level of a city captain. He now possesses enough power to potentially destroy an entire city by himself. Wang Zhong collapses to the ground in terror. Staring at the devastation around him, he begins wondering whether Fang Yi truly intends to bury the entire Kang City Spirit Association alongside their defeated captain. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, Wang Zhong desperately begs Fang Yi for mercy. Trembling among the ruins beside his terrified subordinates, he screams that the entire incident was their fault. Suddenly, the sound of approaching helicopters interrupts the tension. Inside one of the aircraft, the pilot reports to his superior that an extremely pure and overwhelming yang attribute energy source has been detected ahead. However, he also notices that the flames surrounding the Spirit Association headquarters appear to be weakening. Standing at the open doorway of the helicopter, Gu Yuru gathers an enormous amount of blue water energy into her hands while quietly wondering whether the fire is finally dying down. Fearing she may have arrived too late, massive streams of blue water energy rain down across the city, extinguishing the remaining flames throughout the area. As she studies the destruction below, even Gu Yuru admits Fang Yi's strength is unbelievable. In her eyes, the fact that one man nearly destroyed the third largest city in the nation alone is proof that his power already rivals that of a national-level pioneer. However, as her water suppresses the flames, Gu Yuru suddenly realizes something even more shocking. Her reign only succeeds because Fang Yi intentionally withdrew his power. If Fang Yi truly wanted to continue fighting seriously, her water attribute would never have been enough to extinguish his flames. In other words, Fang Yi consciously chose mercy. Below, Wang Zhong notices the arrival of headquarters and immediately feels relieved. Pointing excitedly toward the helicopter, he shouts that headquarters has arrived to save them. Fang Yi simply remains silent while staring upward calmly. Inside the helicopter doorway, Gu Yuru stares back at him with equal seriousness. As a powerful water attribute pioneer herself, she can instantly sense that Fang Yi's raw spiritual power far surpasses Yue Fengjiang's. Among all the pioneers she has ever encountered, Fang Yi already ranks near the very top. Then her expression suddenly changes. Her attention locks directly onto Fang Yi's flaming Tang sword. Carefully analyzing the weapon's purity, fusion level, and structure, Gu Yuru quickly realizes something impossible. According to headquarters information, the Tai Tai Spirit Association lacks the technology necessary to create a spirit weapon of such an advanced level. As Fang Yi calmly absorbs the flames back into his body and stores the sword away, Gu Yu reaches the only conclusion that makes sense. Fang Yi personally created the weapon himself. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong grows bolder now that headquarters has arrived. Pointing accusingly at Fang Yi, he angrily demands to know whether the sealer truly needed to act so ruthlessly. He asks how Fang Yi plans to explain his actions now that a representative from headquarters is finally present. Fang Yi slowly turns his terrifying gaze toward him. Coldly, Fang Yi reminds Wang Zhong that he gave them 10 full minutes to resolve the situation themselves, yet nobody stepped forward with any explanation or apology. Turning away afterward, Fang Yi calmly concludes that their silence means they already accepted that their own captain deserved death. Suddenly, an enormous wave of fiery spiritual energy explodes outward from Fang Yi's body and surrounds the terrified officials instantly. With killing intent filling his voice, Fang Yi warns them that if they dare speak to him disrespectfully again, he will kill every single one of them alongside their fallen captain. At that exact moment, Gu Yuru descends gracefully from the sky surrounded by swirling blue water energy. Calling out firmly, she orders the Tai Tai captain to stop his aggressive actions immediately. Fang Yi silently turns his head toward the new arrival. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong becomes overjoyed. In his mind, Fang Yi has finally encountered someone powerful enough to hold him accountable. Wang Zhong believes that regardless of how strong the sealer may be, no captain can simply attack another city's captain and escape punishment. In his eyes, if Fang Yi is not punished now, then every captain across the nation will live in danger from this moment onward. Gu Yuru landed calmly before the ruined battlefield and immediately introduced herself. Her expression was stern as she questioned how the Spirit Association could possibly manage the different regional branches if such chaos was allowed to happen. Hearing her words, Wang Zhong instantly assumed she had come to support him. A wicked smile spread across his face as he eagerly waited for her to punish Fang Yi for destroying the Kang City headquarters. To everyone's shock, Gu Yuru did not attack Fang Yi at all. Instead, she stepped forward respectfully and admitted that the incident was entirely a failure on the part of the Spirit Association. Bowing her head, she sincerely apologized and promised that headquarters would provide Fang Yi with a proper explanation for everything that had happened. Fang Yi's cold expression softened slightly into a faint smile, and he calmly accepted her apology with a quiet hum. Wang Zhong was left completely frozen in place, his face twisted into pure disbelief as he realized headquarters had chosen Fang Yi over him. His body trembled while he watched Gu Yuru bow respectfully before the man known as the Sealer. At that moment, he finally understood headquarters' attitude. They had no intention of provoking Fang Yi further. Instead, they planned to support and reward him to avoid future conflict. Fear gripped Wang Zhong's heart. His captain Yue Fengjiang had been burned alive, yet headquarters was not blaming Fang Yi at all. To them, the captain's death was not even the main issue. Fang Yi himself remained perfectly calm. In his mind, the opinion of the local association meant nothing. Yu Fengjiang had tried to kill him out of greed for his weapon, despite Fang Yi saving Kang City. In Fang Yi's eyes, the captain had deserved his fate. Gu Yuru then turned toward the frightened officials nearby. Her expression became icy as she demanded to know why none of them had stopped the battle. She called them arrogant fools before asking who was in charge of the Kang City Spirit Association. Wang Zhong nervously raised his hand while forcing out a weak smile. Gu Yuru coldly announced their punishment. She ordered them to calm public opinion within 3 days and create a believable explanation to hide the truth about the battle. Then her voice became even colder as she revealed headquarters' final decision. Every official in the Kang City Spirit Association would be removed from their positions after 3 days, and headquarters would send an entirely new team to take control of the city. The officials were stunned speechless. Gu Yuru gave them one final warning. If they failed to handle the situation properly, they would suffer the full consequences from headquarters. Watching from a distance, Fang Yi was genuinely surprised. Even he had not expected the Spirit Association to fire the entire Kang City branch simply to satisfy him. Gu Yuru returned to him and calmly explained that headquarters needed to make its position absolutely clear. Anyone who challenged the sealer again would end up exactly like Yue Fengjiang and the Kang City Spirit Association. She politely asked Fang Yi if he was satisfied with the outcome, and promised that such a situation would never happen again. Fang Yi looked relaxed as he replied that anyone challenging him was effectively challenging headquarters itself. He admitted he did not care about the officials, but he was more interested in how the government planned to control public opinion regarding supernatural events. Gu Yuru immediately understood his concern. She explained that the truth about spiritual energy recovery was becoming harder to hide. Supernatural incidents and anomaly disasters were appearing more frequently, and many people had already begun to suspect the truth. However, the government still could not reveal everything publicly because the timing was not right. According to her, if the truth were exposed now, the entire world would descend into chaos overnight. Society's order would collapse before humanity was prepared to handle the changes. She pointed out that if Fang Yi had not saved Tai Tai City earlier, the consequences for the entire world could have been catastrophic. Hearing this, Fang Yi began reflecting on everything that had happened recently. He realized the era of spiritual energy recovery had likely begun in full the moment the Anomaly King was destroyed. Without sacrifices from powerful figures like Elder Wu, humanity would have been even less prepared for this new age. At last, Fang Yi understood the government's strategy. Small-scale chaos among pioneers was far better than worldwide panic among ordinary people. Powerful individuals such as Ji Ruoyan, Zhao Lan, and Su Qingying existed to quietly protect society while normal citizens continued living peacefully. As Fang Yi looked over the ruins of Kang City, he finally understood why the Z Nation controlled information so strictly. By limiting knowledge about anomalies and spiritual energy, they prevented weaker pioneers from causing unnecessary trouble while also stopping mass panic from spreading. Ordinary people needed time to slowly adapt to the new reality. Still, Fang Yi knew the entire system depended on the cooperation of powerful pioneers like himself. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he realized the situation was becoming increasingly urgent. Just as Fang Yi prepared to leave, Gu Yuru respectfully informed him that a special aircraft was already prepared to take him back to Tai Tai City. However, before he departed, she asked for one personal request. Adjusting her glasses with a gentle smile, Gu Yuru openly admitted her admiration for him. She confessed that she envied Tai Tai City for possessing a genius so young, yet powerful enough to destroy an entire city while still maintaining control over himself. Fang Yi looked at her with mild curiosity and told her she did not need to act so politely. Gu Yuru then extended her hand warmly and asked if, not as sea mystic but simply as Gu Yuru, she could become friends with him. Fang Yi was genuinely surprised by the humility and sincerity in her request. Far away at the Star God Warzone headquarters, Zhao Lan listened as her blonde subordinate reported the details of the Kang City incident. Furious, she slammed her hand against the desk and called the Kang City Spirit Association complete fools. Looking at the city ranking charts, she noted that Kang City, once ranked third, was rapidly losing its status. If things continued this way, the city would soon fall out of the rankings entirely. She immediately concluded that headquarters needed to take direct control of Kang City. Her subordinate commented that the Spirit Association headquarters had acted wisely, especially Sea Mystic, who appeared to be trying to recruit Fang Yi onto their side. Zhao Lan agreed instantly. She declared that the reward offered to the sealer must surpass whatever the Spirit Association planned to give him. Without hesitation, she doubled the original reward promised for Fang Yi's help during the Kang City crisis. The blonde subordinate then suggested another reward he believed suited Fang Yi perfectly. He placed a folder labeled Top Secret Restricted Area onto the desk. Zhao Lan fell silent as she realized what he meant. She remarked that if she did not know he admired Fang Yi, she would think he was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him. However, the subordinate calmly argued that danger and opportunity always existed together. In his opinion, only Fang Yi was worthy of entering that restricted training zone. He also revealed that another genius from their war zone was already training there. He warned that threats far more terrifying than the King's Sacrifice Hell would soon appear, and Fang Yi needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible to face the future. Zhao Lan finally agreed and began reviewing the classified documents. She even wondered if their restricted zone might actually be too simple for someone like Fang Yi. Suddenly, a staff member burst into the room shouting for Sister Lan. The shocking news immediately stunned both Zhao Lan and her subordinate. Elder Wu had awakened and wanted to speak with her. Several hours later, sunlight shined peacefully over Fang Yi's luxurious villa in Tai City. Sitting casually on his couch, Fang Yi checked his phone and noticed a bank notification showing a transfer of 10 million yuan, most likely the reward Zhao Lan promised him. Lim Yi walked into the room and welcomed her cousin home. She admitted she had seen everything about the Kang City incident spreading across the online forums. Although Fang Yi calmly reassured her, Lin Yi remained anxious because countless rumors claimed he had brutally killed Kang City's captain, Godblade. Fang Yi simply flicked her forehead and told her the rumors were exaggerated. He ordered her to stop wasting time reading forums and focus on her training instead. After standing up, Fang Yi casually announced that he planned to train and attempt another breakthrough. Lin Yi stared at him in complete disbelief. He had only recently advanced, yet he was already aiming for the 3-star spirit creation realm. Fang Yi merely laughed and admitted that success was not guaranteed. Once alone upstairs, Lin Yi clasped her hands nervously. She could sense that her cousin was carrying a heavy burden inside his heart. Meanwhile, upstairs in his room, Fang Yi sat cross-legged on his bed while dark energy swirled around him. In his hand floated a golden sphere containing the purest dark attribute energy taken from the Bone Bird, the anomaly king he had defeated. Fang Yi decided to merge this power into his limitless dark world. As the fusion process began, the spirit of the Bone Bird appeared before him. A system window emerged asking if he wished to embed the dark attribute. Fang Yi accepted immediately. Golden light exploded around his body as the fusion completed successfully. The system confirmed that his limitless dark world had evolved. From now on, any enemy trapped inside his dark domain would be attacked by the Bone Bird and the countless anomalies stored within the realm itself. Floating in meditation, Fang Yi looked inward and saw the countless monster spirits he had absorbed over time. Suddenly he realized they were no longer simple remnants. Like the anomaly king itself, he could now command them directly. With this realization, Fang Yi unleashed his full power. A gigantic multi-armed golden avatar made of blazing fire rose into the sky above Tai City, towering over the darkness like a divine being. At that moment, the system detected that Fang Yi had fulfilled the conditions for another breakthrough. A notification appeared asking whether he wished to advance into the 3-star spirit creation realm. The overwhelming energy from his cultivation spread across the entire city. High above the streets, people stared in amazement at the enormous fiery god illuminating the sky. A photographer excitedly pointed toward the figure, recognizing it as the immortal savior who once protected them from the bat monsters. Inside the villa, Fang Yi's power finally exceeded the limits of control. A blinding eruption of golden light exploded from his room and engulfed the entire building. Deep within Fang Yi's spiritual world, the scene transformed into a dark purple void. The spirits of the powerful monsters he had absorbed, including the gigantic Bone Bird and the massive serpent, rose from the darkness and surrounded him like an army. Fang Yi gazed at the terrifying creatures with complete confidence. To him, they had become loyal servants bowing before their king. Sitting atop a throne formed from dark energy, Fang Yi watched as the monster spirits lowered themselves before him in submission. A final system notification appeared. The limitless dark world had successfully evolved once more, granting Fang Yi a brand new ability known as anomaly warfare. The system explained that whenever Fang Yi dragged enemies into his dark world, he could now summon the spirits of the defeated anomalies to attack them directly. The system warned Fang Yi that the stronger the enemy was, the more spiritual power he would need to maintain the summoned anomalies inside his limitless dark world. Fang Yi calmly held the swirling ball of dark energy that contained the essence of the Bone Bird. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he welcomed the new spirit into his growing domain. He praised the Bone Bird's spirit for being exceptionally pure and admitted that it would greatly increase his own strength. Looking over the countless monster spirits surrounding him, Fang Yi casually told them to work hard for him, promising that he would treat them well in return. As he observed his terrifying new army, Fang Yi quickly realized the greatest limitation of his new ability. If he wanted to fully unleash the power of anomaly warfare, he would need a far larger reserve of spiritual energy. Back in the real world, the power building around him finally reached its peak. A massive pillar of golden light exploded upward from Tai City, piercing through the clouds and illuminating the entire sky. The dazzling beam instantly signaled Fang Yi's successful breakthrough to everyone watching below. Inside his room, Fang Yi floated in midair while a radiant golden aura surrounded his body. The system confirmed that he had officially advanced into the 3-star spirit creation realm. The moment the breakthrough stabilized, Fang Yi immediately noticed the difference. Every ability inside his body felt perfectly connected, as if his powers had finally become one with him completely. His spiritual energy flowed smoothly and purely without any instability. Slowly, Fang Yi opened his eyes, and a sharp crimson glow flashed within them. He quickly realized the biggest change of all. The strange discomfort and corruption he previously felt while using the dark attribute had completely disappeared. For the first time, he could wield its power naturally without resistance. Stepping down from his bed, Fang Yi's feet still shimmered with traces of golden energy. Standing calmly inside the ruined room, he summoned flames into his hand, and quietly decided that the rest of his new abilities could only be understood through real combat. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Star God Warzone, Elder Wu stood beside a massive window overlooking the city, while speaking with Zhao Lan. Now fully recovered, the Elder discussed Fang Yi's unbelievable growth with visible amazement. He asked how much time had passed since Fang Yi obtained the Shizai flower to save his life. Zhao Lan calmly answered that it had only been half a month. Even she found it difficult to believe. In barely over 10 days, Fang Yi had accomplished feats that most pioneers could never achieve in an entire lifetime. Elder Wu admitted that Fang Yi had not only saved him personally, but had also protected the future of all pioneers within the Xia Nanyan. With a serious expression, Elder Wu confessed that even someone at the Jinggang realm like himself could not fully control the dark attribute the way Fang Yi could. Looking at his own reflection in the window, he listed Fang Yi's incredible achievements one by one. Fang Yi had eliminated anomaly kings in 2 different cities, solved multiple disasters, and broken through 2 realms in only a few days. The Elder finally admitted that he deeply wished to meet this so-called favored son of heaven. At the same time, the Tai City Spirit Association was thrown into chaos after detecting the enormous energy wave erupting from Fang Yi's new villa. Su Qingying immediately realized with shock that Fang Yi had advanced once again. The pressure released from the sealer's breakthrough was even more terrifying than the appearance of the anomaly king itself. Without hesitation, the association activated emergency protocols to ensure nobody disturbed Fang Yi during his advancement. Later, Su Qingying sat quietly while scrolling through discussions online. She reflected on how dramatically Fang Yi's reputation had grown since the Tai City disaster. Ordinary citizens now felt safer simply knowing someone as powerful as Fang Yi existed to protect them. Smiling to herself, she anonymously joined online discussions and exaggerated the sealer's terrifying strength even further. She mocked the pioneers of Kang City for underestimating him and laughed about how completely humiliated their captain had become. In her mind, strengthening Fang Yi's reputation was the best way to prevent future trouble from foolish people. Far away in Kang City, Chu Qingli sat in front of her computer with a frustrated expression. She complained bitterly that cultivation was far too difficult and that she had been stuck trying to advance into the 2-star Ghost Axe realm for a long time. She repeatedly searched the Pioneer network for information about the mysterious sealer, but her messages were completely ignored by everyone else. Irritated, she called the other pioneers mediocre and useless. Deep down, Chu Qingli believed the problem was simple. She just did not know the sealer personally enough. Confident in her own beauty, she even imagined meeting him face to face someday. However, she also worried that if she delayed too long, someone else might seize the opportunity first. With determination burning in her eyes, Chu Qingli stood up and decided she would travel to Tai City immediately to pursue her future and any opportunities connected to Fang Yi. Back at Fang Yi's villa, the sunlight shined peacefully over the modern home as Lin Yi asked her cousin whether his advancement had finally finished. The two sat together at a large table while eating a meal. Curious, Lin Yi asked whether he felt any major changes after reaching the 3-star spirit creation realm. Fang Yi casually replied that the changes were only decent so far. Besides his spiritual energy flowing more smoothly and his cultivation efficiency roughly doubling, there did not seem to be any dramatic transformation yet. However, in his thoughts, Fang Yi suspected the true changes would only reveal themselves once he eventually stepped into the legendary Jinggang realm. Lin Yi then showed him a message she had received on her phone. Zhao Lan had invited her to the Tianhai forest because New World anomalies had reportedly appeared there. Fang Yi calmly revealed that he had received the same invitation. He guessed the Star God Warzone was trying to compensate him for the trouble caused in Kang City. Since both of them were invited, he decided they should travel there together. Lin Yi immediately cheered happily at the idea. Sometime later, the two arrived at Tianhai Forest, a massive woodland located along the border of the Star God Warzone's territory. Warning signs surrounded the area, strictly forbidding entry. Originally, the forest had been completely normal, but over the last 5 years it had expanded wildly due to the rising spiritual energy in the world. The intense energy density caused both plants and animals to mutate rapidly. Although the forest had become an excellent place for pioneers to train, it was also filled with terrifying unknown dangers. Because of this, the military kept the area under strict control. Inside the forest, Fang Yi and Lin Yi were greeted by a familiar purple-haired woman from the Kang City mission. Smiling warmly, she welcomed the captain of Tai City and asked whether he still remembered her. She explained that she was currently stationed in the forest and had been ordered by Officer Zhao Lan to brief them on the situation. According to her, A strange new anomaly had appeared shortly before their arrival. A mutated flame had emerged deep inside the forest. Unlike the dark attribute, this fire possessed an eerie, gloomy nature and could not be extinguished no matter what methods were used. Fang Yi immediately guessed that it was some kind of unknown fire attribute. The woman confirmed his suspicion and offered to accompany them for safety. However, Fang Yi instead turned toward Lim Yi and asked for her opinion, suggesting that they probably did not need a guide. Lim Yi confidently agreed. The purple-haired woman accepted their decision and warned them to be extremely careful before remaining behind. As she watched the pair leave, she suddenly realized something shocking. She had focused so much attention on Fang Yi that she had completely overlooked Lim Yi. Now that she paid closer attention, she could sense that the girl's spiritual energy was astonishingly powerful, perhaps even stronger than her own. Watching the two disappear deeper into the forest, she smiled helplessly and wondered what kind of monsters could produce talents like them. Soon, Fang Yi and Lin Yi stepped onto scorched ground as the air around them became increasingly heavy with death energy. Before them stood a horrifying scene. An enormous section of the forest was engulfed in strange black flames that rose high into the sky. Fang Yi stretched out his hand to sense the surrounding energy and immediately felt a terrifying aura of death. The gloomy fire carried an oppressive darkness equal to the dark tide itself. Remembering that the flames supposedly could not be extinguished and only continued spreading endlessly, Fang Yi instantly activated his golden sun breathing technique. A massive surge of golden energy erupted from his body as he urgently ordered Lin Yi to retreat. The environment reacted immediately. Dark shadowy tendrils suddenly burst out from the burning forest and attacked them violently. While defending himself, Fang Yi quickly realized these flames were far more dangerous than ordinary fire. The black flames possessed a terrifying instinct to devour human spiritual power itself. Even more shocking, his supreme yang attribute was not overwhelming the flames as effectively as expected. Fang Yi immediately formed a golden protective barrier around Lim Yi and warned her that the source of the black fire was located ahead. Since her spiritual energy possessed a wood attribute, she was naturally weak against fire and needed to remain within his protection. Lim Yi nodded seriously. Fang Yi then summoned his spirit sword. With one powerful slash, he split apart the burning trees ahead and created a safe path through the flames. The two advanced carefully while the black fire burned violently around them. As they traveled deeper, the death energy only became heavier. Eventually, they reached the edge of a massive cliff and looked down into a gigantic dark pit filled with glowing crimson veins of heat. Something slowly dripped from the rocks above. Activating the crimson glow within his eyes, Fang Yi focused carefully and identified the substance immediately. It was magma. At that moment, both of them realized they had reached the true center of the anomaly. A system notification suddenly appeared before Fang Yi, announcing that it had detected a great change in heaven and earth. The system identified the mysterious power as the Twilight Fire attribute and immediately began collecting data to create a brand new cultivation technique. Without hesitation, Fang Yi reached directly into the flowing magma. The moment his hand touched the strange energy, another system window appeared. He had obtained the Twilight God domain. The system explained that this special power could absorb surrounding attribute energies and use them to strengthen Fang Yi's primary yang attribute. Floating within a sphere of burning energy, Fang Yi wondered whether this ability resembled the fire attribute of his desolation flower. The system clarified that the Twilight God domain was specifically designed to enhance and empower his supreme yang abilities even further. A terrifying red aura suddenly exploded around Fang Yi, taking the shape of a demonic face that radiated pure death. At the same moment, the system issued a warning, informing him that he had unlocked a new ability called Death Brand. The system emphasized that the skill was both special and extremely dangerous. Fang Yi frowned in confusion as the system continued its explanation. The ability granted what it described as infinite death. If Fang Yi were ever killed, the Death Brand would automatically attach itself to the killer, trapping them in an endless cycle of suffering. Yellow spring flames would burn them forever, death collapse would slowly destroy their body, and a terrifying hellscape filled with evil spirits would drag them toward their grave again and again. Hearing the explanation, Fang Yi's expression turned serious. He understood immediately that the ability was incredibly powerful, but he also sensed that it was too dangerous to use carelessly. After a moment of thought, he ordered the system to store the Death Brand without learning it for now. With the terrifying ability sealed away, Fang Yi shifted his focus back to the Twilight Fire. A swirling orb of red and black energy formed around him as he completely absorbed the flames into his body. From a safe distance, Lin Yi watched in disbelief. The hellish fire that should have consumed anyone else was being controlled effortlessly by her cousin. As Fang Yi stood within the newly awakened Twilight Fire, she realized with awe that he had gained yet another terrifying power. Suddenly, Fang Yi's calm expression shifted into a sharp smile. One of his eyes glowed crimson as he warned Lin Yi not to lose focus because something dangerous was approaching. Behind her, a gigantic shadow emerged from the smoke. Two glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness, terrifying her so badly that she stammered and asked if it was a dragon. Fang Yi instantly moved between Lin Yi and the creature. His hand ignited with energy as he calmly corrected her. It was not a dragon, but a mutated lizard. The monster finally revealed its true form. It was a massive demonic lizard with enormous wings and a body covered in dark scales. Fang Yi looked at it with open disgust and mocked it as nothing more than an oversized four-legged insect. At the same time, he decided the creature would be the perfect target to test the power of his new Twilight Fire domain. The demonic lizard roared and unleashed a stream of molten lava directly at him. Fang Yi reacted instantly. His red eyes flashed as he leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the attack while a flaming blade extended from his hand. With a single powerful swing, he released a golden slash that collided head-on with the monster's dark energy. The impact created a devastating shockwave that cracked the earth beneath them, causing crimson energy to erupt from the shattered ground. Moments later, the unstable energy inside the volcanic pit detonated. A blinding explosion tore through the forest like a volcanic eruption, sending flames and shockwaves in every direction. At the edge of Tianhai Forest, Song Yu and Wang Liang were thrown backward by the force of the blast. Wang Liang panicked immediately and shouted that they needed to request backup at once. Meanwhile, alarms blared inside a monitoring station as warning screens flashed bright red. The system detected a new mutated lifeform inside Tianhai Forest, while the spiritual energy readings surged by over 1,000%. The danger level was instantly classified as S rank. At the Star God Warzone headquarters, Zhao Lan and Elder Wu received the emergency report. Zhao Lan found it strange that the forest's energy had remained stable for so long, only to suddenly spiral out of control during the sealer's training. Elder Wu, already dressed in combat armor, stated that although he trusted Fang Yi's strength, they still needed to investigate personally to ensure everything was under control. Without hesitation, Elder Wu and Zhao Lan shot into the sky at incredible speed. As they neared the danger zone, Wang Liang and Song Yu were still fleeing from the aftermath of the explosion. Looking up, they spotted two streaks of light cutting across the sky and instantly recognized them. Relief flooded their faces as they shouted the names of Officer Zhao Lan and Elder Wu. Elder Wu descended first. He landed like a meteor, smashing into the ground with such force that the earth shattered beneath him. As the dust settled, his tall figure stood proudly within a glowing yellow aura, fully prepared to confront the S-level threat. Song Yu stared at him in amazement. She could hardly believe the overwhelming pressure radiating from Elder Wu. To her, this was the true power of a Jinggong realm pioneer. Unlike Fang Yi, whose battles were explosive and flashy, Elder Wu's strength felt restrained and perfectly controlled. Within seconds, the group reached the sealed pit. Zhao Lan landed gracefully and confirmed that the target was inside. Elder Wu stepped forward with a serious expression and extended his armored hand toward the massive rock wall blocking the entrance. With a casual swing of his arm, an overwhelming force erupted outward and instantly shattered the barrier. With the path opened, Elder Wu ordered everyone to move in. Deep inside the pit, Lin Yi struggled to shield herself from the violent energy still raging through the air. She anxiously shouted toward Fang Yi, asking if he was all right. As the dust slowly cleared, Fang Yi appeared completely unharmed, calmly standing with his flaming sword in hand. Behind him lay the enormous corpse of the mutated lizard. Fang Yi reassured her that he was fine, though he noted that powerful visitors had already arrived. His glowing red eyes shifted toward the tunnel entrance as he sensed the approaching experts. In an instant, he concealed part of his aura, causing the dark energy surrounding him to disappear completely. Elder Wu emerged from the tunnel with Zhao Lan and the others following behind him. The yellow aura around Elder Wu slowly faded as he locked eyes with Fang Yi. For a brief moment, silence filled the pit as two generations of powerful warriors faced each other for the first time. Finally, Elder Wu spoke. He immediately recognized Fang Yi as the mysterious sealer who had once saved him. Song Yu and the others rushed in behind him, their faces filled with shock as they saw the corpse of the S-level mutated lizard lying on the ground. Elder Wu ignored everyone else and focused entirely on Fang Yi. Looking at the gigantic carcass, he asked in disbelief whether Fang Yi had truly grown powerful enough to defeat such a creature alone. After analyzing the corpse, Elder Wu quickly realized the terrifying truth. The mutated lizard had been on the verge of a perfect evolution. If it had fully transformed into a dragon, its power would have reached the legendary Jinggong realm. What shocked him even more was the fact that Fang Yi appeared to have killed the monster in a single slash. Then Elder Wu sensed the Twilight Fire aura lingering around Fang Yi's body. The energy felt similar to the half-dragon's power, but far purer and more dangerous. He suddenly wondered if the warning signal they had detected was not actually coming from the monster, but from Fang Yi himself. Zhao Lan stepped forward and stared at the dead beast in disbelief. She asked Fang Yi if he had resolved another disaster by himself without waiting for reinforcements. The thought of what might have happened if the creature had fully evolved sent chills down her spine. Fang Yi simply smiled and greeted Elder Wu warmly, saying he was happy to see the senior hero fully recovered. Elder Wu laughed loudly and replied that with such a powerful successor appearing, perhaps it was finally time for him to retire. However, Elder Wu's expression soon turned serious. He asked Fang Yi to keep the true nature of the creature secret from everyone outside Tianhai Forest, including the Spirit Association itself. Fang Yi immediately understood the reason behind the request. As he thought about it further, Fang Yi realized Tianhai Forest was far more dangerous than it appeared. It was not merely a training ground, but a hotspot for spiritual mutations, where terrifying beings could emerge at any moment. He even suspected that the dangers hidden there might surpass the dark anomalies of the extreme dark zone. While walking away, Fang Yi analyzed the nature of his newly awakened twilight fire. He realized the power centered heavily around devouring, a characteristic that reminded him of the legendary beast Tao Ti. This led him to suspect that Tianhai Forest might once have been connected to such a creature. Elder Wu extended his hand toward Fang Yi and thanked him sincerely, remarking that Fang Yi already understood why secrecy was necessary. He then reminded everyone that there was no need to spread panic among ordinary people by revealing the existence of high-level anomalies. Fang Yi agreed. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind suddenly swept through the forest. Fang Yi's expression sharpened instantly as he detected a unique aura carried within the wind itself. The energy washed over the entire group. Lin Yi closed her eyes and smiled, saying the aura felt refreshing and comfortable. Zhao Lan, however, reacted very differently. Her eyes widened in shock as she recognized the overwhelming spiritual pressure. High above the forest, a figure was flying rapidly through the bamboo trees. Zhao Lan stared upward in disbelief and questioned whether that monster, a title reserved for absolute geniuses, had already broken through into the Jinggang realm. The mysterious figure suddenly stopped moving. A handsome young man with long blue hair and piercing blue eyes revealed himself among the swaying bamboo leaves, a confident smirk resting on his face. Descending gracefully from the sky, Bai Su, the wood attribute pioneer and ace of the Star God Warzone, stepped lightly onto a single falling leaf as if gravity itself did not affect him. The pioneers below immediately looked up in excitement. Sensing his immense aura, they speculated that Bai Su had already reached the legendary Jinggang realm and believed their Warzone had finally gained a supreme expert. Fang Yi, however, observed him carefully with his glowing red eye. Unlike the others, he quickly realized that Bai Su's spiritual power was not exactly what it appeared to be. Bai Su landed calmly before the group and informed Elder Wu and Zhao Lan that he had completed his training. His glowing blue eyes then shifted toward Fang Yi. After a brief pause, he asked, one simple question. Who is this stranger? Elder Wu introduced the newcomer as Bai Su, the ace of the Star God Warzone. He explained that Bai Su had been in seclusion for a long time, focusing entirely on breaking through to the next realm. Bai Su greeted the group calmly but quickly corrected their assumptions. Although everyone believed he had entered the legendary Jinggang realm, he admitted he had only reached the half-step stage and had not fully broken through yet. Fang Yi smiled confidently and introduced himself as the captain of Tai Tai City and the mysterious sealer. As Fang Yi observed Bai Su more closely, he noticed something unusual about the man's spiritual power. Unlike the violent or oppressive energy most pioneers emitted, Bai Su's green aura felt calm, pure, and strangely comforting. Fang Yi immediately realized their strengths were actually very close. That alone confirmed how terrifyingly difficult it was to truly step into the Jinggang realm. Bai Su, however, looked somewhat skeptical after hearing Fang Yi's title. Before he could question him further, Elder Wu stepped in with a stern expression. He reminded Bai Su that Fang Yi was the one who had saved his life and resolved the Tai Tai City disaster. Elder Wu emphasized that Fang Yi was now one of their most important allies and ordered Bai Su to show proper respect. Hearing this, Bai Su was genuinely shocked. He had no idea so much had happened while he was isolated in training. Elder Wu then explained the situation to Fang Yi. Bai Su was a rare prodigy who had awakened his powers extremely early and had been supported with the best resources the nation could offer. His cultivation speed was comparable to Fang Yi's own astonishing growth. Because of this, Bai Su had spent most of his time in isolation and knew very little about the outside world. The elder's tone gradually turned serious as he began explaining the cruel reality of the new era. Human cultivation, he said, fundamentally went against the natural order. As a result, humans evolved far more slowly than the monsters and anomalies they fought. Although many pioneers existed across the world, true top-level powerhouses were incredibly rare. At present, only 5 people on the entire planet had successfully reached the peak 3-star spirit creation realm, known as the Jinggang realm. Fang Yi listened silently as Elder Wu admitted that hidden talents like Fang Yi might still exist somewhere, but the barrier separating pioneers from the next level was unimaginably difficult to overcome. Elder Wu described the Jinggang realm as a massive cliff that most cultivators could never climb. Many pioneers died during their attempts to break through. However, anyone who succeeded would undergo a complete transformation. Their body and spiritual power would evolve into something almost beyond human, resembling the immortals described in ancient legends. Elder Wu then turned proudly toward Baisu. He praised him for reaching the half-step Jinggang stage at such a young age, and noted that Baisu's spiritual energy was unusually stable and pure, proving his exceptional talent. Fang Yi remained silent throughout the explanation, carefully observing everything. Suddenly, Baisu stepped closer and stared directly into Fang Yi's eyes. He revealed that while training in seclusion, he had sensed the shockwave caused by Fang Yi's breakthrough. That surge of energy had inspired him and even helped him advance into his current state. Because of this strange connection, Baisu admitted he had become eager to test his strength against Fang Yi personally. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The two powerful pioneers released their auras at the same time. A golden fire dragon coiled around Fang Yi, while a massive green dragon formed from nature energy behind Baisu. Baisu commented that despite their completely different abilities, he felt they were fundamentally the same kind of person. Fang Yi laughed confidently and accepted the challenge without hesitation. Realizing a battle was about to begin, Elder Wu stepped forward to act as referee. He ordered everyone else to retreat to a safe distance and warned both fighters not to go too far or seriously injure each other. The moment Fang Yi and Baisu locked eyes, their spiritual pressure exploded outward. In an instant, their powers collided and created a massive explosion that tore through the forest. Song Yu watched in total shock, unable to believe she was witnessing a clash between two monsters of this level. Nearby, Zhao Lan observed silently while Elder Wu focused intensely on the battlefield, wondering which genius would emerge victorious, the rising star of Tai Tai City or the long-standing ace of the Star God Warzone. Baisu made the first move. Clasping his hands together, he activated his signature wood attribute technique. The ground trembled violently as gigantic green vines erupted upward like a tidal wave, surrounding Fang Yi from every direction. Fang Yi reacted instantly. Blue spiritual energy gathered around his hands as he moved at blinding speed through the chaotic forest of vines. He sliced apart massive roots with bursts of energy while realizing that Baisu could literally use the entire forest as his weapon. More vines erupted from the shadows, attempting to trap him, but Fang Yi only grinned. To him, all that wood simply looked like perfect fuel for his flames. He summoned his sword and fire exploded around his hand. With one massive swing, he unleashed a blazing slash that cut through the giant roots. Fang Yi expected the fire to spread instantly and consume everything. Instead, the severed vines glowed with green light and regenerated immediately before the flames could fully burn them. Fang Yi's expression sharpened at once. Standing before the enormous wall of living vines, he questioned whether Baisu's plants were somehow immune to fire. Normally, wood should have been naturally weak against flames. Baisu calmly placed his hand against the massive trunk beside him and confidently explained that ordinary plants would indeed burn. However, his spiritually enhanced plant army had evolved beyond the normal weakness of the wood attribute. The moment he finished speaking, Fang Yi's glowing red eye narrowed. Without warning, enormous vines erupted beneath him again. This time the attack came too quickly to dodge completely. Massive roots wrapped around Fang Yi's body and sealed him inside a gigantic spherical prison made entirely of wood. Outside the cage, Baisu stood calmly with complete confidence. He casually asked Fang Yi how he liked the technique and remarked that if they had truly been enemies, escaping such a prison would have been impossible. Inside the dark wooden sphere, Fang Yi remained perfectly calm. His glowing red eye carefully analyzed the structure surrounding him. As he touched the inner wall, his hand began glowing with energy. He quickly realized the wood energy inside the prison was incredibly pure, but there was also something else hidden within it. A poisonous corrosive force immediately spread across his skin. Outside, Baisu warned him not to touch the wood for too long. He explained that the giant tree naturally contained deadly toxins, and after being infused with his spiritual energy, the poison had become even more dangerous. Instead of panicking, Fang Yi smiled. Golden flames ignited in his eyes as he challenged Baisu's confidence. Rather than avoiding the poison, Fang Yi deliberately decided to test just how powerful it really was. Suddenly, brilliant golden light burst from the cracks of the wooden prison. Baisu's confident expression instantly disappeared. A terrifying surge of heat exploded outward as an enormous pillar of golden fire erupted into the sky, completely shattering the wooden sphere. Flames illuminated the entire night sky while scorching heat swept through the battlefield. Baisu stared in disbelief, sweat running down his face. His spiritually enhanced plants were supposed to be immune to ordinary fire. Watching them burn so easily shattered everything he believed about his own ability. At that moment, Baisu finally realized Fang Yi's flames were something far beyond normal spiritual fire. Before Baisu could recover from the shock, Fang Yi attacked from above. His flaming sword descended toward Baisu, while Fang Yi calmly remarked that his opponent had become distracted. Baisu barely reacted in time. His eyes widened as he vanished in a burst of green energy and narrowly avoided the slash. After landing, Baisu's expression turned heavy with disbelief. He could not understand how Fang Yi, who was supposedly still only at the 3-star spirit creation realm, possessed abilities equal to or even greater than his own. Fang Yi landed heavily amid the burning landscape, surrounded by blazing flames. As Baisu looked around at the destroyed forest, he suddenly understood Fang Yi's true strategy. Fang Yi had intentionally burned the battlefield so Baisu could no longer draw endless power from the surrounding forest. Standing among the flames, Baisu accused Fang Yi of deliberately destroying the environment to eliminate his advantage. Fang Yi openly admitted it with a dangerous smile. Since Baisu was so powerful, Fang Yi explained, he had no choice but to think ahead. If the forest remained intact, Baisu would have endless energy at his disposal, making him almost impossible to defeat. Baisu lowered his head as his body trembled with frustration. As a celebrated genius fighting on his own territory, being cornered like this deeply wounded his pride. However, the frustration in his eyes soon transformed into madness and determination. He refused to accept defeat. Laughing wildly, Baisu declared that as a half-step Jin Gang cultivator, he could never lose. He then challenged Fang Yi to survive his next attack. Slamming both hands into the ground, Baisu unleashed his power recklessly. Massive jagged roots exploded from the earth, violently tearing apart the battlefield. Fang Yi's expression immediately became serious. Nearby, Elder Wu and Zhao Lan panicked when they saw what Baisu was attempting. They shouted at him to stop, warning that recreating the forest with his own body as the source would completely drain his spiritual energy and potentially kill him. But Baisu ignored them. Pushing himself beyond his limits, he unleashed even more power. Massive roots erupted from the cliffs while green light blazed from his eyes. His face twisted in pain and strain as he screamed, forcing every ounce of energy from his body. Elder Wu watched in alarm, shouting Baisu's name in fear of what might happen next. Then Baisu unleashed his ultimate technique. A gigantic avatar made entirely of vines and roots rose into the sky, recreating heaven and earth with overwhelming spiritual force. The resulting shockwave blasted Fang Yi backward through the air. Yet Fang Yi remained calm. Gathering a massive fireball in his hand, he carefully observed the terrifying density of the wood energy surrounding him. Instead of retreating, Fang Yi charged directly into the storm of vines. He shouted toward the worried onlookers that the battle was not over yet, and that he would handle everything himself. Elder Wu could only watch silently, unable to interfere anymore. Suddenly, golden flames ignited inside Fang Yi's eye, signaling another shift in his power. He tore through the endless vines with devastating waves of fire, before leaping high into the sky. Above the battlefield, Fang Yi summoned an enormous sword made entirely of spiritual energy. Baisu looked up in shock as he realized he had left himself completely exposed. Then Fang Yi brought the gigantic blade crashing down. Baisu barely managed to dodge the gigantic energy blade as it crashed down through the battlefield, slicing apart the endless vines behind him. However, the strain of the battle had already pushed his body beyond its limits. He suddenly covered his mouth and coughed up blood, the result of overusing his spiritual power. Even so, Baisu refused to admit defeat. With wild determination burning in his eyes, he clasped his hands together once more and shouted that he could still continue fighting. He declared that he would recreate the entire forest again if necessary. Floating above the battlefield, Fang Yi looked down at him with a faint mocking smile. Calmly, he questioned whether this was truly the full extent of Baisu's strength. Without waiting for a response, Fang Yi disappeared in a flash. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of Baisu and launched himself into the air before driving a devastating punch downward. Baisu reacted desperately, crossing both arms as he summoned a green spiritual barrier to defend himself. The collision created a massive explosion that shook the entire forest. Song Yu stared at the battlefield in complete shock. She could hardly believe Baisu, the legendary ace of the Star God Warzone, had been forced into such a desperate state. Beside her, however, Lin Yi simply smiled with complete confidence. As Fang Yi slowly descended from the smoke, she thought to herself that her cousin had not even revealed his true strength yet. He had not used his thunder power or any of his other attributes during the fight. In her eyes, the so-called genius had already lost far too easily. Nearby, Elder Wu and Zhao Lan watched with grim expressions. Elder Wu quietly remarked that Baisu's mind had already begun collapsing under the pressure of defeat. The gap between him and the sealer was simply too large. Zhao Lan explained that Baisu was obsessed with battle and had spent his entire life crushing opponents with overwhelming talent. This was likely the first time he had ever experienced such complete domination. On the battlefield, Fang Yi believed the duel was finally over. Baisu knelt in the dust with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. In a quiet voice, he thanked Fang Yi almost as if he had accepted the lesson and acknowledged defeat. Then suddenly, Baisu screamed. Green spiritual energy exploded around him once more as he roared that he could still fight. Refusing to surrender, he shouted that his spiritual power had not run out yet. Standing calmly before him, Fang Yi sighed softly. In his mind, it was finally time to bring the battle to an end. Bai Su clasped his hands together again with absolute focus and commanded all living things to obey him. Instantly, multiple glowing green avatars of himself appeared throughout the air, preparing to launch one final desperate attack. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes while analyzing the technique. He admitted internally that Bai Su truly deserved his reputation as a top-tier pioneer. The ability to create spiritual clones was proof of his terrifying talent, and among all the enemies Fang Yi had faced so far, Bai Su was unquestionably the strongest. The battle had already consumed a significant amount of Fang Yi's own energy. However, Fang Yi still stood his ground calmly. As the green clones rushed toward him from every direction, Fang Yi unleashed a storm of blazing fire slashes at incredible speed. The incoming avatars were instantly cut apart and burned away before they could even reach him. The flames rapidly expanded into a massive inferno that swallowed the battlefield and destroyed every illusion. Bai Su's expression shifted into confusion as he suddenly lost sight of Fang Yi entirely. Then he realized it too late. Fang Yi was already standing beside him. A terrifying vortex of golden flames erupted around Bai Su, trapping him completely. His body froze in shock as overwhelming pressure crushed down on him. Sweat poured down his face while he stared upward in disbelief. High above him stood Fang Yi atop the head of a gigantic golden fire dragon. Holding his sword calmly toward Bai Su, Fang Yi asked whether they could finally end the match now. Watching the scene unfold, Elder Wu immediately understood that the battle was over. He could only marvel at how the mysterious sealer continued to exceed all expectations. Zhao Lan shook her head in disbelief as well. Although she had expected Bai Su to lose eventually, she never imagined the defeat would be this overwhelming. Behind them, Lin Yi merely smiled confidently and said she had known this outcome from the beginning. Song Yu and Wang Liang also admitted the result was not truly surprising. After all, Fang Yi was the man who had already resolved two massive anomaly disasters entirely on his own. The duel finally came to an end as Fang Yi landed gracefully on the scorched battlefield. Across from him, Bai Su stood breathing heavily while staring at the man who had defeated him. In disbelief, he muttered to himself, wondering whether Fang Yi was truly only a half-step Jinggang cultivator or simply a monster disguised as one. A bitter expression crossed Bai Su's face as he admitted that compared to Fang Yi, his own strength amounted to nothing. Completely humbled, Bai Su clasped his hands respectfully and bowed toward Fang Yi. He sincerely thanked the sealer for the lesson he had learned during the battle. However, moments later, Bai Su suddenly apologized and explained that he had urgent matters to attend to. Before anyone could stop him, his body transformed into a streak of green light and shot into the sky. Zhao Lan immediately shouted after him, but Bai Su's voice echoed back from the distance, declaring that he was returning to seclusion in order to continue training. Zhao Lan turned toward Elder Wu in frustration and complained that the Star God War Zone still needed Bai Su. Elder Wu, however, simply watched the disappearing light calmly. He understood Bai Su's feelings better than anyone. This was the first time the proud genius had ever suffered such crushing frustration, so Elder Wu believed it was better to let him leave and calm himself through training. Soon afterward, Elder Wu shifted his attention toward Fang Yi, who was quietly extinguishing the flames around his hand. The elder approached him seriously before making an unexpected offer. He asked Fang Yi whether he would consider officially joining the Star God War Zone while still maintaining his role as captain of Tai Tai City. Then Elder Wu revealed his true intention. He wanted Fang Yi to become his successor. Fang Yi was visibly stunned by the sudden proposal. Elder Wu continued explaining that the Star God War Zone possessed the second greatest resources in the entire Xian nation. He then spoke about Shen City, the nation's largest and most powerful city, where the strongest pioneers in the country gathered at the very center of authority. If Fang Yi agreed to join them, Elder Wu promised that he would eventually be introduced to that highest circle of power. However, Fang Yi politely refused. His glowing red eyes remained calm as he thanked Elder Wu sincerely, but explained that he had no plans to belong to any particular organization. Technically, he was not even a true member of the Spirit Association. The only reason he accepted the title of captain was to protect his hometown. He firmly stated that he did not wish to become tied down by any faction. Song Yu and Wang Liang were both stunned after hearing this. Neither of them could believe someone would refuse such a prestigious opportunity. Elder Wu, however, accepted the answer calmly. He understood that true powerhouses rarely liked restrictions or chains. Instead of continuing to persuade Fang Yi, Elder Wu proposed a friendship instead. Even if Fang Yi did not officially join the Star God War Zone, they could still support one another whenever necessary. Fang Yi then announced that he and Zhao Lan planned to remain inside Tianhai Forest to continue training. At that moment, dark storm clouds began gathering across the sky. Elder Wu looked upward thoughtfully and noted that Tianhai Forest was overflowing with elemental energy. Their earlier battle had disturbed the balance of nature so greatly that a powerful thunderstorm was beginning to form. Then he suddenly remembered something important. During the entire duel against Bai Su, Fang Yi had never once used his thunder abilities. Laughing loudly, Elder Wu praised Fang Yi's monstrous potential even further. He immediately ordered everyone else to leave the area so nobody would interrupt Fang Yi's upcoming training. As he watched Fang Yi standing beneath the storm, Elder Wu thought to himself that as long as Fang Yi remained a pioneer of the Shan nation, he would be one of the nation's greatest blessings. Fang Yi smiled faintly after realizing Elder Wu had already understood his intentions. Leaping into the air, Fang Yi reflected on how strength granted true freedom. Because of his overwhelming power, even the Star God Warzone would not dare force him into submission. Blue lightning suddenly flashed within his eyes. High above Tianhai Forest, Fang Yi welcomed the raging storm directly. Activating his divine thunder technique, he surrounded himself with a gigantic web of crackling electricity and began his cultivation. On the ground below, Bai Su, who had not completely left the area yet, stared upward in disbelief while creating a protective barrier around himself. In his mind, Fang Yi's actions were pure madness. A person with such an overwhelming fire attribute should never attempt to cultivate equally powerful thunder energy. Two extreme elemental forces should naturally clash and destroy the user from within. Even pioneers born with multiple attributes always specialized in one dominant power, while using the others only as support. Yet Fang Yi was trying to perfectly balance two extreme attributes at once. Watching lightning completely engulf Fang Yi's body, Bai Su wondered if the sealer simply did not understand this basic principle. Then a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens and struck Fang Yi directly. Instead of being injured, Fang Yi smiled confidently. Blue electrical energy illuminated his glowing eyes as he absorbed the lightning into his body. From a safe distance away, Song Yu panicked and shouted at Elder Wu and Zhao Lan, demanding to know why they were not stopping him. She warned them that the thunder energy was far too violent for any living being to endure. To her surprise, neither Elder Wu nor Zhao Lan looked worried at all. Zhao Lan finally revealed the shocking truth to everyone present. Fang Yi was not in danger because he himself possessed a top-level thunder attribute. The legendary pioneer known as the Tyrant and the mysterious Sealer were actually the same person. Song Yue and Wang Liang froze in shock after hearing this revelation. While possessing dual attributes was not impossible, Fang Yi's level of mastery was completely monstrous. Zhao Lan smiled faintly and admitted she had reacted the same way when she first learned the truth. Everyone had become so focused on Fang Yi's identity as the Sealer that they forgot he was also the terrifying genius known as the Tyrant. Meanwhile, within the center of the raging storm, Fang Yi controlled the violent thunder energy surrounding him. He realized that the stronger the lightning became, the more spiritual power he could absorb to strengthen his body. Surrounded by a whirlwind of electricity, Fang Yi raised his head toward the heavens and shouted for more power. He declared that the current lightning was still not enough to satisfy him. Floating within the storm, Fang Yi used the divine thunder to temper every part of his body. Immense power surged through his bones, muscles, blood, and spiritual veins, refining him from the inside out. As the tempering process continued, his various attributes, including fire, yang, dark, and thunder, gradually became more balanced with one another. One system notification after another appeared before him, confirming that each individual attribute had successfully undergone tempering. Finally, the system announced the completion of the divine thunder tempering process. His body and spiritual power had now fused together more perfectly, and all of the energy he had consumed during the battle had been completely restored. With a confident smile, Fang Yi felt as though he had been completely reborn after finishing the divine thunder tempering. To test the results of his training, he casually raised his hand and released a bolt of lightning toward a distant mountain. The thunder strike instantly shattered the mountain peak in a deafening explosion. Watching the destruction unfold, Fang Yi realized the thunder energy within Tianhai Forest was far more special than ordinary lightning. The sheer power flowing through his body now felt overwhelming. On the ground below, Bai Su stared upward in shock. He knew that the spiritual stones hidden throughout the forest were nourished by the same thunder energy Fang Yi had just absorbed. Yet Fang Yi had casually destroyed an entire mountain peak with a single attack. More terrifyingly, Bai Su could sense that Fang Yi had not even used a third of his true power. In Bai Su's mind, no ordinary pioneer could possibly unleash such destruction from that distance. As the storm gradually calmed, Bai Su watched Fang Yi descend from the sky, understanding that the training was finally over. A determined expression appeared on his face as he silently promised himself that he and the Sealer would definitely fight again one day. Nearby, Elder Wu smiled with satisfaction. The more he observed Fang Yi, the more amazed he became. Fang Yi's talent seemed almost limitless, constantly surpassing expectations. Elder Wu's desire to recruit him into the Star God Warzone only grew stronger. In his eyes, if someone like Fang Yi became his successor, he would have absolutely no regrets in life. As the final traces of thunder disappeared from the sky, Elder Wu laughed loudly while Zhao Lan remarked that the truth was simple. It was not the sealer who needed the Star God Warzone. The Star God Warzone was the one that needed the sealer. Hearing this, Elder Wu turned toward Zhao Lan and commented on how much she herself had matured recently, making him more hopeful about the future of the Warzone. A slightly embarrassed Zhao Lan asked whether he truly meant that. At that moment, Elder Wu's attention shifted toward Lin Yiyi, who was peacefully meditating nearby while absorbing the remaining spiritual energy left behind by the storm. A new thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If Fang Yi could not be recruited, perhaps they could invite Lin Yiyi instead. After finishing his training, Fang Yi landed gently beside his cousin. His glowing red eyes examined the spiritual energy flowing around her as he reminded her that opportunities like this were extremely rare and that she should make the most of it. Then he noticed that Elder Wu and Zhao Lan were still standing there. Fang Yi looked at them curiously and asked why they had not left yet. Elder Wu smiled and explained that he had another proposal, one that would not place any obligations on Fang Yi himself. He then formally invited Lin Yiyi to train at the Star God Warzone. As he spoke, green spiritual energy surged around Lin Yiyi's body. Fang Yi considered the offer carefully. In his mind, joining the Star God Warzone would undoubtedly be an incredible opportunity for his cousin. However, he also understood that the final decision belonged entirely to her. Lin Yiyi had already overheard the entire conversation while meditating. Slowly opening her eyes, she stood up calmly. Fang Yi first asked whether she had finished her training. Then he turned toward Elder Wu and thanked him sincerely for the generous offer. However, he explained that even as her guardian, he could not make such a decision on her behalf. At that moment, Lin Yiyi stepped forward and gave her answer directly. She politely thanked Elder Wu for the invitation, but firmly stated that she would not go. Although surprised, Elder Wu remained calm and asked why she had chosen to refuse. Lin Yiyi admitted that her reasoning might sound childish. She explained that refusing purely because she feared her cousin might be used would be disrespectful. However, as a pioneer herself, she possessed her own pride and ambitions. With determination in her eyes, she declared that she wanted to earn everything through her own hard work and abilities, not because she was connected to Fang Yi. For a brief moment, Fang Yi was completely speechless. He suddenly realized that his once dependent cousin had finally begun growing into someone strong and independent. Rather than becoming offended, Elder Wu burst into laughter and gave Lin Yiyi a thumbs up. He admitted that his proposal had indeed been somewhat one-sided and apologized for it. Still, he promised that the Star God Warzone would continue paying attention to her growth and encouraged her to work hard. A delighted Lin Yiyi immediately promised that she would. Later that night, the scene shifted back to Fang Yi's villa. As Fang Yi and Lin Yiyi walked upstairs together, Fang Yi silently reviewed everything that had happened recently. His issue with spiritual energy reserves had now been resolved, but he still needed to fully understand how to utilize his new Twilight Fire attribute. More importantly, the terrifying Death Brand ability remained an unresolved problem that required careful thought. As they reached the upper floor, Lin Yiyi suddenly stopped and pointed toward the front door in confusion. She asked Fang Yi why someone was squatting outside their home. The mysterious figure slowly looked up. It was Su Qingying. Looking exhausted, she stretched lazily before telling them they had finally returned. Surprised, Fang Yi immediately asked why she was waiting outside his house so late at night. Su Qingying quickly explained that a major incident had erupted along the border. The captain of Yue City had personally come to the Spirit Association in Tai City, seeking urgent help. Fang Yi asked where the captain was currently. Su Qingying replied that the captain had been seriously injured and was now receiving treatment at the association's medical center. Despite barely escaping with her life, she had traveled all the way there solely to deliver a message. Most importantly, she specifically requested help from the sealer. Soon afterward, Fang Yi and Su Qingying arrived at the Tai Spirit Association Medical Center. Inside the hospital hallway, a young woman with short, messy dark hair and bandages covering her face and arms turned around after hearing someone call her name. This woman was Chen Ru, the captain of Yue City. Chen Ru greeted Su Qingying happily before noticing Fang Yi standing beside her. Curious, she asked who he was. Su Qingying immediately introduced Fang Yi as the captain of Tai City and the mysterious sealer. She then introduced the injured woman as Chen Ruo. The moment Chen Ruo heard Fang Yi's identity, her expression changed dramatically. In desperation, she rushed forward and grabbed Fang Yi's hands, begging him to help save Yue City. She explained that the anomaly there was far more dangerous than originally reported, and was definitely beyond A+ rank. After hearing about Fang Yi's achievements, she believed he was the only person capable of handling such a disaster. Fang Yi remained calm and silent while carefully observing her condition. Realizing she had become overly emotional, Chen Ruo quickly released his hands and apologized awkwardly. However, she explained that she had no choice because the situation was becoming hopeless. The anomaly had originally been classified as only B rank, yet pioneers kept disappearing one after another. Her entire team had vanished. Reinforcement squads also disappeared without explanation. Even her own older sister, one of the city's strongest pioneers, had gone missing as well. Hearing this, Fang Yi's expression gradually became serious. In his mind, the situation made no sense. A simple B-rank anomaly should never have caused so many disappearances, especially in a border city that possessed capable pioneers. Looking directly at Chen Rou, Fang Yi asked a cold but important question. Were the missing pioneers truly missing, or were they already dead? Chen Ruo could not answer clearly. Su Qingying gently calmed her down and helped her sit properly before asking her to explain everything slowly. Clutching her head painfully, Chen Ru admitted that she genuinely did not know what had happened. She could not establish contact with any of the missing pioneers, but she insisted she could still sense that her sister remained alive through their special bond. Suddenly, Chen Ro remembered something important. She hurriedly apologized and explained that she had almost forgotten the gift she prepared in exchange for Fang Yi's help. From her bag, she carefully removed a small dark brown box and offered it to him while admitting that she truly had no other options left. Fang Yi accepted the box and immediately sensed that something inside it had been heavily sealed. Even through the seal, however, he could feel a familiar Yang attribute aura leaking out from within. Curious, he asked what exactly the item was and why it needed such heavy sealing. Seeing his interest, hope immediately appeared in Chen Ruo's eyes. She explained that the item was a spirit crystal condensed from a sacred mountain within Yue City that had once experienced a massive Yang energy eruption. The crystal contained enormous spiritual power and was considered one of the city's greatest treasures. When she opened the box, a glowing yellow crystal was revealed inside. Chen Rou explained that Ye City originally hoped to use the crystal to nurture a powerful Yang attribute pioneer. Unfortunately, nobody had been capable of absorbing its power. Some people had even suffered severe burns simply from attempting it. Standing beside Fang Yi, Su Qingying looked visibly shocked after seeing a genuine spirit crystal. She quickly explained that spirit crystals were extremely rare and valuable treasures because pioneers without special attributes could absorb them to awaken entirely new powers. Fang Yi smiled confidently. Closing his hand around the crystal, he instantly absorbed the glowing golden energy into his body. Then he looked toward Chen Rou and calmly declared that they had a deal. He immediately asked whether they should depart for Yue City right away. Chen Rou stared at him in shock for a moment before quickly nodding with visible relief. Later, the group traveled through winding mountain roads toward Yue City while heavy rain poured outside. Inside the vehicle, Fang Yi asked Chen Rou to explain the anomaly in greater detail. Chen Rou revealed that the disaster began when strange tombstones suddenly started appearing throughout the mountains surrounding the city. Villagers who approached them claimed they could hear strange noises coming from inside the graves. At first, pioneers investigated the tombstones but discovered no unusual energy or abnormalities. Because of this, they sealed off the area as a precaution. However, that same night, skeletal arms suddenly erupted from one of the tombstones and dragged a villager directly into the grave. As Chen Ruo finished explaining, the vehicle slowly came to a stop beneath the pouring rain. The group had arrived at a remote village now completely surrounded by endless gray tombstones, stretching across the landscape. Chen Rou quietly informed Fang Yi that this was the source of the anomaly and asked for his opinion. Fang Yi carefully observed the eerie graveyard-like scene but immediately sensed something strange. Despite the overwhelming number of tombstones, he could not detect any strong abnormal aura. As the group walked deeper into the grave field, faint purple energy slowly began glowing around the tombstones. Chen Ruo explained that more graves had continued appearing throughout Yue City at random locations. At unpredictable times, skeletal arms would emerge from the graves and drag people away without warning. Looking around in horror, Chen Ru realized the number of tombstones had increased dramatically in less than a single day. She then urged Fang Yi and Su Qingying to follow her toward the remaining survivors. Meanwhile, Fang Yi silently analyzed the situation. The anomaly's energy concentration was unbelievably low, almost as if it were intentionally hiding itself. He began wondering whether the anomaly's purpose was to lower people's guard or if something even more sinister was happening behind the scenes. After thinking carefully, Fang Yi reached a disturbing conclusion. The disappearances did not feel like random attacks at all. They felt more like part of a ritual. Fang Yi slowly placed his hand against one of the tombstones and immediately came to a disturbing realization. Calmly, he explained that anomalies were capable of performing sacrifices just like humans. In some cases, weaker anomalies would gather lives and spiritual energy in order to revive or summon a far more powerful existence. He recalled the bat-like anomalies from Tai Tai City, which slaughtered countless residents in an attempt to awaken their anomaly king. The moment Chen Ruo heard this comparison, her face turned pale with horror. In a trembling voice, she asked whether the disaster in Ui City was also some kind of sacrificial ritual. Panic immediately filled her expression as she explained that many of the mountain villagers were deeply traditional people who refused to evacuate no matter how dangerous the situation became. Even worse, They were planning to hold a large ceremonial ritual the following day. Before anyone could react further, Chen Ruo suddenly shouted that it was happening again. A skeletal purple hand burst violently out of the ground directly in front of Fang Yi. Fang Yi calmly sidestepped the attack with ease. After sensing the creature's aura, he noted that its strength was indeed only around B rank, just as the reports claimed. Summoning his flaming sword instantly, Fang Yi cut the skeletal arm cleanly in half. However, the moment the arm fell apart, another skeletal hand erupted from beneath the ground and grabbed onto his glowing blade. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed sharply. The hand belonged to a far larger creature. A monstrous skeleton with multiple twisted limbs burst out from the earth while emitting eerie purple energy. At the same time, countless other skeletal monsters began erupting from the surrounding graves, rapidly surrounding Su Qingying and Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo stared in disbelief and shouted that something was wrong. Normally, undead creatures should have feared Fang Yi's powerful Yang attribute, yet these monsters showed absolutely no hesitation. Within moments, an enormous horde of glowing purple skeletons flooded the battlefield. Instead of panicking, however, Fang Yi revealed a faint smile. In his mind, the situation was beginning to confirm his suspicions. Whatever was happening here was far more interesting than a simple anomaly outbreak. As chaos spread everywhere, Chen Ro raised her flute and began fighting desperately. Green spiritual energy burst outward from her music, slicing apart the incoming skeletons one after another. While fighting, she explained that the skeletons themselves were not especially powerful. The true problem was that they felt no pain and attacked endlessly without fear. Looking around at the overwhelming numbers, despair slowly began appearing in her eyes. The skeletons seemed endless, and for the first time she wondered whether even the legendary sealer might be powerless against this disaster. Nearby, Su Qingying kicked several skeletons away and shouted at her not to lose hope. Then suddenly everything changed. A massive wave of hellish crimson flames erupted across the battlefield. The fire instantly engulfed the surrounding skeletons and burned them into ashes. Su Qingying stared at the flames in shock, unable to recognize this strange new power. At the center of the battlefield, Fang Yi slowly rose into the sky above a gigantic sphere of red energy. The ground below transformed into a sea of burning twilight fire that instantly consumed the skeletal horde. At the same moment, a system notification appeared before Fang Yi. The system detected a special death attribute hidden within the anomaly energy. It then informed him that his twilight fire domain was automatically absorbing and converting that death energy into fuel to strengthen his own yang attribute. Moments later, another notification confirmed the enhancement had been completed successfully. Below him, Su Qingying and Chen Ru watched in shock as a massive fiery explosion wiped out the remaining skeletons completely. Chen Ru stared at Fang Yi with newfound admiration. She admitted that the sealer's reputation was absolutely deserved. For the first time since the disaster began, she felt that Yue City might actually survive. Embarrassed by her earlier doubts, she apologized sincerely and offered to take Fang Yi and Su Qingying to meet the remaining members of her team. Soon afterward, Chen Ruo led them to a temporary camp serving as the current base of operations for the Yue City Spirit Association. As they arrived, several exhausted pioneers immediately greeted Chen Ruo by calling her captain. She introduced Fang Yi and Su Qingying as reinforcements sent from Tai Tai City, proudly revealing that the legendary sealer himself had come personally. Her three teammates, Chen Feng, Chen Sheng, and Chen Shi, immediately stared at Fang Yi in disbelief. None of them could believe that someone so young was supposedly the famous pioneer who had solved major disasters entirely on his own. One of them argued that age did not matter because the situation in Yue City was completely different from anything that happened elsewhere. The atmosphere soon became tense. Chen Feng suddenly lost his temper and angrily scolded Chen Ro for returning with outsiders just to die alongside them. He shouted that almost everyone in the city was already gone and revealed the horrifying truth that they had all been deceived from the beginning. In his eyes, the entire city had been lured into becoming sacrifices. As Chen Ruo attempted to explain that their team had already suffered devastating losses, Fang Yi simply observed everyone silently. Then, with complete calmness, he stated that he had accepted the request for help and would fulfill his part of the agreement. With unwavering confidence, Fang Yi declared that he would solve the disaster in Yue City. Nearby, Chen Shi quietly explained the situation further. Because Yue City was isolated and deeply tied to ancient traditions, the local people relied heavily on worship and rituals whenever they faced disasters beyond human understanding. Later, standing atop a nearby cliff, Fang Yi looked down at the village below. Purple mist drifted through the area while countless tombstones surrounded the settlement from every direction. Fang Yi wondered whether the villagers were preparing some kind of massive ritual to pray for blessings from their gods. The more he thought about their traditions and customs, the more suspicious everything became. In his mind, those old ceremonies seemed directly connected to the strange anomaly itself. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the forest. Chen Feng and Chen Shi both stiffened nervously, In the clearing below, a massive crowd of villagers had gathered around a huge bonfire for the ritual ceremony. The moment Chenru saw the scene, panic appeared on her face. She realized the ceremony was about to begin, and if the tomb anomaly erupted during the gathering, it would become an unimaginable disaster. Fang Yi, however, looked intrigued rather than worried. With a confident smirk, he casually asked who wanted to watch the event more closely, before calmly walking toward the crowd. The group eventually arrived at Yuan Square in Yue City. A giant bonfire burned brightly at the center while desperate villagers knelt around it crying out to the heavens. Some begged their gods to save their families. One man even offered his own life if it meant his children could survive. Everywhere around them, frightened villagers bowed desperately toward the sky, praying for mercy. Then suddenly the bonfire went out. The stone platform beneath it shattered apart as enormous cracks spread across the square. Moments later, skeletal hands clawed their way out from behind the surrounding tombstones. Panic exploded instantly. Someone screamed that the monsters from the tombs had appeared again. Within the swirling purple mist, terrifying skeletons with glowing red eyes slowly emerged and stared directly at the horrified villagers. An old man trembled as he insisted it must simply be a test from their god. While everyone else scattered in terror, a mother desperately held her crying daughter, while the child tearfully asked whether their god would still come save them. The situation became even worse when a charging skeleton suddenly tackled the mother and separated her from her child. The little girl fell onto the ground and cried helplessly for her mother. Then an even larger ghostly skeleton emerged silently from the mist behind her. Its enormous skeletal hand slowly reached toward the terrified child. Before the creature could touch her, a flash of golden light instantly erased it from existence. Immediately afterward, a massive wave of holy flames swept across the entire square. Skeletons burned into ashes one after another as the battlefield transformed into a blazing inferno. The surviving villagers froze in shock. Then, instead of fear, overwhelming awe appeared on their faces. Others raised their hands toward the sky with tears of joy, believing the gods had finally answered their prayers. Amid the raging flames, Fang Yi slowly descended onto the shattered stone platform. Bathed in golden fire, he looked at the stunned crowd and calmly told them that there was no longer any need to pray. Then, with a cold and serious expression, he revealed a harsh truth. There were no gods in this world, and no god was coming to save them. For a brief moment, silence filled the square. The villagers knelt motionlessly while processing his words. Then they completely misunderstood him. Instead of despairing, they began crying tears of joy while shouting that a god had personally appeared before them and defeated the disaster with heavenly fire. Now convinced Fang Yi himself was a divine being, the villagers begged him to save them from the monsters haunting Yue City. Watching the scene unfold, Fang Yi could only sigh helplessly at the misunderstanding. Standing amidst the endless flames, Fang Yi slowly extended one hand while his eyes glowed brightly. He activated the Twilight Fire domain once more. A gigantic swirling red sphere immediately formed high in the sky. Like a massive vacuum, it began absorbing all of the surrounding death energy along with the shattered remains of the skeletons. The villagers and Chen Ruo's team stared upward in complete shock at the terrifying sight. Then Fang Yi finally clarified his identity properly. He calmly informed everyone that he was not a god, but a pioneer captain from Tai Tai City known as the Sealer. Even after hearing his explanation, the villagers remained stunned by the overwhelming power before them. Nearby, Chen Feng stared at the massive crimson sphere in disbelief and questioned what exactly Fang Yi was doing. Clearly frustrated, Chen Ro reminded her teammates that she had already warned them the Sealer was far beyond an ordinary pioneer. She explained once again that Fang Yi was the man who single-handedly resolved the disasters in both Tai Tai City and Kang City, earning the respect of even the nation's highest authorities. After absorbing the immediate wave of death energy, Fang Yi shot into the sky like a blazing golden comet and rushed toward the center of Yue City. The main village remained buried beneath thick purple mist while countless skeletons continued roaming through the streets. At the same time, a system notification appeared before him. The Twilight Fire domain had successfully absorbed a massive amount of death attribute energy, causing Fang Yi's Yang attribute to grow even stronger. Looking down at the endless skeletal horde below, Fang Yi prepared to unleash his newly enhanced power. He summoned his blazing sword once again, but this time the flames surrounding it burned brighter than ever before. Raising the weapon high, Fang Yi swung it downward with overwhelming force and declared that he would completely free Yue City from the disaster. A gigantic wave of fire exploded outward. Unlike before, the flames now carried traces of eerie purple energy mixed into the golden blaze, the result of the absorbed death attribute. The inferno swept through the village like a tidal wave, consuming tombstones, skeletons, and dark mist alike. From a safe distance, surviving villagers stared in disbelief before erupting into cheers. They shouted excitedly that the skeletons and tombstones were disappearing, and cried out that heaven had not abandoned their city after all. After the attack ended, Su Qingying quickly checked the anomaly readings on her device, Shocked, she announced that the Anding district had completely returned to normal. Standing nearby, Chen Ruo confirmed that the Baimu district had also been cleared. Only one location remained, the Jinming district. According to Chen Ru, that district contained the highest concentration of the anomaly's power. However, just as the group prepared to move forward, Su Qingying's expression suddenly changed. Her face turned pale as she urgently asked whether nobody else had noticed something terribly wrong. Pointing toward the city, she revealed that the pillars of purple light had not disappeared at all. They had multiplied. Instead of weakening the anomaly, Fang Yi's attack seemed to have caused the death energy to gather together even faster. At the same moment, Chen Ru cried out in alarm after sensing an enormous energy surge erupting from the Jinming district. The anomaly's power was rapidly condensing into a single location. Then, before everyone's eyes, the terrifying truth revealed itself. A massive vortex of dark green and purple energy began twisting violently above the city. The swirling mist slowly formed into an enormous skeletal figure. An anomaly king had appeared. The gigantic creature emerged from the darkness with hollow eye sockets glowing a sinister green. Its enormous body towered over the entire village like a god of death. Floating in the sky, Fang Yi stared calmly at the monstrous being without showing fear. At that moment, two new system windows appeared before him. The first announced that the system was analyzing an unknown energy source. Moments later, the second identified the strange power. Death attribute. The gigantic anomaly king glared down at Fang Yi, while black and green energy pulsed around its skeletal body. Its overwhelming size made the entire village look insignificant beneath it. Even Fang Yi could sense that this creature was fundamentally different from every anomaly he had fought before. From the ground below, Chen Ru and Su Qingying watched the scene in horror. Chen Ru stammered in disbelief, admitting that the creature's energy felt even more terrifying than the S-class disaster Fang Yi had faced in Tai Tai City. The group quickly realized that the Anomaly King itself was the true source behind all the pillars of death energy. Suddenly, Su Qingying shouted a warning. The Anomaly King was attacking. The monster unleashed its power instantly, sending countless shadowy black tendrils surging across the sky like a tidal wave. The moment the dark energy touched him, Fang Yi's expression changed sharply. A horrifying force invaded his mind. It felt as though an invisible poison was twisting his thoughts and crushing his consciousness from within. For the first time in a long while, Fang Yi felt genuine danger. He immediately realized the truth. This was a fully evolved Anomaly King possessing a death aura far beyond any monster he had encountered before. The black tendrils descended upon him relentlessly, attempting to completely overwhelm him. Fang Yi's face hardened. His red eye glowed intensely as he swung his flaming sword at incredible speed, cutting apart the shadowy tendrils one after another. While fighting, Fang Yi analyzed the situation carefully. In theory, his Yang attribute should naturally suppress dark and death powers, meaning his flames should have held a strong advantage. The Anomaly King's attacks continued pressing toward him without weakening properly. Something about this creature completely violated normal rules. Then the Anomaly King's power surged again. At the same time, the surviving villagers below unknowingly made the situation even worse. Terrified and desperate, they began kneeling once more while crying out to their god for salvation. The Anomaly King immediately responded. Dark green tendrils erupted violently through the storm of death energy and wrapped themselves around Fang Yi's body, binding him tightly in midair. From below, Su Qingying watched in horror and screamed Fang Yi's name. Moments later, Fang Yi's flaming sword slipped from his grasp and shattered against the ground. Far away in Tai Tai City, Lin Yi suddenly froze. An overwhelming feeling of dread filled her chest as though she could somehow sense Fang Yi's pain across the enormous distance separating them. While pacing nervously through a forest, she desperately tried calming herself down. She reminded herself repeatedly that Fang Yi was unbelievably strong and that missions like this were normal for him. Yet no matter how much she tried reassuring herself, the fear would not disappear. Deep down, she began regretting her decision to stay behind. She wished she had ignored Fang Yi's warnings and followed him to Yue City. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. The caller was Zhao Lan. The moment Lin Yi answered, Zhao Lan spoke in a serious tone and delivered terrible news. Yue City had become completely surrounded by endless tombstones and an official military lockdown had already been issued. Then Zhao Lan said the words Lin Yi feared most. Fang Yi was in danger. Meanwhile, large military convoys rushed through the mountains toward Yue City, preparing for a massive emergency operation. Back in Tai Tai City, the news spread rapidly through the Spirit Association. The same people who had recently begun viewing Fang Yi as humanity's greatest hope were now overwhelmed by despair. Association members gathered anxiously, questioning whether even the legendary sealer had truly fallen. Some began wondering if humanity's struggle against anomalies was completely hopeless, if even Fang Yi could be defeated. At the same time, a high-level meeting was taking place within the Spirit Association headquarters. One senior official solemnly remarked that the appearance of an anomaly king from what was originally only a B-level disaster confirmed one terrifying theory. Anomaly kings had to be destroyed before they fully evolved. Before he could continue, Gyro suddenly interrupted him. Standing abruptly, she demanded to know whether this was really the appropriate time to discuss theories while people were dying. She immediately declared that she was personally going to UA City. Another official quickly attempted to stop her, reminding her of her importance to Shen City and insisting that the military was already handling the situation. Gyro's expression darkened. In her mind, the price of the association's cautious strategy was becoming unbearable. They had nearly lost Elder Wu once already, and now it seemed they were prepared to sacrifice Fang Yi as well. Blue spiritual energy began flaring around her body as her frustration exploded outward. She angrily accused the officials of being willing to abandon entire cities simply because the battle seemed difficult. The senior official shouted back defensively that Fang Yi had chosen to go to UI City himself. In this era, he argued, one mistake was enough to get anyone killed, even heroes like the Sealer. Gyro's anger instantly erupted. Her blue aura surged violently as she demanded to know what the point of fighting was if humanity simply waited to die whenever a powerful enemy appeared. She reminded them of the catastrophe in Shen City and asked why Elder Wu had risked his life if they intended to abandon cities the moment victory became uncertain. Pushing past several officials trying to calm her, Gyro glared at everyone with open disgust. In her heart, she absolutely refused to believe Fang Yi could be defeated so easily. On the outskirts of UA City, the military had already established a massive blockade. Inside a command vehicle, Elder Wu studied the battlefield through live monitoring screens. He explained that the Anomaly King possessed a mutated variation of the Dark attribute, now officially identified as the Death attribute. Standing nearby with Jiaolan and Lin Yi, Elder Wu guessed that Fang Yi had likely encountered some special law or unavoidable condition created by the Anomaly King itself. After stepping out of the vehicle, Elder Wu and Jiaolan immediately met with frontline soldiers. One soldier grimly reported that none of the military vehicles had successfully entered the city. When Jiaolan demanded an explanation, the soldier revealed that Ye City had become completely covered by endless tombstones. Whenever soldiers advanced, an equal number of tombs emerged from the ground to attack them. Worst of all, every frontline unit sent into the city had already been dragged into the graves. The soldier added that the Anomaly King's influence continued spreading outward slowly from the city center. Hearing this report, Lin Yi began trembling uncontrollably. The soldier then stated bluntly that the probability of saving UA City had effectively fallen to zero, and asked whether they should order a retreat. According to the surviving reports, the Anomaly King appeared immune to all known abilities and had already captured every pioneer at the front lines, including the Sealer himself. Lin Yi immediately screamed that she refused to believe it. Turning toward Elder Wu and Jiaolan, she thanked them for everything they had done, but declared that she would return to UI City alone if necessary. She refused to sit back while Fang Yi remained trapped. Deep within the anomaly zone itself, the entire landscape had transformed into a horrifying world of death. An eerie green light illuminated a silent graveyard stretching endlessly in every direction. The earth trembled violently as gigantic tombstones erupted upward from the ground. Among the newly formed graves were two names, Su Qingying, Chen Ruo. Above the graveyard, the Anomaly King manipulated threads of concentrated death energy that slowly gathered together into a gigantic stone coffin, standing upright in the center of the cemetery. Inside the coffin, Fang Yi hung motionless. Ghostly green centipedes crawled across his body and wrapped around him like chains, binding him eternally inside the tomb. His eyes appeared hollow and lifeless. To anyone watching, it looked as though the legendary Sealer had finally died. But within the endless darkness, something suddenly changed. A system notification quietly illuminated the void. The Death Brand ability Fang Yi had previously stored away had finally activated successfully. The system confirmed that Fang Yi had now obtained the power of infinite death. Moments later, another notification appeared. The Death Brand trial had ended. Fang Yi slowly opened his eyes inside the eerie green coffin. He was completely exhausted, but alive. Letting out a long breath, he admitted to himself that the Death Brand trial had been one of the most horrifying experiences imaginable. Looking upward at the gigantic green skull of the Anomaly King hovering above him, he noticed something strange. The terrifying King of Death no longer felt as threatening as before. Even so, Fang Yi's glowing eyes hardened as he silently promised himself that he never wanted to experience that rebirth trial again. Moments earlier, just before the Anomaly King sealed him inside the coffin, Fang Yi had realized the monster possessed a terrifying ability known as inevitable death. Once targeted, there was no way to dodge or escape it. Facing certain death, Fang Yi made a desperate gamble. He forcefully implanted the dangerous Death Brand skill into his own body, the same forbidden ability he had obtained earlier from the magma but hesitated to learn. The system immediately confirmed the implantation process and began integrating the skill into his body. At once, violent crimson energy erupted from Fang Yi's entire body, as unbearable pain tore through him. The death brand merged directly with his soul while the Anomaly King prepared to finish him off. The system coldly informed Fang Yi that the King of Death's inevitable death rule had officially activated. Then Fang Yi truly died. His eyes rolled backward, his body went limp, and all signs of life disappeared instantly. The system calmly announced that Step 1 of the death brand process had been completed. However, because Fang Yi had died while carrying the death brand, the system immediately identified the killer responsible for his death. The next notification declared that the death brand had successfully been implanted into the Anomaly King itself. Step 2 was complete. As Fang Yi's corpse fell lifelessly into the monster's death energy, the final phase of the skill activated automatically. The system initiated the death trial. That was the true reason Fang Yi was now alive again. Standing inside the green aura of the coffin, Fang Yi reflected on the nightmare he had just endured. According to the system, the death trial consisted of 3 separate trials meant to test the holder's worthiness to wield the death brand. The first trial was the fire attribute technique known as Mystery Yellow Spring. Fang Yi was endlessly burned alive by hellish flames over and over again. The second trial was the poison attribute technique called Death Collapse. His body continuously rotted apart and reformed in an eternal cycle of destruction. The third and final trial was the earth attribute technique known as Hell Evil Scene. In that nightmare, the gates of hell opened before him while countless evil spirits attempted to drag him into an endless burial. Remembering the pain, Fang Yi's expression darkened. The suffering had been so overwhelming that reality itself became impossible to distinguish. It felt like an infinite cycle of death, without escape. Yet somehow, through sheer willpower, Fang Yi endured all 3 trials. As a result, he had now completely mastered the death brand. Slowly, his eyes opened once more. Sharp crimson light glowed within them as Fang Yi decided that the real battle was finally about to begin. Looking upward, he immediately realized something important. The Anomaly King's inevitable death rule no longer worked properly against him. Blue lightning surged violently around Fang Yi's hand, creating a disturbance powerful enough for the Anomaly King itself to notice. Above the battlefield, the giant skeleton looked downward in confusion after sensing the sudden rise of power from inside the coffin. Then a massive explosion of blue lightning erupted. The stone prison shattered apart instantly. Fang Yi broke free from the coffin and crashed heavily onto the ground below. The Anomaly King stared silently through the green mist, unable to understand how its prisoner had escaped after being killed. Fang Yi slowly emerged from the smoke and rubble while covering his face and breathing heavily. The resurrection process had drained him tremendously, but despite everything, he was alive. For the first time, the Anomaly King felt genuine shock. The human it had personally killed had returned to life. At the same moment, the system revealed that the King of Death had already sensed Fang Yi's resurrection. The gigantic monster immediately gathered its power again and launched another attack without giving Fang Yi even a second to recover. Massive green energy blasts rained down from the sky like meteors. The explosions engulfed the battlefield completely. However, once the dust cleared, Fang Yi was revealed crouching calmly on the ground without a single injury. A grin slowly spread across his face. He realized the Anomaly King's attacks no longer worked against him. The system confirmed it immediately. Fang Yi had successfully resisted the inevitable death rule. Now standing tall beneath the storm of death energy, Fang Yi's cape flowed behind him while the Anomaly King stared downward in growing confusion and fear. One of Fang Yi's eyes glowed crimson. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, yet his smile carried absolute confidence. At that moment, the Anomaly King instinctively sensed overwhelming danger. The hunter had become the hunted. Meanwhile, outside Yue City, the mountains surrounding the barrier were now covered in glowing green tombstones radiating thick death energy. Elder Wu, Lin Yi, and Zhao Lan stood atop a cliff while observing the disaster zone below. Feeling the terrifying death aura spreading across the area, Lin Yi called out anxiously for her cousin. Nearby, Zhao Lan finally decided they could not continue waiting any longer. Purple flames ignited around her hands as she prepared to attack the tombstone barrier directly and force a path into the city. But before she could move, a gigantic wave of blue water energy suddenly crashed across the battlefield and stopped her. A woman descended from the sky surrounded by swirling water currents. It was Gyuro. Announcing that she had come to help personally, Gyuro landed beside them. Zhao Lan immediately recognized her as the sea mystic from headquarters. Without hesitation, Gyuro proposed combining her power with Zhao Lan's flames to break through the barrier together. The two women unleashed a massive combined attack of blue water and purple fire against the endless tombstones. The resulting explosions illuminated the entire mountain range. After the attack ended, several soldiers buried beneath the rubble slowly regained consciousness, confused and weak. But the anomaly reacted instantly. The ground shook violently as enormous green tombstones erupted upward like spikes, trapping Gyuro, Zhao Lan, and Lin Yi within a massive circle of graves. Zhao clicked her tongue in frustration and warned everyone to stay alert. According to her, the anomaly could drag living people directly into the tombstones themselves. Moments later, skeletal hands burst from the ground and walls, while hordes of skeletons leaped down from above to attack the group. Then suddenly, something strange happened. The skeletons froze. Instead of attacking, they began trembling violently in terror as though sensing something far more dangerous nearby. Without warning, every skeleton immediately fled. They desperately crawled back underground or hid inside the tombstones themselves. Gyuro and Lin Yi stared in confusion, unable to understand why the monsters had suddenly retreated. As the group cautiously moved through the now silent battlefield, they wondered what could possibly frighten the Anomaly King enough to force such a massive retreat. Then, heavy footsteps echoed nearby. Elder Wu appeared carrying two unconscious soldiers over his shoulders. After setting them down safely, he calmly explained that the retreat might actually be good news. According to him, the Anomaly King had withdrawn much of its power inward. That meant the people trapped inside the tombs still had a chance to survive. Looking over the battlefield filled with unconscious but living soldiers, Elder Wu reached an important conclusion. The sealer was definitely still alive. In fact, Fang Yi must have caused so much chaos inside the anomaly itself that the King of Death had no choice but to pull back its energy for defense. Deep within the anomaly zone, smoke slowly drifted away from the battlefield. Fang Yi stood calmly at the center, completely unharmed. At that moment, the system updated a new status. Death count 2. The system explained that because the King of Death had used its power to kill Fang Yi, it had become trapped within the Death Brand's endless cycle of death. As punishment, the monster's power had already been weakened by 10%. Fang Yi silently analyzed the situation. Normally, anyone targeted by the King of Death's inevitable death rule would perish without exception. That absolute certainty was what made the Anomaly King so terrifying. But now, Fang Yi had reversed the rule itself. The inevitable death curse now belonged to the monster instead. High above, the Anomaly King stared downward in complete disbelief, unable to understand why Fang Yi continued resurrecting. Panicking, the creature unleashed another barrage of green energy beams directly from its ribcage. The attacks slammed into Fang Yi without mercy. This time, Fang Yi did not even bother dodging. For a brief moment, the Anomaly King believed it had finally won. Then the system appeared again. Death count 3. The system announced that because the Anomaly King had killed Fang Yi once more, its power had now been weakened by an additional 30%. Not only that, its body had begun collapsing. Cracks spread across the giant skeleton's face as pieces of bone shattered and fell away. Then, from the smoke of the explosion, Fang Yi slowly walked forward once again. His body regenerated completely before the monster's eyes. The Anomaly King froze in absolute horror. Its glowing green eyes widened with fear as it finally understood the truth. Every attack it used against Fang Yi was only destroying itself faster. Fang Yi casually wiped the blood from his mouth while smiling mockingly at the terrified creature. He calmly declared that he was willing to continue this cycle forever until the monster completely destroyed itself. Then Fang Yi gathered his energy and fired a massive beam of power directly at the Anomaly King. The monster casually blocked the attack with one hand. Immediately afterward, another system notification appeared. A new Death Brand mark had activated. Suddenly, hellish crimson flames erupted across the Anomaly King's arm, mixing violently with its green death aura. The giant monster stared down at its burning arm in confusion as the terrifying red fire continued spreading across its body. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Fang Yi shot into the air and drew his blazing sword once more. The flames surrounding the weapon burned with terrifying intensity as he rushed directly toward the weakened Anomaly King. At the same moment, the system confirmed that the monster had received the Hellfire Burning debuff. The cursed flames were now continuously damaging the creature from within. The Anomaly King glared downward with furious green eyes, enraged that the human it had already killed several times was now pushing it back instead. Without hesitation, Fang Yi swung his sword with full force and unleashed a devastating heavenly fire slash. The gigantic monster blocked the attack with one massive skeletal hand. The collision created a violent explosion of fire and death energy that shook the entire battlefield. Immediately afterward, the system updated once more. Death count 4. Because the Anomaly King had continued attacking Fang Yi while trapped in the Death Brand cycle, its overall power had now been weakened by 45%. As the raging energy storm spread across the battlefield, another system notification appeared. The second phase of the Death Brand had activated. Death collapse mark. The effect began instantly. Cracks spread across Fang Yi's body like shattered glass as the power of the death cycle consumed him once again. His skin split apart while destructive energy tore through him endlessly. Despite its own weakening state, the Anomaly King refused to surrender. With a furious roar, it grabbed Fang Yi tightly in one enormous skeletal hand and lifted him toward its face. The creature attempted to intimidate the human, who simply refused to stay dead. Yet Fang Yi showed no fear whatsoever. Blood ran down the cuts across his face, but he only smiled calmly and mockingly before telling the monster to look at its own body instead. Confused by Fang Yi's confidence, the Anomaly King hesitated. Then suddenly, hellish crimson flames exploded around Fang Yi's body. Instead of harming him, the flames spread directly onto the monster's skeletal hand. The Anomaly King watched in horror as its own bones began turning into ash. At once, the system updated again. Death count 5. The Anomaly King's power had now been weakened by 60%. Another notification followed immediately. Hell Evil Scene Mark activated. The final phase of the Death Brand accelerated the destruction of the monster's body. The Anomaly King roared furiously, but no matter how much power it unleashed, it could no longer stop its own collapse. Outside the barrier surrounding Yue City, the gigantic tombstones covering the landscape suddenly began crumbling apart. Zhao Lan watched in disbelief as she realized the entire anomaly domain itself was collapsing. Above the city, the dark storm clouds gradually disappeared while sunlight finally broke through the sky. Seeing the light return, Lin Yi smiled brightly with overwhelming relief. Her cousin was alive. Without wasting time, Elder Wu activated his combat armor and ordered the rescue teams to move into the city immediately. Their mission was now to evacuate survivors and recover the injured. With the situation finally turning around, Elder Wu, Zhao Lan, Gai Yuro, and Lin Yi flew directly into the ruined city. Meanwhile, deep inside the collapsing anomaly zone, a trembling hand suddenly burst out from beneath the dirt. Su Qingying clawed her way out of the ground while gasping desperately for air. Her entire body shook with exhaustion and fear. Kneeling weakly on the ruined battlefield, she struggled to understand what had happened. She remembered her life force slowly being drained away while trapped inside the green hellscape created by the Anomaly King. Yet somehow, the nightmare had suddenly ended. Looking around quickly, Su Qingying spotted a nearby tombstone and immediately realized the others might still be alive. In panic, she rushed toward the grave marked with Chenro's name and began digging frantically while shouting for her. Moments later, she uncovered Chenro unconscious beneath the soil, but still breathing. Relief instantly flooded Su Qingying's face. Unlike Chenro's missing sister from before, Chenro herself had truly survived. Then, suddenly, Su Qingying sensed a terrifying change in the sky. Looking upward, she watched in complete awe as the gigantic swirling green vortex above Yue City began cracking apart. The enormous skull of the Anomaly King crashed violently onto the ground. Even in its destroyed state, however, the monster still refused to accept defeat. Its glowing eyes burned with hatred as it roared that it was the noble king of death. It demanded to know what kind of being Fang Yi truly was to dare challenge such an existence. The Anomaly King could not accept the fact that a mere human had looked down upon it. Then suddenly, Fang Yi's undead army appeared. Countless red-eyed shadow spirits emerged silently from the surrounding darkness and surrounded the dying Anomaly King. At once, the system announced another update. The Hell Evil Scene mark had weakened the monster by 80%. The Anomaly King froze in terror. Cracks rapidly spread across its skeletal face as it realized it no longer possessed enough power to resist. The destruction accelerated uncontrollably. The system progress bar surged upward until it finally reached 100%. Then the Anomaly King's green soul shattered completely. The system immediately confirmed the result. The Anomaly King's abilities had been completely weakened and successfully seized by Fang Yi. Slowly, Fang Yi opened his eyes. The crimson glow within them had transformed into a deep, mystical purple. Then the system declared the final outcome. The old king ascends. Standing atop a ruined cliff, Fang Yi was surrounded by swirling purple death energy, the newly claimed power of the death attribute itself. Behind him, the dark clouds split apart while golden sunlight poured down upon the battlefield, as though announcing the birth of a new ruler. Slowly descending from the sky, Fang Yi appeared almost divine beneath the glowing light. Below him, the survivors stared upward in complete disbelief. Su Qingying supported the injured Chen Ruo, while nearby Gairo adjusted her glasses with trembling hands. She could not comprehend what she had just witnessed. Fang Yi had not only survived the Anomaly King's inevitable death rule, but had somehow broken it entirely and seized control over the powers of life and death themselves. Even Elder Wu looked shaken. As he stared upward at Fang Yi, he silently realized that the sealer's true potential might be even greater than anyone had imagined. Fang Yi had accomplished the impossible. Unable to escape the death rule, he had instead shattered it and claimed its authority for himself. Gairo quietly asked Elder Wu whether humans were truly capable of wielding such terrifying power. As she looked more closely at Fang Yi, she suddenly saw the ghostly image of the Death King's skeletal face overlapping his own. Fear instantly filled her expression as she wondered if the Anomaly King had somehow awakened inside Fang Yi instead. Before panic could spread, Zhao Lan stepped forward confidently and told Gairo to look more carefully at the battlefield itself. Across the ruined city, something miraculous was happening. The shadow spirits Fang Yi summoned were not attacking anyone. Instead, The people who had previously been thought dead were slowly sitting back up alive and unharmed. The death power itself was being used to restore them. Among the rubble, villagers discovered Chen Xing severely injured but still alive. As she regained consciousness, she looked around weakly and asked in confusion whether she had not already died. Her words confirmed the impossible. The dead were returning. Throughout Yue City, survivors stared upward at Fang Yi's floating figure. Some villagers called him a death god because of the dark aura surrounding him, while others insisted he was simply the sealer who had saved them all. Then suddenly, the little girl Fang Yi had rescued earlier shouted loudly over the crowd. She declared that the title sealer sounded ugly. Remembering the golden flames that protected her, she smiled brightly and announced that Fang Yi was their god who defeated evil. High above the city, Fang Yi ignored the arguments below. He calmly decided it was finally time to end the disaster completely. Raising one hand, he summoned a gigantic jagged scythe formed entirely from dark purple energy. One eye glowing crimson, Fang Yi declared coldly that everything must now come to an end. Then he swung the massive weapon downward. A colossal slash of purple light tore across the sky. Below him, the Ui City pioneers, including Chen Feng, stared upward in complete shock at the overwhelming display of power. Fang Yi's attack ripped apart the dark energy barrier surrounding the city. The slash then tore directly through the countless ghostly spirits lingering in the air, shredding and absorbing them with terrifying force. Within the chaotic storm of red and black energy, Fang Yi commanded the spirits to return to where they belonged. Immediately afterward, he shifted his spiritual power once more and activated his Yang attribute. Extending one hand, Fang Yi unleashed a massive wave of golden purification light. The brilliant radiance spread across Ye City like a second sun, washing away the remaining death energy completely. The survivors watched the scene in awe as the darkness finally disappeared. At last, Fang Yi sighed quietly in relief. The battle was finally over. Nearby, Chen Rou collapsed into tears while tightly hugging Chen Feng, overwhelmed that they had actually survived. At the same time, Fang Yi silently realized just how much spiritual power he had consumed during the battle against the King of Death. More importantly, he could not ignore the uncertainty surrounding the death brand he had absorbed. He had won, but the true consequences of wielding such power remained unknown. Slowly descending from the sky, Fang Yi landed gently among the ruined battlefield. Before he could react, Lin Yi suddenly rushed toward him and tackled him into a fierce embrace, while screaming his name in relief. Completely caught off guard, Fang Yi looked confused for a moment before softly patting her head to comfort her. Lin Yi tearfully admitted that she had truly believed he was dead. Fang Yi simply smiled calmly and assured her that everything had turned out fine in the end. Then his sharp gaze noticed someone nearby. Turning his head, Fang Yi saw Su Qingying standing quietly with a warm smile as she thanked him sincerely. Still slightly confused, Fang Yi followed her gaze toward the survivors. There, Chen Ruo sat on the ground crying with relief, while hugging her rescued teammate tightly. Watching the scene, Fang Yi smiled warmly and asked whether Chen Ruo's sister had also survived. In his mind, amidst so much tragedy and death, saving even one family felt like a rare blessing. However, the atmosphere among the leaders remained far heavier. Elder Wu soon received the final damage report. The scene around them was grim. Rows of body bags and coffins lined the ruined streets. According to the report, nearly half of Yue City's population had been lost, most of them ordinary civilians. Out of the 1,500 pioneers who joined the rescue effort, 50 had died, 30 remained missing, and more than 1,000 were injured. Elder Wu lowered his head solemnly while discussing reconstruction efforts and compensation for the victims' families. Standing nearby, Gai Yuro added that Shen City would also provide support to rebuild the devastated city. Zhao Lan looked downward silently, guilt visible on her face. She asked Elder Wu whether it was finally time to reveal the truth about spiritual energy recovery to the public. Keeping everything secret while so many people died made her feel powerless and ashamed. Elder Wu looked at her kindly but firmly. He explained that such a decision was far beyond their authority alone. He also reminded Zhao Lan that ordinary people were not as fragile as she believed. Many had already started discovering the truth themselves and were preparing for the dangerous future ahead. Placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, Elder Wu gently told her that she did not need to carry the weight of the entire world by herself. Nearby, Gaiyuro smiled faintly and admitted that she originally came only to meet the legendary sealer personally. Now, however, she realized her help was no longer truly necessary. Together, the leaders looked toward Fang Yi. Surrounded by cheering pioneers and grateful survivors, the sealer had unknowingly become one of the most important figures in the entire nation. The survivors of Ui City gathered around Fang Yi and shouted his name with overwhelming excitement. Some called him the sealer, while others openly praised him as a god who had descended to save them from destruction. Their voices echoed across the ruined city as they thanked him for rescuing them from the King of Death. However, the impact of the battle reached far beyond Yue City itself. Elder Wu understood immediately that the public revelation of Xia Nachen's pioneer defeating an anomaly king would shake the entire world. Intelligence agencies and spies from countless countries immediately began scrambling for information, desperate to uncover the truth behind the sealer's abilities. Yet despite all their efforts, they still knew almost nothing about Fang Yi himself. Elder Wu realized the world would soon believe that Xia Nechen had successfully discovered a way to counter the anomaly king's inevitable death rule through Fang Yi. Since no other country had achieved anything similar, this alone would become an enormous strategic advantage. Fear alone would force rival nations to think twice before provoking Xia Nanyan. Fang Yi's victory had unintentionally strengthened his country's global position. After the battlefield stabilized, Elder Wu gathered the rescue teams and ordered them to immediately return with all recorded battle data for further study. Then he gave a serious speech, reminding everyone that the road ahead would only grow more dangerous. They could not rely entirely on the sealer forever. Zhao Lan and Gai Yuro both smiled after hearing their teacher's words. Gai Yuro joked that retirement was clearly impossible for any of them now, and confidently declared that the Shen City team would handle whatever disaster came next. Sometime later, the scene shifted back to Fang Yi's villa in Tai City. For the first time in days, Fang Yi finally relaxed inside a large bathtub while casually scrolling through his phone. At the same time, he reflected on everything that happened in Yue City. After the battle ended, officials discovered a dark attribute spirit crystal left behind by the destroyed King of Death. As thanks for saving the city, they officially gifted the crystal to Fang Yi. Now, while relaxing in the bath, Fang Yi reviewed his rewards. First was the Yang attribute spirit crystal originally given to him by Chen Ruo. Second was the newly obtained dark attribute spirit crystal created from the anomaly king itself. With a thought, both crystals appeared before him. One radiated pure golden yang energy, the other pulsed with eerie purple darkness. Looking at the two treasures floating before him, Fang Yi realized he now possessed two top-tier spirit crystals, an opportunity rare beyond imagination. Slowly standing from the water, Fang Yi decided not to waste any time. Although light and dark attributes normally clashed violently with one another, Fang Yi reasoned that the system had already recognized him as the new King of Death. Because of that, absorbing dark attribute energy should no longer pose a danger. Without hesitation, he pressed the purple crystal directly against his chest. Dark energy immediately spread throughout his body while purple shadows swirled around him. At once, the system activated. It detected the dark attribute spirit crystal and announced that an ultimate calculation process had begun in order to generate a new technique. Moments later, the result appeared. New dark attribute technique created. Deathwalk. The moment Fang Yi activated the technique, purple shadows wrapped around his body completely. According to the system, Deathwalk allowed him to teleport directly through darkness itself. Fang Yi immediately simplified the explanation in his head. It was essentially a teleportation ability. To test it, he vanished instantly from his second-floor balcony and reappeared downstairs in the blink of an eye. Satisfied with the result, Fang Yi noted that a movement technique combining evasion and instant mobility would be incredibly valuable during battle. Afterward, he carefully examined his internal condition. Ever since surviving the Deathbrand trial, his body had fundamentally changed. He could now absorb dark attribute energy directly without suffering corruption. Summoning his skeletal avatar briefly, Fang Yi sensed that his control over dark spiritual power had improved tremendously. More importantly, after absorbing the Anomaly King's spirit crystal, he could clearly feel himself approaching the legendary Jinggang realm. Then Fang Yi turned toward a nearby cabinet glowing with golden light. Inside rested the Yang attribute spirit crystal Chen Ruo promised him earlier. Thinking back on the situation afterward, Fang Yi laughed quietly to himself. The city officials originally thought it was too improper for such an important treasure to be handed over privately, so they organized an enormous formal ceremony just to present the crystal officially. Apparently, they had even begun constructing a statue honoring the sealer. Pushing aside the awkward memory, Fang Yi picked up the golden crystal. Having two top-tier attribute crystals at once truly felt like unbelievable luck. Holding the crystal before his eye, Fang Yi quietly observed the pure yang energy flowing inside. The moment he channeled spiritual power into it, fiery crimson energy exploded around him. The system activated once again. It detected the overwhelming yang energy and immediately began another ultimate calculation process to create a new technique. Fang Yi focused entirely on refining the crystal. Soon, the system announced the successful creation of a new yang attribute technique. In the next instant, blinding golden light erupted from Fang Yi's body like a miniature sun. New yang attribute technique created. Sun God. Massive flames spiraled around Fang Yi, while the system explained that the Sun God technique allowed him to summon a blazing solar avatar capable of burning through nearly anything. A glowing golden symbol appeared on Fang Yi's forehead. Then, high above Tai City, a gigantic golden bird made entirely of flames materialized in the sky. The entire city lit up beneath its radiance. On the streets below, Reporters immediately began broadcasting the phenomenon live, while online comments exploded across social media. People from nearby cities joked that they were being blinded by the light, even from hundreds of kilometers away. A local reporter quickly reassured citizens not to panic, suggesting that their guardian, the sealer, was likely becoming even stronger again. Some users claimed the mysterious Taoist god who previously protected the city was clearly undergoing another breakthrough. On Pioneer discussion boards, users quickly confirmed that the phenomenon originated in Tai City and recognized the familiar yang energy surrounding it. Everyone immediately guessed that the sealer had gained another terrifying ability. Far away inside a glowing forest, a separate group of pioneers was resting after a mission. Among them was Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qing. One male pioneer in the group praised the sealer enthusiastically, especially for embarrassing Country B repeatedly on the international stage. He angrily mocked the so-called Great Prophet of Country B, who previously predicted that Shananyan would not survive even a single year after the spiritual energy recovery began. Chu Qing looked uneasy and quietly asked whether the prophecy might still become reality. The man immediately dismissed the idea with anger. Despite his confidence, Chu Qing silently lowered her head. Too many dangerous incidents had happened recently across Sha-Nacharon, making her increasingly uneasy. Unfortunately, the atmosphere within the group soon turned hostile toward her. The male pioneer mocked Chu Qing for her weak cultivation level. Another man sneered and asked whether she had become a traitor sympathizing with foreign countries. They laughed at the fact that she was still only at the one-star Ghost Axe realm. In the old world, Chu Qing had once been a wealthy and respected young woman. But in the new era of spiritual power, status meant nothing without strength. To them, she had become worthless. In response, she coldly pointed out that none of them were worthy of mocking others, unless they could at least reach the level of the sealer. The men burst into laughter. One jokingly asked whether she planned to become the sealer's companion next. They harshly reminded her that the sealer was famous for working alone and had no need for weak teammates. Then they officially expelled her from their team. As the men turned to leave, Chu Qing desperately shouted that they at least needed to give her the portion of the mission rewards she earned herself. The team leader looked back with a greedy smile. Coldly, he replied that she should feel grateful they were not charging her compensation instead. Then he unleashed a blast of wind energy that slammed Chu Qing backward while shouting for her to disappear. Lying painfully on the ground, Chu Qing silently clenched her fists in anger and vowed that one day those people would regret humiliating her. Meanwhile, panic continued spreading across international social media. The Great Prophet of Country B publicly announced another terrifying prediction, claiming that Nation C would supposedly be destroyed within a year. Inside the Tai Spirit Association headquarters, senior officials discussed the growing rumors with Fang Yi. Su Qingying explained that Country B was clearly attempting psychological warfare in order to weaken public morale and destabilize confidence among Xianan's pioneers. The superior officer added that news of Fang Yi's overwhelming strength had spread internationally, causing Country B to become increasingly aggressive. Rumors even suggested that foreign forces might have secretly manipulated certain disasters in order to target Xia Nation's elite pioneers directly. The superior admitted that one recent disaster was especially suspicious because every sign initially indicated it should have erupted within Country B itself. Instead, it nearly wiped out Sha-Nanchan's own forces. To counter the spreading fear and propaganda, the Spirit Association finally decided that Fang Yi needed to make a public statement personally. Sitting before a computer, Fang Yi calmly typed a short message and posted it using his verified account, Sealer 5. The message contained only one sentence. The apocalypse will never catch up to the speed of my breakthroughs. The internet exploded instantly. Comments flooded social media as survivors from UA City publicly confirmed that they personally witnessed Fang Yi destroy the King of Death. Countless users immediately began mocking Country B's prophecy. In Fang Yi's mind, the simplest way to silence fear was by reminding people of one undeniable fact: strength. Across Sha Nation, pioneers stared at their screens in shock after realizing the sealer had already grown stronger again. Cheers erupted online as people praised the god of Great Sha. Even if hell itself descended upon their cities, they believed Fang Yi would appear to stop it. Meanwhile, inside Country B's intelligence headquarters, complete chaos erupted. Staff members worked frantically while complaining bitterly about the sealer's terrifying rise in power. Despite every effort, they still had not uncovered Fang Yi's real identity or personal information. Inside Country B's intelligence headquarters, the atmosphere had become completely chaotic. A furious Pioneer Network data expert slammed his hands against a desk and screamed at his team for failing to uncover the identity of a single person. He shouted that the entire world was now talking about the sealer, yet they still had no reliable information about him. In his rage, he threatened to fire everyone in the department if they continued failing to gather useful intelligence. Meanwhile, back at the Tai Spirit Association, things had finally calmed down after the chaos surrounding UA City. Fang Yi sat quietly with the association's superior and remarked that his public statement should be enough to stabilize public opinion for now. The superior laughed warmly and thanked him for helping calm the nation so quickly. However, before the conversation could continue, an assistant suddenly rushed into the office carrying a tablet with a panicked expression. Breathing heavily, the assistant reported that a brand new restricted area had appeared in western Cheyenne. According to the reports, the zone was created by a violent collision between two terrifying attributes. The military had already sealed the region completely. Fang Yi immediately asked which attributes were involved. The assistant answered that the restricted area was formed by a clash between the Yang attribute and the Dark attribute. Because the two forces naturally opposed one another, the entire region had become catastrophically unstable. Yet at the same time, it also contained unimaginable opportunities for powerful pioneers. The assistant added one more detail. The notice had been personally sent by Gaiyuro, the sea mystic from headquarters, and the invitation was specifically meant for Fang Yi. Without hesitation, Fang Yi accepted immediately. Clenching his fists slightly, he thought to himself that this would be the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired abilities. Not long afterward, a large military convoy crossed the barren wastelands of western Sha-Nashan. The vehicle slowly approached a gigantic swirling vortex known as the Black Sun Pool. When one armored vehicle stopped, Fang Yi and Zhao Lan stepped out onto the desolate ground. Ahead of them stood an enormous tornado of darkness stretching into the sky. Fang Yi calmly observed the terrifying phenomenon before him. He noted that the military had mobilized such a large monitoring force because of the black wind and rain curtain, the dangerous natural barrier surrounding the restricted area. Standing before the violent storm, Fang Yi quietly watched the chaotic clash between Yang energy and Dark energy swirling together inside the vortex. Beside him, Zhao Lan asked whether he was ready. Fang Yi stared calmly at the massive tornado of dark power while preparing himself for the next challenge. Outside the black wind and rain curtain, Zhao Lan introduced a new group of arrivals. According to her, they were elite pioneers sent from Shen City and Haishi City. More importantly, they were all top-tier geniuses standing at the 3-star spirit creation realm, individuals expected to eventually break into the legendary Jinggang realm just like Fang Yi. Behind her, the new pioneers stepped forward while radiating powerful spiritual energy. The first introduced himself as Wang Lan, the new captain of Haishi City and a powerful water attribute pioneer. Beside him stood Song Yiming, an elite genius from Shen City who possessed rare dual wind and fire attributes. Wang Lan politely apologized for arriving late. Afterward, Zhao Lan addressed the entire group and reminded them of the rules surrounding the restricted area. To enter the Black Sun Pool, each pioneer had to use their own abilities to force their way through the black wind and rain curtain. As the others prepared themselves, Fang Yi stood silently with glowing red eyes while noticing that the two new captains were secretly studying him. Song Yiming let out a dismissive snort, clearly unimpressed. Eager to prove himself, he immediately stepped forward and declared that he would go first. Drawing a massive blade from behind his back, Song Yiming prepared to demonstrate his power. Inwardly, he admitted that half the reason he accepted this mission was because he wanted to challenge the legendary sealer himself. He had heard countless rumors about Fang Yi's pure Yang attribute and wanted to compare it against his own flames. Blue wind energy erupted around Song Yiming while blazing fire engulfed his sword. He proudly announced that his fire attribute was among the purest in Shen City, and that his wind attribute allowed him to amplify its destructive power to the limit. With a powerful roar, Song Yiming swung his sword and unleashed a gigantic wave of combined fire and wind energy directly into the dark barrier. The attack exploded against the black wind and rain curtain, tearing open a temporary path. Zhao Lan nodded slightly and admitted that Song Yiming truly was a genius. His mastery over dual attributes had reached an extremely advanced level. Landing confidently, Song Yiming scoffed arrogantly and claimed that the so-called dark barrier was nothing more than dangerous weather. Next, Wang Lan stepped forward calmly. Activating his spiritual power, he summoned sharp blue water constructs around himself before charging directly into the storm. A protective umbrella of water energy formed around his body while he pushed through the darkness using defensive techniques instead of brute force. Inside the swirling black storm, Wang Lan immediately felt terrifying pressure crushing down on him from every direction. Sweat formed on his face as he realized that if he had entered this place immediately after reaching the 3-star spirit creation realm, he likely would have died. Looking upward, Wang Lan felt genuine amazement at the impossible coexistence of Yang and Dark attributes inside the same environment. Nearby, Song Yiming grabbed a small trace of dark energy and frowned. The energy felt freezing cold and naturally repelled the human body itself. He silently admitted that merely enduring the environment already proved how dangerous this restricted area truly was. Wang Lan then glanced toward Fang Yi and guessed that perhaps the sealer could tolerate the pressure so easily because his fire attribute naturally resembled Yang power. Suddenly, A burst of golden flame exploded through the darkness. A blazing slash tore apart the storm itself. Both Wang Lan and Song Yiming were forced to leap aside as a golden figure streaked directly past them. Wang Lan trembled slightly after recognizing the pure Yang aura. Fang Yi effortlessly tore through the final layer of the black wind and rain curtain and opened a gigantic pathway of light through the darkness. Standing casually beside Zhao Lan afterward, Fang Yi greeted the others and remarked that they had taken quite a while. The sight completely stunned both Song Yiming and Wang Lan. Neither of them could believe the sealer moved through the deadly barrier so casually. Wang Lan stared at the still open path of light and asked Fang Yi how he was maintaining it. Holding a sphere of golden yang energy in one hand, Fang Yi calmly explained that the principle was simple. As long as one's yang attribute exceeded the surrounding dark attribute in strength, the darkness could be forcefully suppressed. The only issue was the massive spiritual energy consumption required to maintain it. Song Yiming's face twitched with irritation after hearing Fang Yi casually describe such an impossible feat as simple. Zhao Lan simply smiled knowingly and told him that every genius pioneer reacted the same way after witnessing Fang Yi's abilities for the first time. Fang Yi himself remained completely calm and unbothered by their shock. Then suddenly the system issued a warning. Source of pollution detected. A-level dark attribute anomaly detected. The ground beneath everyone began shaking violently. Song Yiming immediately became excited. Grinning eagerly, he declared that if the enemy was merely an A-level dark anomaly, he wanted to test his strength personally. With Fang Yi leading the way, the group rushed toward the disturbance. However, when they arrived near the source, they discovered something unexpected. 3 mysterious figures slowly emerged from a cave. The moment Fang Yi saw them, his eyes narrowed sharply. He instantly recognized them as pioneers from Country B. Zhao Lan and Song Yiming both looked shocked after realizing outsiders had somehow entered the restricted zone. Zhao Lan quickly concluded that the strangers must have destroyed the anomaly themselves and illegally infiltrated the area. She immediately demanded to know who they were. The 3 intruders stood fearlessly before the Xianan team. One was a blond man wearing a purple shirt. Another was a massive muscular man with long black hair. The third remained hidden beneath a dark hood. The blond man smiled arrogantly and casually introduced them as pioneers from Country B who had simply come to train. Song Yiming exploded in anger. He shouted that this was Xianachan territory and that they had no right entering a restricted zone without authorization. Zhao Lan immediately supported him and ordered the intruders to leave at once. However, the 3 foreigners showed no intention of backing down. The blond man calmly stated that times had changed. If Cheyenne Tenian failed to seize the opportunities hidden within the restricted zone, then Country B would simply claim them instead. He openly declared that his group deserved the resources because they were stronger. At that moment, Fang Yi finally stepped forward. Looking at the intruders calmly, he asked whether they truly believed opportunities belonged only to the strong. The blond man smirked confidently, believing his country deliberately sent elite pioneers to provoke Shy Nation. Then Fang Yi's expression turned cold. His glowing red eye radiated terrifying pressure as he calmly informed them that if strength truly determined ownership, then they could all disappear immediately. While Fang Yi confronted the foreigners, Zhao Lan attempted to contact headquarters and report the situation. But before she could finish, the enemies launched a sudden attack. The blond man unleashed a wave of disgusting green energy while shouting that Xia Nashan had rejected his polite offer. Song Yiming and Wang Lan immediately froze in shock. After sensing the power, dark attribute. Even worse, Zhao Lan quickly realized it was a mutated variant, nether poison attribute. The horrifying energy appeared to originate from decaying corpses themselves. The blond man laughed arrogantly and declared that the dark environment surrounding the Black Sun pool was the perfect battlefield for him. Suddenly, Zhao Lan's expression changed drastically. She shouted that the enemy's attack had destroyed all their communication devices. They had been completely cut off from the outside world. At once, Fang Yi understood the intruders' true intentions. They planned to kill everyone present. Song Yiming immediately charged forward without hesitation. Refusing to retreat, he shouted that if they could not absorb the dark attribute, then they would simply destroy it instead. Wang Lan tried warning him to stop, but Song Yiming ignored the advice completely. Gathering enormous fire energy into his sword, Song Yiming unleashed a gigantic fireball toward the enemy. But the attack failed unexpectedly. The green nether poison energy absorbed the flames directly. Moments later, the fireball exploded violently and sent a devastating shockwave back towards Song Yiming himself. He barely managed to withstand the blast while staring ahead in complete shock. The failed attack triggered an immediate counterattack. A gigantic wave of poisonous green energy rushed toward the Xianan team. Zhao Lan shouted a warning as the deadly mist engulfed the battlefield. At the last possible moment, Wang Lan reacted instantly and created a massive blue water barrier around the group to shield them from the incoming poison. Inside the barrier, the atmosphere becomes extremely tense, but Fang Yi remains completely calm. While his teammates nervously watch the enemy, Fang Yi stands still with his glowing red eye fixed on the overwhelming power before him. Not a trace of fear appears on his face. The battle suddenly explodes into chaos as the blonde pioneer from Country B launches a violent attack against Wang Lan's water barrier. A massive shadowy claw tears through the shield like paper, forcing Fang Yi to immediately step forward. Calmly ordering everyone to scatter, he swings his weapon and unleashes a blazing slash of golden energy that cuts straight through the dark mist and forces the enemy backward. The blonde man is visibly shocked that his attack was stopped so easily. Floating in the air, he quickly regains his composure and mocks Fang Yi for being a mere fire attribute pioneer from Shananshan. He sneers that Fang Yi's teammates are even more useless than he is. Before anyone can react, dark green vines suddenly burst out from the shadows and wrap around Zhao Lan, Wang Lan, and Song Yimeng. Thick poisonous mist spreads around them as the vines tighten like living snakes. Zhao Lan immediately shouts a warning to Fang Yi, revealing that the enemy has been hiding his true strength and is at least at the second level of the Jin Gang realm. Seeing the G-team trapped, the blonde man bursts into manic laughter. Outside the restricted zone, the military can only watch helplessly as the enormous curtain of black wind and rain closes once again, sealing the entire team inside. Zhao Lan's subordinate nervously studies a recording of the blonde man on a laptop and grimly concludes that the rumors were true. Someone from Country B has successfully mastered the dark attribute. After analyzing the footage, he realizes the enemy has not fully mastered pure darkness, but instead possesses a deadly sub-attribute capable of creating wounds that cannot heal. Back inside the battlefield, the blonde man proudly declares that Fang Yi's companions have already been poisoned. According to him, their bodies will soon rot away while their spiritual power becomes nourishment for his own strength. He then demands that Fang Yi return with him to the great Country B and become part of him. Trapped by the poisonous vines, Zhao Lan desperately screams at Fang Yi to fight back. At that moment, blazing golden flames erupt from Fang Yi's body and instantly force the darkness backward. With a calm smile, Fang Yi asks the enemy whether he has realized the biggest flaw in their power matchup. Activating his bonfire domain, Fang Yi creates an enormous sphere of golden light that pushes away the spreading nether poison. He casually asks the blonde man if he is surprised that the poison has absolutely no effect on him. The blonde pioneer is completely stunned. Without hesitation, Fang Yi unleashes a massive stream of flames, but instead of targeting the leader, he attacks the two subordinates standing below. Furious, the blonde man realizes Fang Yi has broken through his defense and targeted his allies directly. Fang Yi leaps high into the air and taunts him, asking if he is not going to save them. Enraged, the blonde man gathers a gigantic sphere of concentrated poison mist and roars that no human can escape its power. However, Fang Yi completely ignores the threat and charges directly into the attack. His flaming sword tears through the sky as he closes the distance. The closer Fang Yi gets, the more horrified the blonde man becomes. Finally, he realizes the truth. Fang Yi's power is not ordinary fire. It is the Yang attribute, the natural enemy of darkness itself. Raising his blazing sword high above his head, Fang Yi announces his attack, Skyfire Slash. With one overwhelming swing, he cuts through the enemy's defense and slices the blonde man cleanly in half. The blonde pioneer stares in disbelief, unable to understand how a human could wield a power so close to that of an anomaly king. His divided body crashes toward the ground, leaving him utterly confused and defeated. Song Yiming and Wang Lan can only watch in complete shock, but the blonde man refuses to die. Coughing blood, he uses the dense dark energy filling the area to regenerate. Green vines pull his severed halves back together as he screams that Fang Yi can never kill him while surrounded by such rich dark power. Floating calmly in the air, Fang Yi looks almost bored. In his mind, he concludes that the enemy's nether poison attribute is actually quite weak, and that its regenerative abilities are pathetic. He even decides that this opponent is not worthy of forcing him to use his ultimate move. Suddenly, the blonde man freezes in terror. His regeneration has stopped. Looking at his own hands in panic, he screams and demands to know why he is no longer healing. Fang Yi simply snaps his fingers. The hidden energy Fang Yi planted behind him instantly detonates in a violent explosion of golden light, completely annihilating the blonde pioneer once and for all. Fang Yi lands softly on the ground and casually walks away from the charred remains. Stretching out his hand toward Wang Lan and Song Yiming, he releases crackling blue lightning that surrounds their bodies and precisely targets the poisonous green marks left by the dark attribute. Fang Yi calmly explains that he is purifying the darkness from their bodies, leaving both pioneers completely amazed. He then taps Zhao Lan on the shoulder and purifies her as well. Still shocked, Zhao Lan admits she cannot believe Fang Yi killed a Jin Gang realm pioneer so easily. Fang Yi calmly analyzes the battle and concludes that the blonde man most likely reached the Jin Gang realm through unnatural methods because his spiritual power felt extremely impure. He also finds it suspicious that the enemy seemed completely unaware of his existence. Xiaolan admits she is confused as well, but remembers an internal rumor. Years ago, Elder Wu supposedly blocked a strange disaster that was meant to strike Country B by sacrificing his own body. The group begins to suspect that the long-standing conflict between Sha Nashan and Country B may be connected to Elder Wu's heroic actions. The heavy atmosphere suddenly lightens when Song Yiming excitedly declares that he will now hang a portrait of the sealer beside his bed for motivation. Wang Lan immediately asks him, with a perfectly serious expression, whether the Yang attribute has damaged his brain. Ignoring their argument, Fang Yi turns away from the group and warns them that although he removed the dark attribute from their bodies, they are still not strong enough to enter the core area of the restricted zone. He orders Zhao Lan to either take everyone back or continue training only within the outer area. As he speaks, Fang Yi walks alone into the swirling storm of wind and dust. Golden light shines in his eyes as he reveals his true goal. He wants to witness the true face of the restricted zone's core with his own eyes. Ahead of him lies a terrifying storm filled with blue lightning and dark energy. The sky cracks apart with violent power as Fang Yi calmly steps toward a place no one else can reach. Behind him, Zhao Lan, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan stare in stunned silence at his fearless figure. Song Yiming can barely believe what he is seeing. Wang Lan quietly asks Zhao Lan what their chances of success would have been if they had entered the restricted zone alone. Zhao Lan bitterly smiles and admits that she once considered herself the top candidate to succeed Elder Wu. However, after meeting the sealer, she has fully accepted second place. Song Yiming and Wang Lan are left speechless by how much their proud leader has changed. Suddenly, the dark energy filling the sky violently erupts. Song Yiming panics and shouts in fear as Zhao Lan instantly senses danger. She screams for everyone to dodge while raising a defensive barrier. A massive wave of dark energy explodes outward like the end of the world. Even with their defenses, Zhao Lan, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan are blown away across the scorched battlefield, leaving enormous scars across the ground. Bruised and battered, the three pioneers slowly rise and finally witness the true appearance of the restricted zone's core. The terrifying landscape resembles a gigantic burning eye, exactly like the satellite images they previously saw. At the center of the storm, Fang Yi floats motionlessly, golden fire wings spread behind him while jagged dark purple energy wraps around his body. Looking down at a sphere of dark power in his hand, Fang Yi senses something impossible happening inside his body. The Yang attribute and Dark attribute are beginning to merge. The two completely opposite powers swirl together violently, forming an unstable vortex of purple and gold energy. At that moment, the system alerts Fang Yi that a great change between heaven and earth has been detected due to the collision between the Yang and Dark attributes. The transformation intensifies. Half of Fang Yi's body becomes a burning golden figure, while the other half turns into a skeletal shadow wrapped in darkness. The system then announces the birth of an entirely new attribute, Turbid Yang. Holding the stabilized fusion energy in his palm, Fang Yi watches as the system immediately begins creating a brand new technique based on this unknown power. Focusing intensely, Fang Yi absorbs the swirling vortex into his body. His eyes suddenly shine with blinding white light. The system confirms the creation of a new technique called the Spirit Turbid Eye Technique, an ability capable of controlling endless transformations between illusion and reality. At the same time, all the dark energy inside the crater is completely drained away by the vortex. Watching from afar, Song Yiming is utterly dumbfounded. He wonders aloud whether the Yang attribute and Dark attribute have merged together to create an actual monster. She asks if the others can feel it as well. Although the new spiritual power looks terrifying, the instinctive fear and rejection normally caused by dark attributes have completely disappeared. Wang Lan immediately suggests cultivating with this purified energy. Agreeing with him, Zhao Lan and the others sit down within protective barriers and begin meditating, eager to absorb even a tiny portion of this incredibly advanced power. Meanwhile, outside the restricted zone, the military observers are left confused. The massive energy fluctuations have suddenly stabilized, and all signals belonging to Country B's intruders have disappeared entirely. The soldiers quickly realize what happened. The sealer eliminated them all. Remembering the rumors surrounding Fang Yi's ruthless methods, the soldiers conclude that the invaders deserve their fate. They immediately contact headquarters and celebrate the fact that they successfully recorded evidence of Country B's illegal actions. They plan to use the footage as leverage in the coming diplomatic conflict. Far away, inside the highest military intelligence office of Country B, several men in black suits stand nervously before their furious leader. A blond man with a thick mustache slams his fist onto the table and demands to know what happened to their strongest pioneer. He screams at his subordinates, asking how their elite agent could simply disappear without a trace. A calm man with long gray hair quietly states that the missing team is most likely dead. With a dark expression, he admits that their forces suffered devastating losses and were completely outplayed by Sha Nashan. Hearing this, the leader of Country B flies into a rage. Slamming both fists onto the table, He screams in disbelief that their strongest pioneers could lose so horribly to Jia Natin. He threatens the gray-haired man and demands that every lost benefit be reclaimed. If they fail, he warns that all funding for their organization will be cut off completely. The gray-haired man slowly raises his eyes, revealing a terrifyingly sharp gaze. In a cold voice, he promises that they will avenge this humiliation and make Cheyenne Town repay the debt with interest. Suddenly, green spiritual energy explodes from the gray-haired man's body, instantly terrifying the guards around him. The violent aura fills the room with pressure as he slowly stands and coldly warns the leader that although he is a proud citizen of Country B, he is not some obedient dog like the bodyguards standing nearby. With a sharp glare, he states that he despises threats and hopes the leader remembers that fact well. The leader and his guards freeze in place, torn between fear and anger, as the powerful pioneer calmly walks away. As the gray-haired man disappears toward the exit, the furious leader shouts after him, screaming that he will immediately contact Shananshan's higher authorities and demand that their pioneers be taught a lesson. Walking through a dark hallway, the gray-haired pioneer calmly asks his subordinates about the results of their investigation. 3 figures wearing dark cloaks silently follow behind him. One subordinate reports that they were unable to enter Shananshan's restricted zone and failed to locate the second young master. The subordinate explains that the tracking instrument implanted inside the target's body was most likely destroyed. However, he cannot completely rule out the possibility that the violent energy fluctuations inside the restricted zone interfered with the signal. Hearing this, the gray-haired man's face twists with hatred. At that moment, he fully accepts that his loss is real. With murderous intent filling his eyes, he vows that Sha Naichin will pay for everything. Meanwhile, at the center of the restricted area's core, Fang Yi floats within the storm of chaotic energy. The system begins explaining the details of his newly evolved ability, the Spirit Turbid Eye technique. According to the system, the technique is an extremely terrifying illusion art capable of dragging any creature into a realm of endless despair. Its most frightening aspect is that Fang Yi does not even need to move. Once trapped inside the illusion, enemies can remain lost in hallucinations until they die. Fang Yi lands on the ground while casually remarking that such a convenient ability almost feels unfair. But the moment his feet touch the earth, intense pain suddenly surges through his body. His energy fluctuates violently as he drops to one knee and coughs blood. Dark purple energy erupts around him uncontrollably while his body struggles to endure the overwhelming power. Wiping the blood from his lips, Fang Yi quietly comments on how tyrannical the dark power truly is. Even though he successfully created a brand new attribute, the dark energy is still resisting him and causing a violent backlash. Instead of fear, however, an excited and twisted smile slowly appears on Fang Yi's face. He admits that it has been a very long time since he encountered something this challenging. Elsewhere, inside a meeting room belonging to Country B's Pioneer League, the organization's members discuss their disastrous defeat. One member struggles to believe that their ultimate weapon was crushed so thoroughly by Xianashan, while another wonders if the failure was caused by unstable side effects. Suddenly, the doors burst open. The gray-haired pioneer leader walks into the room with terrifying pressure radiating from his body. Without hesitation, he unleashes his power. Dark ghostly shadows erupt through the room and attack the members as the leader sarcastically remarks that they all seem to possess such impressive insights. He then casually orders one terrified subordinate to become bait for their next experiment. The subordinate desperately begs for mercy, but the leader completely ignores him. Coldly, he declares that the previous leader was nothing more than a useless straw bag. He promises that he will personally show Shananshan the true strength of Country B. Far away, inside the Blue Star United Supreme Council Hall, the atmosphere becomes extremely tense. A representative angrily accuses Jia Nashan of going too far. The envoy from the E-Federation formally condemns Jia Nashan for killing important pioneers from another country. He argues that with the world facing global disasters, nations should not be slaughtering each other's forces. Suddenly, loud laughter echoes throughout the hall. Killed well? The shocking voice silences the entire room. Everyone turns toward the entrance as Elder Wu walks into the hall wearing full combat armor. With a mocking smile, he casually orders his attendants to replace everyone's drinks with chrysanthemum tea, suggesting that the representatives need to calm their internal fire before speaking nonsense. The gray-haired pioneer leader is visibly surprised to see Elder Wu standing there in such good condition. However, he quickly suppresses his shock and demands an explanation for why one of Country B's strongest pioneers died within Shananshan's borders. At the same time, he secretly wonders how Elder Wu managed to recover. Golden spiritual energy suddenly erupts from Elder Wu's body. Scoffing coldly, Elder Wu asks whether the gray-haired leader truly believes he is qualified to demand explanations from him. He openly accuses Country B's pioneers of invading Shaya territory first, while shamelessly pretending to be victims afterward. Although the gray-haired leader demands proof, fear quietly begins creeping into his heart. If Elder Wu has genuinely recovered to his peak condition, then all of their future plans may already be ruined. Elder Wu calmly raises a remote control and says that if proof is desired, then proof will be provided. A large screen lights up behind him. The video clearly shows the blonde pioneer leader and his team illegally crossing the border into Sha Nation's restricted zone to steal resources. Elder Wu calmly narrates the footage, explaining that although the invaders destroyed their own recording equipment, they were ultimately killed in self-defense by Sha Nanshan's pioneers. He coldly declares that such arrogant invaders deserve to die. The representatives are left speechless by the undeniable evidence of Country B's treachery. Elder Wu stares directly at the gray-haired leader and calmly quotes that those who commit injustice will eventually destroy themselves. He then warns every nation present that anyone attempting to steal Sha Nanshan's resources will suffer the exact same fate. Enraged, the gray-haired leader secretly gathers green spiritual energy in his hand beneath the table. Without warning, he launches 3 blades of green energy directly toward Elder Wu in a sneak attack. However, Elder Wu does not even move. A golden barrier instantly appears before him and effortlessly reflects the attack back toward its owner. The rebounded energy crashes into the gray-haired leader with terrifying force, sending him flying backward across the hall. Elder Wu bursts into hearty laughter and mocks the attack as nothing more than a childish trick. The gray-haired leader crashes onto the stairs as his subordinates rush toward him in panic. Watching the scene with satisfaction, Elder Wu quietly thinks about Fang Yi and wonders just how many more miracles the sealer will create for Sha Nanshan. Back inside the restricted area, a gigantic vortex of dark energy continues to swirl violently through the sky. Zhao Lan, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming stand at the edge of the storm while anxiously observing the terrifying fluctuations. Zhao Lan's face fills with worry as she fears the sealer may be in danger. At the center of the storm, Fang Yi stands completely alone. Suddenly, golden light erupts from his eyes as the power within his body reaches its limit. Fang Yi screams while an enormous burst of golden energy explodes from his body and tears through the storm. Moments later, the violent energy slowly settles into a dark purple aura surrounding him. The system immediately confirms that the spirit turbid eye technique has been fully absorbed and that Fang Yi's body will no longer reject the dark attribute. Touching his eye with a confident smile, Fang Yi decides to test the new power. The moment he commands the technique to open, reality itself shatters into countless floating purple fragments, forming a bizarre chaotic dimension. Fang Yi carefully looks around in surprise. Inside the fragments, he sees images of monsters he previously fought, and realizes that the illusion world is constructed from his own memories and experiences. He immediately finds the power fascinating. Reflecting on the deadly battles that forged his strength, Fang Yi realizes those experiences would become an absolute nightmare for anyone trapped inside his illusion realm. Walking along a path divided between blazing lava and freezing ice, Fang Yi suddenly thinks of a terrifying possibility. If he combines the Spirit Turbid Eye technique with the 3 hellish trials of the Death Brand, the resulting illusion could become unimaginably cruel. To test the theory, Fang Yi summons spirits formed from blue and fiery orange energy. The opposing energies violently collide and create a massive vortex. At that exact moment, the system suddenly reports a huge overflow of spiritual power and announces that Fang Yi is about to break through into the legendary Jinggang realm. Without hesitation, Fang Yi stomps the ground and shatters the surrounding dimension beneath his feet. A confident grin spreads across his face as he welcomes the breakthrough. Suddenly, an enormous bolt of blue lightning crashes down from above. From the blinding light, a gigantic golden armored avatar slowly manifests. Fang Yi immediately leaps into the air and charges directly toward the towering figure. The instant their attacks collide, a blinding explosion erupts and shakes the entire dimension apart. Outside the storm, Zhao Lan and Song Yiming immediately sense the terrifying energy fluctuation. Zhao Lan's eyes widen in shock as she realizes Fang Yi is attempting to break through into the Jingyang realm. Inside the chaotic dimension, golden light and blue lightning explode violently in every direction. After the blast fades, Fang Yi floats calmly in the air while crackling energy dances around his body. However, he looks slightly disappointed. Quietly, he wonders whether that was truly all the heavenly trial could offer him. A dangerous smile slowly spreads across his face as his glowing red eye shines brightly. It's my turn now. The gigantic golden avatar swings down with overwhelming force, but Fang Yi refuses to retreat. Raising a barrier, he unleashes his limitless dark world while activating the divine thunder tempering technique. Blue lightning erupts around him as he channels the immense power into a devastating counterattack. With a furious roar, Fang Yi launches a gigantic blast of blue lightning directly at the golden avatar. The attack collides with the towering figure and detonates into a massive explosion that tears through the entire dimension. The system finally confirms that Fang Yi's breakthrough is complete. Golden and purple lightning pour endlessly into his body as he absorbs the violent energy storm surrounding him. After enduring the heavenly trial, Fang Yi successfully steps into the first level of the Jinggang realm. Bathed in a radiant golden aura, Fang Yi slowly descends from the sky. Even he seems pleasantly surprised that he managed to break through within the restricted area itself. As he lands, immense spiritual power gathers into his hand. His red eye glows intensely, and with a casual swing of his arm, he releases a devastating wave of force that instantly shatters the surrounding rocks into dust. The pressure is so overwhelming that Zhao Lan and Song Yiming can barely remain standing. The sheer intensity of Fang Yi's spiritual energy crushes down on them like a mountain. The storm created by his breakthrough tears across the battlefield, sending debris flying everywhere. Even a heavily armored vehicle is tossed into the water like a child's toy. Far away, an observer monitoring the restricted area stares at the data screen in disbelief, as the energy readings instantly surpass the maximum measurable limit. He immediately realizes that a major breakthrough must have occurred. Watching the massive golden glow spreading across the horizon, the nearby pioneers quickly understand the truth. The sealer has officially reached the Jingang realm. Standing beside the edge of a gigantic crater, Zhao Lan quietly observes that the spiritual energy inside the restricted area has almost completely disappeared. Fang Yi absorbed nearly all of it during his breakthrough, leaving behind only a tiny trace. Wang Lan stares in amazement and jokes that Fang Yi is basically a bottomless pit. However, he quickly admits that it is far better for the sealer to absorb the energy than for invaders from Country B to steal it. The three pioneers carefully approach the center of the phenomenon to meet Fang Yi. Suddenly, Song Yiming freezes in shock. An overwhelming presence crashes down upon them. From the blinding golden light, Fang Yi slowly walks forward, emitting an aura so heavy that it feels as though an enormous mountain is pressing down on everyone nearby. Even under the crushing pressure, Wang Lan somehow remains cheerful enough to pull out his phone and take a picture. He happily decides to use the image as wallpaper to bless his own future breakthrough. Meanwhile, Song Yiming nervously sweats while wondering just how terrifying Fang Yi's strength has become. Fang Yi calmly emerges from the golden light with an indifferent expression, casually greeting the group as if he had not just caused a world-shaking energy storm moments earlier. Looking at him, Zhao Lan feels deep admiration rising in her heart. If Fang Yi was once merely a sharp sword, then now he has become a divine blade radiating unstoppable power. The group quietly reflects on how difficult it is for pioneers to cross the half-step barrier into the Jingang realm. Yet, Fang Yi managed to grow at an unbelievable speed in such a short period of time. A smile slowly appears on Zhao Lan's face as she realizes Fang Yi is truly a blessing for Shan'achun. Looking at his back, she imagines a future where Fang Yi shines brighter and brighter, eventually standing shoulder to shoulder with Elder Wu himself. Perhaps he may even surpass him. Meanwhile, news of Fang Yi's breakthrough explodes across the internet. Reports spread rapidly, confirming that the sealer advanced once again within the western region of Xiaonashan. Online users are stunned to discover that an entire S-level restricted area had its spiritual energy completely drained by one person. Citizens celebrate wildly, praising the birth of another Jingang realm expert for Xiaonashan while calling Fang Yi a national hero. However, in a dark hidden room, someone places a hand against a screen displaying the massive crater left behind by Fang Yi's breakthrough. A hateful voice quietly curses the sealer. The gray-haired pioneer leader warns the shadowy figures gathered around him that if Fang Yi continues growing stronger, Xiaonashan will eventually unite completely and destroy all of their plans. He coldly announces that it is finally time for them to act. Recalling how the sealer ruined their operation in Tai City and prevented its destruction, the leader swears that this time none of their enemies will escape. At that moment, a woman with long, sharp nails steps forward and reveals two photographs of Fang Yi. She explains that her followers hacked into the Pioneer mobile database and uncovered the images in an attempt to expose the sealer's true identity. The gray-haired leader grabs the tablet with a wicked grin and declares that he does not care what methods they use as long as they succeed. He smiles darkly while saying he is looking forward to revealing the sealer's true face to the world. Later that night, at exactly 3 a.m., a gigantic red beam of light suddenly crashes down onto a high-rise building within the city. On the rooftop, Zhang Lu finishes his cultivation while surrounded by swirling red flames. Feeling completely satisfied with his progress, he bursts into triumphant laughter after successfully advancing into the 2-star spirit creation realm. Overflowing with confidence, Zhang Lu immediately pulls out his phone to take a selfie, eager to see people online worshipping the massive phenomenon he created. However, his excitement suddenly stops when he notices a specific notification. Opening the article, Jianlu reads about the sealer's newest breakthrough inside the restricted area and the massive attention it caused online. His face immediately reddens with admiration. Realizing Fang Yi has once again grown stronger, Jianlu clenches his fist with renewed determination. He thinks that if even a monster like the sealer works so hard, then he cannot become satisfied over a tiny breakthrough. Looking at Fang Yi's picture, Jianlu becomes more motivated than ever to follow in his footsteps. The next morning, Jianlu energetically walks through the streets of Tai City while loudly announcing that he has finally returned. Unfortunately, his excitement causes him to accidentally bump into a woman wearing high heels. Instead of apologizing, Jianglu turns around irritably and demands to know whether her mother never taught her basic manners. The woman calmly adjusts her sunglasses and politely apologizes, but hidden beneath the dark lenses, a glowing purple pattern suddenly activates within her eye. A wave of psychic energy instantly washes over Jianglu. Before he can even react, the hypnotic technique fully takes effect. His eyes become dull and purple as his consciousness is completely controlled. A sinister smile appears on the woman's lips. She calmly orders the dazed Zhang Liu to follow her, saying that someone wishes to meet him. Stripped of his free will, Zhang Liu obediently follows while blankly asking where they are going. Adjusting her hat, the woman softly whispers the name of her organization, the Heaven's Choice Cult. In her mind, she pictures their headquarters, a dark cathedral-like structure she reveres as sacred holy ground. Her expression grows serious. As she escorts Zhang Liu through a dark alley, multiple cloaked figures leap silently across the rooftops above them, acting as hidden escorts. The woman quietly reminds herself of her mission to infiltrate Tai Tai City and vows not to disappoint the man she reverently calls father. She declares that Fang Yi's home territory will soon become the Heaven's Choice Cult's newest domain, and that their influence will eventually spread across the entire nation. Sometime later, Zhang Liu awakens inside a horrifying dark chamber known as the Repentance Room within the Heavenly Chosen Church headquarters in Tai Tai City. He screams in agony while enduring brutal torture. The cult members repeatedly demand information about someone, but Zhang Liu desperately insists that he knows nothing. As the torture continues, Zhang Liu slowly realizes he cannot even control his own mouth. Remembering the hypnotic technique, he finally understands that he has been brainwashed. These cruel people are trying to extract information about Fang Yi, the future master he admires so much. Ironically, Zhang Liu finds comfort in the fact that he genuinely knows absolutely nothing useful. Elsewhere, inside a grand cathedral hall, a subordinate respectfully reports to a woman dressed like a nun and asks whether the prisoner finally revealed anything. The woman quietly prays before explaining that although she forced Zhang Liu to speak, he appears far too ignorant to provide useful information. The subordinate nervously questions whether Zhang Liu is even valuable enough to be used as bait. He worries that the sealer may not bother rescuing someone so insignificant. However, the nun coldly declares that she will simply increase the torture until Father's mission is completed. Back at the Tai Tai Spirit Association office, Fang Yi and Su Qingying sit across from two unfamiliar visitors. Su Qingying asks whether they came seeking help to locate Zhang Liu. One of the men, revealed to be Zhang Liu's friend, explains that Zhang Liu traveled to Tai Tai City, hoping to find the sealer and become his disciple, but mysteriously disappeared shortly after arriving. The red-haired man beside him explains that they recently received information claiming Zhang Liu was kidnapped by a mysterious organization known as the Heavenly Chosen Church. The moment the name is mentioned, both Fang Yi and Su Qingying react with shock. Su Qingying immediately recognizes the organization as an evil cult secretly supported by pioneer forces. The red-haired man admits they have absolutely no confidence in fighting such a dangerous organization on their own, which is why they came to ask Fang Yi for help. Su Qingying then explains more about the enemy. According to her, the cult opposes the Spirit Association and specializes in mental and psychic attacks. Publicly, they disguise themselves as a normal religious organization to quietly infiltrate ordinary civilians. Their main headquarters is located in Chuanxi City, where they supposedly control nearly 1 million believers. Although the local Spirit Association repeatedly attempted to eliminate them, the cult has always remained elusive. Fang Yi's expression suddenly turns serious. If the cult's main headquarters is truly in Chuanxi City, then their sudden appearance in Tai Tai City means they have already begun infiltrating the region. Su Qingying immediately states that she must inform the Spirit Association and organize a citywide search. However, Fang Yi suddenly reveals a much darker conclusion. A sharp smile appears on his face as he points out that the cult secretly entered Tai Tai City and specifically kidnapped someone searching for him. That means the Heaven's Choice cult is not targeting Zhang Liu. Fang Yi quietly falls into deep thought. Since such a mysterious organization traveled thousands of miles specifically to target him, he realizes it would be almost impossible to discover clues if they intentionally chose to remain hidden. His expression slowly darkens. Then, he suddenly realizes something important. The idea that the cult merely infiltrated Tai Tai City may itself be a deliberate distraction. Su Qingying and the others stare at him in confusion as Fang Yi asks whether Chuanxi City is currently the safest city in Xiannashan, with the fewest spiritual anomalies. Su Qingying confirms this, explaining that the city is famous as a retirement destination. Many ordinary residents there are so disconnected from the outside world that they barely realize how drastically society has changed. Fang Yi immediately understands the enemy's strategy. The cult likely intends to establish hidden weak points throughout Tai Tai City and gradually spread its influence while avoiding attention. However, Fang Yi himself has become the greatest obstacle to those plans. Suddenly standing up, Fang Yi concludes that Zhang Lu has most likely already been transferred back to the cult's true headquarters in Chuanxi City. Instead of waiting for the enemy to move first, Fang Yi decides to take the initiative. He immediately orders Zhang Lu's friend to purchase the earliest possible tickets to Chuanxi City, because he intends to confront the cult directly. The two men eagerly agree to follow Lord Sealer. Fang Yi then instructs Su Qingying to contact her superiors and spread anti-cult propaganda throughout Tai City to keep civilians safe while he is gone. She cheerfully accepts the mission. As Fang Yi prepares to leave, he quietly thinks to himself that this dangerous cult must be destroyed as quickly as possible. At the same time, he suddenly remembers something troubling. His aunt is currently retired in Chuanxi City. Meanwhile, deep inside the Heaven's Choice cult headquarters within Chuanxi City, a subordinate approaches the leader and respectfully reports that the sealer and his companions are already on their way to the city. Inside the Heaven's Choice cult headquarters, the leader dressed in white religious robes reveals a sinister smile after hearing the report. She is genuinely surprised that such useless bait actually succeeded in luring Fang Yi directly into her territory. Clenching her fist tightly, she crushes the spiritual energy gathered within her palm and decides they must prepare a proper welcome for their honored guest. A glowing white cloth materializes in her hand. Staring at it with a wicked grin, she wonders whether even someone as powerful as the sealer can eventually be turned into a puppet for her church. She quietly remarks that heretics are always stubborn creatures. One of her subordinates confidently assures her that there is no reason to worry. Hearing this, the woman smiles darkly before turning away. Dark purple energy erupts violently from her body as she coldly declares that heretics only deserve one fate: to have their bodies burned away completely. Meanwhile, at the Chuanxi City airport, Fang Yi looks around with surprise at the peaceful atmosphere. Considering the chaos spreading across the world, he finds it amazing that flights within Xi'annashan are still operating at all. As they walk through the terminal, one of his companions explains that flights have become increasingly rare. Without help from the Spirit Association, they likely would not have secured tickets in time. Later, deep inside a quiet wooded area outside the city, Zhang Lu's friend nervously asks Lord Sealer where they should search next. Fang Yi calmly replies that there is no need to search anywhere. They simply need to wait. The two companions exchange confused glances, unable to understand the strange command. Fang Yi suddenly raises a finger and signals for silence. His expression sharpens. Quietly, he tells everyone to listen carefully because he has already detected the enemy's presence. Our hosts have arrived. The moment those words leave his mouth, cloaked figures begin emerging from thin air all around them. The enemies float silently in the air, wearing dark hoods and bandages wrapped around their faces. Most disturbing of all are their eyes, glowing with hypnotic purple spiral patterns. Fang Yi immediately warns his companions to stay alert. He reminds them that the Heaven's Choice cult specializes in mental attacks and strictly orders them not to look directly into the enemy's eyes. The red-haired man and Zhang Liu's friend quickly acknowledge the warning and prepare for battle. However, while Fang Yi focuses on the cultists ahead of him, a new figure suddenly appears from the purple mist behind him. It is the mysterious woman from before. Floating gracefully behind Fang Yi, she drapes herself over his shoulders and whispers seductively into his ear. Teasingly, she asks why he warned everyone else not to look if he himself refuses to close his eyes. Activating her spirit creation realm technique known as disarming charm, she attempts to overwhelm Fang Yi's mind with hypnotic power while mockingly asking whether he wanted to keep her beauty all to himself. But Fang Yi does not react at all. Instead, a terrifying red glow slowly appears within his eye. A dangerous smile spreads across his face as he calmly asks whether she truly believed such a cheap trick could affect him. The woman's confident expression instantly collapses into shock. Within the spiritual realm formed by their mental confrontation, an enormous blood-red eye suddenly opens behind Fang Yi, completely overwhelming the woman's purple energy. Fang Yi coldly declares that since she was brave enough to approach him first, she deserves a special reward. At the same time, he admits that illusion-type pioneers like her are actually quite interesting to him. Inside the spiritual realm, Fang Yi activates the Spirit Turbid Eye technique. The woman from the Heaven's Choice cult recoils in horror. She cannot believe the sealer possesses illusion abilities, something their intelligence reports never mentioned. Forcing herself to calm down, she scoffs arrogantly and declares that illusion techniques are the Heaven's Choice cult's greatest specialty. She immediately pulls out a glowing purple pocket watch and activates her own illusion domain. Confident in the power granted by Father, she calls Fang Yi inferior and attacks without hesitation. Inside her illusion, Fang Yi is sliced cleanly in half. However, reality does not change. Fang Yi stands completely unharmed before her with a smug smile on his face. Calmly, he tells her to continue if she wants. The woman is left utterly stunned. Smiling faintly, he remarks that an energetic opponent like her makes the perfect experimental subject. A gigantic sphere of red energy suddenly materializes behind him. filled with endless screaming dark spirits. Before the woman can escape, Fang Yi's illusion completely engulfs her. Instantly, her world transforms into a living nightmare. Chains erupt from the darkness and bind her body before crucifying her above a massive sea of flames. Shadow monsters surround her from every direction while countless hostile red eyes stare into her soul. The pain feels horrifyingly real. Her own illusion abilities completely fail against Fang Yi's overwhelming spiritual power. Terrified, the woman screams that she is one of the chosen children of her god. She cannot accept being defeated in such a humiliating way, but the illusion only grows worse. Darkness consumes everything around her as her confidence shatters completely. Her mind begins collapsing under the pressure while she slowly forgets her own identity. Then Fang Yi descends before her like a divine judge. His terrifying presence completely crushes her remaining resistance. The woman finally realizes the truth. Her skills are insignificant before him. If she continues resisting, she will certainly die. With his glowing red eye fixed upon her, Fang Yi coldly orders her to reveal everything she knows about the Heaven's Choice cult's true objective. Trembling uncontrollably, the woman finally confesses that Father ordered them to eliminate the sealer in order to complete their grand plan. Fang Yi immediately demands more details. He asks about the plan itself, Father's location, and Zhonglu's whereabouts. The woman struggles desperately to answer. Stuttering in fear, she reveals that they are currently at the altar. However, before she can finish speaking, her expression suddenly twists into terror. A restriction hidden deep within her mind activates. In the next instant, a lethal force erupts from inside her body and kills her immediately before she can say anything else. Her lifeless corpse collapses before Fang Yi. Back in reality, the illusion world shatters and disappears. Looking down at the dead woman, Fang Yi quickly realizes what happened. The cult leader implanted forbidden restrictions into the minds of followers to ensure anyone attempting to reveal sensitive information dies instantly. The forest falls silent once again. Fang Yi calmly walks through the aftermath while his defeated companions slowly recover nearby. Suddenly, Fang Yi senses another presence watching him from the shadows. Without turning around, he calmly asks whether the observer was the one who silenced their own subordinate. Immediately, several cultists leap out from hiding. Purple energy swirls around strange clock-like weapons floating beside them as they angrily declare that capturing the sealer will make the Heaven's Choice cult famous throughout the nation. They surround Fang Yi from every direction and threaten to kill his companions unless he surrenders immediately. Fang Yi merely scoffs. A blade formed entirely of blazing fire appears in his hand. At the same time, his glowing red eye carefully analyzes every opponent. Although their spiritual power appears impressive on the surface, Fang Yi instantly notices the truth. Their foundations are terribly unstable. Their strength is hollow. Disappointed, Fang Yi tightens his grip on the flame sword. Then, with one devastating heavenly fire slash, he tears through the cultists' defenses effortlessly. Blazing flames explode across the battlefield as the enemies scream while being blown away through the forest. Fang Yi coldly remarks that their real combat strength is pathetic. Within seconds, the cultists are completely defeated. Standing over one surviving enemy, Fang Yi fixes his terrifying glowing eye upon him. The cultist trembles uncontrollably as he finally understands the overwhelming difference in power between them. At that moment, another terrified subordinate cautiously approaches while holding a strange oval mirror glowing with purple energy. Fang Yi immediately senses an unusual presence from the artifact. Inside the mirror, a dark silhouette slowly appears. A calm voice addresses the sealer directly, claiming there has been a misunderstanding. The mysterious leader insists that the Heaven's Choice cult exists only to save humanity. She proudly boasts that the organization successfully resolved 3 spiritual anomalies inside Xuanxi City, while the Spirit Association remained useless. Fang Yi immediately laughs at the absurd propaganda. He coldly tells the woman not to become so immersed in her own lies. Then, with complete calmness, he dismantles her entire argument. Fang Yi points out that Xuanxi City is one of the safest regions in Xia Nation and has absolutely no history of major beast disasters or spiritual anomaly outbreaks. That means the so-called disasters the cult resolved most likely never existed at all. In a single moment, Fang Yi exposes the truth behind their operation. The Heaven's Choice cult creates fake crises in order to manipulate civilians, attract desperate believers, and gather wealth and spiritual resources for their own cultivation. Fang Yi dismisses their methods as utterly despicable. The woman inside the mirror suddenly bursts into condescending laughter. With a twisted smile, she reveals her true power. The ordinary pocket watch in her hand transforms into a vessel overflowing with dark spiritual energy. Furious, she accuses Fang Yi of completely misunderstanding the Heaven's Chosen cult's noble mission. In her eyes, pioneers like him, who willingly risk their lives for the Spirit Association, are nothing more than brainwashed fools. Her expression gradually becomes fanatical as she questions why powerful pioneers should protect weak, ordinary people at all. She coldly declares that the weak, are merely burdens who deserve to die so the strong can inherit the future. Almost screaming now, she proclaims that the cult walks the true path of evolution. Fang Yi remains completely unmoved. Blue lightning crackles violently around his flaming sword as he suddenly disappears forward with terrifying speed. The cultist holding the mirror instantly screams. Fang Yi notices that the crack on her forehead is not bleeding normally. Instead, it appears contaminated by dark attribute energy. Immediately, he realizes that his illusion technique still lacks the power to completely trap her remotely, while her true body remains elsewhere. Still, Fang Yi decides to issue a direct warning. Coldly, he orders the Heaven's Chosen cult to completely withdraw from Xuanxi City within 3 days. He makes it clear that this is their only warning. If they refuse, then after 3 days he will personally make his move. Blue lightning crackles violently around Fang Yi's hand as he demands they immediately release the hostage they captured. Although Fang Yi knows the cult will not retreat so easily, he decides to temporarily play along and observe their next step. The cult leader suddenly smiles and calmly agrees to the conditions. She announces that the Heaven's Chosen cult will withdraw from Xuanxi City and promises to return Fang Yi's companion after 3 days, provided she and her followers are allowed to leave safely. Inside the mirror, 2 cultists drag an unconscious Zhonglu into view before throwing him onto the floor of their hidden base. Fang Yi calmly accepts the arrangement. With the agreement made, the purple portal connecting the mirror violently closes. The cult leader bids Fang Yi farewell as dark spiritual energy erupts from the shattered artifact. The sudden backlash engulfs the remaining cultists nearby. They scream desperately for Father to save them, but the unstable energy devours them completely, while Fang Yi calmly protects himself behind a barrier of golden light. Once the battle finally ends, the surrounding forest falls silent again. One of Zhang Lu's companions suddenly breaks down from the mental strain and begins screaming in terror. Fang Yi casually walks over and slaps the man across the face to force him back to reality. The shocked man immediately regains his senses. Fang Yi calmly explains the situation, assuring everyone that Zhang Liu was never the cult's true target and will most likely be returned safely within 3 days. He then orders the group to follow him to the Xuanxi City Spirit Association headquarters and wait there temporarily. With both hands casually in his pockets, Fang Yi turns and walks away. As the exhausted trio follows behind him, Fang Yi quietly checks his phone and decides it is safer not to contact his aunt yet. Since she lives in Xuanxi City, he worries that involving her before the situation ends could place her in danger. Eventually, the group arrives at the towering Xuanxi City Spirit Association building. Inside a conference room, Fang Yi meets with the local branch officials. The branch leader, already contacted by Su Qingying beforehand, immediately offers full cooperation and military assistance. However, Fang Yi calmly declines direct combat support. Confidently, he states that he alone is enough to deal with Father. Still, he gestures toward Zhang Lu's companions and requests that the Spirit Association temporarily protect them since they are independent pioneers. The branch leader happily agrees. Suddenly, the conference room doors burst open. A panicked staff member rushes inside, shouting for his superior to immediately check the Pioneer Forum online. The employee nervously approaches Fang Yi and repeatedly apologizes, begging the sealer not to take the online comments seriously because people are deliberately stirring up hatred against him. Fang Yi calmly asks to see the phone. Looking at the screen, he sees countless hateful posts flooding the forums. Many accuse the sealer of being unworthy of leadership, while others claim he murders innocent people and behaves arrogantly. One detail immediately stands out. Every hateful post originates from IP addresses inside Xuanxi City. Inside the Spirit Association headquarters, the atmosphere instantly becomes chaotic. The local branch superior frantically shouts into a phone, ordering staff members to immediately block local network accounts from spreading more propaganda. With growing dread, he realizes the Heaven's Chosen cult must be eliminated immediately before they completely destabilize the city. Meanwhile, inside the cult's dark cathedral headquarters, the cult leader stands above her followers while delivering a dramatic sermon. She claims to have foreseen a future where the chosen people are trapped within a prison of lightning and fire. Twisting reality, she describes Fang Yi's attacks as cruel persecution against the faithful. Floating above the crowd, she portrays the sealer as an evil monster who murders innocent believers. According to her, Fang Yi must be destroyed for the salvation of humanity. Soon, the cult's propaganda machine enters full operation. A gigantic holographic projection suddenly appears across a skyscraper within the city, displaying manipulated footage of Fang Yi attacking cult members while carefully hiding the truth. The crowd below erupts into cheers as the cult presents itself as the defender of justice. The propaganda spreads rapidly. Huge protests soon flood the streets as brainwashed citizens wave banners praising the Heaven's Chosen cult as humanity's savior while accusing the Spirit Association of abandoning ordinary people to monsters. Before long, an enormous angry mob surrounds the Spirit Association building itself. The civilians scream that harming the cult is equivalent to harming the city. High above the chaos, Fang Yi silently stands beside a window, while coldly observing the manipulated citizens below. Inside the office, the atmosphere grows heavier. The branch leader sits with his head buried in his hands, bitterly admitting that the Spirit Association has completely lost public support. Helplessly, he explains to Fang Yi that pioneers cannot use force against ordinary civilians. Before he can continue, Fang Yi bluntly interrupts him. He calmly tells the official not to worry because he never expected much from the association anyway. Fang Yi immediately realizes the Heaven's Chosen cult is using the people of Xuanxi City as both shields and weapons. But to him, these are merely petty tricks. Elsewhere, hidden beneath her hood, the cult leader grins wickedly and taunts Fang Yi through another projection. She asks whether he enjoys the gift she prepared for him. Confidently, she declares that every citizen in the city now belongs to her. If Fang Yi truly wants to destroy the cult, he would first have to destroy the entire city. Believing she has already won, the woman orders her followers to retreat, while sarcastically declaring that the Heaven's Chosen cult is merciful enough to return the useless hostage they captured. One of her subordinates suddenly throws a body toward the protesting crowd below. In the next instant, a massive explosion erupts beside the Spirit Association building. Windows shatter everywhere as blinding golden light explodes across the sky. The terrified crowd screams while shielding their eyes. Even the cult leader looks back in confusion, realizing something unexpected has happened. Then, Fang Yi appears. Floating high above the skyscraper, he radiates an overwhelming aura of golden flames so intense that the surrounding air distorts violently around him. Coldly, Fang Yi reminds the cult that he already warned them about the consequences of remaining beyond 3 days. The cultists stare upward in complete disbelief. They cannot understand how Fang Yi dares act while surrounded by countless civilians. Realizing her mistake, the cult leader screams in frustration and admits she should have killed the hostage much earlier. Desperately, she demands to know whether Fang Yi truly does not care about the innocent lives surrounding them. Fang Yi merely laughs at her ignorance. He calmly explains that there is one important thing she still does not understand. With one downward swing of his sword, Fang Yi unleashes a massive wave of flames. The woman's eyes widen in horror as she realizes his technique specifically targets dark attribute anomalies. The enormous fire slash crashes directly into her subordinate. At the same moment, Fang Yi suddenly vanishes. Before the cult leader can react, he instantly reappears behind her. His blazing sword descends toward her neck with terrifying force. Caught completely off guard, the woman hurriedly summons a magical barrier to block the strike. The collision explodes with violent spiritual energy as the two become locked in a fierce stalemate. Locked in the fierce stalemate, Fang Yi suddenly stares directly into the cult leader's eyes. His glowing red gaze becomes cold and terrifying as a menacing smile slowly spreads across his face. Then he asks a chilling question. He calmly deduces that she is not actually human. For the first time, the woman's confident expression changes. A crack suddenly opens across her forehead, glowing with sinister purple light. She admits she is impressed that Fang Yi managed to figure out the truth so quickly. The crack widens further. A gigantic, monstrous purple eye slowly opens beneath her skin. Staring back at Fang Yi, she admits that nothing can escape his sharp vision anymore, fully revealing her inhuman nature. The creature hiding inside the cult leader's body laughs darkly and admits it has been a very long time since it faced an opponent like him. Suddenly, the thing claws violently at its own face. Skin tears apart as a horrifying multi-eyed monster emerges from beneath the human disguise. Opposite the terrifying sight, Fang Yi remains completely motionless. His expression does not change at all. The creature then explodes outward into a gigantic, jagged mass of purple shadows that towers over the city. At the same time, a system notification appears before Fang Yi. Dark intelligence detected. The system explains that the entity is a self-aware dark sub-attribute known as grafting. Unlike ordinary anomalies, it possesses intelligence but lacks a permanent physical form. Instead, it survives by stealing and grafting itself onto powerful pioneers, using their bodies to evolve and strengthen itself further. A brief flashback reveals the horrifying truth behind the Heaven's Chosen Church. The organization's headquarters burns in flames as countless victims scream, while the creature secretly spreads itself through the cult from within. Back in the present, the enormous shadow monster looms over Fang Yi and greedily declares that his body is perfect. With spiritual energy as powerful as Fang Yi's, the creature believes it can evolve even further. It demands that Fang Yi surrender his body willingly. Then the monster suddenly turns toward its followers and coldly announces that it is finally time for them to fulfill their purpose. In the next instant, the cultists begin screaming. Their life force is violently ripped from their bodies as streams of purple energy erupt from their eyes and mouths. The stolen vitality spirals upward into the sky, gathering into a gigantic sphere of dark power above the monster. Without hesitation, the creature fires the devastating energy directly at Fang Yi. But Fang Yi does not retreat even a single step. His flaming sword ignites with overwhelming heat as he swings forward. The blade slices cleanly through the darkness itself. The gigantic sphere splits apart instantly, while the monster's enormous arm is severed at the same time. The creature stares at its missing limb in shock, almost unable to believe the pain it feels. Fang Yi slowly walks toward the injured monster while dragging his blazing sword behind him. Coldly, he remarks that the damage is still far from enough. This creature must be completely erased. At the same time, Fang Yi realizes the true danger of the dark intelligence. By disguising itself as a human and secretly building an entire cult around itself, the monster nearly succeeded in spreading unnoticed throughout society. Even Fang Yi admits that killing this thing may prove more troublesome than fighting the previous anomaly king. Suddenly, the sky erupts with blue lightning. A gigantic claw formed entirely from electrical energy crashes downward from above and seizes the shadow monster in its grasp. Watching from a nearby rooftop, the branch leader and the other pioneers stare in horror after realizing the truth. A dark attribute anomaly has developed genuine intelligence and can now parasitize pioneers themselves. They immediately decide that headquarters must be warned no matter what. Meanwhile, the gigantic lightning hand tightens around the monster as Fang Yi clenches his fist to control the construct. However, instead of panicking, the creature suddenly grins maliciously from within the lightning prison. It mockingly tells Fang Yi that even someone as special as him will eventually become just another vessel. A gigantic sphere of darkness suddenly engulfs Fang Yi completely, while the creature laughs maniacally and promises to take good care of his new body. Across the city, people watch in terror as an enormous purple sphere appears in the sky with only a faint golden light shining from deep inside it. Inside the storm of darkness, Fang Yi unexpectedly smiles. He calmly admits that the dark intelligence truly is powerful. Even though the Yang attribute naturally counters darkness, Fang Yi can feel the creature suppressing him with overwhelming pressure. Then his expression suddenly becomes terrifying. Inside the darkness, his red eye slowly glows brighter and brighter. Fang Yi quietly tells the monster that there is one thing it still does not understand. Behind him, an enormous demonic red face formed from pure energy suddenly appears. Fang Yi coldly declares that he cannot be killed. The monster instantly senses something horrifying and screams in confusion, demanding to know what Fang Yi just meant. Outside the sphere, the watching group begins panicking. The red-haired man shouts in disbelief, asking whether the sealer was truly swallowed whole. Zhang Lu's friend trembles in terror while supporting the still injured Zhang Liu. The branch leader desperately orders everyone to stay calm and trust Fang Yi. At the same time, Zhang Lu slowly wakes up and immediately asks the question everyone fears most: did his master lose? But inside the chaotic purple dimension, Fang Yi is completely unharmed. He calmly walks through the endless storm while observing his surroundings. Quickly, Fang Yi realizes the truth. He is currently inside the Dark Intelligence's body. A system notification immediately appears before him. Death count 1. The death brand activates successfully. Because Fang Yi intentionally allowed himself to be devoured, the system automatically applies a massive debuff to the enemy. The Dark Intelligence's abilities instantly weaken by 20%. Looking at his own hand, Fang Yi becomes slightly puzzled. Although this is clearly a spiritual dimension, his current form is not purely spiritual. Then his glowing red eye notices something strange below. Surrounding him are countless glowing blue ghost-like figures floating silently through the darkness. Fang Yi approaches one of them and immediately recognizes her appearance. It is the former female leader of the Heaven's Chosen Church. Quietly, Fang Yi asks whether she was the latest pioneer grafted by the monster. The blue spirit says nothing. Instead, she slowly kneels before Fang Yi. One after another, all the other ghostly figures kneel as well. Fang Yi narrows his eyes as he immediately understands what they are trying to tell him. They are begging for release, begging for freedom from the monster imprisoning them. Fang Yi quietly realizes the tragic truth. The real pioneers died long ago. What remains are only fragments of their trapped soul breaths, endlessly imprisoned inside the Dark Intelligence. Slowly summoning his sword, Fang Yi acknowledges the cruel reality that the monster's life force is intertwined with theirs. Destroying the Dark Intelligence means destroying the trapped souls as well. Still, Fang Yi decides that allowing them to remain imprisoned forever would be even crueler. Gathering immense spiritual power into his blade, he resolves to grant them mercy through purification. With one massive swing, Fang Yi unleashes a blazing slash of pure divine fire. The flames cut directly through the darkness and split the gigantic shadow entity in half. As the purifying fire spreads through the spiritual dimension, the spirit of the female pioneer slowly fades away with a peaceful smile on her face. At last, she is free. The Dark Intelligence screams in agony, but still refuses to surrender. Its body rapidly transforms into a gigantic spiked shadow, while it roars that Fang Yi's resistance is meaningless. The monster threatens to tear Fang Yi apart limb by limb. However, another system notification suddenly appears. Contact with massive dark attribute detected. Hell Evil Scene mark activated. Instantly, the monster's power begins collapsing. Its strength drops by 50% almost immediately. Then the weakening accelerates even further. 80%, 99%. Countless hellish evil scenes swarm across the monster's body as its form collapses into a chaotic sphere covered in red eyes. The once terrifying entity becomes almost completely powerless before Fang Yi's glowing gaze. Fang Yi slowly reaches forward and coldly commands the creature to surrender its power. For the first time, the dark intelligence experiences genuine fear. It realizes it has already lost. Fang Yi calmly gives one final command: break. A blinding explosion instantly tears through the darkness. The entire dimension shatters apart while the monster screams in absolute despair. Outside, the sky erupts into a gigantic fiery explosion visible across the entire city. The branch leader and Zhang Liu desperately brace themselves against the shockwave while wondering whether Fang Yi actually succeeded in destroying the dark intelligence. Jiang Lu stares at the sky in complete awe. Only now does he truly understand the terrifying level of power Fang Yi possesses. High above the city, Fang Yi slowly rises into the air and summons a radiant golden sun that burns away all remaining dark energy from the sky. With the evil completely purified, Fang Yi calmly descends toward the ground while his cape flutters behind him. He looks satisfied as he summons a small wisp of dark purple energy into his palm to inspect his newly acquired power. The system confirms that the dark intelligence has been completely destroyed. More importantly, Fang Yi's body shows no rejection toward the dark attribute at all, while both his illusion abilities and domain techniques have grown significantly stronger. Suddenly, something unexpected happens. A large red spirit flower suddenly emerges from inside Fang Yi's clothes and eagerly reaches toward the dark energy. Fang Yi looks genuinely surprised. The plant has evolved enough to communicate. Without hesitation, the red flower aggressively absorbs the dark purple energy from his hand. Resting peacefully in Fang Yi's palm, the flower softly thanks him. Fang Yi blinks in surprise after realizing the spirit flower's voice sounds female. Bathed in warm golden light, Fang Yi quietly observes the flower and realizes it has continued evolving ever since he reached the Jinggang realm, especially after absorbing such massive amounts of dark spiritual energy. However, after feeding, the flower suddenly becomes sleepy. It shrinks down and hides itself back inside Fang Yi's clothes to rest. Fang Yi smirks slightly and decides he will study the strange spirit flower more carefully later. Soon afterward, the city returns to peace beneath the bright light of morning. The branch leader, Zhang Liu, the red-haired pioneer, and Zhang Liu's friend all gather together with relieved smiles on their faces. Everyone celebrates the fact that the city survived and that the terrifying sentient dark attribute was completely annihilated. Zhang Liu beams excitedly and admits he has no regrets in life after witnessing Fang Yi personally save the city. But at that exact moment, a sinister purple aura suddenly appears behind him. A deadly beam of dark energy suddenly shoots down from the sky toward Zhang Liu. Before it can hit him, a blast of golden flames intercepts the attack instantly. A violent explosion erupts across the street. Zhang Liu stumbles backward in shock while asking what just happened. Moments later, Fang Yi calmly lands nearby with golden flames still wrapped around his hand, revealing that he personally blocked the ambush. The branch leader immediately approaches Fang Yi with a huge smile and repeatedly thanks him for saving the city and protecting everyone once again. Behind him, Zhang Liu stares at Fang Yi with eyes full of worship. At this point, Fang Yi has completely become his greatest idol. The branch leader warmly shakes Fang Yi's hand, while Zhang Liu and the others express their gratitude that the evil cult is finally gone. However, Fang Yi's expression remains serious. He quietly warns everyone that destroying the Heaven's chosen church alone is not enough. Although the city appears peaceful right now, its rich natural resources make it the perfect location for future large-scale spiritual mutations. And when that day comes, far greater disasters may arrive. Hearing Fang Yi's warning, the branch leader freezes in shock. Cold sweat immediately forms on his forehead as he nervously tries to reassure Fang Yi that the Xuanxi City Spirit Association constantly patrols the nearby restricted areas and remains fully prepared for emergencies at all times. However, Fang Yi suddenly reveals something terrifying. A faint trace of the dark attribute still lingers near Zhang Lu's body. The branch leader, Zhang Lu, and the others stare at him in complete disbelief. They never noticed it at all. Without giving them time to fully process the situation, Fang Yi calmly turns around and begins walking away. In an indifferent voice, he instructs the branch leader to immediately take him to the city's restricted mountain area because he believes a major spiritual mutation is approaching. As he walks, Fang Yi checks his phone with a serious expression. Although he originally planned to visit his aunt after resolving the cult crisis, he quietly decides to postpone the visit until this new threat is dealt with first. Soon afterward, an official Spirit Association SUV speeds along a rough dirt road through the mountains surrounding Xuanxi City. The lush forest stretches endlessly around them, while spiritual mist drifts silently between the trees. Inside the vehicle, the branch leader drives enthusiastically while attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere. With an awkward smile, he asks Fang Yi whether he would like to visit the famous pandas or eat authentic hot pot after they finish handling the situation. Sitting calmly in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, Fang Yi politely refuses. He reminds the branch leader that they are currently dealing with official business and should remain focused on the mission. Still, Fang Yi silently reflects on how unusually relaxed the people of Xuanxi City seem, despite the dangerous state of the world. At the same time, a strange thought suddenly crosses his mind. If the spiritual energy in these mountains continues growing denser, even the pandas here might eventually mutate into terrifying spiritual beasts. Suddenly, a sharp wave of energy flashes across Fang Yi's forehead as his senses activate. His eye glows a deep crimson as he stares out the SUV window toward a distant dark mountain peak. A confident smile spreads across his face the moment he confirms the anomaly's location. Without warning, Fang Yi throws open the door of the speeding SUV and jumps out. The branch leader is left completely stunned as Fang Yi orders him to immediately lock down the mountain highway. Fang Yi dives down the steep cliffside with his glowing red eyes fixed ahead, firmly warning the branch leader not to follow him. Left behind alone, the branch leader parks the vehicle and stands near the edge of the cliff, scratching his head in confusion. He cannot understand what Fang Yi sensed because he himself detected absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Fang Yi plunges rapidly through the shadowy forest below. As he descends, red light burns within his eye while blue electricity crackles around his hand. He can already sense an overwhelming power nearby. The resonance of the lightning aura grows stronger and stronger the closer he gets to the mountain peak. Using the trees as footholds, Fang Yi lands gracefully on a massive branch. The moment he steadies himself, intense blue lightning surges up his arm and wraps around his entire body. Violent arcs of electricity explode down the enormous tree trunk, illuminating the dark forest in a brilliant blue glow. Raising his head, Fang Yi stares toward a terrifying vortex of swirling purple and pink lightning hanging in the sky. At the same moment, the system confirms the presence of a massive thunder-attributed boundary. Narrowing his eyes, Fang Yi slowly raises his glowing hand toward the storm. Activating his divine thunder tempering technique, he unleashes a colossal blast of blue lightning upward. The powerful stream collides violently with the descending purple storm clouds, triggering a deafening explosion across the sky. Suddenly, Fang Yi's expression changes. The purple clouds begin rotating violently as the atmosphere becomes dangerously unstable. The system immediately issues a critical warning. A gigantic spear-like bolt of purple lightning descends from the heavens. It identifies the attack as the legendary divine punishment thunder, an unstoppable force of destruction. Reacting instantly, Fang Yi slams his hand onto the tree branch beneath him, channeling his blue lightning deep into the wood to stabilize himself. Crouching low with fierce determination, he shouts a command to draw the devastating heavenly thunder directly into his own body. The apocalyptic purple lightning crashes downward and collides head-on with the massive eruption of blue thunder rising from the forest where Fang Yi stands waiting. A blinding explosion consumes the entire mountain. The violent clash creates a towering pillar of light as Fang Yi stands firm against the overwhelming force. Inside the chaotic storm of energy, the system detects an enormous amount of thunder power and immediately begins processing it. To Fang Yi's surprise, the absorption succeeds. The system announces that he has gained a powerful new ability capable of summoning heavenly thunder to strike enemies, while also absorbing the lightning to shatter his own limits. Fang Yi quietly reflects on the idea of breaking limits. He knows that every skill normally has a strict ceiling. Breaking through requires rare conditions and tremendous spiritual power, and even then failure is common. However, a confident smile slowly appears on his face as he grabs a cluster of purple lightning with his bare hand. He realizes his new ability completely ignores those natural restrictions. Standing unharmed within the violent storm, Fang Yi understands that he can now continuously use heavenly thunder to strengthen himself. Since thunder is already one of nature's most destructive forces, the ability also gives him a terrifying weapon against his enemies. He cannot help feeling delighted at obtaining such an incredible trump card in an ordinary mountain range. Suddenly, a sharp system alert interrupts his thoughts. A powerful energy pulse erupts from the mountain peak. Since the thunder energy no longer rejects him, Fang Yi wraps himself in purple lightning and shoots through the sky toward the source. He lands inside a clearing where pink and purple lightning continuously strikes the ground. The system detects a descending entity known as a throne. As Fang Yi approaches the glowing center, the system explains that it is a thunder throne. A majestic throne formed entirely from purple energy slowly materializes before him. The system reveals that these ancient thrones contain immense spiritual power and descend into the world to search for suitable masters. Immediately intrigued, Fang Yi reaches out toward the glowing throne. The instant his fingers touch the structure, a violent spark explodes outward and forcefully pushes his hand away. A system warning informs him that the Thunder Throne already possesses a master and is rejecting him. Surprised, Fang Yi looks closer and finally notices a tiny gourd vine growing peacefully atop the throne. He is completely astonished that such an ancient entity selected an ordinary plant as its master. Smiling faintly, Fang Yi realizes that in this new era of spiritual energy, every living thing possesses the chance to rise. Even a simple flower or blade of grass can encounter heaven-defying opportunities and become extraordinary. At that moment, the red spirit flower suddenly pops out from Fang Yi's coat and asks who is calling for it. Fang Yi lifts the flower toward the floating gourd vine, guessing that the vine sensed the flower's aura and wanted to communicate. The glowing purple gourd immediately begins moving happily through the air as if greeting an old friend. The spirit flower translates the vine's message. The vine politely greets them and says it wishes to become friends because they are the first beings of its kind it has ever encountered. Fang Yi cannot help feeling both amused and confused at being considered part of a plant's kind. Soon, however, he realizes the vine probably likes him because he absorbed the same thunder energy that powers the throne. The spirit flower then explains that the vine cannot leave yet. It absorbed too much energy and now requires a deep sleep to fully digest the throne's power. Understanding this, Fang Yi immediately realizes the vine has received an incredible opportunity. Once it completely absorbs the throne's immense spiritual energy, it will likely undergo a tremendous evolution just like the spirit flower did before. With a friendly smile, Fang Yi extends his hand toward the glowing vine, offering a handshake to the new master of the Thunder Throne. Although he arrived too late to claim the throne himself, Fang Yi has no intention of stealing it. Building a friendship with such a powerful existence is far more valuable than fighting for ownership. Watching the vine playfully interact with the spirit flower, Fang Yi notices that despite wielding terrifying thunder powers, the little creature possesses a gentle and innocent personality. He feels relieved knowing it holds no hostility toward humanity. However, his expression soon turns serious. He realizes this Thunder Throne cannot possibly be the only one awakening in the world. The thought of countless thrones descending across the globe immediately makes obtaining one of them a top priority. At the same time, he understands the terrifying danger involved. If a throne can choose a harmless plant as its master, then it can also choose a monstrous creature. Fang Yi imagines a lightning-powered monster destroying entire cities and instantly realizes humanity's survival will become far more difficult if evil beings obtain such opportunities. Standing up, Fang Yi decides he must report the existence of these thrones to the Spirit Association and the military so they can monitor future appearances. He also begins wondering whether a single person can claim multiple thrones at once. Before he can think further, the spirit flower suddenly interrupts him with a new message from the vine. The vine tells him to travel west. Fang Yi looks down in surprise as the spirit flower explains that the Thunder Throne has sensed the descent of a wood throne somewhere in the western region. A confident smile immediately appears on Fang Yi's face as he prepares to search for the next throne. However, before he can leave, the green vine gently wraps itself around his ankle to stop him. Confused, Fang Yi looks downward. The spirit flower explains that the vine wants him to stay temporarily and practice his new thunder ability here. Since the mountain is overflowing with pure thunder energy, cultivating now would bring him enormous benefits. Touched by the offer, Fang Yi smiles warmly and agrees. Refusing such sincere kindness from a new friend would feel rude. He soon sits down to meditate while floating slightly above the ground wrapped in purple lightning. As he cultivates, Fang Yi silently appreciates the trust the vine has shown him by sharing such valuable spiritual energy. Fully activating his newly acquired Thunder Divine Limit skill, Fang Yi creates a massive storm of purple lightning around himself. Wanting to test the true extent of his power, he fires a gigantic blast of thunder energy into the dark sky. The lightning expands wildly across the heavens. Within the chaotic storm, Fang Yi's eyes begin glowing brilliantly as he simultaneously activates his golden sun-breathing technique. Triggered by the overwhelming energy, a gigantic pillar of golden thunder suddenly crashes down from the clouds and engulfs the entire forest in an explosion of light. Sweat pours down Fang Yi's face beneath the crushing pressure as he experiences the terrifying force of the thunder firsthand. He feels the lightning flooding into his bones before rapidly being refined by his golden aura. To his shock, the two powerful energies do not reject each other. Instead, the golden yang energy and void thunder merge together perfectly. His body burns with heat as his soul feels as though it is ascending to an entirely higher level of existence. Then, another sudden change occurs. Fang Yi looks upward in complete astonishment. High in the dawn sky, a gigantic blue image of a meditating god slowly appears above him. The system immediately announces that his golden sun breathing technique has successfully broken through its previous limits and undergone a complete evolution. Fang Yi stares at the glowing golden energy surrounding his hand as the system reveals the evolved skill's new name. Divine Sun Swallowing Heaven Technique. According to the system, Fang Yi now resembles a living sun capable of absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of the entire world at an astonishing rate. As he activates the technique, the dense spiritual energy surrounding the mountain rapidly condenses into golden droplets that begin falling across the forest like rain. Floating high in the air with his arms spread wide, Fang Yi enjoys the incredible sensation. Endless spiritual energy from the mountains and forests pours into his body like an unstoppable tide. Then, Fang Yi suddenly senses an intense internal transformation. Bathed beneath a gigantic, fiery golden image of himself, he realizes the overwhelming spiritual energy has pushed him directly into the beginning stage of the two-star Jinggong realm. The system immediately confirms the breakthrough. It explains that the fusion between his extreme Yang attribute and the newly obtained Void Thunder is cleansing and refining his spiritual veins, initiating his advancement into the two-star Jinggong realm. A confident smile spreads across Fang Yi's face as golden flames burn within his eyes. Even he cannot help being amazed by the terrifying speed of his own growth. Engulfed within a raging vortex of golden lightning, Fang Yi absorbs the overwhelming energy pouring into his body. Brilliant yellow light begins shining from his eyes as raw spiritual power surges through every part of him. Behind him, a towering golden silhouette of himself slowly manifests in the sky, confirming his successful breakthrough into the two-star Jinggang realm. Moments later, Fang Yi lands gracefully within a forest bathed in golden sunlight. The surrounding trees glow softly beneath the lingering lightning aura as he quietly marvels at the strength of his new realm. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yi reflects on the true nature of pioneer cultivation. Although pioneers constantly absorb spiritual energy from the natural world, not all of that power can be used immediately. He visualizes the complicated circulation process required to refine spiritual energy into usable strength, and understands that higher quality cultivation techniques are essential for improving conversion efficiency. Because of this difficult refinement process, humanity's strongest known pioneers have only managed to reach the three-star Jinggang realm, despite the world's rapidly increasing spiritual energy. Thinking about it carefully, Fang Yi realizes just how extraordinary his own advancement truly is. Breaking into the two-star realm at such speed would normally be considered impossible. His thoughts soon drift toward the mysterious dark throne he encountered earlier. With a serious expression, Fang Yi concludes that the era of accelerated spiritual recovery has arrived far earlier than humanity ever predicted. His contemplation is suddenly interrupted when he notices his sentient red spirit flower desperately trying to get his attention. The flower quickly translates a message from the gourd vine, which congratulates Fang Yi on his breakthrough. The vine explains that because of Fang Yi's advancement, the throne itself must now begin its own cultivation process as well. It politely asks him to leave soon because it fears other humans discovering its location. Fang Yi nods in understanding. He knows his breakthrough created a massive disturbance that likely attracted attention from powerful organizations across the nation. Although he plans to report the throne to the Spirit Association and the military, Fang Yi cannot help worrying about the harmless gourd vine becoming a target for greedy pioneers seeking power. After all, a throne possesses enough value to ignite fierce battles between nations and factions. However, Fang Yi's expression suddenly hardens. He questions the arrogant assumption that every powerful spiritual treasure must automatically belong to humanity. Glancing toward the glowing vine and then toward his spirit flower, Fang Yi quietly promises that he will never allow humans to plunder the Thunder Throne by force. Since the vine still cannot leave its location, the two prepare to part ways for now. Raising two fingers casually in farewell, Fang Yi bids goodbye to his new ally while respectfully calling it the Lord of Thunder. Far away, within the Star God combat zone, a heavily fortified military outpost stands built directly into a massive cliffside. Inside the command center, Elder Wu calmly mentions that headquarters recently detected two enormous spiritual energy fluctuations within Xuanxi City. Both signatures reached a level comparable to the three-star Jinggang realm. He then asks what information the sealer reported. Zhao Lan quickly summarizes Fang Yi's findings. She reveals that Fang Yi successfully advanced into the two-star Jinggang realm and also warned them about an S-class spiritual phenomenon known as a throne. According to his report, Fang Yi has formally requested military assistance in investigating the matter. Elder Wu listens silently without showing any visible reaction. Surprised by his calmness, Zhao Lan asks whether he is not shocked by the rapid escalation of events. Elder Wu replies evenly that the accelerated resurgence of spiritual energy was always expected. According to him, the appearance of high-level opportunities like thrones was one of the scenarios the nation had already predicted. Zhao Lan then mentions that Elder Wu himself has remained at the half-step Jinggang realm for a very long time, and asks whether he is finally approaching a breakthrough. Elder Wu calmly confirms it. As abnormal spiritual activities continue increasing worldwide, many pioneers are beginning to advance rapidly. Even he can finally sense signs of his own impending breakthrough. Zhao Lan looks visibly surprised by the revelation. Staring across the military base, Elder Wu solemnly reflects that this chaotic era will bring both enormous opportunities and unimaginable dangers. He reminds Zhao Lan that beyond being pioneers, they are soldiers first. Their duty is to confront these dangers directly and protect the nation, even at the cost of their own lives. Imagining the country's greatest pioneers standing together, including Fang Yi and Su Qingying. Elder Wu declares that their nation must seize this historic opportunity no matter what. Even an old veteran like him intends to ride this new wave of power. Clenching his fist tightly, Elder Wu announces their primary objective: the sealer must secure a throne. Furthermore, every loyal pioneer under their nation's banner must claim as many thrones as possible before hostile factions can obtain them. Radiating overwhelming authority, Elder Wu orders full cooperation with Fang Yi and the Spirit Association. He demands absolute unity moving forward. Any rogue pioneers or selfish factions refusing cooperation will be suppressed beneath the combined power of the military and the association. Meanwhile, at Spirit Association headquarters, Gu Yuru stands before a giant monitor displaying an image of the Purple Thunder Throne. Addressing the command center, she announces that based on Fang Yi's intelligence, headquarters has already begun a nationwide investigation into similar spiritual anomalies and unusual energy fluctuations. Her expression grows increasingly serious as she orders the mobilization of all city team captains. Deep inside, however, Gu Yuru cannot suppress her growing fear. The crisis is escalating far too quickly, and she silently wonders whether humanity can truly survive this turning point. At the Taishi Spirit Association branch, the local superior receives a shocking phone call. His face immediately changes in disbelief upon hearing that Fang Yi has already advanced into the 2-star Jinggang realm. Sweating nervously, he quickly assures the caller that the Taishi branch will fully stabilize its territory so Fang Yi can continue operating within Xuanxi without distractions. After lowering the phone, the superior turns towards Su Qingying and confirms Fang Yi's breakthrough. Su Qingying smiles proudly. She remarks that Fang Yi is now officially the nation's second strongest pioneer, surpassed only by Elder Wu himself. She also notes that Taishi City is benefiting greatly from Fang Yi's growing reputation. However, her expression soon becomes awkward as she rubs her forehead helplessly. She admits that she had become somewhat arrogant after reaching the half-step Jinggang realm herself. She never expected the worldwide spiritual energy surge triggered by Fang Yi to escalate this dramatically. The superior's face turns grim. If Taishi encounters another catastrophe even worse than the previous disaster, the city may not survive at all. With determination in his eyes, he vows that they must protect their city no matter what so they do not become a burden to Fang Yi. 10 hours later, an emergency meeting is held at the Xuanxi Spirit Association. All pioneer captains from the surrounding cities gather around a massive conference table while Gu Yuru stands at the front of the room, before a projection of the throne. She reports that after receiving Fang Yi's intelligence, headquarters discovered more than 20 similar spiritual anomalies worldwide. However, they still cannot confirm whether every anomaly is truly a throne. A detailed national map soon appears on the screen, revealing 7 confirmed locations with matching energy signatures inside their country. Song Yi Ming, the captain of Fengxi and a newly advanced first-level Jinggang realm pioneer, casually props his boots onto the conference table with a grin. He immediately points out the obvious issue. There are only 7 potential thrones, but far more captains present in the room. With obvious greed in his voice, Song Yiming questions how the association plans to distribute such limited resources. Nearby, Wang Lan, the captain of Haishi and a half-step Jinggang realm pioneer, calmly prepares tea as if ignoring the tension entirely. Without even looking up, Wang Lan tells Song Yiming to remove his feet from the conference table during the meeting. Song Yiming instantly becomes furious. Insulted by someone at a lower realm daring to lecture him, he glares at Wang Lan and challenges his right to speak. A powerful surge of wind energy bursts across the table as Song Yiming attempts to intimidate him while mocking his desire to claim a throne. Wang Lan remains perfectly calm. With a single spark of lightning energy, he stabilizes his teacup against the violent wind before calmly replying that everyone in the room desires a throne, making Song Yiming's intimidation meaningless. The other captains silently observe the growing conflict. Among them, Chen Rou, the captain of Ye Shi, sits quietly while coldly watching the confrontation unfold. Leaning closer with a malicious grin, Song Yiming continues provoking Wang Lan. He mocks his abilities and questions how someone with his attributes could ever hope to obtain a throne. He even insults Haishi City for appointing him as captain. Finally losing patience, Wang Lan raises his hand and forms a swirling vortex of water and spiritual energy, preparing to retaliate. Before violence can erupt, Gu Yuru slams both hands onto the conference table and furiously orders them to stop. She strictly forbids any fighting during the emergency meeting. At that exact moment, a terrifying aura suddenly crashes down upon the entire room. Gu Yuru, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming instantly freeze in shock beneath the oppressive pressure. Song Yiming is violently slammed back into his chair as enormous phantom-like hands formed from dark purple energy pin him down completely. Terrified, he gasps for breath beneath the crushing force. Sweat pours down his face as he desperately wonders whether Elder Wu himself has arrived. Then, accompanied by crackling golden energy, Fang Yi calmly steps through the doorway. The gathered captains immediately sense the horrifying power radiating from him. The pressure feels frighteningly close to the peak of the three-star Jinggang realm. Song Yiming trembles violently as he realizes the overwhelming aura does not belong to Elder Wu. Fang Yi walks into the room with a polite smile and calmly greets the assembled captains, apologizing for arriving late. Gu Yuru formally announces the arrival of the sealer. Meanwhile, Song Yiming remains frozen in fear as instinct screams at him to retreat. Only now does he finally understand that the seemingly ordinary young man before him is the legendary pioneer everyone has been discussing. Suddenly, Fang Yi's polite smile disappears. His eyes narrow coldly towards Song Yiming as he asks what exactly was happening before he entered the room. Terrified by Fang Yi's presence, Song Yiming hurriedly stammers that nothing happened and that they were merely having a discussion. Fang Yi silently stares at him with piercing red eyes. Pinned beneath the dark purple energy claw, Song Yiming cannot comprehend how his first-level Jinggang realm cultivation has been completely suppressed without resistance. After easing the pressure slightly, Fang Yi calmly takes a seat at the conference table. He greets Wang Lan and Chen Rou casually, mentioning that it has been a long time since they last met. Wang Lan respectfully welcomes Lord Sealer and explains they were discussing the newly discovered thrones. Leaning back in his chair, Fang Yi states that he came specifically to share important intelligence. As a member of the Spirit Association, he confirms that the Xuanxi Mountain anomaly is indeed a thunder-attributed throne possessing world-altering power. Then Fang Yi reveals a shocking detail. The master of the Thunder Throne is a sentient gourdvine. The room instantly erupts into outrage. Several pioneer captains angrily argue that allowing a mere plant to possess such divine power is a complete waste. According to them, a throne should belong to a capable human pioneer instead. Song Yiming immediately slams both hands onto the table in agreement. He loudly insists that they should forcibly seize the throne, claiming their nation would become a laughingstock if a plant controlled such power. Fang Yi's expression instantly turns ice cold. In a chilling voice, he declares that he will never allow such a thing to happen. The entire room falls silent. Fang Yi slowly addresses everyone present, making his position perfectly clear. If anyone attempts to steal the Thunder Throne, then he, the sealer himself, will personally take it back. The terrifying seriousness behind his words leaves every captain frozen in stunned silence. Then suddenly, a single bandaged arm rises into the air. Breaking the suffocating tension, Chen Rou calmly raises her hand and openly agrees with Fang Yi's decision, warning the gathered captains not to underestimate plants favored by spiritual energy. She reveals that even before the meeting began, the mountain territory surrounding the Thunder Throne had already transformed into a deadly purgatory filled with violent lightning storms. Wang Lan also raises his hand in support of Fang Yi. Seeing that the room is no longer on his side, Song Yiming reluctantly backs down. With clear frustration in his voice, he suggests they focus on searching for new, unclaimed thrones instead. Gu Yuru quietly sighs in relief. She realizes once again just how valuable Fang Yi's intimidating presence has become for maintaining order among these increasingly powerful pioneers. Internally, she reflects on how difficult it has become for the Spirit Association to control top-tier awakened individuals as the world rapidly changes. Turning toward the large map displayed at the front of the room, Gu Yuru begins assigning search regions based on detected spiritual fluctuations. She divides the captains into 4 operational zones and clarifies the association's official stance. They will not interfere with open competition for thrones. However, concealing the discovery of a throne from the association is strictly forbidden. Before the meeting can continue further, a panicked staff member suddenly bursts into the room. Breathing heavily, the man urgently reports that the Lord of Thunder has already evolved. The room instantly falls silent. The staff member explains that surveillance drones can no longer approach the mountain because the raging lightning storms destroy everything that gets too close. Worse still, the entity's spiritual power readings continue rising far beyond expectations. Then he reveals the shocking conclusion. The Lord of Thunder's current power has already reached the 3-star Jinggang realm. The announcement sends waves of fear through the gathered captains. A being with that level of power could easily dominate the nation. Unlike the tense room around him, Fang Yi remains perfectly calm. In his opinion, such explosive growth is not surprising at all considering the Thunder Throne contains ancient power beyond modern understanding. Glancing at the weather forecast predicting severe thunderstorms across the region, Fang Yi decides he should revisit the mountain and check on his plant companions personally. With the situation settled for now, Gu Yuro officially adjourns the meeting. The various captains leave the conference room with determined expressions as she wishes them luck in securing thrones of their own. As Fang Yi prepares to leave, Gu Yuru suddenly calls out to him. She relays a direct message from headquarters asking him to remain within Xuanxi City for the time being. Fang Yi pauses and looks back at her. Gu Yuru explains that headquarters fears rogue pioneers may attempt to attack the Thunder Throne. At the same time, the mysterious dark intelligence incident appears to have gone quiet recently. Hearing that, Fang Yi narrows his eyes. He immediately asks whether the association suspects the shadow monster survived. Adjusting her glasses, Gu Yuru confirms his suspicion. She explains that both the throne phenomena and the shadow monster are products of the world's rapid spiritual recovery. While the association can monitor the ancient energy emitted by thrones, they worry that remnants of the dark intelligence may still be hiding after Fang Yi severely weakened and trapped it within Xuanxi. Even in its damaged state, the creature could still become a catastrophic threat. Fang Yi silently glances down at his phone. His thumb briefly hovers over his aunt's contact information before he calmly locks the screen again, deciding to postpone his family visit for now. He admits that Gu Yuru's caution makes sense. In truth, he had already reached the same conclusion himself. Until the situation becomes clearer, he has no intention of leaving the city. Later that night, Fang Yi returns to the restricted mountain zone. He calmly walks through the violent purple lightning storms without the slightest fear. Bolts of thunder crash around him continuously, yet instead of hostility, Fang Yi feels as though the storm itself is welcoming him back. Smiling faintly, he decides to use the abundant thunder energy to improve his cultivation techniques even further. As Fang Yi approaches the glowing thunder throne, a calm voice suddenly speaks. The voice remarks that Fang Yi's cultivation speed has already surpassed its own. Surprised, Fang Yi looks up toward the sentient gourd vine now intertwined with the throne. The Lord of Thunder warmly thanks him for helping protect them. Almost immediately, he realizes the vine has already developed intelligence comparable to a human's. Considering its cultivation level, such evolution is only natural. The vine explains that the throne itself informed it about the meeting and revealed that Fang Yi defended them against the other pioneers. In gratitude, it offers Fang Yi access to its spiritual energy and admits it had been worried he would never return. The red spirit flower instantly pops out from Fang Yi's clothes, excitedly demanding a share of the spiritual energy as well. Holding golden flames in his hand, Fang Yi laughs softly and admits he planned to let the spirit flower cultivate alongside him from the beginning. Accepting the Lord of Thunder's offer, Fang Yi sits cross-legged on the ground and begins meditating while the spirit flower settles happily beside him. In response, the gourd vine releases enormous streams of purple lightning and spiritual energy toward them. Inside the raging energy vortex, the red spirit flower spins joyfully while greedily absorbing the immense power to fuel its own growth. Meanwhile, Fang Yi focuses completely on his cultivation. Engulfed in lightning and golden flames, he uses the environmental pressure to force his red fire blade technique toward another breakthrough. Golden light blazes inside his eyes as he commands a gigantic fiery blade to manifest above him. The massive sword descends from the sky, radiating terrifying heat while violently clashing against the thunderstorm overhead. Immediately, the system detects an enormous influx of thunder power. As the blade absorbs the violent lightning surrounding it, the system confirms that the red fire blade technique is now capable of evolving. Fang Yi concentrates deeply as he refines the chaotic energies into his technique. Towering pillars of golden fire and blue lightning erupt around him, while the skill charges beyond its former limits. Then suddenly, Fang Yi's eyes snap open. Crimson light explodes from his pupils as the system announces that the red fireblade technique has successfully evolved. Gripping the upgraded sword tightly, Fang Yi swings downward with devastating force. The evolved technique now perfectly fuses fire and thunder attributes together. The instant the slash erupts outward, a terrifying explosion of lightning and flames tears through the mountain, completely obliterating the ground in its path. The system immediately informs Fang Yi that heavenly thunder has tempered his blade technique, allowing it to shatter its original limitations and evolve into a fused thunderfire attribute weapon. As Fang Yi raises the glowing blade, the system confirms that the enhancement process is finally complete. The sheer power released by the breakthrough causes a spectacular eruption of fire and lightning to explode from the mountain peak. Far away from the restricted zone, Wan Lan and Chen Ruo witness the massive fiery storm rising into the night sky. Both of them instantly recognize Fang Yi's aura and cannot help wondering what exactly he is doing inside the Thunder Throne's territory. Nearby, an irritated Song Yiming immediately suspects Fang Yi secretly returned to steal the throne for himself after all. However, one of his subordinates nervously reminds him that Fang Yi genuinely considers the throne entity a friend. Back at the Spirit Association, emergency alarms begin blaring loudly throughout the monitoring department. Staff members hurriedly report that the restricted zone's energy concentration has already exceeded all observable limits. Their surveillance drones are being destroyed before they can even approach the mountain. Watching the distant glow with growing anxiety, the branch leader fears Fang Yi may actually be locked in a brutal battle against the throne itself. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Fang Yi stares at his newly evolved sword with satisfaction. The glowing weapon feels as though it has been completely reforged by the overwhelming power flowing through it. At the same time, the dense spiritual energy flooding the area also causes the red spirit flower to evolve further. Its intelligence increases noticeably while its unique spiritual abilities continue strengthening. Overflowing with excitement, the massive flower happily intertwines itself around the glowing throne, while dancing through the surrounding flames. The spirit flower enthusiastically tells Fang Yi how wonderful the new power feels. Smiling faintly, Fang Yi decides it is finally time for them to leave and begin searching for the next throne. Just then the sentient gourd vine floats down in front of him. The Lord of Thunder warmly congratulates Fang Yi on achieving such an incredible breakthrough before revealing something important. During its cultivation, it received a strange premonition. Another throne will descend very soon. More importantly, its aura possesses a deeply opposing yet complementary connection to Fang Yi's spirit flower. Hearing those words, Fang Yi immediately understands. If the throne both opposes and complements the flower, then it must possess a wood attribute. The glowing gourd vine confirms his conclusion and reveals that the new throne has already begun descending somewhere in the distance. A wave of green spiritual energy suddenly flows from the vine toward Fang Yi as it offers to share the location through their spiritual connection. Closing his eyes, Fang Yi calmly accepts the transmission. Moments later, a confident smirk appears across his face as he opens his eyes again. He has successfully obtained the exact coordinates. The scene soon shifts toward a sprawling neon-lit metropolis glowing beneath the night sky. Fang Yi immediately identifies the location as Yun City. Located roughly 2 hours away from Xuanxi City, Yun City is famous throughout the nation for its unimaginable wealth and extravagant lifestyle. However, beneath the city's glamorous exterior lies a brutal and lawless underworld. Yun City possesses the highest crime rate in the country, and its streets are controlled almost entirely by ruthless local gangs and underground forces. Arriving in the downtown district, Fang Yi calmly walks through the crowded streets illuminated by flickering neon signs. As he observes the rough-looking armed pioneers loitering around bars and alleyways, Fang Yi recalls information provided by the Spirit Association. Attempts to establish an official branch within Yun City have repeatedly failed because the local gangs maintain overwhelming control over the territory. Most awakened individuals in the city refuse to cooperate with government authorities altogether. As a result, Yun City remains one of the few lawless regions in the nation without an official Spirit Association branch or appointed captain. Suddenly, Fang Yi senses a sharp disturbance in the atmosphere. At the same moment, the red spirit flower emerges from his coat and urgently tugs at his sleeve. Fang Yi immediately confirms the flower's reaction. Both of them can clearly sense a powerful new energy emerging somewhere to the west. Far beyond the crowded city streets, at the base of a massive dark mountain, stands a luxurious private estate overflowing with extravagant lights. Inside the enormous mansion grounds, a lavish nighttime pool party hosted by Yun City's elite is already underway. A bodyguard wearing dark sunglasses quietly approaches the host of the extravagant pool party and whispers urgent news into his ear. Hearing that unfamiliar pioneers have appeared near the mountain, the host raises an intrigued eyebrow. The man is Zhang Gensheng, the infamous underground kingpin who controls Yun City. Throwing open his expensive jacket arrogantly, Zhang Gensheng laughs loudly and boasts that no one dares cause trouble within his territory. However, his laughter suddenly stops. A blinding eruption of green light explodes from the mountain directly behind the estate. The descending wood throne crashes into the mountain peak like a meteor, forming a colossal sphere of pure green energy. The impact unleashes a devastating shockwave that tears across the surrounding area. Even the distant mansion is hit by the force. Glass windows shatter instantly as debris flies across the estate. Party guests scream in panic while Zhang Gensheng stares toward the mountain in complete shock. Recovering from the sudden chaos, Jiang Gensheng's expression twists with fury. Accompanied by his bodyguard, he aggressively marches toward the mountain while shouting that he wants to see who has the courage to run wild on his property. 2 minutes later, Jiang Gensheng and his subordinate arrive deep within the forested mountain area now overflowing with dense green spiritual energy. Before they can advance any farther, they are stopped by Fang Yi. Standing calmly within the eerie green light, Fang Yi quietly notes that the source of the disturbance lies just ahead. Infuriated by the interruption, the bodyguard instantly lunges through the air toward Fang Yi. With murderous force behind his fist, he demands to know who dares trespass on young Master Jiang's private territory. As the heavy punch races toward his face, Fang Yi merely scoffs at the arrogant claim. Without even removing his other hand from his pocket, he casually catches the bodyguard's fist in midair. The attacker's momentum comes to a complete stop. The bodyguard's eyes widen in disbelief. Fang Yi slowly raises his glowing red eyes and coldly informs them that the mountain is national land belonging to all the citizens of Yun City. Then he calmly declares that from this moment onward, the territory falls under the jurisdiction of the Yun City Spirit Association. With a burst of fiery energy erupting from his palm, Fang Yi effortlessly blasts the bodyguard backward while mocking their ridiculous claim of ownership. Meanwhile, deeper within the forest, Zhang Gensheng has already reached the newly descended wood throne. Dark green vines violently wrap around his body as the sentient throne rejects him. However, Zhang Gensheng refuses to accept reality. Struggling furiously against the vines, The arrogant kingpin screams that the throne belongs to him simply because it landed inside his territory. Forcing his way through the vegetation with brute spiritual power, he continues shouting that the seat of power must submit to him. He even threatens to destroy the ancient relic if it continues rejecting him. Watching the pathetic scene unfold from nearby, Fang Yi lets out an amused laugh. Startled by the sound, Zhang Gensheng spins around furiously and demands to know who is hiding nearby. Fang Yi casually walks forward past the enraged boss, while calmly explaining that high-level treasures possess awareness and choose their own masters. Then he bluntly tells Zhang Gensheng the truth. He lacks the qualifications to command a wood throne. Deeply insulted, Zhang Gensheng stares at Fang Yi in disbelief as the young pioneer calmly approaches the swirling green energy surrounding the throne. Unable to tolerate the humiliation any longer, Zhang Gensheng suddenly lunges toward Fang Yi's exposed back. Then everything stops. Jiang Gensheng freezes in place. His eyes widen with absolute terror. Without even turning around, Fang Yi silently summons his massive sentient red spirit flower to block the attack. Towering before him like an ancient monster, the enormous spirit plant radiates overwhelming pressure. Jiang Gensheng trembles uncontrollably. Fang Yi casually remarks that the notorious kingpin of Yun City is somehow even weaker than his own bodyguard. With a mocking smile, Fang Yi dismisses him as a complete disappointment. Leaving the terrified gang leader behind, Fang Yi walks alone toward the colossal wood throne. The throne's swirling green energy intensifies around him as the system suddenly announces that the ancient relic is beginning its master selection process. Moments later, the system confirms the result. The wood throne has chosen Fang Yi's sentient red spirit flower as its new master. Immediately, a massive eruption of green energy explodes from the mountain peak. A gigantic pillar of bright green light pierces the night sky, becoming visible even from distant Xuanxi City. At Spirit Association headquarters, Gu Yuru and Wang Lan instantly notice the terrifying energy fluctuation. Gu Yuru immediately realizes that the wood throne has successfully found a master. Her expression turns anxious. If a rogue pioneer from lawless Yun City obtained the throne, the entire situation could spiral out of control. Without hesitation, she immediately calls Fang Yi. Fang Yi calmly answers the call while gazing at the enormous spirit flower standing beside the throne. He casually notes that the pioneers back in Xuanxi City must have already seen the massive energy eruption. Gu Yuru hurriedly asks whether Fang Yi himself claimed the throne. Standing before the gigantic flower, Fang Yi calmly explains that the throne's master is not human. He further explains that because he possesses the rare desolate attribute, he has always treated the flower as a companion and pet. The revelation leaves Gu Yuru completely speechless. Before she can even recover from the shock, Fang Yi casually adds that he already defeated Yun City's infamous gang boss Zhang Gensheng, who currently lies unconscious at his feet. He advises the Spirit Association to immediately move into Yun City and clean up the remaining gangs while they still have the opportunity. After ending the call, Fang Yi smiles warmly toward the spirit flower and congratulates it on obtaining the throne. However, he also understands that the flower must remain on the mountain to absorb and refine the throne's enormous power. For now, they must separate. Watching the flower settle atop the glowing wood throne, Fang Yi suddenly feels like a parent dropping a child off at school for the first time. The sentient flower sadly asks when it can return to his side. Fang Yi smiles softly and tells it to focus on training hard and enjoying its new power. He estimates they will reunite once the flower successfully reaches the Jinggang realm. The next day, Fang Yi's cousin Lin Yi arrives in Xuanxi City following a transfer arranged by the Taishi Spirit Association. Walking through the city's neon-lit streets, she reflects on how the entire pioneer community is already discussing Fang Yi's spirit flower obtaining the wood throne. She is equally shocked that Fang Yi openly revealed his rare desolate attribute to the public without hesitation. Her thoughts drift back to a recent meeting where the Spirit Association formally offered her the position of Yun City's new captain. Although the organization promised full support, the sudden responsibility still leaves her uncertain. Rubbing her temples with a tired sigh, Lin Yi decides she should first observe the situation personally before deciding whether she is truly ready for such an important role. Pushing work aside temporarily, she instead plans to visit her mother, believing she is living peacefully in Xuanxi City. Suddenly, the entire street violently trembles beneath her feet. Pedestrians scream and begin running in panic as people mistake the disturbance for an earthquake. However, the moment Lin Yi senses the chaotic surge of spiritual energy spreading through the city, her expression changes immediately. This is not a natural disaster. It is a spiritual anomaly. At the same time, red emergency alarms begin blaring throughout the Xuanxi Spirit Association headquarters. Gu Yuru and the monitoring team stare at their screens in confusion, unable to understand how such a massive anomaly formed without triggering any early warnings. A terrified staff member suddenly reports that an enormous spiritual energy spike has erupted from the restricted mountain zone. The sudden energy surge caused the surrounding mountain beasts to mutate violently. Moments later, A horrifying horde of mutated creatures bursts out from the forest and charges directly toward the urban district. Gigantic armored flying beasts soar above the streets while massive spike-covered predators tear through buildings below. The city instantly falls into chaos. Terrified civilians scream as monsters rampage through the streets, destroying everything in their path. Caught in the middle of the disaster, Lin Yi narrowly dodges an attack from a gigantic multi-eyed beast. While desperately avoiding the monsters, she repeatedly tries calling her mother, but every attempt fails because the communication lines are down. Realizing her mother may be in serious danger, Lin Yi's anxiety rises sharply. At that exact moment, a shadowy beast suddenly appears behind her. The creature lunges forward with glowing eyes and enormous jaws wide open. Lin Yi turns around in horror, realizing she cannot avoid the attack in time. Then suddenly, a blinding flash of purple energy crashes down from the sky. The beast is sliced cleanly in half. The familiar spiritual aura instantly makes Lin Yi recognize who arrived. Fang Yi calmly steps forward through the dust and observes that Xuanxi City has suffered a full mutation outbreak. Relieved beyond words, Lin Yi immediately runs toward him and desperately begs him to help find her mother before it is too late. Elsewhere within the ruined urban district, inside a damaged supermarket filled with broken shelves and flickering lights, a trembling child's voice calls out desperately for his father. Nearby, a man lies motionless beneath collapsed Purdue while the young boy cries helplessly for his mother. Terrified and alone, the child trembles uncontrollably as tears stream down his face. Unable to endure the fear any longer, he collapses onto his knees and begins crying loudly inside the empty store. Suddenly, a woman rushes over and quickly covers his mouth. It is Fang Yi's aunt, Lin Yi's mother. Holding the frightened child close, she whispers gently that loud crying will attract the roaming beasts outside. The little boy stares at her with tearful eyes while trembling in fear and missing his parents. Trying to comfort him, Fang Yi's aunt warmly smiles before pulling out a bright yellow package of snacks. The child's eyes immediately light up. Kneeling beside him, she promises that if he stays brave and quiet while waiting for rescuers, he can have the snack as a reward. Distracted by the treat, the boy slowly calms down. However, neither of them notices the terrifying shadow wolf silently entering the aisle behind them. The beast's glowing red eyes lock onto its prey as it growls deeply and reveals rows of sharp teeth. The moment the monster charges forward, Fang Yi's aunt senses danger. Without hesitation, she grabs the child into her arms and sprints desperately down the aisle. But during the frantic escape, her foot suddenly catches on a discarded bottle hidden beneath the debris. She crashes heavily onto the floor. Instinctively, she curls her body around the boy to shield him from the incoming attack. The shadow wolf leaps forward with claws extended, ready to kill them both. Bracing herself for death, Fang Yi's aunt closes her eyes. The charging beast is instantly cut cleanly in half. Fang Yi arrives at the last possible moment, standing protectively before his aunt with his blazing sword in hand. Glancing back over his shoulder, Fang Yi calmly asks whether everyone is unharmed. As he speaks, his gaze suddenly freezes. He notices something strangely familiar in the terrified little boy trembling within his aunt's arms. More specifically, he notices the bright yellow snack packet clutched tightly in the child's hands. The sight instantly triggers a wave of nostalgia deep inside him. For a brief moment, Fang Yi remembers standing before a gravestone as a crying child. Back then, his aunt stood quietly beside him while gently stroking his head. To comfort him during his grief, she handed him that exact same snack. The memory fades as Fang Yi returns to the present. His aunt slowly looks up at him in disbelief, before her eyes widen with overwhelming relief upon recognizing her nephew. Softening his expression, Fang Yi asks her about the child she just risked her life to protect. Despite nearly dying moments earlier, his aunt smiles warmly and explains that the boy became separated from his parents during the supermarket chaos. She simply could not abandon him to the monsters. Before the emotional moment can continue, another familiar voice suddenly calls out desperately for her mother. Everyone turns toward the entrance as Lin Yi rushes into the ruined supermarket. Tears immediately stream down her face as she throws herself into her mother's arms, admitting she had been terrified something happened to her. Smiling gently, her mother strokes Lin Yi's hair and reassures her that everything is all right now. Standing nearby, Fang Yi silently watches the touching reunion with a faint smile. Then suddenly, he feels a small tug on his sleeve. Looking down in surprise, he sees the little boy staring up at him with shining, hopeful eyes. The child calls Fang Yi a superhero. Then, with trembling courage, the boy holds out the yellow snack packet and offers it as a reward while asking whether the hero can help him return home safely. Deeply touched, Fang Yi kneels down beside him with an unusually gentle smile. Accepting the snack, Fang Yi tells the boy to make a wish on it. He promises the child that the wish will help him reunite with his family. However, before the warm moment can continue, a sharp alert suddenly triggers inside Fang Yi's mind. His expression instantly changes. The warmth in his eyes disappears, replaced by a deadly glare. He has sensed an enormous spiritual presence rapidly approaching. Immediately shouting for everyone to get back, Fang Yi grabs the little boy and leaps away just as a gigantic claw crashes through the building. The entire supermarket explodes apart. Heavy debris rains downward as the ceiling collapses completely, exposing the ruined structure to the dark night sky above. Standing amid the dust and destruction, Fang Yi slowly raises his glowing red eyes toward the incoming threat. As the smoke clears, an enormous monster emerges from the shadows. The creature towers above the ruins with bulging muscles, a wild mane, glowing crimson eyes, and massive prayer beads hanging around its neck. Fang Yi's expression darkens immediately. This is no ordinary monster. It is the Beast King leading the mutated horde. Without hesitation, Fang Yi unleashes a massive wave of golden spiritual energy, creating a powerful barrier around his aunt, Lim Yi Yi, and the little boy. Because his spiritual energy is by far the strongest in the area, Fang Yi understands that the anomaly's attention is naturally focused on him. By acting as bait, he can reduce the danger facing the others. He quickly orders Lin Yi to take the civilians and escape because he cannot fight at full strength while protecting them simultaneously. Lin Yi immediately agrees. At that moment, the gigantic Beast King lets out a deafening roar that shakes the ruined streets. Observing the creature carefully, Fang Yi notices something unusual. The monster possesses both thunder and wood attributes. His eyes narrow instantly. The coincidence is far too suspicious considering those are the exact attributes connected to the two recently descended thrones. The Beast King suddenly attacks by smashing both massive fists into the ground. As he prepares his glowing golden sword, he senses another disturbing detail. The creature's aura carries traces of dark attribute contamination. Fang Yi immediately swings his flaming blade. The fiery slash tears across the monster's face, leaving behind a glowing wound near its crimson eye. Yet the Beast King barely reacts. Gathering momentum, the massive creature lunges forward once more with its jaws wide open. Remaining calm, Fang Yi jumps backward into the air before delivering another powerful slash mid-air. The attack forces the gigantic monster to stagger backward, finally creating some distance between them. Meanwhile, Lin Yi leads the retreat while projecting a green protective barrier around the fleeing civilians. Her mother follows closely behind while carrying the terrified little boy. However, their escape is suddenly cut off. A second massive Beast King emerges from the darkness ahead. The enormous creature radiates a terrifying aura while its glowing blue eyes stare directly at them. Lin Yi freezes in horror. There are not one but two Beast Kings. Immediately, she expands her green energy shield to protect her mother and the child. Knowing she cannot allow the creature to approach them, Lin Yi reassures her mother before charging away from the civilians to draw the monster's attention toward herself instead. In response, the Beast King opens its massive jaws. A dense sphere of green wood-attributed energy rapidly forms within its mouth. Moments later, the creature unleashes a devastating energy beam directly at her. Lin Yi meets the attack head-on. Her green spiritual aura violently collides against the Beast King's overwhelming breath attack. The crushing force pushes her to her limits. Sweat pours down her face as she desperately struggles to hold the barrier together while protecting her mother and the child behind her. Inside her mind, Lin Yi quickly analyzes the hopeless situation. Since both she and the monster possess wood attributes, she holds absolutely no elemental advantage. If her shield shatters, everyone behind her will die instantly. Realizing this, Lim Yi makes a desperate decision. She decides to sacrifice herself. Believing the Beast King would gain little from ordinary humans but might be satisfied consuming a spiritually rich pioneer like herself, she hopes to exchange her life for theirs. Elsewhere, inside the chaotic control room of the Xuanxi Spirit Association, staff members monitor the rapidly escalating disaster across glowing holographic displays. Their faces pale as they confirm the horrifying truth. An S-class disaster has officially been born. The tactical map reveals two massive anomaly king signals inside the city. On nearby monitors, pioneers can be seen risking their lives throughout the burning streets, while desperately evacuating civilians. High above the city, cloaked pioneers battle endless waves of mutated monsters in the air. One frantic field pioneer contacts headquarters and reports that hordes of mutated beasts continue pouring endlessly out of the restricted mountain zone. If reinforcements do not arrive soon, Xuanxi City could be completely annihilated. As panic spreads through the control room, the field pioneer suddenly remembers a warning once given by Fang Yi. Turning toward the distant mountains, he sees a colossal pillar of purple lightning piercing through the storm clouds. He immediately realizes the massive spiritual surge originates from the exact territory where the Thunder Throne descended. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Fang Yi completely overpowers another mutated beast and slams it to the ground by its massive snout. Coldly interrogating the creature, Fang Yi asks whether it escaped from the restricted mountain and recognizes the sentient gourdvine. Before he can get an answer, a gigantic vortex of crackling purple lightning suddenly forms in the sky above the city. Fang Yi slowly looks upward. At first, he suspects that his plant companion accidentally triggered the entire beast stampede after completing its evolution. The possibility immediately troubles him. If merely claiming a throne can indirectly cause disasters on this scale, then every pioneer pursuing a throne may unknowingly place countless lives at risk. This completely contradicts the information provided by his system, which described thrones as beneficial entities. For the first time, Fang Yi begins wondering whether some hidden danger still exists behind the throne phenomenon. Meanwhile, the second Beast King raises its gigantic claw and prepares to crush Lin Yi completely. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yi desperately reinforces her weakening barrier and blocks the devastating strike. Even now, she refuses to surrender. Glancing backward, she sees her mother shielding the frightened little boy behind the cracked green barrier. The sight strengthens her resolve instantly. As the furious monster roars again, Lin Yi stands firm while her green aura flares violently around her body. Channeling every last bit of power she possesses, she declares that the creature will have to step over her corpse before reaching her family. Prepared for death, she commits herself fully to the battle. Then suddenly, the dark sky explodes apart. A colossal pillar of purple lightning crashes down from the heavens and interrupts the desperate confrontation. Descending slowly from within the blinding thunder is the glowing form of the sentient gourd vine. Nearby Spirit Association members stare upward in complete shock as they recognize the overwhelming spiritual pressure. The Lord of the Thunder Throne has arrived. The gigantic radiant vine manifests above the city like a divine being, dwarfing entire buildings beneath its majestic presence. Fang Yi silently watches the sky. Then something unexpected happens. Instead of attacking, both Beast Kings suddenly stop moving. Their ferocious expressions vanish. The enormous monsters begin trembling in fear before slowly retreating like terrified animals before a superior predator. Watching the scene unfold, Fang Yi immediately understands the truth. The monsters were never acting under the throne's command. They merely absorbed residual spiritual energy leaking from the Thunder Throne during their mutations and are now instinctively terrified of the throne's true master. Realizing this, Fang Yi finally confirms that neither the throne nor the sentient gourd vine intentionally caused the beast disaster. Above the city, gigantic glowing purple gourds hang from the vine's enormous branches while pulsing with overwhelming spiritual energy. Suddenly, one of the gourds opens. A stream of swirling green energy bursts outward and wraps around the corrupted Beast Kings. The mystical energy rapidly purifies the monster's dark contamination. Moments later, the terrifying Beast Kings shrink and transform into harmless, fluffy creatures. A glowing purple gourd slowly lowers itself toward Fang Yi. Through their psychic connection, the sentient vine apologizes sincerely for accidentally causing the disaster. It explains that it had only recently completed its breakthrough and simply wanted to leave the mountain. The transformed fluffy creatures dangle helplessly nearby as the vine timidly asks Fang Yi whether it can spare them and raise them as pets instead of killing them. Inside the Spirit Association control room, the monitoring staff stare at the satellite feeds in utter disbelief. Not only did the Lord of Thunder apologize to Fang Yi, but it also effortlessly purified S-class anomalies like they were harmless toys. Sweat drips down one staff member's face as he marvels at the terrifying power possessed by the throne. Another younger employee quietly admits he wishes he could also be chosen by a throne someday. Slowly, the officials arrive at a staggering realization. An entity as overwhelmingly powerful as the Lord of Thunder is still treating Fang Yi with respect and submission. Because of this, the Spirit Association concludes that Fang Yi's true power level must be reevaluated immediately. Later, inside the Xuanxi Spirit Association building, the group quietly discusses the rapidly changing state of the world. The branch leader solemnly tells Fang Yi, Lin Yi, and Fang Yi's aunt that peaceful days are likely over forever. However, he promises that the combat zones and Spirit Association will continue doing everything possible to protect humanity. Fang Yi's aunt looks deeply troubled as she asks whether mankind is truly heading toward extinction. The branch leader gently reassures her that the situation has not yet become so hopeless. He points toward Fang Yi's incredible accomplishments as the sealer, reminding her that even terrifying S-class anomaly kings fear him. He also praises Lin Yi for becoming one of the association's core pioneers, and reveals that Yun City wishes to recruit her as its new captain. Despite the praise, Fang Yi's aunt only looks more worried. Sitting beside her daughter, she quietly explains that such achievements bring her little comfort in dangerous times like these. Her only concern is whether Fang Yi and Lin Yi are exhausted, injured, or forced to risk their lives constantly. The thought of the two children sacrificing themselves terrifies her far more than the monsters. Hearing her fears, the branch leader gently tells her not to overthink things, though even he cannot completely hide the uncertainty in his own eyes. Fang Yi calmly changes the subject and asks about Zhang Liu and the others, noting that they were strangely absent during the recent beast mutation disaster. The branch leader immediately looks exhausted. With a helpless sigh, he explains that he originally sent Zhang Liu's group to the hospital after their injuries. However, they secretly left overnight without permission. According to the doctors, Jiang Lu became increasingly restless during his stay. Ever since witnessing the terrifying gap between himself and Fang Yi, he had become obsessed with training harder because he could no longer tolerate feeling weak and helpless. Before the conversation can continue further, the office doors suddenly burst open. A panicked man and woman rush inside while desperately shouting for Xiao Hao. The little boy's eyes instantly light up with joy. He immediately recognizes them as his parents. His mother tearfully rushes forward and tightly embraces him while repeatedly thanking Fang Yi's aunt and the others for saving her son's life. Meanwhile, the boy's father bows deeply toward Fang Yi and his aunt. Although they are ordinary civilians with no special power, he solemnly promises that if his family's saviors ever need help in the future, they will do everything they can to repay the kindness. Fang Yi's aunt humbly smiles and tells them there is no need for repayment because protecting the child was simply the right thing to do. Soon afterward, the reunited family leaves the building happily together, with Xiao Hao riding proudly on his father's shoulders. Watching the peaceful scene quietly, Fang Yi suddenly suggests that his aunt move back to Taishi City together with him and Lin Yiyi. Not long later, a plane cuts across the sky carrying Fang Yi, Lin Yiyi, and Fang Yi's aunt back toward Taishi City. Upon arriving, they are greeted by a surprisingly large crowd gathered outside a luxurious modern villa. A massive red banner welcomes the sealer back home. Among the crowd stands Su Qingying, who warmly greets Fang Yi and his family upon their arrival. Inside the enormous villa, Fang Yi's aunt stares around the elegant living room in complete amazement. The luxurious home is far beyond anything she expected. Smiling mischievously, Lin Yiyi gently covers her mother's eyes and announces they prepared a surprise for her. Fang Yi then asks his aunt to guess what they bought. Moments later, he reveals an official property deed. To her complete shock, Fang Yi calmly explains that they purchased the villa specifically for her. He wants her to live safely near his own residence so the family can stay together more easily. Seeing his aunt overwhelmed by emotion, Fang Yi casually adds another revelation. They also purchased a replacement home in Shuanxi City to ensure her comfort in case Lin Yiyi officially accepts her transfer to Yun City. Deeply moved, Fang Yi's aunt looks at the two youths proudly and admits she never imagined they would grow into such capable people. However, as she looks more carefully at her daughter, she notices the troubled expression hidden behind Lin Yiyi's smile. Immediately, she points out that Yiyi is carrying a heavy burden in her heart. Fang Yi quietly nods and explains that his cousin is still struggling with the decision regarding the Spirit Association's promotion offer. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yiyi finally admits the truth. She suspects Yun City officials are not promoting her because of her own ability alone. In her opinion, they mainly want to use her relationship with Fang Yi to secure political influence and protection. More importantly, she understands how deeply corrupted Yun City truly is. Trying to reform such a chaotic place would be an enormous responsibility, and she cannot rely on Fang Yi's support forever. Hearing her worries, her mother gently encourages her to move forward bravely. She reminds Lin Yiyi that she has always been impulsive and fearless since childhood. Then, with a teasing smile, she suddenly brings up the time Lin Yiyi lied about attending cram school just so she could secretly visit Fang Yi. Lin Yiyi freezes in embarrassment. Only now does she realize her mother saw through the lie the entire time. The playful family moment finally eases the tension in her heart. Encouraged by her mother's support, Lin Yiyi slowly smiles and finds her determination again. She finally agrees that it is time for her to mature and accept the difficult challenge waiting in Yun City. However, before the heartfelt family conversation can continue, Fang Yi's phone suddenly rings. Answering the call, Fang Yi hears Zhao Len asking whether he is available for an urgent mission. He immediately asks if the combat zone discovered new information. Zhao Lan explains that Elder Wu recently uncovered a mysterious new territory and personally requested Fang Yi's assistance for an expedition. Elsewhere, inside a dark alley hidden within an underground black market, several desperate people hide nervously in the shadows. Among them, a purple-haired woman asks a smoking man whether it is truly impossible for them to return to Yun City. The man snaps back bitterly and confirms their exile. After Zhang Gensheng's defeat, the Zhang family gang completely lost its territory, influence, and authority. Suddenly, eerie laughter echoes throughout the alley. The frightened group immediately turns toward the sound. A mysterious cloaked figure slowly emerges from the darkness. The masked stranger smirks beneath the hood and calmly tells the remaining Zhang family members not to panic. According to him, their interests perfectly align. Then he proposes a sinister deal. Meanwhile, at the Star God combat zone, Fang Yi arrives before the enormous metallic gates of the military facility. Just as he steps forward, his sharp instincts suddenly trigger a warning. Immediately turning around, Fang Yi senses an ambush. At that exact moment, Elder Wu charges directly toward him and throws a powerful punch. The attack generates a violent shockwave powerful enough to shake the surrounding ground. Yet Fang Yi remains perfectly calm, Without effort, he blocks Elder Wu's heavy strike using only one hand. The resulting collision creates an enormous explosion of force between them. Unfazed, Fang Yi simply asks Elder Wu for an explanation. Elder Wu bursts into loud laughter before apologizing. He explains that several veteran comrades refused to believe the rumors surrounding Fang Yi's monstrous strength. Turning toward a nearby group of heavily armored veterans, Elder Wu proudly declares that the demonstration should finally convince them. One of the old soldiers laughs loudly and points out that Elder Wu was actually forced to take a step backward after Fang Yi blocked the punch. Another veteran jokes that the younger generation has already surpassed them and suggests Elder Wu can finally retire peacefully. Observing the cheerful veterans carefully, Fang Yi quickly realizes something astonishing. Every single one of them possesses cultivation at the 2-star Jinggang realm. Elder Wu then changes the subject and asks Fang Yi whether he remembers the extreme dark zones they discussed previously. He explains that beyond the ordinary world, far more dangerous territories have existed for a very long time. These mysterious domains are deeply connected to the global resurgence of spiritual energy. Then Elder Wu reveals a shocking military secret. The nation's strongest fighters were absent during many recent disasters because they were secretly deployed into these classified domains. These places represent humanity's true hidden battlefield. Long before ordinary civilians learned about spiritual energy, the military had already been fighting a silent war inside those terrifying territories. Hearing this, Fang Yi recalls information previously shared by Zhao Lan. According to the intelligence reports, these domains behave like unstable dimensional rifts filled with chaotic energy and dense dark attributes capable of spawning horrifying monsters endlessly. Elder Wu confirms Fang Yi's understanding. Recently, the classified domains have become increasingly unstable, with new rifts constantly opening across space. However, alongside the danger comes tremendous opportunity. Elder Wu explains that entering these domains is currently humanity's only known method for discovering higher cultivation pathways capable of reaching the ghost axe and creation stages. Listening carefully, Fang Yi finally understands the government's foresight. This explains why dangerous polluted zones were restricted long before spiritual energy fully awakened across the world. Looking toward the veterans surrounding him, Fang Yi feels genuine admiration. These soldiers spent years secretly entering hellish domains and risking their lives to protect humanity without receiving recognition from the outside world. The burden they carried is unimaginable. More importantly, Fang Yi realizes that the Star God Combat Zone's true military strength is far greater than most people could ever imagine. Elder Wu's expression soon turns serious as he finally explains the purpose of the mission. Their destination will be the most dangerous domain currently known. A horrifying monster-infested cavern called the Tomb Cluster. As Fang Yi stands beside Elder Wu and the assembled veterans, another figure suddenly emerges from the shadows inside the base. Elder Wu introduces the newcomer as Zhang Tian, one of the combat zone's elders. However, Zhang Tian merely scoffs coldly before turning around and walking away without greeting anyone. Elder Wu awkwardly whispers that old Zhang possesses an extremely difficult personality despite being one of the strongest fighters present. Even so, Zhang Tian remains incredibly loyal, which is exactly why they invited him to join the mission for additional security. Fang Yi calmly replies that he respects veterans willing to sacrifice themselves for the nation. As far as he is concerned, a strange personality is insignificant compared to genuine loyalty. Hoping to improve the atmosphere, Elder Wu loudly introduces Fang Yi again. He formally announces Fang Yi as the Taishi Spirit Association captain and the legendary sealer. He also mentions that Fang Yi recently resolved an S-class disaster entirely on his own. Hearing this, Zhang Tian finally stops walking. For the first time, he turns back with genuine interest after hearing about an S-class threat. With the team finally assembled, Elder Wu announces it is time to open the portal. Together, the group approaches a gigantic blue vortex suspended high in the sky. This mysterious gateway is known as the Door of the Void. Fang Yi quietly observes the portal and notes how deceptively simple it appears despite containing unimaginable power. As Elder Wu leads the expedition forward, Fang Yi notices layers of spiritual seals covering the gateway. Immediately, he realizes someone repaired and stabilized this dangerous rift long ago. The moment Fang Yi touches the swirling blue energy, he senses terrifying instability hidden beneath the surface and silently reminds himself to remain cautious. At the same time, he feels an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy flowing from the vortex. Soon afterward, the entire team is pulled upward into the massive blue tunnel. As they drift through the strange dimensional passage, Fang Yi initially assumes the distorted visuals around them are merely side effects caused by chaotic energy. Then his senses suddenly detect something far deeper. Within the void, Fang Yi glimpses ghostly whale-like entities swimming through broken fragments of space itself. The bizarre creatures radiate completely alien energy unlike anything from their world. Nearby, Elder Wu quickly warns everyone not to stare directly at the entities or approach the floating green vines drifting through the void. Even the raw residual power surrounding those phenomena could instantly destroy both body and soul. Feeling the violent mixture of elemental and void energy surrounding them, Fang Yi immediately understands the terrifying scale of the threat. His Death Seal ability is useless here because these dangers are not living creatures but manifestations of pure cosmic power. As he gazes at the shattered reflections of countless worlds drifting through the dimensional void, Fang Yi finally comprehends how catastrophic this rift truly is. If humanity ever loses control of it, the result would be a world-ending disaster. Eventually, the dimensional tunnel opens into a vast dark cavern. Elder Wu's expression becomes extremely serious as he announces their arrival. Floating ahead of them is a gigantic black tear suspended within the blue void energy. Elder Wu immediately orders the team to prepare for battle. Activating his bright blue spiritual aura, he instructs everyone to release their power and stabilize themselves before crossing fully into the dangerous domain. Moments later, the team exits the portal and enters the tomb cluster. The instant they arrive, everyone feels an overwhelming aura of death permeating the entire cavern. Below them, a bubbling pool of thick green energy suddenly begins reacting violently. Realizing danger is approaching, Elder Wu immediately orders the group to finish the battle quickly once it begins. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of dark green energy erupts upward from the depths of the cavern. The horrifying energy rapidly condenses into a gigantic shadow monster with glowing green eyes. The veterans stare in shock at the creature's terrifying presence. Without hesitation, Elder Wu and Zhang Tian immediately charge forward to engage the monster directly. However, the shadow creature instantly retaliates by firing a deadly beam of dark green energy from its hand. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian combine their golden spiritual energy to form a shared Jinggang defensive barrier. Yet the monster's attack proves overwhelmingly powerful. The beam smashes through their defense completely and sends both men flying backward while coughing blood. The surrounding veterans stare in horror. Their two strongest fighters were defeated almost instantly. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Fang Yi immediately declares that they must attack together before things worsen further. As several veterans rush to catch the injured Elder Wu and Zhang Tian, one of them quickly notices something terrifying. The monster's dark energy dramatically suppresses a pioneer's spiritual power. According to the veterans, the weakening effect is so severe that Elder Wu and Zhang Tian could barely use 1/10 of their actual strength. Even after hearing this, Fang Yi remains calm. Golden light erupts around his body as he slowly summons his blazing sword into his hand. With unwavering confidence, Fang Yi calmly states that he will personally test the monster's strength himself. Fang Yi shoots into the air and immediately wraps his sword in blazing golden flames. With overwhelming force gathering around the weapon, he unleashes a devastating dragon slash attack directly at the giant shadow monster. The flaming blade collides with the creature and triggers a massive explosion of violently clashing energies. The entire cavern trembles. When the smoke finally begins clearing, Fang Yi is still floating steadily in the air. Although his aura has weakened slightly from the exchange, his expression remains completely calm. Looking down at the damaged monster, Fang Yi quietly remarks that the cave's dark energy greatly suppressed his strength. Under normal circumstances, that single strike would have been enough to erase the creature entirely. The veterans watching below are left speechless. One of them stares in disbelief and points out that Fang Yi nearly destroyed the giant monster alone despite the extreme suppression inside the tomb cluster. His reputation as the sealer is clearly no exaggeration. Nearby, Zhang Tian repeats Fang Yi's title under his breath, while looking at him with newfound respect. Elder Wu calmly adds that the veterans would be even more terrified if they truly understood the real meaning behind the title, the sealer. Ignoring the attention around him, Fang Yi focuses entirely on the battle. Suddenly, waves of dark energy erupt from his body. Massive shadow claws materialize around him as he activates his Twilight Fire domain. With a single motion, Fang Yi commands the gigantic dark claws to seize the monster. The system immediately confirms that the domain has opened successfully. The enormous claws slam into the creature and begin tearing apart its chaotic dark energy. At the same time, the system detects the overwhelming dark aura permeating the battlefield. However, it informs Fang Yi that his unique techniques allow him to completely ignore the weakening effects, suppressing the other pioneers. As the monster roars in agony, the system marks it as a target. Instantly, the domain begins draining the creature's power and reducing its dark energy by half. Floating above the now weakened beast, Fang Yi slowly raises his sword once more. The blade ignites with a terrifying fusion of golden fire and twilight darkness. His glowing red eyes narrow coldly. Then Fang Yi gives a single command: kill. A devastating fire slash erupts from the sword and crashes into the monster. The impact triggers a blinding explosion of energy that engulfs the entire cavern. At the center of the chaos, Fang Yi's crimson eyes shine ominously while immense golden energy erupts outward from his body like a miniature sun. The brilliant yang energy aggressively burns away the lingering dark remains of the creature. Watching the terrifying spectacle, Zhang Tian stands frozen in absolute disbelief. Even Elder Wu looks impressed as he analyzes Fang Yi's technique. According to him, Fang Yi is actively using an extremely powerful yang attribute to suppress the surrounding dark energy itself. Meanwhile, far away at the Thunder Throne Mountain, the sentient gourd vine suddenly begins glowing intensely with vibrant green light. Beside it, Fang Yi's red spirit flower flares violently after sensing that its master is in danger. Responding instinctively, the giant gourd vine releases a massive concentrated beam of green spiritual energy from the mountain peak. Back inside the tomb cluster, Fang Yi remains engulfed in chaotic golden flames while continuing his assault against the dark giant. However, it soon becomes clear that despite controlling deathly energy and dark power, the giant monster is extraordinarily resilient. Even Fang Yi cannot destroy it easily. Realizing the battle is dragging on, Elder Wu turns toward Zhang Tian and states that Fang Yi needs support. Zhang Tian grunts in agreement. Without hesitation, Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and the other combat zone elders rush forward together. The four veterans simultaneously channel their elemental powers. Their hands glow with different streams of spiritual energy as they prepare a coordinated attack. Then, at the same moment, all four elders unleash powerful multicolored energy beams directly toward Fang Yi. The combined streams strike Fang Yi's back and pour their power into him. Receiving the reinforcement, Fang Yi pushes his own golden energy to its absolute limit. The resulting attack creates a colossal explosion of blinding golden light that completely swallows the battlefield. The violent shockwave is so powerful that even Elder Wu and the others are forced backward while shielding themselves. Eventually, the smoke begins to fade. As visibility returns, the veterans immediately realize something shocking. The environment around them has completely changed. The explosion exposed the tomb cluster's true form. Far below them lies a massive burial ground stretching endlessly through a deep chasm, filled with countless ancient tombstones and graves. Fang Yi slowly approaches the elders and politely thanks them for their timely assistance. He openly admits that destroying the dark giant would not have gone smoothly without their help. Fang Yi even acknowledges that he underestimated the enemy earlier, before asking whether anyone was injured during a blast. Zhang Tian is completely caught off guard by Fang Yi's humility. Looking embarrassed, the stubborn elder awkwardly apologizes for his earlier hostility and sincerely thanks Fang Yi for saving his life. Nearby, Elder Wu immediately smirks at the unusual scene. He jokingly wonders whether Zhang Tian has been possessed because the notoriously stubborn old man actually managed to say thank you for once. The brief moment of humor suddenly ends. The ground beneath them violently ruptures apart. Countless skeletal hands glowing with eerie green light burst upward from the graves. A horrifying undead horde begins crawling out from the exposed burial ground. The glowing green skeletons advance relentlessly toward Fang Yi and the stunned elders. Despite the horrifying sight, Fang Yi remains calm. He immediately asks Elder Wu whether he remembers the unnatural disaster mutation that once occurred in Moon City. Elder Wu's expression instantly darkens. He realizes with horror that they are witnessing the exact same terrifying phenomenon again. Disgusted by the appearance of the undead army, Zhang Tian eagerly steps forward. Bright yellow energy gathers around his hands as he declares that he will take the opening attack. Moments later, he unleashes a barrage of explosive energy blasts into the advancing skeleton horde. At the same time, Elder Wu and another combat zone elder charge directly into battle beside him. Leaping high into the air, Zhang Tian condenses an enormous sphere of yellow lightning energy above his hand, before claiming an entire section of the battlefield for himself. He hurls the destructive attack downward onto the skeleton army. The combat zone elders engage the undead head-on, tearing through the horde with powerful energy slashes and piercing elemental beams. Amid the chaotic battle, Fang Yi's glowing red eye suddenly narrows. His attention shifts away from the skeletons. At that exact moment, the system detects an intense dark attribute fluctuation nearby. The system informs Fang Yi that touching the source will allow it to compile a brand new technique. Immediately sensing the abnormal energy, Fang Yi warns the elders before dashing toward the source. Following his gaze, Elder Wu notices a massive structure looming within the dark mist ahead. One of the veterans wonders whether the enormous object is merely an illusion. However, Elder Wu quickly dismisses the idea. The gigantic stone tablet is actively emitting real dark energy. What confuses him most is how such a colossal object appeared so suddenly. Fang Yi quickly concludes that the structure must be a physical manifestation of the tomb cluster's concentrated dark power. Ignoring Zhang Tian's warning shout, Fang Yi propels himself directly toward the towering monolith. Wrapped in a protective golden aura, he flies through the thick dark mist until he finally reaches the immense weathered surface of the stone tablet. Ominous shadows swirl endlessly around the ancient structure. The moment Fang Yi presses his hand against the cold black stone, dark red energy immediately surges around his fingers. The system instantly begins compiling a new dark attribute technique. Moments later, the process completes successfully. Fang Yi obtains a brand new skill, The system explains the terrifying ability in detail. With a single slash, Fang Yi can summon undead creatures directly from the burial grounds to fight on his behalf for 3 minutes. More importantly, the summoned creature's strength scales directly alongside his own cultivation level. Quietly reviewing his current dark attribute abilities, Fang Yi reflects on their strengths and weaknesses. The boundless dark realm specializes in trapping and weakening enemies over time. The hellish evil scene is an extremely dangerous ability requiring him to trigger his own death state to summon spirits. Meanwhile, his illusion-based eye technique works best against intelligent enemies, making it less effective against mindless undead creatures like the skeleton horde surrounding them. Manifesting a blade formed from red energy, Fang Yi senses the overwhelming power saturating the ancient burial ground. Compared to the undead from Moon City, the creatures buried here are incomparably stronger. Immediately, Fang Yi realizes how terrifying the Great Hell Saber method truly is. Not only can it command these powerful undead entities, but the technique itself possesses limitless growth potential because the summoned creatures scale directly with his own strength. While Fang Yi contemplates the frightening possibilities of the new ability, the combat zone elders gather around the massive stone tablet in amazement. After careful observation, they realize the monolith is composed entirely of solidified dark energy. Excitement quickly spreads among the veterans. They immediately decide to collect samples for the research institute. Zhang Tian becomes especially enthusiastic, believing that studying such an artifact could completely change humanity's understanding of dark energy and help them resist future dark attribute disasters. Gathering spiritual energy into his fist, Zhang Tian prepares to strike the stone. Nearby, Fang Yi notices the elder's actions and immediately begins feeling uneasy. Nevertheless, Zhang Tian throws a powerful punch directly into the monolith, while Elder Wu watches hopefully, believing they may have finally discovered a breakthrough capable of helping humanity overcome future dark attribute threats. The moment Zhang Tian's punch lands against the massive stone tablet, the entire cavern violently trembles. Elder Wu's expression changes drastically as he realizes the terrible mistake they have made. Shouting in alarm, he warns everyone that the stone tablet should never have been disturbed. Deep cracks rapidly spread across the enormous monolith. Chunks of solidified dark stone begin breaking apart and crashing down from above. Realizing the danger, the combat zone elders immediately order a retreat while scrambling to avoid the collapsing debris. Amid the chaos, Fang Yi suddenly senses a horrifying surge of spiritual energy erupting from the shattered tablet. At that moment, a chilling realization strikes him. He finally understands the true origin behind the catastrophic Black Sea anomaly. From the broken remains of the stone tablet, an enormous tsunami of malevolent red and black energy violently erupts outward. The group has accidentally released an ancient, otherworldly dark tide far beyond anything humanity has ever encountered before. The monstrous wave of dark energy rapidly expands across the cavern. Within seconds, the tide begins forming countless terrifying shadow beasts that swarm toward the group. Seeing the horrifying phenomenon, Zhang Tian immediately shouts the most important rule of domain exploration. The moment a dark tide appears, retreat immediately. The combat zone elders begin falling back while desperately fighting through the endless horde of shadow creatures. During the retreat, Elder Wu suddenly notices something horrifying. Fang Yi has stopped moving. Standing motionless before the approaching tide, Fang Yi stares directly into the massive wave of destruction. Panic flashes across Elder Wu's face as he desperately shouts for the sealer to retreat. However, Fang Yi does not respond. Instead, his glowing red eye focuses intensely on the swirling dark energy. From deep within the tide, he hears a mysterious voice calling to him. Curiosity overtakes caution. Slowly, Fang Yi reaches his hand toward the raging crimson darkness, determined to uncover what lies within. Prepared to face death itself, he steps forward. Suddenly, a colossal explosion of red energy erupts outward and completely engulfs him. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian scream Fang Yi's name in horror as the blast consumes him entirely. Unable to accept what just happened, Zhang Tian immediately charges toward the deadly tide in an attempt to save Fang Yi. But Elder Wu instantly restrains him using a giant glowing energy hand. He furiously shouts that rushing into the dark tide would only result in meaningless death. Zhang Tian angrily struggles against the restraint and declares that Fang Yi represents the nation's future. He bitterly blames himself and the other elders for bringing the young pioneer into such danger, insisting he would gladly sacrifice his own life if it meant saving Fang Yi. Elder Wu's face fills with anguish. With great difficulty, he admits that Fang Yi is most likely already dead. He warns the others that losing even more high-level pioneers here would destroy the nation's future entirely. Taking responsibility for the disaster himself, Elder Wu orders the remaining veterans to retreat and survive. Just as the group prepares to escape, something unbelievable happens. A gigantic pillar of golden energy suddenly erupts from within the dark tide. The elders immediately turn back in shock. They instantly recognize the familiar golden aura. Fang Yi may still be alive. Meanwhile, deep inside the abyss hidden within the dark tide, Fang Yi calmly drifts downward through a swirling tunnel of red and golden energy. Surprisingly, he remains completely unharmed. As he descends deeper into the strange void, Fang Yi quickly notices something unsettling. There are no monsters inside the heart of the dark tide, only endless darkness. Guided by instinct, Fang Yi continues moving forward. Although the mysterious voice has gone silent, he senses that if he keeps descending, he will eventually discover its source. To better understand the environment, Fang Yi attempts communicating with his system. Wrapped in a protective golden aura, he continues drifting deeper into the endless abyss, while noting that his powerful defenses are fully shielding him from the surrounding dark energy. Then suddenly, a strange disembodied voice echoes throughout the crimson void. The voice speaks directly to him. Startled, Fang Yi immediately stops descending. At the same moment, his system interface begins glitching violently from the overwhelming ancient power surrounding him. After a brief struggle, the interface stabilizes. The system informs Fang Yi that the ancient energy is causing severe fluctuations, but confirms it has successfully located the source directly ahead. Following the glowing blue guidance projected by the system, Fang Yi moves carefully through the dense dark mist. As he advances, he wonders whether the source might be another world-altering artifact similar to the thrones. The deeper he travels, the heavier the surrounding pressure becomes. Soon, Fang Yi finally reaches his destination. Before him floats a gigantic swirling black vortex crackling with red lightning. The oppressive aura pouring from it is suffocating. Then, something slowly emerges from the center of the vortex. A hollow suit of enormous demonic armor covered in jagged spikes drifts outward while glowing with sinister red light from within. Fang Yi immediately analyzes the entity. Every scale and fragment of the armor radiates unimaginable destructive power. Suddenly, the system flashes a bright red warning. The demonic armor is the true source behind the catastrophic dark tide. Rather than retreating, Fang Yi confidently reaches forward, intending to subdue the artifact. However, the armor reacts instantly. Its chest suddenly splits open, revealing a horrifying mouth made entirely of glowing crimson energy. A massive eruption of dark power explodes outward and forces Fang Yi backward. Even Fang Yi is shocked. The armor's aura is incomparably stronger than any throne he has encountered before. Caught off guard, Fang Yi quickly summons a golden energy barrier to defend himself. But as the dark power crashes against the shield, he feels something unbelievable. The armor's killing intent actively weakens his Yang attribute energy, despite Yang normally suppressing darkness naturally. Instead of fear, excitement rises within Fang Yi. The resistance only strengthens his determination to claim the artifact. Exploding with golden energy, Fang Yi pushes back against the armor and instantly activates his boundless dark realm. A giant dark purple sphere envelops the battlefield. Drawing his sword, Fang Yi unleashes the Great Hell Saber method. Countless glowing red undead spirits rise from the abyss at his command and swarm toward the demonic armor in a coordinated assault. Fang Yi watches closely. Then his confidence shatters. The armor retaliates instantly. Sharp crimson energy tendrils explode outward and effortlessly annihilate the entire undead army. Fang Yi immediately understands the terrifying truth. The armor's dark aura is overwhelmingly superior to his own dark power. His techniques are being completely suppressed. Without pause, the demonic armor unleashes a rapid barrage of crimson slashes that blasts Fang Yi backward repeatedly. Even so, Fang Yi refuses to retreat. Staring directly at the entity, he coldly declares that this battle will determine who subdues whom. The armor speaks again. Its voice urges Fang Yi to surrender and become one with it. At the same time, dark energy begins forming a jagged mask across Fang Yi's face. He instantly realizes the armor is attempting to corrupt his mind and possess his body. Gritting his teeth, Fang Yi desperately activates the divine sun swallowing heaven technique to preserve his consciousness. Refusing to submit, he roars that the entity has underestimated him. Blue energy erupts violently from his body. Pushed completely to his limit, Fang Yi commands his system to mobilize every cultivation method and power he possesses, simultaneously. Immediately, the system issues a critical warning. Although Fang Yi's realm officially remains at the 2-star Jinggang stage, his actual combat potential has already become impossible to measure accurately. However, activating all his powers at once carries catastrophic consequences. The system predicts a 99% chance that his body will completely self-destruct. Even after hearing the warning, Fang Yi's eyes remain unwavering. If victory demands risking his life, then he will take the risk without hesitation. Golden light and dark crimson energy violently collide around him as Fang Yi vows to either conquer the artifact or die trying. The system acknowledges his command. Instantly, every cultivation technique Fang Yi has mastered activates simultaneously. The strain is horrifying. Conflicting elemental powers rampage through his body uncontrollably. Fang Yi clutches his head in agony as the overwhelming energy threatens to rip him apart from the inside. His consciousness begins collapsing. Eventually, Fang Yi's eyes lose focus completely. Then a catastrophic crimson explosion erupts directly from his body. The system immediately registers fatal overload. At that moment, a hidden failsafe activates automatically. The Death Seal technique triggers. Lightning energy, protective yang aura, and dark chains surge around Fang Yi's corpse before forcibly reviving him. Moments later, Fang Yi's eyes suddenly snap open. They glow a deep crimson red. The system calmly announces the result. The ancient artifact has been defeated by Fang Yi's combined cultivation methods. Furthermore, the entity has acknowledged Fang Yi as its new master. Around him, the chaotic dark energy rapidly condenses into a menacing suit of black spiked armor. The system finally reveals the artifact's true name. Ancient God Demon Armor. Now floating within the completed armor, Fang Yi radiates an overwhelming dark aura unlike anything before. The system then grants him a new secret technique, Dark Torrent. The technique originates directly from the armor itself and is instantly mastered upon acquisition. Testing his newfound strength, Fang Yi clenches his armored fist. A gigantic shockwave of dark energy explodes outward from the motion alone. As dark veins pulse across his face, Fang Yi suddenly notices something familiar about the power. Then realization strikes him. He may now possess control over the dark tide itself. The system confirms his understanding. Not only can Fang Yi walk freely upon the chaotic dark tide, but he can also command the destructive energy to recede at will. Quietly examining the dark energy swirling within his palm, Fang Yi reflects on how different this power feels compared to his previous dark techniques. Before obtaining the armor, dark attributes constantly consumed his stamina and spiritual energy. Now, however, the darkness behaves like a perfectly obedient servant. Watching the energy twist peacefully around his fingers, Fang Yi confidently declares that the dark attribute will never burden him again. After lingering within the abyss long enough, Fang Yi finally decides to return. With a casual snap of his fingers, he prepares to leave the dark tide. As he departs, he quietly wonders how much time has passed outside and suspects his disappearance likely caused complete chaos. Elsewhere, at the Xianan Spirit Association headquarters, President Ye Xiao slams his fists onto his desk in fury. Standing nearby, Gu Yuru silently watches the furious outburst unfold. Ye Xiao angrily reprimands the combat zone elders for taking Fang Yi on the expedition and failing to bring him back alive. He harshly criticizes them for allowing the nation's greatest young pioneer to disappear despite their decades of cultivation experience and access to the country's finest military resources. Elder Wu lowers his head in shame beneath President Ye Xiao's furious glare. The president coldly questions the veterans' competence, asking how they can possibly face the nation after surviving only because the sealer stayed behind. Outside the office, Xiaolan silently listens to the confrontation. Finally deciding she can no longer remain quiet, she pushes open the door and strides directly into the room. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian sit nearby with exhausted, defeated expressions. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, Xiaolan calmly offers her own perspective. She firmly states that Fang Yi was absolutely strong enough to escape the dark tide if he truly wished to. Instead, she believes he willingly remained behind after discovering something critically important within the abyss. President Ye Xiao listens in silence. Without hesitation, Zhao Lan fiercely defends the combat zone veterans. She reminds the president that these men fought on humanity's front lines long before the world even knew spiritual energy existed. Countless battles were fought in secret. Countless comrades were buried in silence. Although Fang Yi is an unprecedented genius, Zhao Lan points out that the veterans were devastated the moment they believed he had been lost to the void. If saving him had been possible, Elder Wu and the others would have gladly sacrificed their own lives without hesitation. However, Ye Xiao remains unconvinced. He angrily argues that Fang Yi is the core of the nation's crucial captain plan. Then he asks a brutal question. Can Zhao Lan truly guarantee Fang Yi's survival when even previous generations failed to escape the dark tide? Frustration finally erupts from him. Ye Xiao shouts that Fang Yi's value to the Shananyan is greater than all of theirs combined. As Gu Yuru quickly attempts calming the situation, Zhao Lan sharply challenges his logic. She questions why the dark tide must automatically mean death. Then, glaring directly at the president, Zhao Lan bluntly asks another question. If Fang Yi is supposedly irreplaceable, then why is a single pioneer considered more important than the entire surviving Star God combat zone? Her voice turns colder. Does Ye Xiao truly believe the Spirit Association alone could protect the Xia nation if the military's strongest veterans disappeared? The room immediately falls silent. Realizing the situation is spiraling out of control, Elder Wu quickly shouts Jialan's name and orders her to stop. The tension finally breaks. President Ye Xiao lets out a long, exhausted sigh as the anger slowly fades from his face. Admitting that frustration clouded his judgment, he reluctantly concedes that Zhao Lan's words are reasonable. After calming himself, Ye Xiao asks the others how they should handle the crisis moving forward. If news of the sealer's disappearance spreads, the entire nation could descend into panic while hostile factions and foreign enemies grow bolder. Eventually, everyone reaches the same conclusion. Fang Yi's disappearance must remain classified. The incident is sealed under the highest level of national security to prevent widespread chaos. 1 week later, inside the Fang family villa, Lin Yi anxiously waits for Fang Yi's return. The moment she hears the front door open, she immediately calls out for her cousin hopefully. However, only her mother walks inside. Seeing Lin Yi's disappointed reaction, her mother gently comments that Fang Yi has been gone unusually long this time and suggests calling him. Lin Yi quietly shakes her head. The situation is completely different. The domain Fang Yi entered is too dangerous, and there is no signal inside. Even so, her mother admits that his prolonged silence still feels strange. Trying to change the subject, her mother asks about Lim Yi's appointment as Yun City's new captain. Lim Yi explains that she originally planned to begin with a temporary trial period once Fang Yi returned. But now the Spirit Association has strangely gone silent about the matter altogether. That silence terrifies her more than anything else. Fang Yi always returned quickly before, yet now Captain Su knows nothing. Zhao Lan ignores her messages, and nobody will explain what happened. Unable to endure the uncertainty any longer, Lin Yi suddenly announces she is going out. Her mother looks surprised as Lin Yi rushes outside into the pouring rain. Running desperately through the storm-covered streets, Lin Yi's thoughts spiral uncontrollably. If something truly happened to Fang Yi, then the entire Shananshan could fall into chaos. The captain plan itself might collapse. Still, she desperately reassures herself. Someone as strong as Fang Yi could not possibly die so easily. As long as the nation remains peaceful, he must still be alive somewhere. Suddenly, her thoughts are violently interrupted. Massive purple lightning bolts suddenly tear across the stormy sky above the city skyline. Lin Yi freezes in shock. Panicked civilians scatter through the streets as a glowing meteor crashes downward toward Taishi City. Shielding herself from the blinding impact, Lin Yi immediately recognizes the energy signature. Another ancient throne has descended. A gigantic pillar of blue energy illuminates the entire city. From nearby rooftops and hidden vantage points, numerous captains silently observe the impact zone from afar. At the same time, darker forces hidden within the city begin moving as well. Sinister figures with glowing red eyes grin from the shadows, already anticipating the bloody struggle that will follow the throne's arrival. Elsewhere, within the chaotic blue void, Fang Yi leaps across floating debris while wrapped in his newly acquired dark red aura. After wandering endlessly through the distorted dimensional space, frustration finally begins growing within him. No matter how far he travels, he cannot locate a path back to reality. Glancing toward the shadow attached to him, Fang Yi addresses the subdued ancient god demon armor directly. He asks whether even the armor itself cannot locate an exit. Nearby, his system remains completely unresponsive. Just like before, there is no signal whatsoever. Fang Yi quietly wonders whether attempting to bring the ancient god demon armor out of the abyss triggered some kind of butterfly effect. Alternatively, perhaps an unknown force is intentionally trapping them inside the void. Suddenly, the dark aura around him reacts strangely. When Fang Yi questions the armor, the shadowy figure immediately shakes nervously to indicate it is not responsible. Fang Yi then asks another question. If the armor could speak before, why can it no longer communicate now after luring him into the dark tide earlier? The shadow simply trembles silently, unable to answer. Letting out a helpless sigh, Fang Yi decides to stop wasting time. Escaping the dimensional void is their only priority. At that exact moment, his glowing red eyes suddenly narrows. For the first time since becoming trapped, Fang Yi senses a faint connection to the outside world. Back in reality, the newly descended throne continues radiating massive blue energy throughout Taishi City. As terrified civilians flee through the heavy rain, Lin Yi races directly toward the impact zone. She understands the terrifying implications immediately. If a throne appears while the sealer is missing, the entire city could descend into complete anarchy. Determined to protect the city herself, Lim Yi pushes forward alone. However, while running through the rain-soaked streets, her instincts suddenly warn her of danger. A sinister man carrying a knife steps out from the darkness and smugly addresses her as Miss Lin. Startled, Lin Yi instantly takes a defensive stance and demands to know who he is. Moments later, more armed thugs emerge from the rain and quickly surround her from every direction. Instead of panicking, Lin Yi coldly mocks them for foolishly wandering into Taishi City during such dangerous chaos. Then, she demands to know what they really want. Without waiting for an answer, Lin Yi unleashes a powerful burst of green spiritual energy. The resulting shockwave violently throws back the approaching attackers. Moving fluidly, she transforms her energy into thick spiritual vines that instantly bind one of the older thugs. Before he can react, Lin Yi drives a fierce kick into his chest and demands answers from the stunned man. He crashes heavily onto the wet pavement. Realizing the ambush failed, Another thug immediately blows a sharp whistle to summon reinforcements. In an instant, the streets flood with even more enemies. Armed thugs emerge from rooftops, alleys, and side streets until Lim Yi is completely surrounded. At the center of the group stands a man wearing a red bandana. Pointing a massive sword toward her, he arrogantly sneers that she is nothing more than a girl surviving on the sealer's reputation. Then he orders everyone to attack simultaneously. Green energy flashes within Lin Yi's eyes. Rather than retreating, she coldly asks whether they truly think so little of her. Declaring this the perfect opportunity to test her recent combat training, she releases a storm of sharp whip-like vines. The vines lash across the battlefield, grabbing enemies mid-air, while Lin Yi rapidly defeats anyone who gets close enough for melee combat. As the captured thugs struggle helplessly, the older man suddenly realizes something terrifying. Lin Yi's wood attribute actively suppresses their spiritual energy directly. Completely controlling the battle, Lin Yi gathers the restrained enemies together before violently hurling them through the air with a sweeping motion of her vines. Then suddenly, a sharp streak of dark purple energy shoots through the rain directly toward her. The moment Lin Yi recognizes the attack, alarm flashes across her face. The projectile contains dark attribute fire. Ordinary flames cannot easily burn through her enhanced vines, but dark fire is completely different. She attempts to evade, but the attack still grazes her arm and slices into her flesh. Blood splashes across the rain-soaked street. Seeing her injured, the bandana-wearing leader immediately orders everyone to finish her off. The attackers charge from every direction at once. Just before their weapons strike, Lin Yi erects a glowing green barrier around herself. The violent surge of energy explodes outward and sends all the attackers flying backward. Breathing heavily, Lin Yi mocks them coldly for failing to defeat a single student despite attacking together. Meanwhile, the bandana leader quietly observes everything. Then a confident smile slowly appears on his face. The sealer still has not appeared. That alone confirms the rumors. Fang Yi is truly gone. Satisfied, the leader immediately orders his men to retreat. The thugs rapidly disappear back into the storm before Lin Yi can stop them. Standing alone in the rain, realization suddenly hits her. The entire ambush was only a test. By desperately defending herself alone, she accidentally confirmed Fang Yi's absence to their hidden enemies. Frustrated with herself, Lin Yi slams her fist against a nearby wall. Now their enemies will return fully prepared next time. Before she can think further, a massive pillar of golden light suddenly erupts through the storm clouds in the distance. Recognizing the phenomenon instantly, Lin Yi's eyes sharpen with determination. She immediately pulls out her phone and urgently contacts Su Qingying. Meanwhile, Su Qingying stands guard near the heavily barricaded restricted zone surrounding the newly descended throne. As rain pours around them, Su Qingying listens carefully while Lin Yi explains the ambush. Lin Yi confirms she drove the attackers away temporarily, but warns that everyone's true target is the throne itself. More importantly, hostile forces now firmly believe Taishi City is defenseless without the sealer. The terrifying realization leaves Su Qingying stunned. Then Lin Yi makes a shocking declaration. Since Fang Yi is missing, she intends to approach the throne personally and force it to recognize her as its new master. After arriving at the restricted zone, Lin Yi firmly insists she has no other choice if she wants to protect the city. Hearing this, Su Qingying suddenly pulls her into a tight embrace beneath the pouring rain. Tearfully, she scolds Lin Yi for being reckless. This throne possesses a metal attribute. Its energy is incomparably sharper and more lethal than previous anomalies. Against such power, Lin Yi's wood attribute offers almost no defense whatsoever. Attempting to claim the throne would practically be suicide. Fearing for her friend's life, Su Qingying desperately begs her not to throw herself away. Before their emotional exchange can continue, a panicked guard rushes toward them with urgent news. Numerous underground organizations and rogue factions are rapidly approaching the restricted zone. Even worse, countless independent pioneers from across the nation are now flooding into Taishi City. Hidden throughout the city's shadows, massive groups of rogue pioneers and mutated individuals gather eagerly. Believing the rumors of the sealer's death, they no longer fear either the military or the spirit association. To them, the newly descended throne represents a chance to seize ultimate power. The greedy mobs prepare to storm the restricted zone like wild beasts, fully convinced that whoever claims the throne will become the new absolute ruler of the Jia nation. A rescue team steps through a swirling portal into the mysterious domain, searching for the exact location where Fang Yi vanished. Elder Wu and Yao emerge into a vast white desert beneath a clear sky. Elder Wu confirms this is the same place where the terrifying dark tide swallowed the sealer. However, the environment has changed so drastically that he can barely recognize it. The oppressive dark energy, the ancient tombstones, and the deadly atmosphere have all disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the sky splits apart as a terrifying wave of dark energy erupts from above. The overwhelming pressure instantly shocks the entire rescue team. A figure falls from the massive rift and crashes onto the white sand. It is Fang Yi. Fang Yi is surprised to find himself back here. He had simply followed the energy signature of the newly descended throne to navigate his way back to reality. The moment Elder Wu and Yao notice the glowing golden aura surrounding him, they immediately recognize Fang Yi. Both men are stunned to see him alive. Even more shocking is the terrifying amount of spiritual power radiating from his body. Elder Wu quickly realizes that Fang Yi's strength now far surpasses his own and has clearly exceeded the third level of the Jingong realm. Hearing his name, Fang Yi slowly turns around. His glowing red eye locks onto the combat zone elders descending toward him. Yao steps forward and warmly grabs Fang Yi's hand. Introducing himself as the president of the Xia Nation Spirit Association, he proudly declares that they came to bring the sealer home. Fang Yi calmly accepts the greeting, though he silently wonders who this man is. Since he has never heard of Yao before, he assumes the position was filled during his disappearance. Yao suggests that the newly descended throne might be responsible for the strange spatial distortions affecting the area. Fang Yi explains that he had been trapped inside the domain for a long time, wandering aimlessly because he lacked Earth's coordinates until he finally sensed their presence. Without wasting another second, Fang Yi urgently requests to return to Taishi City immediately. Elder Wu and the veterans eagerly agree, honored to assist the now overwhelmingly powerful young pioneer. The group combines their spiritual energy and opens a massive blue portal back to Earth. As Fang Yi crosses through the portal, a sudden feeling of dread fills his heart. He senses that his cousin, Lin Yi, is in terrible danger. Although he desperately hopes it is only his imagination, the uneasy feeling refuses to disappear. The group flies rapidly through the swirling blue void. Elder Wu suppresses his curiosity, silently wondering how Fang Yi survived the catastrophic dark tide and achieved such a terrifying breakthrough in cultivation. Meanwhile, absolute chaos consumes Taishi City. Heavy rain pours across shattered streets filled with smoke, fire, and destruction. Defending pioneers desperately battle endless waves of hostile invaders. The Spirit Association's lead official projects a massive golden shield to block a deadly strike from a cloaked rogue attacker. As the enemy mocks their stubborn resistance, the official grimly reflects on how bold these underground factions have become. They seek to overthrow order itself so they can monopolize power. With a furious roar, the official unleashes a blazing golden shockwave that blasts the attackers backward. He immediately orders a counterattack. In the middle of the battle, a frantic report reaches him. The defensive perimeter surrounding the newly descended throne has been breached. Realizing the severity of the situation, the official commands his subordinates to reinforce the frontline squads protecting the throne. Declaring that he alone will hold the current position, he launches a barrage of golden fire blasts at the assassins, leaping toward him. When one subordinate hesitates, the official sternly orders them to obey. Moments later, he touches his earpiece, and his hardened expression suddenly changes. A spark of hope appears in his eyes as he reveals crucial news. If they can survive this current assault, victory will be theirs. Across the rain-soaked battlefield, two defending pioneers struggle against enemy forces. Wang Lan and Son Yiming arrive through the downpour, and the exhausted defenders immediately ask if headquarters has finally sent reinforcements. Son Yiming explains that every pioneer faction covets Taishi City's vulnerable resources. Wang Lan smiles calmly and says they merely came to repay a favor. Without hesitation, Son Yiming throws a blazing punch that erupts into a devastating fiery explosion, instantly engulfing the attackers. The enemies laugh arrogantly, questioning why anyone would continue fighting for a sealer presumed to be dead. Song Yiming coldly replies that such weak and disorganized groups have no right to covet the immense power of the newly descended throne. When opposing pioneers arrogantly claim the metal attribute throne for themselves, Wang Lan responds with overwhelming force. Using his water abilities, he unleashes a violent attack that freezes the enemies solid in an instant, turning them into lifeless ice sculptures. Elsewhere, the invasion reaches Fang Yi's private villa. A group of armed thugs realizes they have discovered the sealer's home. One scarred thug laughs greedily as he talks about stealing Fang Yi's possessions, while creepily mentioning the two defenseless women hiding inside. Just before the thugs can break through the doors, a haunting melody echoes through the storm. A pioneer standing nearby plays a glowing green flute. Magical sound waves spread across the battlefield, forcing the screaming invaders to dance uncontrollably against their will. The thugs stare in horror, shocked by such terrifying mind control abilities. The rescuer reveals herself as Moon City pioneer Captain Chen Ruo. Standing calmly atop a nearby rock, she coldly watches the struggling invaders while remembering her mother's teachings. According to her mother, people driven by endless greed despite their weakness are the most terrifying of all. At the foot of the restricted mountain, a massive burst of blue energy erupts into the stormy sky. The violent energy immediately attracts countless rogue pioneers. Floating above the crowd, a fire-covered invader laughs maniacally while arrogantly claiming the throne as his own. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of blue light crashes down into the restricted zone. The resulting shockwave violently throws the approaching invaders backward. The stunned rogues immediately recognize the suffocating pressure of the metal attribute throne itself. Realizing that even their strongest fighters cannot approach the artifact, the invaders conclude that someone from Taishi City has already made contact with the throne. Enraged, the bloodthirsty mob vows to slaughter the Spirit Association and everyone connected to the sealer in order to conquer the city completely. Then, a cold voice cuts through the chaos. Fang Yi calmly asks who has been calling his name. He suddenly materializes behind the invading army, surrounded by a terrifying aura of swirling dark red energy. The invaders freeze in absolute terror as they recognize the man they believe dead. The sealer has returned. Fang Yi summons a massive sword from a dark red portal and activates his newly acquired Great Hell Saber technique. A horrifying murderous aura explodes from his body, causing the invaders to tremble helplessly. With a single swing of his blade, Fang Yi unleashes a colossal fiery slash across the battlefield. The devastating attack erupts into an enormous explosion of flames and dark energy that instantly obliterates the entire horde of rogue pioneers. When the destruction finally settles, nothing remains except burning fire and scorched earth. As the flames fade, Fang Yi turns toward the peak of the restricted mountain. Sensing familiar spiritual fluctuations, he realizes his terrifying premonition was correct. Lin Yi is attempting to claim the throne. At the mountain peak, Lin Yi floats inside a glowing green sphere while facing the intimidating metal attribute throne. She entered its domain fully prepared to sacrifice her life to protect the city. Below her, Captain Su Qingyi struggles desperately to maintain the protective barrier. Sweat pours down her face as she vows to use her own life force to protect Lin Yi until her spiritual energy is completely exhausted. Suddenly, an attack pierces through the green barrier and disrupts the defense. Su Qingyi shouts in alarm, unable to understand how someone bypassed their perimeter. The breach immediately triggers a violent backlash that causes her to cough up blood before collapsing. Her blonde guard quickly catches her. The panicked guard looks upward in disbelief and stammers a single title, the sealer. Fang Yi calmly greets Su Qingyi. She stares at him with overwhelming shock and relief. Taishi City's greatest protector has finally returned. Seeing Lin Yi left vulnerable after the barrier breaks apart, Fang Yi instantly reaches out and releases swirling red energy. He gently catches his falling cousin in midair. His immense power forms a massive protective sphere around her, shielding her completely from the chaotic storm and the throne's deadly pressure. Floating high above the city, Fang Yi glares at the explosions raging below with furious red eyes. He questions whether the invaders came only to seize the newly descended throne. Su Qingyi explains the truth. While Fang Yi's reputation once kept enemies away, rumors of his death emboldened countless factions. They targeted not only the throne, but also the Spirit Association and Fang Yi's family. She reveals that Lin Yi only attempted to claim the throne because she felt helpless against the overwhelming invasion. Hearing this, Fang Yi's aura erupts into a massive pillar of flames. He expands his senses across the entire city and instantly locates every enemy present. With killing intent overflowing from his body, he vows not to spare a single invader. The overwhelming pressure terrifies everyone across the battlefield. Even Su Qingyi breaks into a cold sweat as she stares at Fang Yi in shock. For a brief moment, he no longer feels human. Suddenly, Fang Yi senses several familiar presences joining the battle. He notices Zhang Lu, Jiruo Yan, and their allied pioneers fighting throughout the flooded streets. Relieved that reinforcements have arrived, Fang Yi realizes the city can still be saved. However, his relief vanishes instantly when Lin Yi cries out in agony. Fang Yi turns and sees his cousin coughing blood as she struggles against the throne's overwhelming power. Watching her suffer, he understands why she acted so recklessly. His disappearance and the throne's arrival forced her to bear the burden of protecting the city alone. Remembering their childhood together, Fang Yi makes a silent vow. No matter the cost, he will save her. He knows he could never forgive himself toward the throne's blinding blue energy. Colliding against the massive sphere of raw power, he declares that a mere elemental attribute cannot block his path. The crushing pressure tears into his body, but his eyes remain filled with determination. He warns Su Qingyi to protect herself before recklessly charging deeper into the throne's deadly domain. Su Qingyi watches in complete disbelief as Fang Yi forces himself closer to the terrifying artifact through sheer willpower alone. To withstand the throne's devastating energy, Fang Yi's system activates a healing technique. Green energy surges across his body, absorbing surrounding vitality and instantly repairing his injuries as quickly as the throne destroys him. Bathed in the restorative green aura, Fang Yi smirks in satisfaction. He realizes he has finally found the perfect opportunity to fully utilize this life-giving technique. According to him, it is the ideal countermeasure against the devastating assault of the metal throne. As Fang Yi forcefully pushes deeper into the throne's domain, an enormous eruption of energy explodes outward. A blinding pillar of blue light tears through the storm clouds and pierces the heavens themselves. From across the city, John Liu and the other defenders stare upward in shock. The violent fluctuations of the metal throne's power are so overwhelming that it feels as if the sky itself is about to split apart. In the flooded streets below, the Spirit Association's superior notices the massive energy spike. The moment he recognizes Fang Yi's spiritual signature, he immediately understands that the decisive moment has arrived. Without hesitation, he orders his forces to proceed with their strategic plan. At the center of the storm, Fang Yi calmly withstands the raging torrent of energy and slowly approaches the glowing blue metal throne. Standing before the artifact, he mockingly apologizes for the interruption before placing his hand directly onto its surface. Instantly, his system reacts. Detecting the throne's dense metal attribute energy, the system begins compiling an entirely new technique. Within moments, Fang Yi's dark energy absorbs the throne's essence, and the process is completed successfully. The system grants Fang Yi a terrifying new metal attribute technique capable of multiplying his attack power enough to unleash strikes 3 tiers above his current level. However, the technique comes with a dangerous drawback. During its cooldown period, Fang Yi becomes especially vulnerable to metal attribute attacks. At the same time, he also acquires another powerful ability that allows him to grant objects or people a metal physique, dramatically increasing their physical strength and durability. With the throne's core power extracted, Fang Yi examines the glowing diamond-shaped construct now floating in his hand. Without hesitation, he selects Lim Yi as the target for his new implantation technique. Golden energy flows toward her body as the glowing core sinks directly into her chest. The metal attribute immediately merges with her spiritual energy. Bathed in soft light, Lin Yi's painful expression gradually relaxes, and she peacefully falls asleep while the throne's remaining power begins protecting her instead of harming her. Meanwhile, chaos continues throughout Taishi City. A group of rogue pioneers successfully breaches the Spirit Association base. Their leader, a metal attribute invader named Li Mingguan, stands arrogantly atop the rubble while mocking the city's weak defenses. Laughing loudly, he demands that the local captain show himself. He arrogantly boasts that Taishi City has become fragile and pathetic without the sealer protecting it. Inside the ruined laboratory, Li Mingguan grabs a terrified researcher by the throat and sneers as he questions where the association members have gone. He mocks them for surrendering simply because the sealer is presumed dead. Terrified, the researcher nervously asks whether the invaders came for the spirit crystals before immediately surrendering. He points towards safe number 3 and claims the invaders would have eventually found the crystals anyway. Amused by the man's cowardice, Li Mingguan asks whether he is not afraid of punishment from the Spirit Association. The researcher desperately replies that refusing to cooperate would only lead to more suffering. Satisfied, Li Mingguan throws him aside as his men force open the vault. Inside rests an enormous pile of glowing blue spirit crystals. The invaders stare greedily at the treasure. Li Mingguan immediately orders his men to loot every single crystal, leaving absolutely nothing behind for the city. However, the moment the invaders turn away, the frightened expression on the researcher's face completely disappears. His terrified act transforms into a cold and mocking glare. In his mind, these greedy fools are blindly walking straight into a trap. Elsewhere inside the lab, Li Mingguan relaxes on a couch while planning to convert the facility into his permanent headquarters. His subordinates flatter him endlessly, claiming the metal throne rightfully belongs to him and insisting they should brutally punish the local pioneers. Li Mingguan laughs proudly and declares that ancient artifacts only acknowledge the truly worthy. According to him, the fact that the sealer's relative failed to conquer the throne proves the artifact rejected her completely. One thug casually mentions rumors claiming the pioneer is merely a young girl. The men laugh cruelly as they discuss ambushing her later. Then, without warning, a swirling dark void silently opens above them. The laughter instantly stops. Li Mingguan suddenly hears a strange dripping sound echoing through the room. Confused, he glances around and wonders if the ceiling has started leaking. The moment he looks upward, sharp tendrils of black energy rain down from the darkness. The corrosive liquid pierces through his men as horrifying screams fill the room. Their bodies burn alive while the dark energy devours them from within. Fang Yi calmly steps down from the shadows. The moment Li Mingguan recognizes him, absolute terror fills his face. Stammering in disbelief, he declares Fang Yi's return impossible. Refusing to accept reality, Li Mingguan channels his spiritual energy into a glowing blue fist and violently charges forward while shouting in denial. Fang Yi does not even move. With effortless ease, he grabs Li Mingguan by the face and instantly stops his charge. Leaning closer, Fang Yi quietly places a finger to his lips, silently ordering the invader to remain quiet. His glowing red eyes stare directly into Li Mingguan's soul as Fang Yi coldly announces the punishment for trespassing in Taishi City. Death. Fang Yi violently slams the terrified invader into the ground before summoning his glowing golden sword. Li Mingguan stares upward in pure terror, repeatedly stammering the sealer's title as he realizes the man he believed dead is standing right before him. Fang Yi's red eyes glow ominously as he coldly dismisses him. A massive burst of golden flames instantly engulfs Li Mingguan, burning the screaming invader alive. Surrounded by fading embers, Fang Yi calmly addresses the remaining thugs. He admits that fighting over a newly descended throne is understandable. However, his voice grows colder as he reminds them that they dared to divide up Taishi City itself. Then he takes another step forward. "And you even targeted my family." Murderous intent explodes from his body as he delivers his final sentence. None of them will leave alive. A gigantic fiery dragon erupts from Fang Yi's power and tears through the room, instantly annihilating every remaining invader. Outside in the flooded streets, John Lu and the allied pioneers find themselves surrounded by enemies. Suddenly, a colossal explosion of flames erupts from the Spirit Association building and illuminates the stormy sky. The invading thugs freeze in horror. At that moment, they finally realize the terrifying truth. The sealer has truly returned. Panic immediately spreads throughout the enemy ranks as Li Mingguan's aura disappears completely. Furious at being deceived by false rumors, the invaders curse themselves for ever entering Taishi City. Seeing the enemy morale collapse, Zhang Lu bursts into triumphant laughter and aggressively charges into battle. The terrified invaders immediately attempt to retreat, scattering in every direction as they desperately flee for their lives. Everyone knows that encountering the sealer means certain death. The Spirit Association's lead official instantly takes advantage of the chaos and orders all forces to pursue the fleeing enemies. He commands them not to let a single invader escape and regroup. Before the rogues can flee far, a massive wave of fire sweeps through the streets and completely blocks their escape route. The blazing flames instantly obliterate countless fleeing pioneers. Watching the destruction from afar, Captain Chenro immediately recognizes the familiar overwhelming power descending from the sky. Wang Lan and Song Yiming stare at the devastation in awe. Seeing powerful Jingong realm pioneers annihilated so effortlessly, they agree that only the sealer could unleash such terrifying attacks. Looking across the battlefield, Su Qingyi confidently declares that no enemy will dare approach them anymore. Taking advantage of the sudden shift in power, she orders her subordinates to gather every available metal attribute spirit crystal from the association reserves. Meanwhile, the surviving invaders flee frantically into the nearby forest, only to discover heavily armed military reinforcements hunting them down. President Yao arrives alongside Elder Wu, Gu Yuru, and the military forces. Yao immediately orders his troops to capture every surviving invader alive, so the sealer can personally decide their fate. Cornered and completely broken, the surviving rogue pioneers fall to their knees and beg desperately for mercy. They offer to join the Spirit Association and swear loyalty to the Xiananyan if their lives are spared. Gu Yuru stares at the kneeling men with cold disgust. She dismisses them as pathetic opportunists, pointing out that they are not truly remorseful. They are simply terrified of dying. Suddenly, an allied pioneer shouts that the sealer has arrived. A massive pillar of fire crashes into the street before them. Fang Yi emerges from the roaring flames while holding his fiery sword. Calmly scanning the battlefield, he asks whether these are the final remaining invaders. The rogues immediately panic. Some desperately wonder whether fighting to the bitter end could somehow create an opportunity to escape. However, Fang Yi's overwhelming pressure paralyzes them so completely that they cannot even move. One invader suddenly screams that this situation is unfair. He curses Taishi City and blames their deaths on the false rumors claiming the sealer had died. Fang Yi ignores every pathetic excuse. Raising his hand calmly, he gathers an enormous surge of fiery spiritual energy. Gu Yuro watches in shock as the terrifying energy rapidly expands. She realizes that Fang Yi possesses enough raw power to level the entire city even without claiming the metal throne. Then, with merciless finality, Fang Yi lowers his hand. A colossal wave of flames instantly sweeps across the battlefield and incinerates every remaining invader into ashes. As the flames fade away, Gu Yuru silently realizes that Fang Yi's strength has already surpassed even Elder Wu's legendary power. She remembers how Elder Wu once became famous for saving an entire city alone, yet Fang Yi now possesses enough strength to annihilate everything around him if he truly lost control. President Yao watches the aftermath in amazement. Fang Yi effortlessly eliminated enemies who nearly overwhelmed their combined forces, all while controlling his attack precisely enough to avoid harming a single ally. Yao smiles faintly and remarks that every pioneer across the Xiananyan witnessing this battle is probably just as shocked as they are. As Fang Yi calmly steps out from the fading flames, Yao reflects on the enormous gap separating ordinary pioneers from the sealer. Fang Yi's ruthless display not only saved Taishi City, but also crushed the ambitions of countless future rebels. Using fear to restore order was necessary. Showing mercy would only insult everyone who died protecting the nation. Approaching the group, Fang Yi apologizes for arriving late. He sincerely thanks Yao Shao and the others for defending the city. However, his expression quickly turns serious again. He immediately requests help with one final urgent matter. Fang Yi explains that Lin Yi attempted to suppress the metal attribute throne alone in order to protect Taishi City. Although he infused her with protective spiritual energy after arriving, he can still sense her condition rapidly worsening. Inside the metal attribute throne's mysterious spatial domain, Lin Yi pushes her spiritual energy to its absolute limit as she desperately attempts to subdue the glowing artifact. The sentient throne mocks her efforts mercilessly, calling her a foolish human and declaring that weak trash like her is unworthy of becoming its master. Demanding someone stronger, the throne violently orders her to leave before unleashing a massive blast of blue energy directly at her. Lin Yi quickly crosses her arms to defend herself, but the impact is overwhelming. The violent force sends her flying backward as blood spills from her mouth. Sweating heavily and covered in injuries, she glares stubbornly at the throne, refusing to let it look down on her. Growing impatient, the artifact coldly declares that she will die beneath its feet, and that her corpse will remain forever buried inside its domain. Just as the throne prepares to finish her off, a warm golden energy suddenly surrounds Lin Yi. The protective aura catches her in midair and completely shields her from the throne's deadly pressure. Relief instantly fills her face as she recognizes the familiar power. Fang Yi has returned. The moment the sentient throne senses Fang Yi's pure and overwhelming spiritual energy, its attitude changes immediately. Shocked by the terrifying aura, the artifact excitedly declares that Fang Yi is the true candidate worthy of becoming its king. The throne laughs triumphantly, announcing that it has finally found a master deserving of its immense power. Meanwhile, Lin Yi floats inside the protective golden sphere, while the throne stares at her with renewed interest. Curious to see what she is truly capable of, the ancient artifact announces that it will personally test her strength. At that same moment, the throne releases a massive shockwave that crashes through Taishi City. A gigantic dome of blue energy rapidly expands outward from the restricted mountain. Buildings tremble violently as panicked civilians scream about an earthquake shaking the entire city. Realizing the severity of the situation, Gao Lan immediately channels her power to create a defensive barrier. She quickly understands that the Metal Throne's energy has become wildly unstable, and that failure to contain it could completely destroy Taishi City. Without hesitation, she rallies the other defenders. Gu Yiru, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan all join forces and push their powers to the limit in order to stabilize the shield. Gao Lan desperately urges everyone to give everything they have to minimize the incoming destruction. At the edge of the expanding energy field, Elder Wu and President Yao watch the violent fluctuations with growing concern. Witnessing the throne's terrifying power, they fear that Lin Yi's attempt to claim the artifact is ending in failure. President Yao turns toward Fang Yi and warns him that if the violent energy eruptions continue, both Lin Yi and the city itself may be doomed. Fang Yi stares at Lin Yi's distant figure with a confused frown. He knows the process of taming the throne depends entirely on her own willpower, yet the metal core he implanted into her should not be causing such a violent reaction. More importantly, he can still sense that her actual condition remains stable. Then, without warning, an amused voice echoes from the dark red energy swirling inside Fang Yi's shadow. The ancient god demon armor suddenly speaks. The demonic entity reveals that the throne is not testing Lin Yi at all. Instead, it is desperately trying to attract Fang Yi's attention because it has already chosen him as its true master. Hearing this, Fang Yi immediately realizes that the throne's obsession with him is ruining his plan for Lin Yi to inherit it. Knowing he must intervene personally, Fang Yi asks the god demon armor for assistance. The ancient entity gladly agrees. Dark jagged metal instantly spreads across Fang Yi's body as glowing red energy erupts around him. The legendary god demon armor fully manifests itself. Fang Yi smirks confidently. To him, this is the perfect opportunity to test the armor's defensive abilities against the overwhelming power of the metal throne. He calmly tells Elder Wu and the others to stand back while he tests a theory. Then he slowly walks toward the swirling blue barrier surrounding the throne. Before stepping into the raging energy, Fang Yi warns everyone not to interfere or rush in to help regardless of what happens inside. Outside the barrier, President Yao watches in pure disbelief as the throne's violent energy suddenly calms down the moment Fang Yi approaches. The artifact's reaction proves beyond doubt that it truly sees Fang Yi as its chosen master. Fang Yi safely enters the throne's inner world and lands within the artifact's core domain. Looking around in slight surprise, he notes that a physical human body can actually enter this type of spatial dimension. His attention quickly shifts toward Lin Yi, who is still struggling against the throne's crushing pressure. Without wasting a single second, Fang Yi jumps directly into battle. The god demon armor effortlessly blocks the throne's rapid attacks aimed at Lin Yi. Fang Yi then calmly calls out to the sentient artifact, which eagerly responds that it has been waiting for this conversation. Floating nearby, Lin Yi stares at her cousin in shock and asks how he managed to enter the barrier so easily. The throne completely ignores her question and focuses entirely on Fang Yi instead. Fascinated by his dense spiritual energy and ancient noble aura, The artifact proudly declares that its instincts were correct to choose him. Just as Lin Yi desperately warns Fang Yi to be careful, massive spheres of pure energy suddenly appear around him. However, instead of attacking, the throne begins making an offer. The artifact proposes an alliance with Fang Yi, arguing that humanity desperately needs a supreme weapon like itself. Its energy wraps tightly around him as it enthusiastically promises to make him the ruler of their entire world, the universe, and even countless unknown realms beyond human understanding. The throne proudly declares that together they could rewrite reality itself and establish Fang Yi as the one true king. Fang Yi simply smiles. Without hesitation, he effortlessly shatters the energy restraining him and flatly refuses the offer. The sentient artifact is completely stunned. Fang Yi calmly explains that he has absolutely no interest in claiming the throne for himself. He then casually points out a flaw in its arrogant promises. Since several other thrones already exist on Earth, the metal throne cannot truly prove it is the strongest artifact. He even asks whether the thrones possess some kind of ranking system. The question immediately infuriates the proud artifact. The throne stammers angrily and demands to know whether Fang Yi dares to doubt its power. Rather than answering directly, Fang Yi points toward Lin Yi and proposes a deal. If the throne truly wishes to prove its value and cooperate with him, then it must first accept his cousin as its master. He explains that the Wood Throne and Thunder Throne have already proven far more intelligent because they willingly formed cooperative relationships with him and his allies. Smirking calmly, Fang Yi reminds the artifact that it cannot force him into a contract anyway. Therefore, if it truly wishes to fulfill its purpose, it should abandon its arrogance and seriously consider his offer. The throne suddenly falls silent. Fang Yi sighs in slight disappointment. He had honestly hoped the famously violent artifact would attack him so he could properly test the god-demon armor in combat. Seeing the throne quiet down, Fang Yi simply turns away and walks over to Lin Yi. He gently tells her that Taishi City no longer needs her to sacrifice herself. Offering to escort her safely out of the domain, he asks her directly whether she still truly desires the throne and whether she possesses the willpower needed to conquer it. Lin Yi immediately meets his gaze with unwavering determination. She firmly declares that she is fully prepared for the challenge. Thanking Fang Yi for always supporting her, she explains that she already made her decision long before he arrived to help. Fang Yi smiles proudly at her answer. He reminds Lin Yi that true strength is the only way to survive and protect their family in such a dangerous world. Filled with confidence, Lin Yi promises that once she conquers the Metal Throne, she will finally step forward and officially assume her position as captain of Yun City. Satisfied with her resolve, Fang Yi leaves his cousin behind to complete her trial. He exits through the portal and reunites with Elder Wu, Gao Lan, and President Yao in the real world. Facing the anxious group, Fang Yi calmly explains that the sentient Metal Throne has agreed to consider accepting Lin Yi as its master. He assures everyone that the artifact no longer poses a threat to Taishi City and suggests quarantining the restricted mountain until the process is completed. Explaining that Lin Yi has chosen to remain behind and finish the trial herself, Fang Yi asks everyone to support her efforts. President Yao immediately agrees. He promises to send every metal attribute spirit crystal owned by the Spirit Association directly to Taishi City in order to strengthen Lin Yi's cultivation. Elder Wu happily joins the discussion and guarantees that the Star God Combat Zone will empty its own resource vaults while gathering additional supplies from nearby military bases to assist her. Nearby pioneers and officials whisper among themselves in absolute awe of Fang Yi. They cannot believe he survived the deadly dark tide, massacred armies of monsters, casually negotiated with a godlike throne, and then rejected its power entirely for someone else. With the city finally safe, Fang Yi's expression suddenly becomes serious once again. He informs Elder Wu that he has one final and extremely important task to entrust to him and Jiang Tian. Fang Yi explains that he wants the veteran pioneers to help him test a mysterious item he brought back from inside the dark tide. Hearing this, Gao Lan quietly reflects on the situation. She realizes the elders still feel guilty about Fang Yi nearly dying during the catastrophe, and she suspects this sparring session may help ease their conscience. At the same time, she cannot help feeling curious about the divine artifact Fang Yi retrieved from such a deadly domain. According to countless terrifying rumors, treasures originating from mysterious dimensions beyond Earth possess unimaginable power beyond human comprehension. Elder Wu immediately accepts the challenge with excitement. Laughing loudly, he admits that he has always wanted a proper spar with Fang Yi, and thanks him for finally giving him the opportunity. As Fang Yi thinks about Lin Yi remaining inside the restricted mountain, he quietly decides to trust her completely. Confident that she will succeed in taming the Metal Throne, he calmly tells the group that it is time to leave. Together, they travel to the Star God Combat Zone's elite training center, a massive facility specifically designed to withstand catastrophic levels of destructive force. Standing inside the heavily reinforced structure, Elder Wu looks around and smiles confidently. According to him, there is no better place for the upcoming test. Fang Yi asks whether the training room is durable enough to contain a massive explosion without affecting the outside world. Inside the heavily reinforced chamber, Elder Wu confidently assures him that the facility is perfectly secure and tells him not to hold back at all. Curious about how the test should begin, Elder Wu asks Fang Yi for the rules. Fang Yi calmly gives his answer. He will stand completely still while the elders attack him with everything they have. The moment he finishes speaking, dark energy erupts violently around his body. A terrifying ancient aura fills the entire room as Fang Yi challenges all of the veteran pioneers to strike him simultaneously with their full strength. Jiang Tian immediately feels the crushing pressure radiating from Fang Yi and nervously asks whether he is using some kind of defensive artifact. Another veteran laughs excitedly and praises Fang Yi's courage while gathering spiritual energy into his palms. Declaring that none of them will hold back, the elders launch themselves forward together. Combining their powers into a single devastating attack, they unleash an enormous beam of spiritual energy directly at Fang Yi. Fang Yi does not move even a single step. A shield of dark energy instantly forms around him as the combined attack crashes into his defense. The collision creates a massive shockwave that violently pushes the attacking elders backward. Smoke fills the training chamber, yet through the dust and destruction, Fang Yi's silhouette remains completely unmoved. As the smoke slowly clears, the elders finally see him standing there in silence, covered from head to toe in the terrifying ancient god-demon armor. Not a single scratch marks the armor. Fang Yi stands completely unharmed. The veterans stare in disbelief. Their combined full-power attack failed to damage the armor at all. Elder Wu nervously laughs and admits that if Fang Yi were their enemy, he would be more terrifying than any disaster or beast king they had ever encountered. Meanwhile, Fang Yi calmly evaluates the result of the attack. To him, their combined strike felt almost meaningless. At that moment, he finally understands the true horror of the ancient god-demon armor. Forged over countless millennia, the armor absorbs both spiritual and demonic energy. Not only is it naturally immune to dark attributes, but it can even absorb dark energy and use it to strengthen itself further. The silence inside the room is eventually broken by Elder Wu's laughter. Declaring the test finished, he proudly announces that there is no longer any doubt about Fang Yi's overwhelming strength. He even nudges Jiang Tian and jokingly tells him to admit defeat already. Relieved, Elder Wu admits that he can finally step down from many of his responsibilities without worry. Looking at Fang Yi with genuine respect, he declares that the young sealer is a true hero, destined to guide humanity toward a better future. As the ancient god-demon armor slowly disappears from Fang Yi's body, Elder Wu suddenly asks him an important question. Will he become the supreme commander of the Jia Nation? Not long afterward, an official announcement is broadcast directly from headquarters. The legendary sealer Fang Yi is officially appointed as the supreme commander of the Jia Nation combat zone. The news instantly shocks the entire nation. Elder Wu and Jiang Tian celebrate the unanimous decision proudly. As the strongest combatant in the nation, Fang Yi now possesses absolute authority over every armed force within the Jia Nation. Across the country, countless people react in disbelief. Fang Yi's former girlfriend, Chu Qinglei, can hardly believe how far he has risen. Friends who once knew him personally cheer excitedly at the announcement. Major Hanley smiles proudly while remembering how they once jokingly referred to Fang Yi as a tyrant when he first became their leader. Lin Yi's friend is completely stunned after learning that the legendary sealer is actually Lin Yi's cousin. When Wan Liang excitedly shares the news with Ji Ruoyan, she immediately suppresses the celebration and orders additional training instead, refusing to let everyone become complacent. John Lu cries tears of joy while loudly bragging that his teacher is the greatest pioneer alive. Gu Yuru and Captain Chen Ru also celebrate happily, fully convinced that the sealer will continue creating miracles. At headquarters, even Wan Lan's peers finally admit that Fang Yi truly deserves the position. Su Qingyang reflects in amazement that the man she once monitored so cautiously has now become the very pillar supporting the entire nation. The lead official beside her quietly agrees, acknowledging that the Jia Nation owes Fang Yi an immeasurable debt. During a public rally, a speaker praises the sealer as a national hero who resolved countless disasters and protected humanity again and again. He declares that every student in the nation should remember Fang Yi's contributions. Back at home, Fang Yi's aunt cries with relief as she thinks about the endless hardships Fang Yi and Lin Yi endured to reach this point. However, not everyone welcomes the announcement. Inside the Divine Pavilion, a furious official smashes a crystal into pieces after learning that his faction was completely ignored during the appointment process. Rage burns in his eyes as he accuses the other factions of intentionally sidelining the Divine Pavilion. Suddenly, a sinister red shadow silently appears nearby. The mysterious entity mocks the angry official, claiming the other factions clearly intend to suppress and isolate the Divine Pavilion. The shadow then proposes a dangerous alliance, promising the official that it can help him obtain everything he desires. Suspicious, the official demands to know what kind of assistance the strange entity can provide. Before the shadow can answer, the man's phone suddenly rings. The official immediately receives a frantic emergency report. The Thunder Throne has gone berserk. The sinister red shadow slowly grins and calmly remarks that the promised opportunity has already arrived. It encourages the official to deal with the crisis personally, eager to see how he will take advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, at the restricted zone surrounding Chuan City, a catastrophic lightning storm tears across the sky. Emergency warnings broadcast nonstop throughout the area as authorities order a complete evacuation. Abnormal spiritual energy threatens to destroy the entire region. At the center of the storm, the sentient Gordveen, master of the Thunder Throne, thrashes violently while releasing endless waves of chaotic purple lightning. The throne appears completely unstable, almost as if it has become corrupted. At the foot of the mountain, defending pioneers struggle desperately against the relentless lightning strikes. One pioneer collapses after taking a direct hit, causing his companion to panic. He admits in despair that the enraged Thunder Throne is far too powerful and that they are rapidly losing control of the situation. While healing the wounded man, another pioneer desperately clings to hope. Remembering the rumors that Fang Yi can communicate with the thrones themselves, he silently prays for the sealer's arrival. At that exact moment, Fang Yi arrives alongside Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and several veteran pioneers. The exhausted defenders cry out in relief upon seeing him. Fang Yi calmly thanks them for holding the line and declares that he will handle the situation personally. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of purple lightning crashes down from the storm clouds directly toward the group. The veteran pioneers immediately raise their hands and prepare to block the devastating attack, fully prepared to confront Fang Yi's corrupted ally. Fang Yi quickly explains the situation to everyone present. According to him, the Thunder Throne's master, the sentient Gordvine, previously underwent major cultivation growth and even assisted humanity during an earlier mutant beast disaster. He concludes that a sudden surge of spiritual energy likely triggered a secondary evolution within the throne, causing it to temporarily lose control of its newfound power. Even Elder Wu groans beneath the overwhelming pressure radiating from the storm. Beside him, President Yao carefully analyzes the throne's aura and suddenly realizes something terrifying. The Thunder Throne has already surpassed the third level of the Jinggang realm. The surrounding pioneers stare upward in complete shock. President Yao explains that entering the Shenhua realm means transcending normal earthly limits entirely. A being at this level possesses enough spiritual power to ascend like a newly born god, wielding strength equal to mysterious domains and ancient thrones themselves. He further explains that as spiritual energy across the world continues recovering at an accelerated pace, reaching the Shenhua realm will gradually become possible for more beings. Eventually, even greater realms such as the star-altering Jury realm may appear. The pioneers immediately realize how terrifying the situation truly is. Not a single Shenhua realm pioneer currently exists within the Sha nation. Despair begins spreading through the defenders as they wonder whether stopping the Berserk Thunder Throne is even possible. Fang Yi quickly orders everyone to remain calm. Sensing traces of the artifact's original consciousness still lingering beneath the chaos, he declares that there is still hope to save it. Without hesitation, Fang Yi activates a technique known as Thunder Domain Divine Limit. Intense energy gathers around him as a glowing spiral appears on his forehead. Instantly, the raging lightning throughout the sky freezes in place around Fang Yi. The chaotic energy condenses into the massive glowing silhouette of the sentient Gordveen itself. The surrounding pioneers stare upward in amazement as they realize Fang Yi has successfully halted the attack and established direct contact with the Thunder Throne's master. Everyone silently prays that the sentient Gordvine has not completely lost its sanity. Sensing a massive surge of spiritual energy from Fang Yi, President Yao urgently tells the others to assist him. However, Elder Wu quickly stops him, realizing that Fang Yi has already formed a stable connection with the throne. At that moment, Fang Yi's consciousness enters the Thunder Throne's inner domain. Inside the chaotic space, he finds the sentient Gordvine thrashing violently amid uncontrollable spiritual energy. Fang Yi immediately asks whether it has completely lost control of its power. The entity cannot even answer properly. Seeing its condition, Fang Yi confirms that the throne has been entirely overwhelmed by its sudden evolution. Remaining calm, Fang Yi begins guiding the struggling artifact step by step. He instructs the sentient Gordveen to focus on its spiritual energy and imagine it as a vast lake. Suddenly, the unstable throne launches a stray blast of energy toward him, but Fang Yi effortlessly dodges the attack. At that moment, he realizes that if the artifact cannot regain control soon, it will permanently lose its sanity. Adding a calm and soothing aura, Fang Yi continues guiding the throne. He tells it to stop resisting the leaking energy and instead accept its ability to control it naturally. Slowly, the chaotic power begins stabilizing. The violent lightning gradually recedes and is absorbed back into the sentient Gordveen's body. Seeing the improvement, Fang Yi praises the artifact for successfully regaining control of itself. The exhausted sentient Gourdvine finally thanks him, admitting that it feels much better now before nervously asking whether it caused serious trouble. Fang Yi smiles faintly and remarks that the Gourdvine developed consciousness unusually late. Although it behaves somewhat like a child, its understanding of emotions and reasoning is surprisingly human. The artifact nervously asks whether it was turning into a demon. Fang Yi calmly explains that it merely suffered a temporary loss of control caused by an overwhelming surge of power. He points out that violently resisting the new energy only pushed it closer toward madness. He then gives the sentient throne an important warning. Any being that relies entirely on a throne's overwhelming power without maintaining a stable mind will eventually lose control. During future crises, the artifact must never depend solely on raw strength. Outside the domain, the storm clouds finally begin to break apart. Elder Wu and President Yao stare upward in amazement as they realize the Thunder Throne has fully accepted Fang Yi's guidance. President Yao marvels at the unbelievable sight of Fang Yi communicating directly with a chaotic throne. Watching Fang Yi floating safely above the battlefield, Jiang Tian quietly questions whether the young sealer is even human anymore. He reflects that Fang Yi alone protects the Shan-En more effectively than all the veteran elders combined. Yet, despite possessing such terrifying strength, Fang Yi still has not advanced into the next cultivation realm himself. Meanwhile, Fang Yi quietly sighs in exhaustion after stabilizing the throne. Complaining to himself, he admits that teaching others is far more exhausting than actual cultivation. For the first time in his life, he gains newfound respect for teachers everywhere. With the crisis finally resolved, Fang Yi safely descends from the sky and lands before Elder Wu, Jiang Tian, and President Yao. However, before they can properly celebrate, a helicopter suddenly lands nearby. 3 cloaked figures step out. The leader calmly approaches Fang Yi before confirming whether he is truly the legendary sealer. Then the man introduces himself. He is Jiang Huayan of the Divine Pavilion. Confused by the sudden arrival of the mysterious officials, Fang Yi asks Jiang Tian who these people are. Jiang Tian scoffs dismissively and explains that the Divine Pavilion is nothing more than a group of corrupt bureaucrats who accumulated massive wealth before the spiritual awakening. According to him, the organization relies heavily on money, influence, and political connections to aggressively compete for power within the Zhanyanyan. Without hesitation, Jiang Huayan steps forward and accuses Fang Yi of causing a catastrophic disaster that nearly destroyed Xuan City and severely harmed the Xia nation. Completely unfazed, Fang Yi calmly asks the official to explain his accusations. The furious official immediately points at Fang Yi and shouts that he clearly possessed the ability to communicate with the Thunder Throne from the very beginning. According to him, Fang Yi deliberately delayed his intervention and recklessly allowed the situation to escalate. Jiang Huayan openly blames Fang Yi for endangering the entire city and demands compensation for his so-called negligence. Fang Yi simply replies that the Thunder Throne has already returned to normal. However, the official refuses to let the matter go. Jiang Huayan angrily declares that restoring the throne is not enough. He demands guarantees that the artifact will never threaten humanity again. Taking things even further, he insists that Fang Yi should force the Thunder Throne into serving the Cheyenne nation as a military weapon. According to him, controlling the throne would grant the nation overwhelming leverage against every foreign power. The official then openly threatens Fang Yi. He demands that Fang Yi immediately admit fault and warns that if he refuses, the Divine Pavilion will impose severe sanctions against the entire combat zone. Before Fang Yi can even respond, a blinding purple light suddenly illuminates the battlefield. Jiang Huayan freezes in terror as he slowly looks upward. A colossal bolt of lightning crashes down from the heavens and strikes him directly. High above the mountain, the sentient Gourdvine roars furiously and declares death to anyone who dares disrespect its teacher. The purple lightning vanishes moments later. Nothing remains of Jiang Huayan. The surrounding pioneers stand frozen in absolute shock. President Yao stares at the empty ground in disbelief before quietly asking whether the man is truly gone. He then turns toward Fang Yi and asks the obvious question, did the Thunder Throne really accept him as its master? Fang Yi calmly confirms it. With a casual wave of his hand, Fang Yi disperses the remaining lightning energy and thanks the Thunder Throne. To him, that deadly strike was simply payment for his guidance and teachings. Turning toward the stunned group, Fang Yi casually reassures them that the Thunder Throne is actually kind and surprisingly well behaved. He insists that the artifact bears no hostility toward ordinary people. He even praises the throne for learning quickly. The others can only stare at him speechlessly. To everyone else, the Thunder Throne is a catastrophic entity capable of destroying entire regions. Yet Fang Yi talks about it as though he were complimenting a talented student. President Yao laughs awkwardly in agreement, though he understands the truth. The throne's gentle behavior exists only because of Fang Yi. In reality, the artifact possesses enough power to devastate the world itself. Jiang Tian snorts coldly and says, The arrogant official simply got what he deserved. Elder Wu then tells Fang Yi that the government intends to make the entire incident public. They plan to announce that the Thunder Throne personally chose Fang Yi and destroyed one of his enemies to protect him. Fang Yi smiles calmly and agrees. According to him, secrets are impossible to maintain in this new era anyway. Since he already stands in the global spotlight, he might as well use the attention to their advantage. More importantly, the overwhelming strength of the Thunder Throne will serve as a warning to every hostile faction watching the Jiananian. However, Fang Yi's expression soon turns serious. He warns Elder Wu that the current peace will not last forever. The era of the thrones has officially begun. Everyone across the world now understands that possessing a throne is the key to securing dominance in this rapidly changing age. Elder Wu grimly agrees. He admits that the current balance of power is fragile, and that the authorities can only suppress greedy factions for so long before everything eventually collapses into chaos. Fang Yi then asks whether anyone else in the world has successfully claimed a throne. Elder Wu confirms that there is already one publicly recognized throne master. When Fang Yi asks where this person is located, Elder Wu reveals that the individual belongs to Country B. At that very moment, an enormous celebration unfolds along Country B's coastline. Thousands of people cheer wildly as their alliance leader successfully claims the Earth Throne. Filled with excitement, the leader raises his hands triumphantly and declares the event a sign of heaven's blessing upon their nation. The newly crowned throne master slowly rises into the sky while proudly calling himself the Lord of the Earth. He loudly proclaims that he will demonstrate divine power to elevate Country B's standing before the entire world. With a roar, the throne master channels his new abilities. Massive stone pillars violently erupt from the ocean, shaking the coastline itself. Spectators stare in awe as gigantic structures rise from beneath the sea, demonstrating the terrifying power of the Earth Throne. The leader of Country B excitedly orders his crew to record every second of the event so they can broadcast their nation's strength worldwide. Staring proudly into the camera, the Earth Throne Master publicly challenges the Xia nation. He mockingly asks whether the Xia nation's strongest pioneer, the legendary sealer, has ever claimed a throne. No. Pointing directly toward the camera, the Throne Master declares that Fang Yi could never understand true power without possessing a throne. He even threatens to crush the sealer to death if they ever meet in battle. Comment sections become flooded with foreign viewers mocking the Xia nation for failing to secure an official Throne Master. Many openly ridicule Fang Yi as a fraud while claiming that Country B has become the world's new superpower. Back inside headquarters, Su Qingying angrily complains about Country B's sudden arrogance. She cannot believe they already forgot how easily Fang Yi destroyed one of their elite squads in the past. The lead official calmly scrolls through the online backlash and points out that the insults themselves are not the true problem. Instead, Country B is deliberately using public opinion to portray the Xia nation as weak and vulnerable simply because they lack a publicly recognized throne master. Su Qingying immediately defends Fang Yi, arguing that his personal combat strength has already been enough to resolve every internal threat the nation has faced, even without claiming a throne himself. The lead official simply scoffs. According to him, the ignorant people of Country B would never believe the truth anyway. After all, the two throne masters currently connected to the Xia nation are actually Fang Yi's spiritual companion and his own student. Meanwhile, a massive pillar of golden light suddenly erupts from the Fang family villa and pierces the sky. Inside the residence, Fang Yi sits deep in meditation while focusing entirely on his cultivation technique. A familiar sensation begins washing over him. He is approaching another breakthrough, ancient power resonating with the same terrifying energy as the dark tide begins guiding his spiritual growth. The overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy surrounding Fang Yi forms a gigantic vortex in the sky above the city. At the monitoring center, alarms immediately begin blaring. Panicked staff members report that the city's spiritual energy readings have exceeded every measurable limit. When they trace the anomaly's origin, they realize the distortion is coming directly from Fang Yi's home. Even the sky itself appears warped by his power. Su Qingying stares at the readings in complete shock before announcing that Fang Yi is attempting to break through into the next cultivation realm. The officials nearby are left speechless. Deep within his spiritual trance, Fang Yi calmly controls his breathing while his spiritual form floats before a massive glowing moon. His system confirms that his breakthrough into the Shenhua realm is about to begin. As storm clouds swirl around the moon, the system suddenly issues a serious warning. The Shenhua realm governs coldness, illusion, and mental influence. In order to complete the breakthrough, Fang Yi must survive a heavenly tribulation. The once peaceful mental landscape instantly becomes hostile. Violent currents of dark red energy swirl around Fang Yi as razor-sharp attacks slam into his barrier. Using his spiritual perception, Fang Yi carefully analyzes the chaotic storm surrounding him. He quickly realizes that the tribulation is composed entirely of dark energy. To him, this makes perfect sense. Although people often associate the moon with beauty and tranquility, its deeper nature represents madness, manipulation, and chaos. Fang Yi finally understands the terrifying truth behind the Shenhua realm. Its ability to gather faith and devotion is essentially a form of fanatical worship and spiritual control. Smiling confidently, Fang Yi admits that this breakthrough will not be easy. He immediately summons a massive sphere of golden energy around himself as protection. The system warns him that the heavenly tribulation is actively attempting to corrupt his sanity. Dark slashes and divine lightning rain down violently against his fiery barrier, each strike carrying enough force to shatter ordinary pioneers instantly. Refusing to yield, Fang Yi roars defiantly into the storm and summons the ancient god-demon armor. An enormous eruption of dark red power explodes around him as he unleashes the armor's full strength against the heavenly tribulation. Fang Yi retaliates fiercely. A massive fiery slash tears through the storm itself, carving apart the chaotic energy. Then, pushing his power even further, Fang Yi activates a secret technique that releases an overwhelming dark flood. Slowly but surely, the swirling darkness devours the tribulation's chaotic power. As the storm finally begins calming, Fang Yi rises toward the glowing moon. Smiling confidently, he snaps his fingers and recalls the scattered dark energy back into his body. Moments later, the system confirms his success. Fang Yi has officially broken through into the first level of the Shenhua realm. As his body absorbs the remaining dark energy, Fang Yi experiences an entirely new level of power. His senses expand infinitely. For a brief moment, he feels as though he himself has become the divine moon hanging above the universe. Endless spiritual energy flows naturally under his control, as though the cosmos itself has accepted his existence. Suddenly, Fang Yi's expression sharpens. His vision expands outward until he sees an enormous galaxy stretching endlessly before him. At that moment, a damaged system window suddenly appears and interrupts him. The system warns that his newly formed Shenhua realm remains unstable. It immediately issues a mandatory order for Fang Yi to enter deep cultivation training so he can prepare for incoming cosmic storms and unknown future threats. Fang Yi becomes deeply confused by the mention of mysterious cosmic storms. Descending slowly from the sky, he worries about leaving the Sha Nanyan unprotected, while global tensions continue escalating. However, the system immediately issues another severe warning. If Fang Yi refuses the training, his cultivation growth will permanently stagnate. Worse still, the system calculates a 99% chance of his death and a 100% chance that the Sha Nan itself will eventually be destroyed. Floating silently above the forest, Fang Yi carefully thinks about the terrifying prediction. Realizing how serious the hidden cosmic threat must be, he finally accepts that he has no choice but to obey the system. Meanwhile, inside the Star God Combat Zone headquarters, Su Qingyang, Elder Wu, and Gao Lan hold an emergency meeting. They officially announce that the sealer has entered deep cultivation training. Elder Wu clearly states that their responsibility is now to maintain order and protect the nation, without disturbing Fang Yi during this critical stage of his breakthrough. Suddenly, a panicked soldier bursts into the meeting room with an urgent report. Country B's Lord of the Earth has launched an invasion against the Jia Nation's southern border. Hearing the news, Elder Wu grimly remarks that the enemy moved faster than expected. Without hesitation, he orders Gao Lan to mobilize the Spirit Association forces and activate their backup defense plan immediately. Gao Lan firmly accepts Elder Wu's orders and immediately mobilizes the Spirit Association forces. At the Sha Nation's southern border, defenders rapidly construct a gigantic blue energy wall to block the incoming invasion. The barrier stretches across the coastline as soldiers loudly warn the Lord of the Earth that he has illegally crossed into Sha Natin territory. One defender shouts angrily, demanding to know whether the foreign throne master intends to start a full-scale war. Floating proudly above the battlefield, the gray-haired Lord of the Earth laughs arrogantly. He justifies his invasion by accusing Fang Yi of killing 3 Country B pioneers, including his own brother. According to him, this attack is nothing more than revenge. The Sha Nation defenders immediately curse at him in anger. They remind him that the Country B pioneers were criminals who illegally entered a restricted zone. Mocking his hypocrisy, they ask why he treats invaders and thieves like innocent victims. The Lord of the Earth's expression darkens instantly. Insulted that ordinary border guards dare speak to him so boldly, he coldly declares that every defender present will die. With a wave of his hand, terrifying stone spikes erupt violently from beneath the Xiananian forces. Massive jagged pillars tear through the coastline itself, creating a horrifying wall of earth that threatens the nearby cities. Just as the defenders struggle to hold the line, a special Jia Natsim squad wearing green combat uniforms charges onto the battlefield. The squad leader praises the border guards for enduring the assault, and confidently announces that it is now their turn to fight. Floating above them, the Lord of the Earth stares down at the newcomers with confusion. The elite plant research team immediately spreads out into formation. Using advanced military research involving mutated plant life, They prepare a coordinated trap designed specifically to counter Earth-based abilities. The squad leader channels powerful green energy directly into the ground. Suddenly, a gigantic, rapidly growing plant bursts upward from beneath the battlefield. The monstrous vegetation transforms into enormous carnivorous vines lined with sharp teeth. The defenders proudly declare that their classified wood-based weaponry is the perfect counter against Earth abilities. As the giant vines surge toward the enemy, the team shouts that they will defend the Shananshin's honor no matter the cost. The living vines coil around the massive stone spikes, crushing and tearing them apart before lunging toward the Lord of the Earth himself. Within moments, the Throne Master becomes completely bound in midair. The plant research team leader clenches his fist triumphantly, believing victory is within reach. However, despite being restrained, the Lord of the Earth merely smiles, laughing mockingly at their claims of a natural elemental counter. He casually grabs the massive vines wrapped around him. The squad leader's face changes instantly. To his horror, the supposedly indestructible vines begin melting and breaking apart beneath the overwhelming force of the Throne Master's power. Realizing the situation has become critical, he urgently orders his men to activate their strongest defensive measure. The squad slams their hands onto the ground simultaneously. A massive poisonous fog erupts across the coastline, creating an enormous toxic barrier capable of killing almost anything that enters it. The Lord of the Earth remains completely unimpressed. Calling the shy defenders weak insects, he snaps his fingers casually. The entire poisonous barrier explodes apart instantly. The squad leader curses in frustration but refuses to retreat, declaring that they must stop the invader even at the cost of their own lives. He leads his team in a desperate frontal assault. Looking down at the charging soldiers, the Lord of the Earth dismisses them as worthless trash. Above his head, a gigantic sphere of fiery dark energy slowly forms. The enormous energy sphere blocks out the sunlight itself, with a cold command ordering them to die. The Lord of the Earth launches the attack downward. The resulting explosion annihilates the entire defending squad instantly. A catastrophic blast tears apart the coastline and leaves nothing but devastation behind. The Lord of the Earth then turns his gaze toward a nearby Shananshin city. Declaring it his next target, he mocks the nation for lacking a throne master capable of stopping him. A massive pillar of dark energy crashes into the city center and wipes out entire sections of the district. Deep within the collapsing ruins, huddle together and desperately ask who will save them. A local pioneer stands before the falling debris and swears that the defenders have not surrendered yet. Meanwhile, far away in his isolated cultivation space, Fang Yi continues meditating before the giant moon within his spiritual domain. Suddenly, the violent shock of the southern border attack disrupts his concentration completely. Blood spills from Fang Yi's mouth as the disturbance damages his unstable breakthrough process. Ignoring his injuries, Fang Yi immediately realizes that he can no longer remain in seclusion. Countless people will die. Soon afterward, Nanming City at the southern border descends into complete chaos. The Lord of the Earth laughs wildly while ripping massive chunks of infrastructure from the city itself and hurling them into the sky. Panicked civilians begin falling from collapsing buildings. Sweeping waves of green energy suddenly appear and safely catch the civilians before they hit the ground. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian arrive on the battlefield. After rescuing the civilians, Elder Wu orders the remaining defenders to focus entirely on evacuation efforts, while the veteran pioneers confront the enemy directly. The Lord of the Earth stares at the arriving veterans with disappointment. Mocking them as a group of old men, he demands to know where the legendary sealer is hiding. Elder Wu immediately fires back, declaring that Fang Yi does not even need to appear in order for them to defeat him. Suddenly, a spike of green energy shoots toward the Lord of the Earth. The Throne Master blocks the attack effortlessly by summoning a gigantic stone barrier. He laughs arrogantly and calls the defenders weak ants, who greatly overestimate themselves. Then another presence enters the battlefield. Bisu and Gao Lan arrive together. Bisu calmly announces that he is ready to fight. Elder Wu laughs in relief upon seeing him and jokes that he honestly expected the young pioneer to remain hidden in seclusion until he became an old fossil. Amazed by the techniques used moments earlier, Elder Wu asks Bisu how he managed to immobilize the Lord of the Earth so effectively. Standing beside him, Gao Lan explains that she layered her mutation abilities over Bisu's bamboo forming technique, doubling its restraining power. However, she warns everyone not to underestimate an opponent of this level. The Lord of the Earth becomes completely trapped inside a massive prison of razor-sharp green growths. Seeing the invader restrained, Gao Lan suggests using him as leverage during negotiations with Country B. Then a low chuckle echoes from inside the prison. The Lord of the Earth mockingly asks whether this pathetic restraint represents the full limit of Jinggang realm power. Elder Wu instantly senses danger and screams for everyone to retreat. The next second, the entire prison explodes apart. The Lord of the Earth tears through the restraints with his bare hands. His body begins mutating grotesquely into a decayed monster-like form with glowing green eyes and corrupted flesh. Bisu freezes in disbelief while Gao Lan immediately realizes the horrifying truth. The invader has undergone forbidden biological modifications. Elder Wu grimly concludes that Country B never abandoned its illegal human experimentation programs. The Lord of the Earth himself is a product of those twisted experiments. The transformed Throne Master bursts into laughter. According to him, his modified body is not a crime at all. It is Country B's greatest masterpiece. Chaotic energy gathers violently around him as he proudly declares that this research will guarantee Country B's dominance over the entire planet. Then he unleashes another devastating attack at the Jia defenders, while claiming the sacrificed experimental subjects should feel honored to have contributed to humanity's evolution. The overwhelming force slams the defenders into the ground. Jian Tian desperately activates his abilities and transforms the rapidly solidifying stone around them into loose sand before they are crushed alive. Even so, everyone is stunned by the terrifying power of the Earth Throne. As the ground threatens to completely bury Elder Wu and Zhang Tian, Gao Lan leaps into action. Purple blasts of energy shatter the forming rock structures before they can fully harden. She urgently warns the veterans not to allow the earth to settle around them. At that moment, the Lord of the Earth's glowing green eyes lock onto Gao Lan. His expression twists with fascination. He declares that her mutant attribute possesses exceptional value and would make perfect nourishment for him to devour. Announcing that she will become his first victim, he unleashes a deadly barrage of sharp energy spikes directly toward her. Before the attack can land, a roaring fire dragon suddenly intercepts the projectiles. Moments later, multiple fire dragons materialize around the battlefield and surround the Lord of the Earth inside a vortex of flames. Fang Yi has arrived. Holding his sword tightly, Fang Yi charges directly into battle. His dark red blade crashes into the Lord of the Earth and detonates in a massive explosion that engulfs the battlefield. Elder Wu and the others immediately cry out in relief after recognizing the sealer's arrival. At the same time, they stare at him in shock and ask why he interrupted his critical training. Fang Yi immediately orders everyone to retreat. He warns the veterans that they are absolutely no match for an opponent of this level. The Lord of the Earth slowly walks out of the crater while laughing arrogantly. According to him, the legendary sealer is nothing special. He casually shatters the rock armor covering his body and proudly declares that Fang Yi's flames are meaningless without the support of a throne. Fang Yi immediately rushes forward again. While observing the enemy's grotesque mutated appearance, he mockingly asks whether the transformation is the result of a failed breakthrough and spiritual backlash. The Lord of the Earth completely ignores the insult. The two powerhouses clash violently. Fang Yi unleashes a rapid barrage of sword strikes against the Throne Master's stone defenses, while shockwaves tear through the battlefield. Watching from a distance, Gao Lan notices something deeply wrong with Fang Yi's condition. She quietly debates with Elder Wu about whether they should interfere, but ultimately decides to trust Fang Yi's orders and avoid becoming a burden. During the battle, the Lord of the Earth lands a heavy strike against Fang Yi's back. Fang Yi immediately realizes that the enemy has misunderstood the nature of his condition. Blood spills from Fang Yi's mouth as the unstable Shenhua realm energy inside his body becomes increasingly violent. System alerts begin flashing rapidly within his consciousness. His cultivation realm is unstable. Suddenly, Fang Yi screams in agony as violent red energy erupts uncontrollably from his body. Struggling desperately to suppress the chaotic aura, he finally understands the full consequences of interrupting his seclusion training prematurely. Because he halted the breakthrough process midway, he cannot fully access his post-breakthrough strength. Worse still, his unstable cultivation now causes severe physical backlash. The Lord of the Earth instantly notices Fang Yi's weakness and takes advantage of the situation. Mocking the sealer for recklessly fighting while suffering an energy backlash, he raises both hands and summons two colossal stone pillars above the battlefield. A cruel grin spreads across his monstrous face. Then the Lord of the Earth calmly sentences Fang Yi to death before violently bringing his hands together. At the southern border of the Xia nation, the massive slabs of earth that had crushed Fang Yi formed a gigantic stone mountain. Zhao Lan, Elder Wu, and the surviving pioneers stood frozen in shock as they stared at the ruined battlefield. None of them could believe what had just happened. Even Bisu struggled to accept reality, insisting that there was no way the legendary sealer could have fallen so easily. Grief quickly spread through the remaining defenders. Elder Wu blamed himself for not being able to hold the line long enough to protect their commander. Zhao Lan carried an even heavier burden, wishing they had been strong enough to stop Fang Yi from interrupting his meditation and forcing such a dangerous breakthrough. Realizing the battle had seemingly been lost, Zheng Tian and Elder Wu launched a massive signal flare into the sky. The brilliant light pierced through the storm clouds and carried the tragic message across the nation. Far away at headquarters, President Ya Xiao watched the flare burst through the darkness. The sight immediately told him the worst-case scenario had become reality. Steeling himself, he ordered the Spirit Association to activate its absolute final contingency plan. Since the sealer had supposedly given his life for the Xia nation, the entire country had entered a true life-or-death struggle. He commanded every branch of the Spirit Association to defend their homeland until their final breath and fight the Lord of the Earth to the very end. The officers and commanders answered with thunderous determination, fully prepared to sacrifice themselves if necessary. At the same time, Elder Wu issued emergency military orders. The Eastern, Southern, and Star battle zones were instructed to combine their forces and launch a massive counteroffensive against the invading army. Across the nation, commanders accepted the orders without hesitation. Elder Wu, Zheng Tian, President Ya Xiao, and the other leaders swore that even if they all died on the battlefield, they would avenge the sealer, protect his family, and defend the Xia nation. Above the ruined city, the Lord of the Earth laughed mockingly. To him, the defenders were nothing more than pathetic ants making pointless struggles. He declared that he would devour their cities one by one before charging downward to crush them all. However, deep beneath the battlefield, inside the endless darkness of an underground tomb, Fang Yi was completely unharmed. He calmly floated within a glowing sphere of golden energy. His system detected an enormous concentration of ancient Earth energy that had reached 90% density and immediately began absorbing it. Fang Yi smiled as he realized the Lord of the Earth had made a fatal mistake. What was supposed to be a death trap had become the perfect source of energy for his recovery. The system carefully monitored his condition and reported that his unstable cultivation realm was rapidly stabilizing. His overall recovery soon reached 50%. As he meditated on the surrounding power, Fang Yi gained a deeper understanding of the Earth Throne. To his surprise, it shared similarities with the divine moon realm. Both possessed dual natures. Earth could create and destroy. It could bring perfect stability or unleash devastating destruction. The chaotic energy within his newly advanced divine moon realm had attracted the constructive side of the underground Earth energy. As a result, the unstable moon energy was repaired, and the painful backlash from his breakthrough completely disappeared. His recovery quickly climbed to 70%. Fang Yi realized that if he had not already broken through into the divine moon realm, the immense concentration of Earth energy would have killed him instantly rather than helping him. Moments later, the system announced that his recovery had already reached 90%. Admiring the mysterious power of the throne, Fang Yi prepared for the final stage of recovery. The system reported 99% completion, and his previously unstable energy had become perfectly calm. Then the system detected something unusual. A tremendous surge of high sky yang energy had appeared in the atmosphere above. Back on the surface, loud cracking sounds echoed across the battlefield. The giant stone prison sealing Fang Yi suddenly began to split apart. The Lord of the Earth immediately sensed the overwhelming wave of power and gasped in disbelief. Without warning, a colossal pillar of brilliant golden light erupted from the shattered rocks. The explosion blasted debris in every direction before tearing through the storm-filled heavens and forming a massive vortex in the sky. From within the roaring column of light, Fang Yi slowly descended. His entire body radiated a pure golden aura. Jiaolan rubbed her eyes repeatedly, unable to believe he had survived the deadliest attack of the Earth Throne. The surviving pioneers erupted into cheers, shouting that a miracle had occurred and that their nation still had hope. The Lord of the Earth dismissed it as temporary luck. Crossing his massive arms, he prepared to unleash his full power and show everyone what true authority looked like. With a furious roar, he triggered a violent earth eruption. Countless jagged stone spikes burst from the ground in an attempt to impale Fang Yi. Moments later, he launched a barrage of burning rock projectiles, yet Fang Yi effortlessly avoided every attack while maintaining eye contact with his opponent. Refusing to stop, the Lord of the Earth summoned a massive meteor-like boulder and sent it crashing from the sky. Fang Yi merely smiled. He wondered if his enemy knew any attack besides throwing rocks. Instead of dodging, he shot upward like a golden beam. Pulling back his fist, he activated his power and commanded the barrier to break. His punch struck the giant boulder head-on. A massive explosion followed. The enormous stone meteor instantly disintegrated into dust. The Lord of the Earth stared in pure shock. Nearby, the pioneers celebrated loudly. They explained that this was the difference between borrowed power and true talent. While the Lord of the Earth relied on the strength of a throne, Fang Yi had climbed to the top through his own efforts. Others added that Fang Yi's top-tier yang attribute naturally suppressed nearly every other element. As the crowd continued cheering, the Lord of the Earth became consumed by rage. He screamed that he was the master of a throne and refused to be mocked. Declaring that he would punish everyone who dared challenge his authority, he unleashed a violent wave of chaotic energy and promised to give them the most terrifying deaths imaginable. Fang Yi ignored every threat. Instead, he calmly looked toward the sky and quietly stated that it was finally time. Confused, the Lord of the Earth demanded to know what he meant. Fang Yi met his gaze and replied that it was time for his own throne to descend. The next moment, a blinding pillar of golden light crashed down from the heavens and completely engulfed him. A new king had been born. The legendary Yang attribute throne descended from above and officially recognized Fang Yi as its master. The entire city was bathed in golden radiance as the throne manifested. Fang Yi floated calmly at the center of the light, welcoming its power. The Lord of the Earth could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Elder Wu wondered whether this world-changing artifact had truly chosen Fang Yi, while Jalen felt its energy was so vast that it defied comprehension. The Lord of the Earth roared in disbelief. He insisted that no throne could possess more power than his own. After all, he believed himself to be the one in a billion chosen by a throne, making him nearly divine. Convinced he could conquer this new throne as well, he launched another wave of earth energy and declared that such power would never choose someone like Fang Yi. Meanwhile, alarms rang throughout monitoring facilities around the world. Researchers reported that the energy readings at the Shia nation's border had surpassed every record in history. Another supreme throne had appeared, and its power exceeded that of a star. Inside the Global Throne Sequence Department, panic erupted. Experts realized that their entire ranking system had become obsolete. The arrival of the Sun God throne forced them to reevaluate everything. Thrones previously considered first sequence, such as Earth and Thunder, would now be pushed down in ranking. For years, throne classifications had been based on rarity and elemental strength. But the Sun God throne revealed a shocking truth. There was only one true first sequence. The Sun God throne stood alone. Back at the Shia Nation Spirit Association Research Center, scientists celebrated the discovery. Their data showed that the Sun God throne possessed over 200% more energy than the previous first sequence throne. However, their excitement soon turned into shock. The throne had not simply appeared. It had not even chosen Fang Yi. Instead, Fang Yi had summoned it himself. Elder Wu quickly realized the truth. The sealer had not waited for recognition. Through an extraordinary act of summoning, he had forcibly called the Sun God throne into existence, guaranteeing complete mastery over it. Even the Lord of the Earth was stunned by the revelation. He gathered every remaining ounce of power and charged forward. He screamed that he would never allow Fang Yi to claim the throne's authority. Before he could get close, a blinding beam of pure solar energy shot toward him. His expression instantly changed from madness to panic. He raised his stone-covered arms to block the attack, but another beam followed immediately. The second strike completely burned away one of his mutated arms and shattered his rocky armor. The solar energy pierced through his strongest defenses and detonated in a massive explosion that swept across the coastline. When the smoke finally cleared, the Lord of the Earth's monstrous form was gone. Coughing blood, he collapsed to the ground in shock. Looking up, he saw Elder Wu, Bisu, President Ya Shao, and the others standing over him. Zheng Tian stepped forward and ordered his forces to capture the invader immediately. He specifically instructed them to keep the defeated throne master alive, as he would serve as both a valuable hostage and proof of Country B's illegal experiments. News of the battle spread rapidly throughout Country B. Citizens watched in disbelief as their once glorious Lord of the Earth knelt defeated on public screens. Furious protests erupted across the nation. People demanded answers from their government and questioned how their supposedly unbeatable throne master had been crushed so thoroughly. Panic spread among the officials who had supported the invasion. They realized that now that Fang Yi possessed the ultimate Sun God throne, they would likely become the first targets of retaliation. Inside Country B's executive office, the nation's leader slammed his fist onto his desk in rage. He cursed Fang Yi and demanded to know why his advisors had assured him that the young commander would become irrelevant in the era of thrones. No one had an answer. The terrified leader immediately began packing his belongings and announced that he was resigning and fleeing before the Shia nation could retaliate. But before he could leave, a hand landed firmly on his shoulder. A scarred executive stopped him and calmly reminded him that they still possessed one final hidden card. Meanwhile, throughout the Shia nation, celebrations erupted. Citizens gathered around public screens to cheer the defeat of the invader. They proudly declared that the world's greatest pioneer now possessed the strongest throne in existence. Many remembered how critics had once claimed that older pioneers, including the sealer himself, would be left behind in the new era. Now those predictions seemed laughable. Fang Yi had not been surpassed by the Age of Thrones. He had become its undisputed king. Zheng Lu proudly scolded everyone for ever doubting their leader. With complete confidence, he reminded them that the boss would always be the boss. Captain Shenro enthusiastically agreed, declaring that the Shananyan now possessed the strongest throne master in the entire world. Su Qingyang remained silent as she watched the sky. Moments later, another eruption of solar energy burst across the heavens. Everyone immediately realized what was happening. Fang Yi was preparing to enter the core of the Sun God throne and complete the final stage of mastery. The gathered pioneers could not help but wonder what kind of ultimate trial such a legendary artifact would impose. Inside the throne, Fang Yi stepped into a swirling sea of golden light and slowly opened his glowing red eyes. To his surprise, the interior of the Sun God throne looked completely different from its radiant exterior. Instead of endless brilliance, he found himself drifting through a vast and mysterious darkness. As he floated through the silent void, he sensed traces of strange dark energy. The feeling reminded him of the dark tide, Thinking carefully, he realized that the pure yang energy of the sun god throne and the corrupted darkness of his ancient god demon armor appeared to be complete opposites. Yet somehow, they felt connected, as if both powers originated from the same ancient source. The discovery made him smile. Outside, the legendary first sequence sun god throne continued to dominate the sky. Its colossal golden pillar pierced through the storm clouds and illuminated the entire battlefield. Understanding the importance of Fang Yi's breakthrough, Su Qingyang, Zhao Lan, and the nation's strongest defenders established powerful barriers around the area. They knew ordinary people could never approach a throne of this level, but protecting Fang Yi from interference remained their highest priority. Still, an uneasy feeling lingered among the veterans. Zhao Olan and the other elite pioneers shared the same ominous premonition. That feeling was the reason so many powerful fighters had been mobilized as guards. Although countless volunteers had begged to join the operation, most had been rejected. The mission required absolute loyalty, especially with the constant threat of traitors and foreign agents seeking to create another disaster like the tragedy that had once destroyed Taishi City. Their fears soon became reality. A sinister flash of purple light suddenly appeared in the distance. The moment it happened, Su Qingyang and Zhao Lan sensed danger. A wave of hostile energy shot directly toward the pillar of golden light. Zhao Lan instantly recognized the attack. It was a specialized assassination technique designed specifically to disrupt breakthroughs. She quickly explained that the strange drum-like sound waves were harmless to ordinary people. However, for someone in the middle of a critical breakthrough, they were essentially a death sentence. If Fang Yi's concentration were disturbed at this moment, the resulting backlash could cause his energy to spiral out of control and kill him instantly. Even worse, conventional barriers were useless because sound frequencies could pass directly through spiritual formations. Realizing the severity of the threat, Zhao Lan prepared to locate the hidden attackers herself. Before she could act, however, an unexpected event occurred. The sun god throne suddenly roared. A deafening wave of energy exploded outward as golden light flared violently across the sky. It was almost as if the throne itself had become enraged by the attempt to harm its chosen master. Meanwhile, deep inside a hidden mountain cave, the attackers were finally revealed. Several cloaked traitors rhythmically beat a cursed drum, transmitting the deadly sound waves toward Fang Yi's location. One operative expressed amazement that native Sha traders were willing to cooperate with Country B to sabotage their own homeland. The group's leader immediately ordered him to stop talking and continue drumming. The leader boasted that the weapon allowed them to attack powerful enemies without ever confronting them directly. Convinced that their position was completely hidden, he smugly declared that Fang Yi's luck had finally run out. Believing the mission was already successful, he prepared to retreat before anyone discovered them. However, the foreign mercenaries assisting him had their own plans. One of them mocked the traitorous Sha natives and revealed that he had secretly brought elite experts from Country A to seize control of the operation for themselves. Their celebration lasted only a moment. One of the mercenaries suddenly sensed overwhelming danger. When he looked outside, his face immediately turned pale. 3 colossal pillars of solar energy had appeared in the sky. Like divine missiles, the beams locked directly onto their hidden cave. Panic erupted. The operatives instantly recognized the aura of the sun god throne and could not comprehend how it had located them. Desperate to survive, the elite experts pooled their energy to create defensive barriers. Others attempted to activate emergency escape plans. It was already too late. The solar beams descended. A blinding explosion consumed the entire mountain. The peak was completely vaporized. Watching from afar, Jaolin shielded her eyes from the shockwave. For the first time, she truly understood the terrifying power of the sun god throne. A casual strike from the artifact had erased an entire mountain. The surrounding defenders watched in stunned silence, realizing how insignificant human strength appeared compared to divine power. Their awe was short-lived. Captain Chen Ruo suddenly arrived with urgent news. The enormous energy disturbance had disrupted the containment arrays holding the captured Lord of the Earth. During the chaos, the prisoner had escaped. Meanwhile, within the deepest core of the sun god throne, Fang Yi approached a brilliant orb resembling a miniature sun. Strange bird-like cries echoed through the darkness. He wondered whether the trial had finally begun. Reaching toward the glowing sphere, Fang Yi noticed how different this experience felt compared to his brutal struggle with the metal throne. There was no hostility, no pressure, and no violence, only warmth. Remaining cautious, he ventured deeper into the golden void. Then an incredible sight appeared before him. A massive fusang tree stood in the darkness, glowing like a sun. Perched among its radiant branches was a majestic 3-legged golden crow. The mythical creature released a deafening cry that shook the void itself. Fang Yi immediately understood. This was the true incarnation of the sun god throne. It embodied the absolute essence of the sun. Yet instead of hostility, the golden crow gazed upon him with warmth and familiarity, as though greeting a long-lost relative. Trusting his instincts, Fang Yi stepped forward and gently touched the divine bird. The moment their hands met, the golden crow transformed into a massive vortex of solar energy. Boundless power surged into Fang Yi. Soon afterward, the system confirmed that the Sun God Throne had officially acknowledged his summons and accepted him as its true master. Golden flames ignited within his eyes as endless solar energy flowed through his body. When the mastery process finished, the system immediately began creating a unique cultivation technique tailored specifically to him. The process succeeded. A crown forged entirely from solar energy appeared above his head, permanently establishing his connection to the throne. Finally, the system presented its reward. A god-tier yang cultivation technique known as the East Heaven Divine Crown Secret. Reading the brief description, Fang Yi smiled knowingly. Experience had taught him that the shorter the system's explanation, the more terrifying the ability usually was. Before he could study the technique further, a new disturbance appeared. Outside, two cloaked figures slipped through the defensive perimeter using a strange eye-shaped artifact. They were shocked that the device actually allowed them to bypass the throne's protective barriers. Removing his hood, one infiltrator explained that the artifact represented their only chance to enter the throne space and sabotage Fang Yi's breakthrough. His companion agreed and reminded him that they were targeting the strongest fighter in the nation. A single mistake would mean death. Unfortunately for them, they were already too late. As they crept forward, a cold voice suddenly spoke behind them. "Who exactly are you hiding from?" The two intruders froze. Golden light illuminated the area as Fang Yi descended behind them. Terrified, they desperately claimed that Elder Wu had sent them as part of a personal security team. Fang Yi merely laughed. Their lies were useless. With a simple release of pressure, he tore away their disguises and exposed their true identities. The fake Song Yiming stared in disbelief, unable to understand how their infiltration had failed. Fang Yi responded with action instead of words. Golden flames erupted from his hand and blasted both spies into the ground. Their experimental artifact was instantly reduced to ash. As the smoke cleared, the spirit of the Golden Crow appeared beside Fang Yi. The divine bird affectionately circled him while his breakthrough energy stabilized completely. Outside, the massive solar pillar gradually faded. The first stage of integration was complete. With ideal conditions finally established, Fang Yi entered deep cultivation. Sometime later, the unconscious spies slowly regained awareness. Song Yiming shook his companion awake while Wan Lan complained about the overwhelming brightness. Their confusion vanished when they saw Zhao Allen standing nearby. When they warned her about enemy infiltrators, she simply smiled and informed them that the threat had already been eliminated. Looking into the distance, they finally noticed the source of the blinding light. It was Fang Yi. Stunned, they asked whether the commander had succeeded. Zhao Alan proudly confirmed that he had become the official master of the first sequence Sun God Throne. More importantly, he was already preparing to break through once again. She also explained that the infiltrators Fang Yi defeated had been a foreign mercenary and a traitor from the Sha Nanyan equipped with advanced disguise technology and a specialized artifact designed to invade throne spaces. Suddenly, another massive surge of golden energy erupted from Fang Yi. His breakthrough had begun. The surrounding soldiers erupted into cheers as they watched him ascend to the second level of the Shenhua realm. The pressure of his divine moon aura shattered the surrounding air. President Ya Xiao watched in disbelief. He could hardly understand how Fang Yi managed such effortless breakthroughs. Elder Wu was equally amazed. The cosmic phenomena surrounding Fang Yi suggested that his power far exceeded ordinary cultivation standards. Both men reflected on their own painful journeys. Reaching even a half step into the Shenhua realm had taken years of struggle and sacrifice. Yet Fang Yi advanced as if such obstacles did not exist. Inside the cosmic realm, the Golden Crow continued absorbing immense energy from the lunar orb. Then the divine beast roared. Grasping the moon within its talons, it pushed Fang Yi's cultivation directly into the third level of the Shenhua realm. Observers throughout the nation stared in shock. Su Qingyang wondered aloud whether Fang Yi was approaching the legendary Rising Sun realm, a level humanity had never achieved before. The Golden Crow cried out once more. Its voice echoed across the heavens. Spreading its enormous wings, the divine bird shielded Fang Yi while his power climbed beyond every known limit. 3 radiant suns appeared in the sky. The phenomenon had never been witnessed in human history. Researchers quickly analyzed the event. The Golden Crow had cried 3 times. That meant Fang Yi had advanced through 3 levels and reached a half step into the Rising Sun realm. He had achieved complete mastery of the Yang attribute. His body had evolved beyond human limitations. He was no longer merely a pioneer using Yang energy. He had become a living Yang deity. Standing alone at the peak of the world, there was no longer anyone capable of matching his strength. Examining the solar flames dancing across his hand, Fang Yi felt satisfied with his harvest. The Yang attribute had fused completely with his bones, blood, and soul. He was no longer controlling the power. He had become its embodiment. Then his enhanced senses detected lingering hostility nearby. The rats were still hiding. Outside the barrier, inside a secret underground bunker, the surviving leader of the sabotage operation panicked when he realized the mission had failed. Terrified, He activated a teleportation array and ordered everyone to retreat. His allies refused to let him abandon them and began arguing. They never finished. Several rays of solar energy suddenly pierced through the mountain. The bunker disappeared instantly. The traitors were completely vaporized before they could even scream. With that, every remaining threat was erased beneath the overwhelming judgment of the Sun God Throne and its newly crowned master, Fang Yi.